The world has plunged into a realm of survival aboard a train, where Suyu awakens to discover his SSS-level talent, Wanwu Rongju, from the very outset. He possesses the extraordinary ability to decompose anything and subsequently fuse and reforge it. Upon successful fusion, he acquires the axe of creation. Upon successful fusion, he acquires the golden-haired maiden. Upon successful fusion, he acquires divine power. Upon successful fusion, he acquires world authority. Upon successful fusion, he acquires source of chaos. Upon successful fusion, he acquires the killer train, unlocking the stellar track. Upon successful fusion, he acquires the SSS-level talent. Upon successful fusion, he acquires the all-encompassing entity. Chapter 1. Awakening the SSS-level talent. Welcome to the train survival world. Current location, Origin Land. Talent awakening complete. A talent will be randomly awakened based on your inherent nature. Note, talents are categorized into 9 levels. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with SSS being the most powerful and F the weakest. The probability of awakening an S-level talent is 1 in 10,000. Announcement. The train will depart for the first station in 1 hour. Please explore further on your own. Wishing you all great fortune in your endeavors. As Suyu awakens from the darkness, he finds himself lying on a train, soon greeted by a mechanical voice broadcasting information. He had merely been a newly graduated university student, acutely aware of the weight of the phrase graduation equals unemployment. In a moment of desperation, he submitted 10,086 resumes before losing consciousness and arriving in this peculiar place. The train survival world. Recalling the announcement, Suyu struggles to rise and surveys his surroundings. Indeed, he is aboard a train, albeit a rather cramped one, measuring approximately 2 meters by 2 meters. In one corner stands a machine resembling a control panel, accompanied by a box, while the front of the train is secured behind a locked door. Windows line both sides, yet outside lies a shroud of darkness, obscuring all visibility. Approaching the machine in the corner, which bears a resemblance to an ATM, he notices a screen emanating a faint glow, displaying train system. Instinctively, he reaches out to touch it, and new text materializes on the screen. Train Manual. Train Rule 1. The train operates autonomously and requires no manual control, but consumes 10 units of fuel daily. Train Rule 2. The train stops at 1 station each day, with a stop duration of 3 hours. Please board and disembark within the allotted time. Train Rule 3. Please gather resources whenever possible, as they can be used for train upgrades and resource exchanges. Train Rule 4. Do not disclose any information regarding the train to the natives. Train Rule 5. If you encounter survivors using other means of transportation, eliminate them immediately. After reviewing these 5 rules, another interface appears before Suyu, featuring 5 sections: information, chat, trade, workbench, and friends. Recalling the initial announcement that everyone has awakened a talent, he is eager to discover his own. Upon accessing the information module, he finds options for personal information and train information. Suyu first selects personal information. Name, Suyu. Strength, 7, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Talent, Wanwu Rongju, SSS level, unique. Note, the standard attribute for adult males is 10 points. Note, 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack power, 1 point of constitution equals 1 point of defense, 10 points of life. Further exploration is encouraged. Wanwu Rongju, capable of decomposing any entity it comes into contact with, and according to one's will, reforging it into a new existence. Note, this talent cannot be used for fusion. SSS level talent, and it is unique. Suyu is both astonished and elated. Fortune has finally smiled upon him. But how does one utilize this Wanwu Rongju? As he ponders the function of his talent, he notices the box nearby and touches it with his palm, prompting a voice in his mind. Discovered, wooden treasure chest. Upon opening it, a series of notifications resounds in his mind. Acquired, mineral water X1, guaranteed. Acquired, black bread X1, guaranteed. Acquired, rusty axe X1, guaranteed. Acquired, bound backpack X1, containing 10 slots of storage space, guaranteed. Acquired, sacrificial hand bone X1. The first 4 items are guaranteed, meaning everyone receives them. The last item, the sacrificial hand bone, puzzles Suyu. However, upon retrieval, an automatic identification prompt echoes in his mind. Sacrificial hand bone, the hand bone of an unknown creature used for sacrificial totems, containing a trace of creative power, grants 3 to strength when carried, in addition of 3 strength. My initial strength is 7, thus reaching the standard level of strength. That's quite satisfactory, Suyu muses. After placing the mineral water and black bread into his backpack, he picks up the rusty axe, an ordinary axe, corroded on the surface, usable as a weapon or for chopping small trees. Wanwu Rongju. Suyu silently intones, feeling an unseen force envelop the sacrificial hand bone and the rusty axe. Chapter 2. The Fusion of All Things. Train options. He pondered whether these two items could be transformed into a new weapon after the fusion. Since it was stated in the description that the fusion would occur according to one's will, it was theoretically feasible. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded before Suyu's eyes, as his hand bone and the axe began to disassemble and reconfigure. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, revealing 3 items. Fusion successful. Obtained bone powder. Powdered remains of an unknown creature's bones, suitable for fertilizer production. Obtained rust. A loose reddish-brown substance with no apparent practical value. Obtained Genesis Iron Axe. Blue. Attributes: attack power, 20. Speed, 1. Effect: Genesis. Passive attacks carry the power of Genesis, capable of tearing wounds, extinguishing life, and causing a continuous bleeding effect. Evaluation: the Brash Man's Joyful Axe. Focused solely on the act of creation. Note: equipment levels are categorized from highest to lowest as red, gold, purple, blue, green, white. A blue weapon. Suyu gazed at the description with delight. In such a brief moment, his novice weapon had transformed into a blue weapon. The rusty axe provided an attack power of 5 points, and although the strength from the sacrificial handbone was lost, the attack power soared to 20 points after fusion. Coupled with his original 7 points of strength, he could inflict a total of 27 points of damage with a single strike. Subsequently, he concentrated his thoughts and activated the fusion ability again on the bone powder and rust, curious about the outcome. Fusion successful. Obtained bone iron nails, X10. Ordinary items with no rank, suitable for those with osteoporosis. Gazing at the few nails in his hand, Suyu couldn't help but smile wryly. They had little utility at the moment. He felt it could be redismantled, perhaps into even smaller units, but deemed it unnecessary. Most importantly, he sensed a slight fatigue in his mind after these 2 uses of his ability. He speculated that utilizing this talent would consume mental energy. Considering that there was more information on the train control panel, Suyu quickly clicked on another option. Conductor. Suyu. Train. G317112. Level. LV1. Upgrade requirements. 100 wood. 50 steel. Carriage. 1. Speed. 30 kilometers. H. Modules. None. Fuel. 2030. 10 units consumed today. Efficiency. 100. Suyu contemplated. With the fuel consumed today, it would only last for 3 days, meaning he must replenish it within that time frame. Though the consequences of failing to replenish the fuel were not stated, Suyu felt certain it would not bode well. As for how to acquire fuel, he suddenly recalled the chat section on the control panel and promptly opened the chat room, where dozens of messages instantly flooded the screen, scrolling rapidly. Population 100 001 0000. PS. Character recruitment. Leave a message here. You may attach character settings, and the author will randomly select based on the plot. Just off work. Who understands, guys? One moment I was waiting for the elevator outside the office building, and the next I was transported. Mom, I want to go home. Help, where's this place? Level 18 Big Wind. Ha. I've crossed over. No more debts to repay. And I co. By the way, what talents have you all awakened? Not hungry, just craving. I have an E-level talent, the Big Eater. The more I eat, the stronger I get. Professional slacker for 20 years. Good luck to you upstairs. The only food in the treasure chest is a piece of black bread. Don't starve yourself. Faster than a car. D-level sprinting superhuman. I can outrun a car, but I easily sprain my ankle. Love struck. Help, handsome. My talent is F-level. Wherever my partner is, I am, but my partner didn't board the train with me. CPDD. Perpetual solo. Hee. Girl, add me as a friend. I have a B-level talent for fire control. I can ignite things with my bare hands. A random street. Wow, worshipping the big shot. This is superpower. God of sleep. I also have a B-level talent. Sleeping grants buffs. Sleep for an hour to randomly increase attributes, but there's a chance of sleeping to death. I just slept for 10 minutes and woke up with strength 1. Lucky Emperor. Just opened a treasure chest and got a blueprint. Anyone want it? Can trade for food. That black bread is too awful. Boo-hoo. I'm so hungry. Attached image. Suyu looked at the screen, tugging at the corners of his mouth. The talents were indeed varied. Seeing that someone had obtained a blueprint, he hurriedly clicked to take a look. Popular toy model. Required materials, 3 silicone, 1 plastic. Image, Justice Flash. It seemed he was still too naive. Suyu observed the scrolling screen, which was now filled with a cacophony of Zhuan dialect. Irritable brother? What the heck? I thought it was some survival artifact, but it turns out to be this, and in a spiral pattern? Little Pepper, I've taken off my pants. Not. And this is what you show me? You want to trade for food? You must be dreaming. Unlucky Emperor. Lucky Emperor? Truly deserving of the title. I, the unlucky Emperor, bow in defeat. Remembering the fuel issue, Suyu intended to speak up for clarification. Opening the chat box, where he was prompted to modify his nickname, he chose the title of Blacksmith. From the conversations, it was evident that talents above a level were rare. He decided it was wise to keep his talent concealed for the time being, masking it with the title of a blacksmith. Blacksmith, does anyone know how to replenish the train's fuel? Suyu's message was quickly drowned out, and he reluctantly sent a few more. N.I.K.O. Blacksmith? Is your talent blacksmithing? Fuel can be exchanged in the trading mall or obtained from treasure chests. Blacksmith, thank you. I possess a blacksmithing talent. Feel free to consult me for any blacksmithing needs, materials provided by you, for a fee. After sending this message, Suyu no longer paid attention to the chatroom interface and directly switched to the trading module of the operating system. There were two interfaces, player trading and system mall trading, and the player trading interface was filled with a dizzying array of items. Warm stockings, 1 copper coin. Leg stretching staring pills, concentrated version, 1 copper coin. Used half pack of tissue, 1 copper coin. Protein processing essence, 5 milliliters, 2 copper coins. Suyu browsed through the offerings, but found nothing useful. They were merely personal items others had tinkered with. He promptly clicked on the system mall trading section. The items listed there were few. Black bread, 1 copper coin. Mineral water, 550 milliliters, 1 copper coin. Matchbox, including 20 matches, 2 copper coins. Ordinary fuel, 1 copper coin per unit. Copper coin? It appeared to be the system's currency for transactions. With a daily fuel consumption of 10 units, that equated to 10 copper coins per day. Suyu found an option in the mall's exchange window to trade materials for copper coins. He exchanged 10 of the useless bow and iron nails for 2 copper coins. After placing the copper coins in his backpack, Suyu gazed at the empty train carriage, deep in thought. He had no intention of fusing the train itself or the operating system, as the consequences were unknown and he lacked other materials. Aside from that, the only remaining item in the carriage was an empty wooden treasure chest, and he was eager to test his ability. What if he could disassemble it without fusing? Without hesitation, he activated his talent of the fusion of all things on the wooden treasure chest. Acquiring Mu Kai 4, Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, it was possible. The remaining two modules were How You and Gong's Tai. The How You module allowed for private conversations with friends, as well as the sending and receiving of items and trades. The Gong's Tai served as the train's fundamental functionality, permitting the disassembly and recycling of basic materials, along with capabilities for tool crafting, though it required the expenditure of copper coins to unlock, somewhat akin to Suyu's innate talent. However, Suyu's talent could be activated anytime and anywhere, unrestricted by categories, and it allowed for the remelting of items into new creations, a feature that the workstation could never rival. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the train's intercom crackled to life once more. The train is about to depart. Please select a platform within 3 minutes. An hour had already passed. Suyu glanced at the train's operating system, which indeed displayed 3 options. Platform 1, Silicone Factory. Platform 2, Beast Cave. And Platform 3, Abandoned Cabin. Chapter 3, The First Station. Train Upgrade. Silicone Factory? Surely, it couldn't be that one would actually melt some silicone to craft a female streamer toy? The Beast Cave harbored unknown beasts. Although he wielded a Chuangsheng iron axe with an attack power of 27, lacking any armor meant that a mere scratch could result in a dramatic depletion of health, yielding nothing but perhaps some beast meat. Thus, for the first station, Suyu opted for the abandoned cabin, which appeared to be the more reliable choice, if nothing else. He could dismantle the house for resources. Ding dong. Selection complete. Train G317112 is departing. Please secure yourself and pay attention to safety. Gentle reminder. Today's platform weather is cloudy. As the 3-minute countdown concluded, the train shuddered slightly. Suyu packed a bottle of water into his backpack. Gripping the Chuangsheng iron axe with determination, he would first check for usable items inside. If there were none, he would break down doors, windows, and floors. Before long, Suyu noticed beams of light filtering through the train's windows. The scenery outside became clearer, revealing what appeared to be the wilderness. Upcoming stop, Abandoned Cabin. The train will halt for 3 hours. Please disembark at your leisure. Following the customary forward lurch, the train doors slowly opened. Suyu tightened his grip on the axe and stepped out. Outside the train lay a desolate expanse, dotted with sparse trees under a cloudy sky, with only a dilapidated cabin visible in the distance. Approaching the entrance, the wooden door stood firmly shut. Wasting no time, he swung the axe down, shattering the door into splinters. Inside, the cabin was rather rudimentary, featuring a rickety wooden bed, tables and chairs, and an iron bucket containing a small amount of water, albeit with some algae due to age. He didn't mind, promptly stowing it in his backpack. Suyu's gaze shifted, and he spotted a wooden chest lying quietly in the corner. A treasure chest? Excitement surged within him. This trip was proving worthwhile. He dragged the wooden chest out and received a prompt in his mind. Acquired, wooden treasure chest 1. Without hesitation, he opened it to find a blueprint and 5 copper coins. He placed the coins in his backpack and examined the blueprint. Simple water filter blueprint, white. Required materials, wood 3, plastic 2, activated carbon, can be substituted with charcoal. 1 effect, filters turbid water sources into drinkable fresh water. Capable of processing 5L daily. What a pity, Suyu sighed. For others, this would be a treasure, but for him, he could simply decompose the dirty water using his innate talent, rendering it unnecessary. However, it could be traded for a good price. Continuing his search, he discovered 6 cans of beef in a nearby cupboard, a delightful surprise, sparing him from gnawing on stale bread. He then unearthed a long wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he found a rusty old shotgun alongside 13 rounds of ammunition. Rusty old single-barrel shotgun, white. Attributes attack power 23. Firearm weapons are unaffected by strength bonuses. Only damage is calculated. Effect, none. Evaluation, a frequently jammed gun. Whether it fires or not depends on its mood. Suyu chuckled at this and activated his talent. While he was unfamiliar with the intricate mechanics of the gun and unable to craft a new one, he could use his talent for decomposition to eliminate the rust. After a flash of white light, he inspected the shotgun once more. Brand new old single-barrel shotgun, white. Attributes attack power 26. Effect, none. Evaluation, blind firing relies on faith. Hitting is purely a matter of luck. Although still a white tier item, its attack power had increased by 3 points, and the critical flaw of jamming had been eradicated, granting Suyu a means of ranged attack. As for the absence of a scope, during his days playing shooting mobile games, he had mastered the art of recoil control by feel. Even without a magnifying lens, he surely wouldn't fare worse than those love-struck individuals seeking partners, would he? Scanning the surroundings, it seemed there was little of value left, and Suyu prepared to dismantle the house. He experimented and found that his talent for decomposition could not be applied to the entire cabin at once due to insufficient mental energy. Thus, he could only dismantle it piece by piece before decomposing. With the attack power boost from the Chuangsheng Iron Axe, tearing down the house was exceedingly simple. Acquired with 7. Acquired with 10. Acquired with 13. Acquired with 19. Acquired steel 1. After spending an hour, Suyu completely dismantled the cabin, also chopping down the surrounding trees. Upon finishing, he decomposed them on the spot, netting a total of 229 wood and 5 steel. Thankfully, his backpack's 10-slot storage allowed for limitless storage of identical items. Otherwise, he would have been unable to accommodate all this. He had gathered sufficient wood for the train's upgrade, with only steel remaining. However, that was of no consequence, as it was now time for him to earn some money. Returning to the train, with 1 hour left until departure, Suyu approached the train's operating system. He noticed a dozen friend requests in the friend section, among which was one from an Iku, who had previously answered his query. He accepted the request, then opened the chat room. 9997-10000. Dali Chu Chi Ji. Folks, who understands? I arrived in a forest, thinking there'd be an abundance of wood, but after chopping for dozens of strikes with this axe, I couldn't fell a single tree. Bao Zao Lao Gubu Bao Zao Damn. Who says otherwise? I have 12 strength and have been chopping for nearly half an hour. And I only got 10 units of wood. What the hell? Bung Dai Can Shun. Same here. Da Hei Tian. Didn't they say there was a blacksmith? Can someone reforge my axe? Lian Chi sure to Lao? Agreed. CMO Shou Ji agreed. Ni Ku. Lian Chi sure. After perusing the messages, Suyu mused that indeed, his earlier appearance in the channel had led some to remember his talent, which was precisely what he desired. He promptly tapped on the screen. Lian Chi sure. Accepting axe upgrade requests. Materials must be provided. Fee. 2 copper coins, or 20 units of wood, or 10 units of steel, or other equivalent items. Limited to 30 axes, first come, first served. From the recycling prices in the system mall, he learned that 10 units of wood were worth 1 copper coin, while steel was valued at twice that of wood. The limitation of 30 units was imposed due to his concerns about insufficient mental fortitude. as the prior disassembly of the wooden cabin had been quite taxing. In the chat room, skepticism surged, interspersed with remarks about unscrupulous merchants. Suyu cast a glance and promptly navigated to the friend request interface, where a flurry of notifications awaited him. This world harbors both the foolish and the astute. One chat window flickered, and upon inspection, he found a trade proposal. Survivor Niko wishes to trade for 1 rusty axe and 2 copper coins, requesting your craftsmanship. Will you accept? Surprised, Suyu responded affirmatively. Are you not afraid I might deceive you? Inquired the craftsman. There exists a penalty mechanism for dishonesty. Why should I fear? Replied Niko. The concept of a dishonesty penalty piqued Suyu's interest. He discovered that should a survivor breach their agreement, they would be marked as untrustworthy and barred from future transactions. With this knowledge, he wasted no time, swiftly extracting the rusty axe from the trade interface and activating his talent. A radiant light enveloped the axe, the rust flaked away, and the blade was reforged. In mere moments, a sharp iron axe materialized in his grasp. Upon inspecting its attributes, he noted it was merely a white-grade item, yet its damage potential was commendable. Sharp iron axe, white. Attributes: attack power, 10, speed, 1, effects none. Evaluation: finally liberated from the ignominy of lumberjack-like efforts. He could now hear the satisfying crunch of wood as he chopped. With the transaction complete, Suyu turned his attention to the rapidly blinking friend icons, decisively approving all requests. Soon, he received a plethora of crafting requests from various players. One by one, he upgraded their axes, and before long, the 30 slots were filled. Despite his growing fatigue, he felt his efforts were well rewarded, amassing 12 copper coins, 180 units of wood, 110 units of steel, and an assortment of other materials. This bounty was sufficient for the train upgrade. Would you like to consume 100 wood and 50 steel to upgrade the train? Certainly. Chapter 4. Continuous upgrades with a resounding rumble. The scene before Suyu transformed dramatically. The original compartment, a 2 meter by 2 meter cube, was now elongated and widened into a rectangular shape, approximately 3 meters by 5 meters, akin to a modestly comfortable room. Train upgrade complete. You have gained 3 free attribute points. Train docking time increased by 1 hour, and the upgrade modules have been unlocked. 1. Coarse cooking stove. 2. Simple toilet. 3. Wooden bed. Given the post-upgrade options, he chose the simple toilet. No sooner had he spoken than a rudimentary restroom appeared in the corner of the compartment, alleviating his need to venture outdoors for such matters. Congratulations. You have become the second survivor in this area to reach level 2, earning 1 wooden treasure chest and 2 free attribute points. The second? Intriguing. Suyu was not surprised that others had advanced before him. After all, with a stroke of good fortune, the materials required for a level 2 upgrade were not overly difficult to procure. He checked the train's information. Conductor: Suyu. Train: G317112. Level: LV2. Upgrade requirements: 200 wood, 100 steel. Carriages: 1. Speed: 40 km h, increased by 10 km h. Modules: none. Fuel: 2030, 10 units consumed today. Efficiency: 100. The upgrade requirements had doubled, and the train's speed had seen a slight enhancement. However, gathering the necessary materials was still within reach. He had 309 units of wood and 65 units of steel remaining. Only 35 additional units of steel were needed for the next upgrade. With this in mind, Suyu steeled his resolve and allocated all 5 of his accumulated free attribute points into his mental attribute. Boom. A surge of powerful energy washed over him, enveloping his mind in a euphoric sea, enhancing his clarity and agility, banishing fatigue. His mental attribute, previously at 6 points, now soared to 11, nearly doubling his mental capacity. Recalling the wooden treasure chest he had acquired, he eagerly opened it. Obtained: leather armor. 1. Obtained: copper coins. 5. Obtained: carriage card. 1. Leather armor, white. Attributes: defense. 6. Effects: none. Evaluation: a modest piece of armor, providing some warmth. Carriage card, upon use, grants 1 additional standard carriage measuring 3 by 5 meters. He used the carriage card, and instantly, an additional carriage materialized behind his current one, connected by a small door. Peering inside, he found it empty, lacking any special effects, but it could serve as a storage space for the time being. He could also opt to fuse the 2 carriages, but that would only enlarge the current one without any unique benefits. Thus, it was prudent to keep it as is for potential future uses. As for the leather armor, he donned it immediately and then dismantled the treasure chest, acquiring an additional 4 units of wood. Once more, he opened the chat interface and was taken aback by the multitude of notifications, particularly within the friend request section. where a slew of new requests awaited him. Silk Collection. Brothers, don't accuse me of being ungrateful. Look, I'm using the mighty axe to fell trees. One chop yields 999. Attached, a picture. Raging brother, the craftsman is indeed impressive. My attributes increased by 5 points, and the speed of felling trees has more than doubled. Chop wood or lie flat. Is this for real? Could it be a scam? Tangyuan Prince. I'm at 6 points of strength, and this axe doesn't even scratch the surface. Can the craftsman assist me in modifying it? Dark Sky. No surprises here. The 30 slots must have been snatched up long ago. I'm not a muggle. Haha, I have one, but I currently have no use for it. Is anyone interested? Rent it for 1 day for just 2 copper coins or an equivalent item. Suyu was genuinely astonished to find that, in such a short span. Others had begun reselling items, and even renting them out. Such blatant opportunism was outrageous. The benevolent Suda felt compelled to take a stand against this exploitation. This profit was to be rightfully his. Noticing that the train's trading section allowed for virtual products, he set up 30 slots for equipment processing permissions and posted them. With transactions to be conducted solely in copper coins, as wood and steel would need to be exchanged through the system first. Craftsman, 30 slots available. Price remains at 2 copper coins. I've listed them on the player trading board. First come, first served. The influx of friend requests was overwhelming, and 30 slots would surely not suffice for distribution. However, considering the mental energy required, Suyu refrained from being overly greedy. Thunder King, player trading board? Isn't that just a recycling station? East Wind Express. Let me take a look. Hold on for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Lei Dian Fa Wong. Where is everyone? Lei Dian Fa Wong. I just clicked into the trading board. The interface lagged for a moment, and when I returned, I only saw the word sold out. Lian Shi Sure. Thank you for your patronage. The transaction is complete, and new products will be available soon. Please stay tuned. Dong Feng Kwai Song. Hehe. Everyone is so quick. Fortunately, I managed to grab one. Lei Jian Fa Wong, are you messing with me? Dong Feng Kwai Song. Brother Fa Wong. 30 slots disappeared in an instant, as fast as the meat paste when the cafeteria lady shakes her ladle. I couldn't even warn you in time. Next time for sure. Suyu did not anticipate that this trading event would conclude so swiftly. The 30 slots vanished in mere seconds. It seems that this business could continue, but he would have to wait until he regained his energy. After spending some time to reprocess 30 sharp iron axes, he earned 60 copper coins. And with the previous 24 coins, he now possessed a total of 84 copper coins. The workstation on the train could recycle materials into copper coins. But copper coins could not be used to purchase materials in the system mall. Therefore, Suyu purchased 90 units of steel directly from a person named Hong Mao Kwong at a price 10 copper coins higher than the system's rate, spending 20 copper coins in total. With the remaining wood and steel, he had gathered enough materials to upgrade the train to level 3. He clicked to upgrade and confirmed. Spending 200 units of wood and 100 units of steel, the train upgraded to LV3. Chapter 5, The Sentinel's Eye? A special transaction with Fei Yu. Conductor, Suyu, train, G317112. Level, LV3, upgrade requirements. With 300, steel 200, fine iron 10, carriages 2, speed 50 kilometers h, modules none, fuel 2030, efficiency 100. Glancing at the information post-upgrade, the speed increased once more, while the wood requirement for the upgrade also rose, and an additional 10 units of fine iron appeared, raising the difficulty. Train upgrade complete, gained 3 free attribute points. Increased stop time by 1 hour, unlocked upgrade modules. 1 simple kitchen, 2 automatic trash disposal box, 3 Sentinel's Eye rare. The Sentinel's Eye? The first 2 options were straightforward, and Suyu immediately examined the third rare option. Sentinel's Eye, rare, a train perception module. When installed externally, it provides a true view of the area surrounding the train. Without hesitation, Suyu selected the third option, and a monitor, the size of a television screen, appeared beside the train's control panel, displaying a 360-degree view of the external scenery. The importance of visibility is self-evident. Being able to see the outside world from within the train would greatly assist future endeavors. Congratulations on becoming the second survivor in this area to reach LV3, receiving 1 wooden treasure chest and 2 free attribute points. An almost identical prompt, with the same rewards. He remained the second. Suyu raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. Those who could rapidly accumulate upgrades from initial resources undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent or means. If he could profit through trade, others would certainly have their own methods. Stop time has reached 3 hours, remaining stop time 2 hours. Would you like to leave the platform early? Suyu recalled that he had gained 2 hours of extra stop time from upgrading twice, and couldn't help but smile. The first stop, the abandoned cottage, had long been thoroughly looted. He had even dismantled the house, rendering it entirely worthless. Staying there served no purpose, so he opted to depart. As the train started, the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. Suyu calculated the time, estimating it would take about half an hour for the train to enter a realm of darkness. However, when he glanced at the Sentinel's eye monitor, it displayed a vastly different scene. Through the train's glass window, nothing was visible. Yet the world observed through the Sentinel's eye was a deep crimson. It was as if traversing within some creature's body, with the sky resembling a blood-red flesh wall, undulating as if breathing. Countless indistinct creatures flickered by, their numbers overwhelming, and Suyu could feel their palpable malice. Yet, the train's speed was too swift for them to catch up. Is this the true vision seen through the Sentinel's eye? Suyu pondered. He recalled the train's daily fuel requirement of 10 units. The system only indicated that it needed replenishment, but did not elaborate on the consequences of neglecting it. However, he now surmised that without fuel, the train would likely halt in this crimson world, subsequently being devoured by endless monsters. Chat section. Lian Qi sharing some intel. Outside the train lies a perilous world filled with countless monsters. If one day it stops due to insufficient fuel, survival is highly unlikely. Attached. Image. Yu Chong. Damn, I thought it was just nighttime. It seems we are inside something's belly. Oh dear. CMO Shou Ji. Those massive shadows can't possibly be parasites inside someone's stomach? Oh Huang Ben Huang. Luckily, I just opened a treasure chest and got a critical hit, double copper coins, so I have money for fuel now. Fei Chiu Ben Chiu. Damn alien species. Suyu directly shared this information and speculation in the chat room, hoping his fellow survivors could last a bit longer, as they would all become his future trading partners and sources of income. Moreover, since he could observe a portion of the true external world through the Sentinel's eye, others would likely have the opportunity to learn as well, although he had gained this insight ahead of them. This also allowed Suyu to further penetrate the market, enhancing his standing among other survivors, thus facilitating future transactions. After establishing his presence, Suyu returned to lurking, as various banter and numerous trade requests filled the chat room. However, due to Suyu's disclosure of information, many began to stockpile copper coins or resources, preparing for the future possibility of fuel shortages. After all, the system provided enough fuel for only 3 days, and acquiring resources worth 10 copper coins from a single platform was no easy feat, not including the consumption from upgrading the train. Unavoidably, many would face peril after 3 days. Feiyu, has anyone obtained iron essence? It can be traded at a premium. Amidst the myriad of messages, Suyu's gaze sharpened upon reading this. If nothing went amiss, the sender was likely the first person to upgrade their train to LV3. As iron essence was a new material, he only learned about post-upgrade. Bung Dai Kan Shun. What is iron essence? Is it also a material? Feiyu. Yes, technically. It is an advanced material derived from steel. 10 units of steel can be refined into 1 unit of iron essence. Hong Mao Kuang. I know about this. It can be extracted at the system's workstation, but it requires 100 copper coins to unlock. Inside one train, a girl in a red dress was gazing down at the scrolling messages in the chat room. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as her alabaster fingers glided across the operating system. She was Feiyu, the first survivor to upgrade her train to LV3. She possessed an S-class talent as a seeker. This is a form of perceptual talent. When 3 options appeared at the first platform of the train, she utilized her Kuei Mija talent to anticipate the rewards within each platform. Subsequently, she rapidly amassed a substantial amount of resources at the platform, achieving the fastest upgrade progress to levels 2 and 3. However, she found herself lacking the iron essence necessary for further upgrades. Within that platform world, she had only acquired a plethora of basic timber and steel. Initially, she had no intention of making a fuss, but the impending upgrades of the train compelled her to contemplate alternative strategies. The notion of acquiring 100 copper coins was well known to her. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was merely the first station. Who could possibly gather such a sum of copper coins? After sending this thought, she reflected on a previous individual known as the Lian Qi, who had managed to earn several dozen copper coins through selling slots, still falling short of the coveted 100 coins. On the other side, Suyu stroked his chin, somewhat exasperated by the evident nature of his eavesdropping. However, this presented an opportunity for him. If the other party was indeed the first to upgrade, the basic resources they possessed would be considerable, precisely what he currently lacked. He did not require a workbench to unlock refined iron, as he understood that 10 units of steel could yield 1 unit of refined iron, which he could synthesize directly using his Wan Wu Rongzhu talent. I possess refined iron, but I only accept steel in exchange at a 20 markup. Payment up front, he declared. Truly impressive. 100 copper coins spent as easily as that. A look of delight crossed Feiyue's face. As long as refined iron was available, matters could be resolved. Though the markup seemed steep, scarcity dictated value, and she had initially intended to pay a premium, finding this still within her acceptable range. Subsequently, a contemplative expression graced her features, a hint of crimson flickering in her eyes. She had ample steel remaining, sufficient for trade. Yet why had the other party specified only steel? Could it be that they had already reached level 3? Given Su Yu's prior gains in the trading area, this was a reasonable deduction. If that were the case, the rewards for being the first to upgrade might no longer be attainable, leaving her with no choice but to negotiate. With that thought in mind, Feiyue proactively added this Lian Qi Shi as a friend, yet after waiting for an eternity, the individual did not accept her request. Upon realizing this, her expression darkened. There had been many who sought her friendship, stretching from Xiagu to the capital of Ingwa. Now, having extended her hand, she found someone unwilling to reciprocate. Drawing a deep breath, her slender, fair fingers delicately tapped the screen of the chat room. Lian Qi Shi, please accept my friend request for a private trade. While pondering why there had been no response, and considering whether her interest rate was too high, Su Yu finally recalled the pile of 99 friend requests awaiting his attention. He swiftly located her name in the list and clicked to accept. Surely you must be at level 3 now. From the resources you've traded, it's easy to deduce this. If you haven't reached level 4 yet, I have another transaction that I believe will pique your interest. What is it? Su Yu admitted to feeling a flicker of curiosity. Before that, may I ask which number you were in upgrading to level 3? The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled slightly. He believed he was beginning to grasp her intentions regarding the trade. Second, I wish to be the first to upgrade to level 4. If you agree, I can provide part of the resources you need for your upgrade, ensuring it does not fall below 50 copper coins. Furthermore, I shall compensate you with additional resources following the conclusion of the next platform. How does that sound? After sending her message, Feiyue waited in silence, convinced that her offer was already quite substantial. However, the response she received was merely a 2-letter word: refused. Her heart sank instantly. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Had she failed to persuade him? Yet she could not offer more. Unlocking refined iron at the workbench required 100 copper coins, and the surplus resources in her possession barely amounted to over 50 copper coins in value. Su Yu understood that the value of resources she could offer was likely her limit. Yet he was more curious about why Feiyue was so intent on securing the first upgrade. What distinguished the rewards of the first place from those of the second? I have my reasons for doing this, but I truly cannot offer more. What is the reward for the first upgrade? A wooden treasure chest and 3 free attribute points. Upon reading Feiyue's message, Su Yu sensed something was amiss. Did the first place merely receive 1 additional attribute point compared to the second? Although attribute points were precious, they were not the sole means of acquisition. It was evident that her actions were not as straightforward as they appeared. If you do not provide something of substance, I see no point in continuing this conversation. After a brief pause in the chat, Feiyue reluctantly resumed typing. After all, the reward for the first upgrade would soon cease to be a secret. The first individual to upgrade the train will undoubtedly open a talent upgrade card from the treasure chest, which can affect talents up to grade S. The lower the talent level, the fewer cards are needed for an upgrade. Conversely, the higher the level, the more cards required. To be frank, I possess an S-grade talent and would need at least 10 upgrade cards to level up. I assure you, theoretically, the second and third individuals upgrading the train also have a chance of receiving a talent upgrade card from the treasure chest, but the first is guaranteed. Once I upgrade my talent to SS-grade, I will no longer require this item. If any new opportunities arise, I will gladly pass them on to you. Su Yu fell into silence. He had anticipated something far more significant. Was that truly all? A talent upgrade card? Limited to grade S. It held no value for his SSS-grade talent. Of course, if he could obtain a sufficient quantity, he might consider breaking them down to see if they could be of use to him. However, simply relinquishing them would mean sacrificing an attribute point. With this in mind, Su Yu began to type his response. Before we proceed, may I ask what your talent is? He posed this question to discern the source of her resources. Being able to provide such an abundance at the first platform suggested immense wealth. Although Su Yu's talent was formidable, he had limited materials available for fusion, and his current mental capacity constrained his abilities. Otherwise, he would have welded the entire platform world onto the train. If he could accelerate his development through her, it would undoubtedly lead to exponential growth. Feiyue understood Su Yu's intent and replied, I possess an S-grade talent known as Wuzi Leida. It allows me to identify stations rich in resources. Should you find yourself in need of materials in the future, I can provide them at the system's recycling price without charging interest. Theoretically, an S-grade talent existed only once in a region of 10,000. Fei Yue had carefully disguised and downplayed her talent. Revealing all her information to someone unfamiliar was not her style. Su Yu sensed that she was likely withholding some details. But as long as she could provide what he desired, that was sufficient. The blacksmith pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it is an alluring proposal. Yet I must decline. You surely comprehend the significance of attribute points. However, as you suggested, I can offer you a talent upgrade card for trade later. Adhering to the conditions you previously mentioned, of course, this reflects the current market price. Rather than hoarding those few talent upgrade cards, Su Yu found it far more advantageous to exchange them for essential resources, as his immediate need was merely for basic materials. Rapid development was his priority. Everything else could be addressed subsequently. Are you willing to trade? Fei Yue asked, her expression one of astonishment. If she were in his position, she would certainly not entertain such an exchange. After all, such assets should be utilized to enhance oneself first. Certainly. Did you not mention that these items are in high demand? If I cannot gather enough, then a couple of cards would be of little value to me, replied the blacksmith. Fei Yue rested her chin thoughtfully, deducing that her counterpart must possess at least a B or A-level talent. The notion of an S-level talent had not crossed her mind. The probability of awakening such a talent was exceedingly rare, with only one individual among 10,000 in a region. Under normal circumstances, she would be the sole exception. She contemplated her situation, although she felt a pang of reluctance. She recognized that there was no alternative. The lack of refined iron was severely hindering her advancement. Without it, she would inevitably lag behind the blacksmith. It would be wiser to vie for second place, as that would grant her the opportunity to open another treasure chest, potentially yielding 2 talent upgrade cards from a single platform. This business transaction appeared to be worthwhile. Very well, I agree to the terms. But we must establish the conditions through the train system, Fei Yue declared. Of course, the blacksmith replied. With this, Fei Yue smiled, her countenance radiant as she stretched, the crimson-fitted dress accentuating her flawless figure. At last, a resolution had been reached. Despite the minor setbacks, the outcome was satisfactory. Chapter 6. The Withdrawal Princess Plan. The second stop, Doomsday Town. Observing the substantial resources Fei Yue had traded, Su Yu could not help but marvel at her wealth. Thus, the Withdrawal Princess Plan was officially set in motion. If all went as anticipated, leveling up beyond level 4 would likely prove even more challenging. Without his unique talent for universal fusion, the cost of unlocking advanced items would be exponentially greater. At that juncture, he could seamlessly continue to profit from his withdrawals. With this thought in mind, Su Yu first utilized some copper coins, courtesy of Fei Yue, to amass the steel he required. Then proceeded to engage in universal fusion alongside the materials Fei Yue needed. After a blinding flash of light, he found himself in possession of precisely 20 units of refined iron. The weight of these was significantly greater than that of ordinary steel, which presented a dull gray hue, while the refined iron gleamed in a lustrous silver white. Su Yu decided against trading the refined iron to Fei Yue just yet, opting to wait until after his own upgrade. Suddenly, he recalled that, in addition to the resources needed for leveling up, he had over 100 units of timber. If steel could be upgraded to refined iron, could ordinary timber also undergo a transformation? He promptly examined the unlocking options on his workbench interface and discovered a material called dense wood, which required 100 copper coins to unlock and could be synthesized from 10 units of timber. Without hesitation, he activated his universal fusion talent once more. As white light enveloped the 100 units of timber, after a brief interval, the timber vanished, replaced by 10 small bricks, intricately patterned and showcasing a deep gray matte finish. Approaching to inspect them, a surge of information flooded his mind. Dense wood, a wood of exceptional strength, one of the foundational materials for the train. Indeed, Su Yu mused. Now he could maintain his competitive edge. Do you wish to consume 300 timber, 200 steel, 10 refined iron, and 20 dense wood for train upgrade? Yes. With a resounding roar, the train's appearance transformed once more. This time, the size of the compartments remained unchanged, yet the train's exterior was revitalized, with floors, walls, and ceilings rendered far more robust. Additionally, there were unseen enhancements that reformed the entirety of the train. Train upgrade completed, awarded 3 free attribute points. Train docking time extended by 1 hour, upgrade modules activated. 1. Cleaning robot. 2. Train storage unit. 3. Luxurious bed. Opting for the second option, the train storage unit. Although the first and third choices were appealing for enhancing comfort, paled in comparison to the utility of the storage unit. Following his selection, a neat row of 10 compartments appeared on the train's wall, matching the number of slots in his backpack. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in this region to reach level 4, awarded 1 wooden treasure chest and 3 free attribute points. Train Conductor. Suyu Train. G317112 level. LV4. Upgrade requirements. 400 timber, 300 steel, 20 refined iron, 20 dense wood, carriages, 2 speed, 60 kilometers H modules, Sentinel I fuel, 2030 efficiency, 100 gazing at the newly acquired dense wood material. Suyu felt elated. Oh, he still had 2 treasure chests waiting to be opened. He remembered that he had yet to open the chest from his previous upgrade, and now had 11 free attribute points that remained unallocated. There was no rush concerning the attribute points, but the treasure chests must be opened. Opening both chests simultaneously, one radiated a dazzling white light. Suyu rushed over to inspect it. Acquired, 10 copper coins. Acquired, 1 pair of Lightfoot boots. Acquired, 1 carriage card. Acquired, 1 talent upgrade card, guaranteed. Upon seeing the final item, Suyu was not surprised. It appeared that Feiyue had indeed spoken the truth. Thus, the withdrawal princess plan had taken its first step. Talent upgrade card can enhance talent level, with higher levels requiring an increasing quantity, suitable for S-level talents at maximum. After his upgrade, Suyu did not procrastinate, promptly trading the 10 units of refined iron to Feiyue, accompanied by the talent upgrade card. He had determined that this card held no utility for his own talent. However, utilizing it to expedite his early-stage upgrades was invaluable. Perhaps Feiyue might profit slightly, but he would never incur a loss. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Feiyue suddenly shivered, feeling as though some creature lurked in the shadows, fixating on her. Shaking her head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, she was alerted by a new trade notification in the chat box. She quickly opened it and discovered that her counterpart had completed the upgrade, successfully trading the items. After a series of operations, Feiyue too achieved her upgrade. She then scrutinized the new upgrade requirements that had appeared before her, her brows knitting together in concern. Goodness! She had yet to unlock refined iron, and now there was the added requirement of dense wood. Others would likely not upgrade as swiftly. After all, such a tremendous amount of resources could only be amassed in a short time by someone with a high-level resource talent. She still had time, as long as she could gather sufficient resources in the next 1 or 2 stops. Feiyue encouraged herself, reflecting that if it were not for that blacksmith upgrading so rapidly, she wouldn't feel such urgency, nor would she be so willing to part with her abundant resources for him. Suddenly, she noticed a red dot flashing in her friend list. The blacksmith? Could he be seeking her assistance? Her eyes brightened. Having added only 1 friend thus far, if there was news, it could only be from him. If he needed something from her, she would not hold back. Upon opening the chat box, Feiyue discovered that the other party had merely sent an image accompanied by a brief introduction, which piqued her curiosity enough to click on it. Mimu, a type of wood with extremely high strength, one of the fundamental materials for trains. Feiyue thought to herself, there's a phrase I'd like to express. But should I? Feiyue, quite fortunate. Blacksmith, just average, interested in trading. Feiyue, I'm out of money. Blacksmith, I know, just wanted to show you. Come back when you've gathered enough. Feiyue exclaimed, my fists have grown stronger. Indeed. Feiyue, good, very good. Smiling. After conveying the necessary energy to the other party, Suyu closed the chat box. Regrettably, the current stage of survivors was exceedingly impoverished. He felt the need to create more opportunities to promote collective prosperity. Suyu turned his attention to the other items he had offered. Lightfoot boots, green. Attributes movement speed 10, effect gale, active additional 10 movement speed for 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 day. Evaluation, wear me and become a man like the wind. An excellent item. Suyu's current speed attribute stood at 7 points, and donning these boots would more than double his movement speed. The wooden chest yielded a green item, and even a chance-based talent upgrade card, leaving Suyu quite satisfied. He directly used the remaining carriage card, instantly transforming the original 2-carriage train into 3. After completing these tasks, Suyu utilized the decomposition of the chest and the leftover wood to reorganize his talents, recalling from memory to actively transform it into a solid wooden bed, then collapsed into slumber. After a full day of utilizing his talents, his mental energy had indeed increased, yet he still felt considerable fatigue, and thus slept until the following day. Upon awakening and performing a quick wash, he settled for canned beef paired with black bread and water. Not long after, the train's announcement echoed through the air. The novice protection platform has expired. The danger level is rising, and the train will soon depart. Please select a platform within 3 minutes. Platform 1, Doomsday Town. Platform 2, Early Morning Classroom. Platform 3, the Colosseum of Ancient Rome. Upon examining the newly presented options, Suyu pondered briefly before opting for the first platform, Doomsday Town. The system indicated that the danger level had indeed escalated, suggesting that any of the platforms would likely harbor peril. Given this, he decided to choose the one that appeared to have the largest map, if navigated skillfully. The resources within the entire town could be quite abundant. With his objective clear, Suyu allocated the remaining 11 attribute points from yesterday into Strength and Constitution. Name: Suyu. Strength: 1477. Constitution: 1064. Speed: 7. Mental: 11. Talent: Universal Fusion SSS-Grade. Unique. Clenching his fist, Suyu felt as if his cells had been infused with a surge of energy, rendering him more formidable. Given that combat was highly probable at this platform, he opted to enhance his personal capabilities, placing speed attributes on hold for the moment. The 10 base movement speed provided by the Lightfoot boots would suffice for now. He proceeded to store unnecessary items in the train's storage compartment, donned his gear, and prepared for departure. Ding. Selection complete. Train G317112 is departing. Please secure yourselves and pay attention to safety. Reminder: today's platform weather is foggy. Through the Sentinel's eye, Suyu soon observed a scene where, not long after, a blood-red flesh wall began to writhe violently, revealing a gray cavernous opening as the train sped forward. The surrounding scenery swiftly retreated, inducing a wave of dizziness, and the train gradually came to a halt. Arriving at Doomsday Town, the train will remain for a maximum of 6 hours, with a departure possible after 3 hours. Please board and disembark at your leisure. Suyu's previous upgrades had collectively extended his stay by 3 hours. 6 hours would afford him ample opportunity for exploration. The screen of the Sentinel's eye illuminated the surrounding landscape, where the sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze, the sun nowhere to be seen. The train halted at a desolate platform, devoid of any living creatures. Confirming that no immediate danger lurked, Suyu opened the train door and stepped outside. The moment he was met with the outside air, his nostrils flared slightly. A putrid odor permeated the atmosphere, mingling with the metallic scent of blood, quite unpleasant indeed. Grasping the creation iron axe firmly, clad in leather armor, and adorned with the Lightfoot boots, he reminded himself to tread cautiously to avoid stumbling into peril. Suyu possessed a profound understanding of his abilities. In an unknown realm, survival was paramount, and he would not allow any mishap to transpire. Following the road outside the platform, Suyu swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Doomsday Town. Gazing upon the grand archway crafted from marble, he noted the elegantly inscribed characters reading Kai Shizhen. Suyu mused, I wonder if this will decompose into mere rubble? Moreover, the name Kai Shizhen suggests an abundance of stones within this town. Although the train system did provide options for collecting stone materials, they currently bore little utility and were exceedingly inexpensive. Thus, Suyu was reluctant to squander a storage slot on them. Best to venture inside and assess the situation first. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to explore the town further. Since the platform bore the name Doomsday Town, it was likely rife with certain apocalyptic creatures. However, he remained uncertain if the zombies he had encountered in novels might also be present. The structures within Kai Shizhen were constructed from stone and wood, most of which bore large gaping holes. As Suyu approached, he observed that anything of value had long been removed from within these buildings. Nevertheless, the town was vast. Even with 6 hours at his disposal, Suyu would find it challenging to explore thoroughly. Fortunately, the speed boost from the Lightfoot boots would expedite his exploration. Before long, he arrived outside an abandoned grocery store, where he had heard some noises moments earlier. Cautiously, he crept along the wall, the stench of decaying flesh causing him to hold his breath involuntarily. Peering through a small hole created by a previous impact, he beheld a hunched figure engrossed in gnawing on something, blackish-red liquid trickling down its emaciated fingers onto the ground, the odor of rot overwhelming. The skin on the back of its neck clung tightly to its bones, resembling a piece of old leather soaked in water for far too long. Indeed, such a creature existed. Suyu pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on the iron axe. As he contemplated bypassing the creature, it abruptly ceased its activity, raising its head with startling speed. Its face, ravaged and half-decayed, revealed a single putrid eyeball that fixated on him intently. In the next instant, it emitted a ghastly sound from its throat, propelling itself towards him on all fours with astonishing speed. Suyu twisted his ankle, leveraging the speed from the Lightfoot boots to retreat a couple of steps, narrowly avoiding its lunge. With the creation iron axe, he followed through with a downward slash. The axe met little resistance as it cleaved through the creature's shoulder, bisecting its body. The inertia caused it to tumble forward, crashing onto the stony ground. convulsing a couple of times before falling still. Blackish red ichor mixed with chunks of rotting flesh seeped from the severed wound, saturating the ground beneath. Suyu found himself bemused. The creature seemed rather weak, considering he had merely swung the axe casually without exerting much force. However, with the creation iron axe's formidable attack power of 20 points, perhaps such a result was not entirely unexpected. Suyu, suppressing his disgust, waited at the spot for a while, ensuring that no treasure chests or equipment would suddenly appear. He hesitated over whether to perform a scalp surgery on the creature, as apocalyptic novels often suggested that such beings might harbor crystal cores within their skulls. Ultimately, he decided that he was being overly merciful. Gazing at the repulsive corpse of the monster, he found it difficult to bring himself to search through it. Yet he had his own methods and intended to experiment. All things melt. Suyu activated his talent, eager to discover what this creature's remains might ultimately transform into. A surge of white light enveloped the monster's body, which rapidly dissolved until only a pure orb of white energy remained. Suyu instinctively touched it with his fingertip. In the next moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. Melding successful acquired, Strength 1, Suyu. Chapter 7, Slaying Monsters to Grow Stronger? Battle Thrills. Rewards. Upon hearing the notification, Suyu's eyes instantly turned red. If it was merely 1 or 2 points, it would be manageable. But what if it was 10 or even dozens? More? Once he activated his all things meld talent, it directly turned into a means of growing stronger through monster slaying. A single kill grants him 1 point. He could annihilate everything in sight. If these attribute points could stack infinitely, he would soon become a creature of pure attributes. At that point, forget about fighting. Merely displaying his attribute panel would likely cause monsters to kneel in terror, surrendering at once. While it was unlikely that he could achieve infinite stacking, he could at least amass enough data to rival a boss. How splendid and marvelous was the apocalyptic town. Excitement coursed through Suyu. Surely, this monster was not the only one of its kind. He recalled that the creature had charged at him as if it had spotted him, demonstrating sheer aggression despite its lack of intelligence. Climbing onto a rooftop, he spotted a distinctive tower at the center of the town, and thus, his destination was set. With his agile boots activated, Suyu dashed forward, smashing anything in his path to create more noise, while the monsters pursued him eagerly. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the base of the tower. Glancing around to find that this seemed to be the town's former clock tower, though the clock itself had long vanished, leaving only a dark void at the top. The tower, constructed of bluish-gray stone, loomed high above the surrounding buildings. The scene around the clock tower was nothing short of spectacular. With the commotion he caused attracting over a dozen various monsters, akin to stirring a hornet's nest, he reached the second-floor window of the clock tower. Looking down at the swiftly approaching horde, and rather than panic, a smile crept across his face. This was a moving treasure trove of attributes. To guard against any potential ranged attacks from the monsters, Suyu utilized his all things meld talent to fortify his surroundings, leaving only a small opening to ensure he could evade quickly. After all, safety first was a lesson learned from years of experience in battle. He then retrieved the pristine old single-shot hunting rifle from his backpack, having acquired it in an abandoned cabin, and loaded it with one of the 13 remaining bullets. Without hesitation, he aimed at the advancing monster and fired. Bang! The gun's thunderous roar resonated through the foggy town. The bullet struck true, hitting the emaciated monster squarely in the forehead, creating a gaping wound. The creature staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Though the rifle was unaffected by the strength attribute boost, it boasted a formidable attack power of 26 points. Moreover, as he fired, Suyu felt his 11 points of mental strength assist in honing his aim, almost instinctively. The drawback was the need to reload after each shot, after 6 rounds. The monsters had already reached the base of the clock tower. During this time, he had attempted to use his all things meld talent on a living monster, but it merely stunned them for a second without any other effect, while draining his mental energy significantly. With the experiment failing, he swiftly switched to his creation iron axe, preparing to defend his position and eliminate each monster that approached. With 15 points of strength plus the axe's 20 points of attack power, no creature could withstand even a single strike. Even when he missed the vital spots a few times, the monsters soon fell to their demise. This was the power of the creation iron axe, extinguishing the remaining vitality of the monsters. Strictly speaking, these monsters could not be classified as zombies, but rather as aberrant creations. After slaying a total of 17 creatures, tranquility descended upon the clock tower's base. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from another direction in the quarry town, and Suyu could see several buildings collapsing in the distance, as if a formidable monster was emerging from underground. Could it be a boss had spawned? Unperturbed, Suyu descended the clock tower, melding the 17 monster remains into attribute points. Acquired Strength 15. Notification: Strength has reached the physical limit. Please enhance Constitution first. Indeed, the Strength attribute cap had been reached, which was unfortunate. After absorbing this newfound power, Suyu stumbled slightly, his foot suddenly sinking into the ground, creating a deep pit, nearly causing him to fall flat. He glanced at his arms. His once slender physique had now become well-proportioned, muscles defined. And it seemed he had even grown a few inches taller. His strength attribute points had now peaked at 30, making the creation iron axe feel as light as a feather in his hands. Stowing the axe, he tested his shoulders, feeling a slight imbalance in his strength. Yet it was negligible, especially with a suitable target ahead. Suyu made his way toward the sunken area of the quarry town, adjusting to his newly augmented power. Eventually, he began to run. Although his form was slightly awkward due to the newfound strength, yet he managed to sprint with more vigor than when wearing his agile boots, easily toppling low walls along the way. The noise seemed to attract the attention of the lurking monster, which let out another tremendous roar, causing the ground to cave in, creating a crater-like area, with cracks spreading like spiderwebs and debris cascading down. Suyu leaped onto a rooftop, gazing down into the pit. In the center lay a massive black creature, resembling a small hill, its body cloaked in dark green, akin to a rough, corrupted rock, covered with spikes and rugged protrusions, as if a demon had crawled from the abyss. Its enormous blood-red eyes seethed with ferocity, and its gaping maw bristled with jagged teeth, emitting low, guttural growls. Two spiked tails coiled around it, while its powerful forelimbs dug deep into the ground. What piqued Suyu's curiosity was the irregular silver-white stone, half the height of a person, radiating a faint glow beneath the creature's belly. The monster seemed to sense Suyu's gaze. Its fierce blood-red eyes turned toward him, and its growl intensified, the spiked tail whipping around and sending nearby debris flying. Suyu wasted no time, swiftly switching to his pristine old single-shot hunting rifle. He had already loaded a bullet during his approach. With such a large target, aiming was hardly necessary. Bang! The gun fired. Suyu did not reload but instead stowed the rifle away. The 26-point attack power left a dent in the corner of the creature's eye. The area surrounding the struck eye quivered with a dark, bruised hue, while a dark green, viscous fluid seeped from the concave bullet hole, only to be swiftly obstructed by the writhing muscles beneath the skin. The creature's roar escalated sharply, piercing the air like a blade, incensed by Suyu's actions. Its colossal form suddenly sank, causing a significant collapse of earth and stone at the edge of the crater. The creature's crimson eyes fixated on Suyu, brimming with fury, as its robust forelimbs thunderously rose, crashing towards the rooftop where Suyu stood. The tiles shattered instantly into dust, and the entire roof sagged perilously. Suyu, having anticipated this, leaped backward using the force of the collapsing roof, landing atop a low wall next door, already gripping his crafted iron axe. Initially, he had merely sought to test the creature's defenses, which he found rather commendable, albeit only in relation to his firearm. The weapon possessed its own attack power but lacked any additional strength attributes, rendering it less effective in Suyu's current hands. In stark contrast, his crafted iron axe, augmented by a 30-point strength attribute and a 20-point attack enhancement, delivered a staggering attack power of approximately 50 points. The creature, with its formidable temper, would surely struggle to withstand the force of his strike. As Suyu calculated his next move, he seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the creature's raised forelimb. With a powerful push from his feet, the low wall crumbled beneath him as he charged forward like a released arrow. His crafted iron axe swung overhead, gathering momentum. And with a resounding crack, he unleashed his full strength, sending a sharp gust of wind and swirling debris towards the creature's exposed forelimb joint. The axe blade tore through flesh and bone, splattering viscous fluid as the creature's robust limbs severed, crashing into the crater's depths, dark green blood gushing forth. The agonizing pain elicited a deafening howl from the creature, yet Suyu did not intend to relent. In that moment, he activated the ability of the swift boots, triggering a surge of speed. In an instant, Suyu circled behind the creature, his crafted iron axe slicing through the air, creating a deep gash along its back, exposing bone. But the assault did not cease there. The axe's passive ability activated, further tearing the wound open as the creature's muscles writhed in a futile attempt to heal, instead releasing a torrent of green blood. It thrashed within the crater, its crimson eyes frantic yet unable to even graze the hem of Suyu's garment. Suyu, agile as a leopard, danced upon the debris at the crater's base, targeting the creature's vulnerable joints and soft underbelly. Its resilience was commendable. Any other survivor in the same situation might have struggled to inflict significant damage. The creature roared impotently, feeling its life force ebb away. As Suyu inflicted yet another wound, the creature, in desperation, seized a silver stone from beneath it and forcefully jammed it into the gash Suyu had carved into its abdomen. The stone shimmered with a flowing silver sheen. Tendrils of light snaking into the creature's wound, and to Suyu's astonishment, it began to visibly shrink. The dark green blood ceased to pour forth, and even the severed limb's surface glistened with a faint green membrane. The creature's waning vitality suddenly rekindled. Suyu's eyes widened in realization. He recognized the stone as a precious gem. "Boss, that is mine," he exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight. "That's a valuable treasure. Do not hoard it for yourself." The creature, perhaps understanding his words or perhaps not, only intensified its fury. Though the 30 seconds of enhanced speed from the swift boots had concluded, Suyu continued his relentless assault, adapting to the surge of power. There was no finesse, merely the overwhelming force of sheer numbers. Suyu relished the thrill of battle. Despite the creature's regenerative abilities, he relentlessly targeted its vital arteries, ultimately extracting the silver stone from its abdomen through sheer force. The final blow came swiftly. With a decisive swing, Suyu severed the creature's grotesque head, its massive body crashing to the ground. "Thank you for your generous gift, boss. I shall remember it well. Fare thee well." Suyu regarded the creature's unblinking eyes with a twinge of sympathy, acknowledging the sole remnant it left behind. As his palm grazed the silver stone, he heard the train system's identification sound echo in his mind. Yuan Yunji Shi, a world wonder containing fragments of the world's heart. Note: if recovered through the train system, exclusive rewards for survivors may be obtained. Suyu, perplexed by the description of such a remarkable artifact, noted the absence of details regarding its effects or usage. The final line hinted at a predetermined nature of the item within the system. The Yuan Yunji Shi stood half his height, and upon attempting to store it in his backpack, he found it would not fit. However, the weight remained manageable, allowing him to transport it with relative ease. For now, he resolved to process the creature's remains while time permitted. Suyu hesitated momentarily, contemplating his 30 points of strength. Even with the use of his talent, all things forged together, he could not absorb the creature's strength without a corresponding increase in his constitution. Thus, it would be a waste. Could he instead extract a storable substance or energy? He believed there was potential, as his talent was not entirely random, but influenced by his own will. All things forged together. Suyu decided to give it a try. After all, moving this behemoth was no easy task. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt his mental energy rapidly deplete. Before long, he was left with a puddle of dark green fluid. Suyu quickly formed a container to collect it, eager to check the information in hopes it would not disappoint him. Essence of flesh and blood green. Effect, upon use, grants a permanent increase of 5 in strength attributes and a permanent recovery speed increase of 10, only effective when strength attributes are below 60. Evaluation: when the old world's order collapses, the earth breeds strange mutations, and those favored by the world will also descend into depravity, giving rise to the bizarre. This is a gift of liberation. Not too shabby, Suyu mused, planning to utilize it once his constitution improved. Not only would it enhance his strength by 5 points, but it would also significantly boost his recovery speed. Although the exact value of such an item remained unclear, it likely held considerable worth. After storing it in his backpack, Suyu focused and noticed a notebook-sized tome, dusty and somewhat aged yet entirely intact, had mysteriously appeared within the vast crater. He had acquired a special item, Ja-Er-Ta's diary. Chapter 8, Ja-Er-Ta's diary. Acquired a wealth of ores. A diary? Suyu exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating such a find. Opening the first page, he found the text winding like vines, a script unlike any he had encountered, yet comprehensible as if the train system had synchronized with the language. My father, through the mayor's connections, finally secured me a spot in the quarry team. But I do not wish to remain in Quarry Town for a lifetime. I must save enough money to escape to the big city. Let this diary bear witness to my days in Quarry Town. Day 1 in the quarry team. The mayor's daughter, Xing Dai, has a lovely smile. Day 2 in the quarry team. It rained today. Xing Dai did not come to the quarry. Day 5 in the quarry team. Old Burn unearthed a fist-sized divine stone on the sacred mountain, and we took a day off. On the 10th day with the quarry team, Old Burn resigned today. I inquired if he intended to retire in the big city, as the discovery of the divine stone signified a substantial fortune. Noticing my naivety as a newcomer, Old Burn glanced around and pulled me aside, lowering his voice. Zalta, leave this place, as far away as possible. I was perplexed. I had not saved enough money yet to depart. especially since Xingdia was still here. On the 12th day with the quarry team, news of Old Burn's discovery spread, and many clamored to join the quarry team, hoping for their own stroke of luck on the sacred mountain. Today, a new youth named Xavier arrived, about my age, and I sensed an unsettling gaze from him towards Xingdia. On the 20th day with the quarry team, Suyu curiously flipped through this diary, which mostly detailed the mundane occurrences of the quarry team and the trivialities of youth, until 2 pages suddenly went blank. When writing reappeared, the ink was dark and tinged with dirt. The quarry town was shrouded in fog, gray and obscuring visibility. Some claimed to see shadows moving within the mist. The number of missing persons had increased, yet thankfully, Xingdia still visited the quarry team whenever she could. On the 89th day with the quarry team, there was nothing but blank pages. I felt the money beneath my pillow. I had saved enough for a ticket to the big city, where I could search for a new job. Old Burn was right. It was time for me to leave. On the 95th day, Xavier went missing. My rival was gone. Yet I found no joy in this development. On the 96th day, I confessed my feelings to Xingdia, expecting rejection, but to my surprise, she said she would agree if I could present her with a divine stone. On the 97th day, the sacred mountain had been engulfed in white fog. Yet for the sake of my eternal love, I was determined to excavate a divine stone. On the 98th day, I encountered the missing Xavier. He was dead, his body beginning to decay, still clad in the same clothes he wore that day. My supplies were dwindling, and if I could not find a divine stone soon, I would have to seek a way out. On the 102nd day, I discovered another quarry team member. His body was even more decomposed than Xavier's, beyond recognition. In a daze, I thought he resembled Old Burn, who had left long ago, urging me to depart. How foolish I had been. On the 103rd day, I finally unearthed a divine stone, towering over me and radiant white, far surpassing the one Old Burn had found. With it, Xingdia would surely accept my proposal, but it was far too heavy for me to carry. No, I must find a way. On the 104th day, I thought I heard Xingdia's voice. Perhaps it was an illusion. My head spun, and then I woke up. It was indeed Xingdia, who, along with the quarry team, rescued me. The enormous divine stone had also been transported away. But did that mean Xingdia's words still held true? On the 108th day, the divine stone was ordered by the mayor to be placed in his yard, and Xingdia summoned me. Was this to accept my confession? I felt incredibly nervous. On the 110th day, blank pages filled the diary. Everyone should perish. Let this filthy, wretched world be destroyed. The divine stone embodies divine power. The consequence of mortals reaching for it is to become a monster. I can barely hold on. This is my final entry. If any survivors read this, please heed my warning. Mortals must never covet the power of the divine. Lastly, Xingdia, you must still be alive. I shall wait for you in hell. Ha ha ha. Upon finishing the last page of the diary, Suyu's fingers left the paper, and the diary emitted specks of starlight, dissipating and reforming into a softly glowing orb. A notification from the train system echoed in his mind. Obtained, Zalta's grievance pearl. Blue. Effect 1. Can be carried. Mental resistance 100. Effect 2. Unlocked by defeating Xingdia. Evaluation. This is the remnant of one favored by the world, as well as a vow of sin. Additionally, it can occasionally lead to the discovery of useful items. Note, non-equipment items do not confer attribute bonuses. It seems that Xingdia's actions ultimately led to Zalta's transformation into a monster, annihilating this place. If I encounter her, I would not mind discovering what the second effect entails. Suyu promptly stowed it in his backpack. Although a mental resistance item may not be useful at present, it will surely prove invaluable in the future. He first carried the Yuanyun stone, which could not fit in the backpack, back to the train. Then glanced at the time. Nearly half of the 6-hour exploration remained. With the monsters cleared, it was time to see what other valuable items remained. A whole town. Suyu was confident he could scavenge something worthwhile. After all, he had chosen this platform for its size. Following the street, he found a somewhat intact tool shop, filled with rusty hose and mining lamps. In a corner, there was a dusty wooden box, unlocked. Upon opening it, he discovered an iron box containing 3 small pieces of gray ore, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Obtained, iron ore X3. Suyu's expression darkened. This material would yield merely 3 units of steel at the train's workbench. It was truly inconsequential. The quarry town was famous for its stone extraction, and even if survivors existed, it was implausible they could have cleared everything so thoroughly. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Unless survivors had come here previously and taken all the valuable items. Yet even so, he refused to consider himself unfortunate. He recalled that the Zalta's grievance pearl possessed a non-effect effect, occasionally leading to the discovery of useful items. In a desperate gambit, Suyu grasped it tightly and began searching the town at random. After some exploration, he stumbled upon a courtyard with two houses. One resembled the dilapidated structure he had seen on the street, already ravaged by countless visitors. However, the other appeared remarkably intact, its ceiling far superior to its surroundings. The door was secured with iron chains, and even the entrance was crafted from thick steel, entirely devoid of windows. There were marks on a wall indicating it had been pried at, yet the intruder had evidently failed. The courtyard? Suyu stroked his chin, pondering the coincidence. He recalled Zalta's diary mentioning a courtyard. It was the mayor's residence. He hoped this time would not disappoint. Approaching the iron lock and chains, a white light enveloped his hand as his mental energy rapidly depleted. Yet, with the notification chime, his expression brightened. Forging successful. Obtained refined iron X5. Suyu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder no one had entered before. These chains were forged from refined iron. Ordinary individuals would indeed struggle to open them without a key. Facing the imposing steel door, Suyu activated his talent once more, and soon, the heavy door transformed into a pile of refined iron blocks, totaling 20 units. He directly stored the refined iron in his backpack and stepped into the long unseen light of the room. Unlike the rotting stench outside, the air inside was almost devoid of oxygen, suggesting it had been preserved remarkably well. This is a space reminiscent of a warehouse. When Suyu beheld the numerous boxes piled together, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. The boxes, made of wood and unlatched, beckoned him to explore. Eagerly, he pried open one box, revealing chunks of dark mineral within. He obtained Heijin Quang Shi 10, a precious mineral that can serve as material for trains or be utilized in equipment forging. What a splendid find! Grateful for the world's favor, Suyu promptly pocketed the Jia-Er-Ta's legacy gem. Sometimes, one must believe in the mystical. Suyu continued to open the remaining boxes, acquiring Qijing Quang Shi 10, another valuable mineral for train materials and equipment crafting. He then discovered Wu Tai Quang Shi 10, another precious mineral with similar applications, followed by Huangjin Yuan Quang, Gaochun Du 10, a high-purity gold or that can also be repurposed in the train system for currency. Has he struck gold? Although he was uncertain of the exchange rate between gold coins and copper coins, he suspected it wouldn't be too low. He simply wondered how many gold coins could be acquired from this box of gold ore. After opening over a dozen boxes, all yielding various high-purity minerals, Suyu speculated that this place might have once served as a storage site for the quarrying team of the nearby quarry town. Upon unearthing the innermost box, Suyu was momentarily taken aback by a fist-sized silver-white mineral resting quietly within the wooden confines. He obtained Bo-En's Divine Stone 1, a relic from the Forgotten Holy Mountain, a unique item without a grade. It contains faint spatial fluctuations and can be used to expand train storage units or as core material for low-level spatial items. Is this the divine stone unearthed by the old Bo-En? Suyu recalled the mention of the old Bo-En in Jia-Er-Ta's diary, and the size of the stone seemed to correspond. His only perplexity lay in the fact that while this stone appeared to be of the same material as the Yuan Yunji Shi he had previously brought aboard the train, the power it contained was fundamentally different. Not to mention, the Yuan Yunji Shi held fragments of the heart of the world within. As Suyu pondered the implications of spatial items, he noted that his backpack only had 10 slots, limiting his capacity. Should he encounter a wider array of items, he would have to make multiple trips to transport them to the train, as was the case with the diverse minerals before him. Thus, he mused. With Bo-En's divine stone as the core material, and Jia-Er-Ta's legacy gem as the vessel, supplemented with some fine iron, let us see what kind of bond you can forge, a melding of all things. Suyu smirked with a hint of mischief. Chapter 9, Harvest. Bye. A flash of white light enveloped him. Fusion successful. Jia-Er-Ta's Ashen Pendant. Blue. Effect 1 grants 100 mental resistance when worn. Effect 2 contains a 10 cubic meter storage space, which remains relatively static and cannot store living beings. Effect 3, unlocked by defeating the star butterfly. Evaluation. Once the obsession of a world as favored, it has finally turned to ash through the passage of time, transforming into a space of unknown power, occasionally yielding useful items. Note: 1 point of mental attribute corresponds to 1 point of mental resistance. The pendant, modest in size, exhibited a silver-white hue akin to jade, maintaining its original effects while additionally providing the storage functionality Suyu required. Unlike the system-bound backpack, this was a contiguous storage space, alleviating the need for multiple trips for items of varying types and limited quantities. With a mere thought, Suyu stored all the minerals and boxes into the pendant and departed. In the remaining time, Suyu did not uncover many more valuable items in the quarry town. Although ordinary wood, steel, and stone could be extracted from this small town if he so desired, he reasoned that his time and energy would be better spent upgrading weapons with other survivors for profit. Ding! You have successfully left the platform. Congratulations on surviving at the second platform. The train trading mall has been updated. Please check it out. Oh, the trading mall has been updated? Upon hearing the notification, Suyu immediately accessed the train system. He quickly navigated to the trading section, bypassing player transactions to examine the system's mall. Indeed, the goods had been refreshed, with a greater variety available. Ordinary fuel, 1 copper coin per unit. Refined fuel, 10 copper coins per unit. Increases train speed by 10 km/h. Power fuel, 100 copper coins per unit. Increases train speed by 20 km/h. Can supply the weapon system. Random white blueprint, 10 copper coins. Random green blueprint, 100 copper coins. Random blueprint gacha, 100 copper coins per attempt. Probability, white blueprints 70. Green blueprints 25. Blue blueprints 5. Train infrastructure card, bound 20 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. Train special carriage card, bound 100 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. Train exclusive module card, 1,000 copper coins, unique. Suyu surveyed the impressive selection of updates. But he also noted a significant change. The black bread and water previously offered in the system mall had been removed. This meant that survivors could no longer purchase these essentials through the system. Suyu was indifferent, as his innate abilities, coupled with the spoils from the platform, ensured that he would never lack for basic food and water. However, for those too fearful to venture out for supplies, this would undoubtedly hasten their demise. Glancing at his copper coins, he found himself with exactly 20. He promptly exchanged for the train infrastructure card, recognizing it as the most cost-effective option available. Next, Suyu began to organize his acquisitions from this platform. He placed the various minerals, except for the box of gold ore, into the empty carriage at the back. He then recycled the gold ore back to the system, as its primary value lay in its worth. He obtained gold coins 5. Note, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. Suyu felt elated. The reason he did not use his talent to forge gold coins himself was due to concerns that the coins he produced might not meet the system's standards. After all, if he were the system, he would undoubtedly reclaim any currency minted by a survivor. With 5 gold coins valued at 50,000 copper coins, Suyu felt extravagant. He decided to procure 100 units of power fuel, directly replacing the ordinary fuel and filling the tank, with plans to add more later. Next came the purchase of the train special carriage card and the exclusive module card. He bought them without hesitation. He even attempted the blueprint gacha multiple times, only to receive a plethora of useless blueprints, including a human mold blueprint that left him infuriated, prompting a vow to never try again. The randomness of this mall system truly did not suit him. Including the fuel costs, he had spent over 12,000 copper coins. Upon checking his account balance, Suyu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He activated the cards in succession, successfully used the train infrastructure card, obtained Brother Brand double door refrigerator, successfully used the train special carriage card, obtained fishing carriage, successfully used the train exclusive module card, obtained external jet cannon module for the train, unlimited ammunition, automatic attack, consumes 1 unit of fuel per minute. Suyu mused. Whether it be the refrigerator or the fishing carriage, the key issue remained. He lacked the conditions to utilize them. He glanced at the refrigerator, realizing it required a power source. Although the train could generate some electricity through fuel combustion, it lacked a dedicated outlet unless one managed to procure a generator. Otherwise, the refrigerator would merely gather dust within the carriage. Another compartment designated for fishing was a favorite among anglers. Suyu, who also delighted in fishing, even if he often returned empty-handed, thought it essential to acquire a fishing rod. Silently lamenting this, he resolved to scour the chat room for one later. If all else failed, he could always fashion a rudimentary rod himself. The weaponry provided by the train was commendable, albeit a significant fuel consumer. Nevertheless, its presence ensured the train's firepower was secured. Even if they were ambushed upon arrival at a station, he felt no fear with such armaments at his disposal. Suyu recalled another significant find at the second station, the Yuanyun stone, a remarkable artifact. If reclaimed through the train system, it could yield exclusive rewards for survivors. He had been contemplating this, aware that selling it to the system would be its most valuable use until he could utilize it himself. Upon selecting the Yuanyun stone for reclamation in the operating system, a prompt appeared. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, survivor, for receiving exclusive rewards. Rewards have been issued. Suyu observed the notification that had materialized before him, scanning his surroundings until he discovered a folded hard card on the train system's control panel. Train trial invitation. Utilizing this invitation allows one to access the trial grounds before reaching the 5th station, initiating a personal trial and earning varying degrees of exclusive rewards based on the survivor's performance. The invitation hinted at different levels of rewards. Given that the train system actively issued such invitations and the specified rewards varied significantly, along with level restrictions, Suyu surmised that it wouldn't be an easy endeavor. Having just navigated the challenges of the 2nd station, he felt no urgency. He opened the chat room and glanced at the current participant count. Participants, 86781000. Over 1,000 had been eliminated at this station. With the ongoing scarcity of food and water, particularly after the fuel ran out on the 3rd day, this ratio would likely rise dramatically. At this point, it was merely the beginning. I'm truly a beauty. Hey everyone, why is the black bread no longer available in the shop? I finally resolved to eat it, and now you're telling me it's not for sale. Na Yunyuding. Hee beauty. Let's chat privately. I not only have black bread, but also beef for you. I'm truly a beauty. Really? Yunyo bro. Na Yunyuding. Absolutely, little sister. Oh Huang Ben Huang. Even a child wouldn't believe that. Feichio Benchio. What do you know, little brat? Don't you understand that high-end hunters appear as prey? Nike. By the way, do you still have the train exclusive module cards from the system shop? Sensual old man. Of course, they are still available for 1,000 copper coins. In this day and age, one can only rely on basic welfare. Who would buy that? Professional slacker for 20 years. WCCC, they really are gone. Sensual old man. Salty fish meatball, 1,000 copper coins. How wonderful that would be. Disregarding the chatter, Suyu swiftly composed a message. Refiner. Purchasing fishing rods, quality preferred at reasonable prices. Additionally, anyone possessing generator blueprints or items can trade with me. Thanks to the positive impression he had previously made in the chat room, his announcement attracted considerable attention. Great Black Sky. Not into lure fishing, but I have a deal. Not into lure fishing. Great Black Sky. No need for your reminder. Refiner. I have a white fishing rod blueprint and can craft one for you for free, but you'll need to cover the material costs. Great Black Sky. Not into lure fishing. Why should I pay 2 copper coins? Not into lure fishing. The market price for a white blueprint is 10 copper coins, but that is random. Some superior blueprints can command a substantial premium. Suyu promptly added the person as a friend, requesting they send the fishing rod information for his review. Wooden fishing rod. White. Effect. None. Evaluation. A simple fishing rod made from ordinary wood. Catching fish is quite improbable. Being able to hook oneself is considered a skill. Suyu. Refiner. Is there anything else, or perhaps of a higher level? Inside a train, a young man wearing a hood focused intently on the message regarding higher-level items. Tapping his fingers on the edge of the screen, his brow furrowed. His gaze drifted to the white-quality fishing rod he had just crafted. He did not possess a fishing rod blueprint, but his talent for tool crafting endowed him with exceptional manual dexterity. With a grasp of the principles, he could create items even without blueprints. He had earned some copper coins through this skill. Earlier, he regretted missing out on a weapon blueprint after witnessing someone post a refined weapon image. He intended to seize an opportunity by crafting a fishing rod, but it seemed he must first satisfy the other party. Currently, his skill limited him to producing only white fishing rods, but fortunately, he was aware of an individual with a green quality rod. Opening a new dialog box, he messaged, not into lure fishing. Sujia, do you still have that green fishing rod from last time? I'm truly a beauty. How many times must I tell you not to call me Sujia? The fishing rod is still here for 100 copper coins, no bargaining. You must understand this item possesses special abilities. In the past, it would have cost hundreds of thousands. Not into lure fishing. Can you show me the attributes again? Sis, I'm truly a beauty. Ugh, you're so annoying. Don't you know I'm busy bonding with the new fish? Attached, image. Not into lure fishing. Alright. I won't disturb you further. I'll consider it. Switching back to the previous chat interface. Not into lure fishing. Great one. I have a green fishing rod. Take a look. Attached. Image. After a moment, Suyu clicked on the image of the green quality fishing rod sent by the other party. Moth lure fishing rod. Green. Effect. Automatically generates 1 moth daily, attracting fish within a certain radius to bite. Evaluation. This is an angler's unwavering obsession, though one may occasionally reel in some bizarre catches. Chapter 10. Acquired fishing rod. Fishing compartment. Level up to LV5. Refiner. How much? Suyu would never admit he was determined to acquire it for personal reasons. Not into lure fishing. Great one. I want to hide it from you. This belongs to a friend of mine, and she is asking for 100 copper coins. I know it's a bit pricey. But it's worth it. Just look. Refiner, 100 copper coins? Fine, let us trade. Not into lure fishing. Huh? Okay. Not into lure fishing. By the way, great one, could you also enhance my axe a bit? Of course, if it's inconvenient, just forget it. Suyu understood that weapons remained relatively scarce currency at this stage, so it was no surprise the other party would make such a request. This posed no difficulty for him, and he readily agreed. Not into lure fishing. Thank you, great one. If you feel comfortable, I can go find the other party for the trade. Refiner, that works. Suyu found it convenient. Transferring 100 copper coins to the other party without fear of being cheated, he had his ways. On the other side, the hooded man received the 100 copper coins with delight, a flicker of greed crossing his face, quickly suppressed. He opened another chat window. Not into lure fishing. Sujia. I'll take the fishing rod. Let us trade. I'm truly a beauty. How many times must I say no? What did you just say? 100 copper coins, not a single one less. Not playing lure responded affirmatively and promptly sent the trade request. However, the other party did not confirm immediately. I am truly a great beauty, inquired. Jiangzi, tell Sujia the truth. Where did this money come from? Not playing lure replied. I earned it myself. Nonsense. How could I not know your worth? She retorted. Oh, Sujia, don't concern yourself with that. 100 copper coins are as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. She continued. I understand now. Someone must have approached you to purchase a fishing rod. And you had your eye on me, right? Surely you've made a considerable profit, so spill the details. Not playing lure defensively asked. Am I the kind of person who profits from such things? No profit. Then tell me who the other party is, she pressed. Not playing lure responded. I can't disclose that without their consent. Oh, have you grown some wings? Not listening to Sujia's words? You should know that if I reel in a fish, the benefits will surely come to you too. Let me tell you this. Taking advantage of the other party's momentary distraction, Suyu opened the player trading area. Aside from a collection of peculiar items, there were also several basic resources, mostly gathered by survivors from chopping trees and mining. Suyu proceeded to acquire the materials necessary for upgrades using copper coins. After a while, the other party finally completed the trade for the fishing rod, and he sent over the upgraded axe in return. Big boss, my friend just inquired about you and would like to add you as a friend. Is that acceptable? Not playing lure asked. Sure, came the reply from the alchemist, who was happy to oblige. Thank you, big boss. She's a good person at heart. If she inadvertently offends you, please don't hesitate to teach her a lesson. Suyu thought, do you even realize what you're saying? All right, the alchemist responded. Shortly thereafter, Suyu received a friend request from I am truly a great beauty. He hesitated, never expecting such an eccentric individual. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately accepted the request. Hello, alchemist brother. I am truly a great beauty, greeted, accompanied by a photo. Suyu expected another item, but upon opening it, he was nearly blinded. The image revealed a striking beauty leaning against the train cabin wall. Her long chestnut hair cascading down, clad in a deep V-neck black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, with black lace stockings adorning her legs. She held a black stick aloft above her head, while her other hand delicately swayed a silver bracelet in the cold, white light, creating an interplay of sensuality and chill beside the vacant train control panel. Suyu mused, indeed, in this day and age, hunters seem to manifest as the prey. Brother, do you think I'm beautiful? But I haven't eaten in 2 days, she lamented. Suyu retorted, lucky for you. I'm far enough away, otherwise. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? I'd hand you an axe and see how you continue your antics. Brother, she replied. But he had no time for her banter. He swiftly purchased a leg-stretching, eye-popping pill for a mere 1 copper coin, which dissolved in the mouth, not in the hand. He sent it to her directly, as the train system currently lacked a blocking function, so he disregarded whether she accepted it, merely offering her a deletion package. Next, it was time to upgrade. In a short while, he had thoroughly scoured the trading area for materials. Although survivors had gathered limited resources, some were still available for sale. Do you wish to consume 400 wood, 500 steel, 20 fine iron, and 20 dense wood for the upgrade? Yes. With a resounding boom, the train was transformed, exuding a new technological aura. Train upgrade complete. You have gained 3 free attribute points, and the train stop time has increased by 1 hour, unlocking upgrade modules. 1. Train paint job. 2. Train temperature control system. 3. Employee access card. The first option, the train paint job, reminded Suyu of a certain factory that profited immensely from selling skins. While it had some utility, it was not essential. If multiple selections were possible, he might have chosen this, but it was not necessary at the moment. The second option was temperature regulation, a critical feature for the train, useful both now and in the future. The third option, the employee access card, was of no use to him since he had no employees to manage and found it difficult to trust others. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no plans to recruit staff. He chose the train temperature control system. As he made his selection, temperature control buttons appeared in every train compartment. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to upgrade to LV5, earning a wooden treasure chest and 3 free attribute points. Train conductor, Suyu Train, G317112 level, LV5, upgrade requirements, 100 fine iron, 100 dense wood, 1 red crystal ore, carriages, 4 speed, 70 km h 20 km h, power fuel, modules, Sentinel Eye, external jet cannon fuel, 3030, power fuel, efficiency, 100 in the new train template. Wood and steel had been completely replaced by fine iron and dense wood, with an additional piece of red crystal ore. Upon checking his inventory, he found he possessed 10 pieces. However, he only needed 1 for the upgrade, leaving the rest available for trade. If not for the fact that he had just cleared out the basic materials market, leaving little behind, he could have upgraded to LV6 today. Shaking his head, Suyu reluctantly shelved that idea. At that moment, another account flickered in his friend list. He brightened, remembering he hadn't yet exploited his extraction queen today. Feiyue, I want to trade fine iron and dense wood. Alchemist, sure, I guarantee a fair price, no interest for you this time. In her crimson dress, Feiyue sighed in relief as she read the reply. She had encountered danger at the second station, and though she managed to evade it thanks to her talent, her ability to scavenge resources was severely hindered, thwarting her plan to unlock the workbench independently in the future. By the way, do you still need the talent upgrade card? Suyu inquired. Although the treasure chest remained unopened, it surely contained one. Of course I need it, but this time I have no extra resources to offer you. All right, we can discuss it later. Interest will be the same as last time. Feiyue hesitated before rummaging through her backpack, producing a palm-sized scroll. One of the items she had pilfered from a mutated beast's lair at the second station. This was also why she had been pursued for so long, leaving her little time to gather other resources. I can't afford the interest, so along with the promised resources to compensate you, let us use this as payment. Suyu examined the trade initiated by her. In addition to the upgrade materials she provided, there was an ancient-looking scroll. He opened it to take a closer look. Invisibility scroll, green, effect, a one-time item that grants complete invisibility for 3 minutes, undetectable by those with a mental attribute below 60, and a very low chance of detection for those below 120. Evaluation, what can you accomplish in 3 minutes? A one-time green scroll. Although it lasts merely 3 minutes, its utility in specific circumstances can be quite significant. At this stage, few survivors possess green items. After some maneuvering, I traded the desired dense wood and refined iron. Let the withdrawal lady develop for a while, as I have the coveted talent cards and upgrade materials she seeks. There is no need to worry about her not wanting to trade. I can always return when the resources are plentiful. I silently commended my own cleverness. At that moment, Feiyue, who was leveling up, was not thinking that far ahead. She merely hoped that after this level up, she could gather enough resources at the next station to rise to power, completely unaware that even greater challenges awaited her, as the so-called upgrade materials were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. Meanwhile, I unearthed the recently acquired green-quality fishing rod, eager to test it in the fishing carriage. There are currently 4 carriages. 1 is attached to the train, 2 were obtained with carriage cards, and the last one is the fishing carriage. Upon inspection, I discovered that this fishing carriage consists of a flat body of water, comparable in size to a carriage, no matter how the train moves. This body of water remains unaffected, as if it were eternally anchored in place. I can step onto the surface without sinking, while tools can enter the water and retrieve objects. This means I can fish directly from the surface without the need for a boat. Truly remarkable. With a sense of wonder, I swiftly produced the moth bait fishing rod and cast it into the water. With a splash, a moth bait was automatically generated and gracefully entered the water, twisting its body in a strangely alluring manner. Shaking my head, I quickly dismissed any peculiar thoughts to maintain my well-being. As the fishing line descended, the once tranquil water surface soon erupted with activity, as a powerful force yanked at my fishing rod. Was I really getting a bite so soon? I was astonished. If I had experienced this speed before, I would have fished daily, far more eagerly than clocking in for work. With a strength attribute of 30, I merely lifted the rod lightly, and the catch surfaced, a small yellow fish, about the size of my palm, weighing less than a pound, yet its appearance was unlike any species I had previously encountered. It had the head and tail of a fish, but lacked fins on the sides, instead sporting 2 noodle-like small hands that flailed wildly. A monstrous fish with long hands? I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had no choice but to check this creature's information through the train system. To my astonishment, the details were quite shocking. Chapter 11. The third platform unveiled. Acquired mutated yellow-handed fish. A sea fish, originally a small yellow fish, mutated due to residing in a cursed sea, a rare delicacy. Stunned by the information before me, I realized that this fishing carriage was actually connected to a body of water, and a cursed one at that. Furthermore, a rare delicacy? System, do you have a conscience? Are you certain consuming this won't lead to nightmares tonight? Hesitating briefly, I decided to keep it. Having caught it, I couldn't simply return it to the water. I cast the fishing rod into the water once more. The moth bait fishing rod generates only one bait per day, but I could still fish without it, so I was curious to see what else I might catch. In fact, it wasn't long before I felt another disturbance beneath the surface. The weight on the rod was considerably heavier than the previous mutated yellow-handed fish. My eyes lit up. Bring it to me. With a splash, a dark shadow lunged towards me, and a large splash of ink seemed destined to drench me. Startled, I swiftly summoned the creation iron axe from my backpack and swung it at the creature. The creature, resembling a cephalopod, was instantly severed, but I found myself splattered with ink. Annoyed, I approached to examine this octopus-like creature. Acquired mutated deep-sea squid, a mutated species dwelling in the depths of the cursed sea. Its flesh is firm and delicious but contains trace amounts of toxins. The ink it expels can be used as dye and possesses waterproof properties. Great, another troublesome catch. I clicked my tongue, surveying my ink-stained clothes and axe with a look of resignation. After simply processing the mutated deep-sea squid, I stored it in my inventory. Although the flesh contained some toxins, I could directly decompose them using my talent. Since the system stated it was only trace amounts, it shouldn't be fatal. To other survivors accustomed to black bread, this could be a gourmet delight. Fishing proved fruitful, and I relished the experience. I then proceeded to address the attribute points I had previously acquired. I allocated 5 points to my constitution and 1 point to my mental attribute. My constitution had been at only 10 points, limiting my strength from increasing further, so I decided to enhance my constitution first. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within me, providing a refreshing sensation as the shackles restricting my strength began to dissolve in the ether. From the Zarda-S ember pendant around my neck, I retrieved the Blood Essence Transformation. Blood Essence Transformation, green, effect upon use. Permanently grants 5 strength points and increases life recovery speed by 10, only effective when strength is below 60 points. Evaluation. When the order of the old world collapses and the earth breeds strange anomalies, those favored by the world may also descend into depravity, giving rise to the bizarre. This is a liberating gift. This was a potion I had refined using my talent for fusion. I looked at the vibrant green substance without disdain and poured it directly into my mouth. It had no unpleasant taste, instead offering a peculiar fragrance, transforming into pure energy as it slid down my throat. Feeling my strength begin to swell again, I clenched my fist. Previously, the notion of punching a cow to death could now become a reality. The increase in life recovery speed manifested as an accelerated healing of wounds and restoration of vitality. I summoned my personal attribute panel. Name, Suyu, Strength, 35, Constitution, 15, Speed, 7 Mental, 12. Even without wielding a weapon, I felt that among the survivors who had just endured the second platform, I had already become a small boss template. Few others likely surpassed 20 in any attribute at this time. I then opened the wooden treasure chest I had obtained. Acquired 5 copper coins, 1 Zippo lighter, 1 food seasoning set, 12 happy soda, 330 milliliters, sugar-free, 1 talent upgrade card guaranteed. Suyu goodness. Did the train system realize I caught fish and want me to cook these delicious morsels? This seasoning set is quite timely, and this sugar-free happy soda? I must say it's remarkably health-conscious. Although the train lacked a kitchen, Suyu ingeniously synthesized a grill using steel, placing it in the last empty carriage. The train was equipped with an automatic air circulation system, alleviating concerns about smoke. Suyu murmured to himself, eager to experience this rare delicacy. The barbecued mutated yellowhand fish, aside from its slightly unsettling small hands, bore no distinction from an ordinary fish. Grilled to a golden hue and sprinkled with seasonings, a rich aroma enveloped him, completely overshadowing any psychological discomfort. This flavor seems quite promising. Suyu inhaled deeply, tearing off a piece of fish and tossing it into his mouth. The flesh was tender and smooth, imbued with a unique seafood essence, even more delectable than the regular yellowfish he had previously tasted. The system did not deceive him, though its appearance was somewhat off-putting. Regrettably, lacking beer to accompany his barbecue, Suyu settled for soda, finishing the fish in mere moments, licking his lips in satisfaction. Remembering he had another seafood ingredient, he retrieved a mutated deep-sea squid, utilizing his talent to specifically decompose its toxins. After chopping off a portion of the flesh for grilling, the taste, while not as exquisite as the mutated yellowhand fish, offered a delightful chewiness reminiscent of street-side grilled squid. Sated. After a stroll through the trading area yielded no valuable items, Suyu decided to sell the plethora of white blueprints obtained from the previous gacha draw, alongside the simple water filtration blueprint acquired at the first platform, clearing out his inventory for a modest sum. After completing these tasks, he felt a tad weary, opting to use the fishing carriage to separate a large barrel of clean water for a shower. Should other survivors, who could scarcely afford water, witness his extravagant indulgence, they might be incensed enough to leap from the train. In another compartment of the train, a poised woman clad in a black strap dress awaited the response from the craftsman with eager anticipation, ready to request supplies. However, after a prolonged silence, she found herself still without a reply. Just as she contemplated sending another message, the craftsman unexpectedly sent her an item. I knew it. He must be enchanted by me. What man could resist? Her excitement quickly waned as she opened the message, revealing a black, beady-eyed orb. The description nearly made her regurgitate her previous meal. I am truly a beauty. 39393939. Tip. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend request first to chat. The expression on her face froze for a moment, before she bit her lip, a deeper anger flickering in her eyes. How dare he delete me? Infuriated, she realized that he was not the type of individual she could easily manipulate. She had even gone to great lengths to prepare herself, a luxury others did not enjoy. Coincidentally, another message arrived from a fish in her pool. Nyo Nyotung. Beautiful lady, have you sent the supplies? Let me take a look. I am truly a beauty. Sure. Just a moment, dear brother. In the next instant, she received the supplies and immediately clicked delete. What are you staring at? Disgusting creature. Can't you look in the mirror to see your worth? After stewing in her annoyance and recalling her earlier embarrassment with the craftsman, she felt a wave of discontent. Fortunately, she had received 100 copper coins from a trade, prompting her to open the trading area to purchase items. As she browsed, the area suddenly refreshed, revealing a plethora of newly listed blueprints. Though all were of white quality and somewhat mundane, their low prices, averaging 5 copper coins per blueprint, with some even at 1 or 2, caught her attention. Realizing this was an opportunity, she thought about buying them to sell to those in need for a profit. Noticing several blueprints had already been sold while she was contemplating, she hurriedly bundled the remaining ones. Only after receiving the successful transaction notification did she sigh in relief. She had no idea who the anonymous trader was, oblivious to the fact that Suyu had simply deemed them as trash. The following day, Suyu rose early, consuming a beef can as breakfast before routinely checking the train system, where an unread message captured his attention. An Aiku. Big boss, could you sell me some fine iron? An Aiku. Are you there, big boss? An Aiku. If you see this message, please reply. Upon noticing the 6 copper coins and 100 units of steel that An Aiku had sent, Suyu graciously accepted the offer. Craftsman, aren't you afraid I might abscond with your supplies? You didn't include any trade conditions this time. An Aiku. Surely, big boss, I only have this little wealth. Please don't. To his surprise, An Aiku was online, and Suyu had no intention of seizing her meager supplies. He simply wished to tease her, not realizing that she possessed a rather playful nature, which had previously escaped his notice. Clearly, those in need of fine iron had likely reached level 4. Gathering enough materials at this time was no small feat, indicating she was far from a simpleton. After processing the 100 units of steel into 10 units of fine iron, he promptly sent them back. Craftsman, when you level up, keep an eye out for any upgrade notifications. An Aiku. Sounds good. Thank you, big boss. Not long after, a response arrived. An Aiku. It really worked. I'm the 3rd survivor to reach level 4, rewarded with a wooden treasure chest and some attribute points. Suyu felt he had gained some insight into the strength of survivors in this region, realizing that, including himself and Fei Yu, only 3 individuals were above level 4. Alas, we must wait for the crops to mature before harvesting. With a resigned smile, he refrained from mentioning the talent upgrade card within the chest, as Fei Yu had previously noted that the probability of obtaining a treasure chest decreased for the 2nd and further positions, rendering the chances of receiving one from the 3rd position nearly impossible. Departing the train's operating system, Suyu organized his equipment, awaiting the arrival of the 3rd platform. Congratulations on surviving the 2nd day in the train survival world. The train is now en route to the 3rd station. Please select a platform within 3 minutes. Platform 1, the mass grave. Platform 2, the Misty Tunnel. Platform 3, the Enigmatic Castle Multiplayer. A multiplayer platform instance? This shall suffice. Encountering such a platform for the first time, Suyu was curious to see what it entailed. His reasoning was simple. Generally, if the number of participants were high, the resources contained within this world would be more abundant. Ding. Selection complete. Train G317112 is departing. Please secure yourselves and pay attention to safety. Kindly note, today's platform weather is light rain. Upcoming stop, the Enigmatic Castle. This is a multiplayer platform, and the train will remain for an average duration of 4 hours. Timing will begin once all survivors have boarded. Please disembark at your convenience. Note, this platform does not generate treasure chests. Rewards will be distributed based on each survivor's performance. As the first to arrive, you have the privilege of selecting a temporary talent. 1. Crisis Sensing, the ability to receive vague warnings of potential dangers in your vicinity. 2. Trap Expert, capable of identifying most traps and crafting simple traps from local materials. 3. Sound Detection, able to hear the movements of creatures within a 10-meter radius. Including those in stealth mode, footsteps will form directional markers in your mind. 4. Light-Footed, upon activation, enter a stealth mode that reduces sound generated during movement by 70 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. 5. Deceiver, when communicating with a target. Your lies will carry a filter. If the target's mental strength is lower than yours, they will be more inclined to believe you, even if they harbor doubts. Their vigilance towards you will be diminished. 6. Lie Detection. During conversations, if the other party utters deceptive words, you will experience a slight ringing in your ears. 7. Leader. Your demeanor naturally exudes leadership. When making choices that align with the interests of the group, you are more likely to gain the approval of others. 8. Invisible. While in a non-combat state, your presence significantly diminishes. Unless you actively make a sound or perform a conspicuous action, you will be difficult for others to notice. There is no need to memorize these. They will be mentioned later. Suyu's gaze swiftly traversed the 8 talents, each possessing its own unique characteristics. After contemplation, Suyu concluded that the most beneficial talent for him would be crisis sensing, as long as he could sense danger in advance, combined with his 35 points of strength. He could easily neutralize threats before they emerged. This one, Suyu ultimately decided on crisis sensing. Temporary talent crisis sensing activated, duration, 4 hours. The Mimi Castle resembled an ancient Western-style architectural marvel, shrouded in mist. Upon entering its domain, the fog seemed to swirl with life. The castle door stood ajar, adorned with a faded wooden sign inscribed with the crooked characters of Mimi Castle, reminiscent of a child's doodling. He pushed the door open, revealing a foyer dusted with a fine layer of gray. At the center, a long table displayed a yellowed parchment, seemingly left for him. Approaching, Suyu noted the elegant script on the parchment, detailing the castle's essential information. Mimi Castle is guarded by AI Li Si. The heart of the castle is the Mimi tree. Its fruits can resist mental pollution, and its fallen leaves can disperse the mist. However, recently, the Mimi tree has begun to wither, its leaves darkening, and its fruits rotting. Without its protection, the misty shadows within the castle have grown restless. And even AI Li Si has gone missing. The Mimi tree? Suyu pondered, sensing it might be a crucial element of this session's quest. Yet the missing AI Li Si also seemed exceedingly significant. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and Suyu observed 6 survivors entering in succession. No, it should be 7. Suyu recalled the talent he had seen earlier. There was undoubtedly an invisible person among them. When he deliberately sought it out, he indeed discovered subtle clues. This invisible person was present in the crowd, easily overlooked unless one actively searched. The newcomers appeared surprised to see Suyu already there. But soon their attention was captivated by the parchment on the long table. Leading the group was a bespectacled gentleman, impeccably dressed in a crisp shirt. His cuffs buttoned neatly even in this chaotic survival environment. My friend, you too are a survivor from the Mimi Castle train. I am Chinemo, a leader by talent, possessing strong organizational skills. If you don't mind, I would like to guide us through this session. Feel free, Suyu responded nonchalantly, retreating to a corner without affirming or rejecting the offer. Chun Imo nodded, unperturbed, and approached the long table to examine the parchment, with the others gathering around. The Mimi tree is the key to the castle. Its troubles have caused the misty shadows to become agitated. Our objective should be quite clear, Chun Imo declared after his review. What are misty shadows? Inquired a robust man with an iron axe, his booming voice faltering as he instinctively lowered it when others turned to him. Chun Imo adjusted his glasses. From the description, they are likely strange creatures affected by the mist. Without the Mimi tree's leaves to dispel the fog, they will be even more challenging to confront. Thus, our immediate priority is to locate AI Li Si or uncover the cause of the Me tree's decline. I propose we introduce ourselves first to become acquainted, suggested a middle-aged man with a merchant's demeanor. I shall begin. I am Han Tianjin, train level LV2, with the talent of deceiver, but rest assured, as fellow survivors, I will not deceive you. At this moment, Chun Mo added, indeed, mutual understanding is essential to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings later. I have already introduced myself, but to add, my train level is currently LV4. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. LV4? Is he an Iku or a Feiyu? Or perhaps he is lying. A LV4 big shot, exclaimed a man clad in a black jacket. I am Chen Dongdong, from your faction. LV2, my talent is trap expert. I shall follow you. Big shot Chinemo, you are lying. A short-haired woman in leather boots stepped forward, scrutinizing Chun Dongdong with a sharp gaze. I am Linyu. My talent is lie detection, LV3. I can attest that you just lied. Chun Dongdong immediately fell into an awkward silence, realizing that after arriving, only 3 talents remained unselected, and he had not anticipated the presence of a lie detection talent. Otherwise, he would not have attempted to deceive. Under the scrutiny of the group, he involuntarily stepped back, a look of embarrassment on his face. Actually, I am LV1. I feared you would dislike me, so I claimed to be LV2. I mean no harm. The group then turned their attention to the short-haired woman, Lin Yu, who nodded, indicating that there was no issue now. The robust man with the iron axe also took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Yusan, my talent is sound detection, although I too am LV1. This axe behind me has been upgraded by a blacksmith, boasting an additional 5 points in attack power compared to a standard weapon. Even Suyu couldn't help but take a second glance. This individual appeared to be one of his clients, and the sharp iron axe indeed offered enticing high attack power for a novice. The remaining individual was a middle-aged woman clad in gray cloth, who had been lingering at the back. Finally, gathering her courage, she spoke shyly. I am Zhao Mei, my talent is light-footed, LV1. I am Qinggang. My talent is invisible, and I am also LV1, interjected a hooded youth. Goodness, there's another person here. Yusen exclaimed, startled, for he had not even noticed the young man standing beside him until now. The others soon became aware of this fact as well. You may consider me invisible, Qinggang said, pulling his hood lower to nearly obscure half of his face. He merely wished to be a small shadow in this session. The group remained non-committal. This invisible talent, if possessing ill intent, would certainly warrant caution. How about that friend over there? Will you not introduce yourself? Han Tianjin suddenly turned his gaze towards Suyu. I shall refrain. You may explore on your own. I do not intend to accompany you. Suyu leaned against the wall, having observed the others. They indeed seemed quite intriguing, and it was clear that there was more than one liar among them, as their levels did not align. The train system had previously indicated that the duration of stay here was calculated based on an average value. There were a total of 8 talents, and according to the 8 survivors, the levels of this group of individuals did not align with their own. The short-haired woman, Lin Yu, claimed her talent was lie detection. Conversely, if she were to lie, no one could discern it. Furthermore, if she intended to shield others, it would be equally effortless for her. Suyu had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with these individuals. Thus opting not to join them was the wisest choice. Han Tianjin furrowed his brow and stepped forward to say something, but was halted by Chen Mo, who clasped his fists in respect towards Suyu. He then addressed the others, stating that they were all survivors merely seeking to live. In light of their shared objective, there was no need for conflict. Since this friend chose not to accompany them, he must have his own considerations, and naturally, Chen would not play the villain. They decided to investigate the mysterious tree instead. Suyu had little interest in the current group dynamic. His curiosity was piqued by the Alice mentioned in the parchment. He gazed towards the courtyard where the enigmatic tree stood, sensing an underlying threat. It seemed that the so-called mysterious tree was likely more than just ill. Let us proceed to the courtyard, Chun Mo declared, taking the lead. Han Tianjin hesitated momentarily before following suit, affirming, yes, let us first examine that tree. The others, witnessing this, also trailed behind. Suyu chose to venture in a different direction. The castle was vast, and numerous areas remained unexplored. Although the system indicated there were no treasure chests this time, it did not imply that other items could not be acquired. As Suyu turned into another corridor, he noticed the walls adorned with oil paintings depicting elegantly attired figures, their features shrouded in a veil of gray mist. The deeper he ventured, the more distorted the figures became. His fingertips grazed a picture frame, feeling its chill. At the end of the corridor, he beheld a painting of a delicately sculpted little girl in a white dress, standing beneath a small tree laden with red fruit. Reaching up on tiptoe to grasp the lowest branches, her gaze radiant and pure. The colors of this painting were striking, suggesting it had been created not long ago. In the lower right corner of the canvas, Suyu astutely observed a line of small text, which the system helped him decipher as to the most beautiful Princess Alice. As Suyu's fingers neared the artwork, his temporary talent for crisis detection suddenly alerted him. This painting harbored danger. He ceased his movement, realizing that this was likely a trap. The parchment on the long table had hinted that the painting depicted Alice and the mysterious tree, along with the fruit it bore. Squinting, he scrutinized the painting's overly vibrant colors, as if they were concealing something profound. He noticed a faint shadow at the hem of Alice's dress, resembling a curled hand, creeping along the fabric towards her ankle. To the most beautiful Princess Alice, Suyu murmured, his gaze sweeping over the fruit of the mysterious tree portrayed in the painting. The red fruit glistened enticingly, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed each skin bore a fine line, resembling tightly shut eyes. He took a step back and retrieved the creation iron axe from his storage. If he was uncertain, he would strike first and inquire later. The axe was raised high, propelled by a rush of wind as it descended towards the painting. At the last moment, he encountered resistance. Simultaneously, the fruit in the painting began to tremble as if animated, the lines on the fruit parting to reveal numerous vertical eyes. Suyu felt a sudden piercing sensation in his mind, as if something had stabbed him, causing his thoughts to shatter. The resistance dissipated abruptly, and the creation iron axe struck the surface. The painting did not shatter, but seemed to lose much of its color before falling to the ground. He stowed the axe away, his fingers brushing against the Zalta-S remnant pendant around his neck, realizing that it had likely intervened to shield him from the painting's peril. Recalling the pendant's properties, Suyu conjectured that this might have been a form of mental attack, and the pendant granted him a staggering 100 resistance to such assaults, preventing him from sustaining harm. Glancing at the nearly faded painting on the floor, he hesitated before picking it up. This time, no danger alert sounded, and instead, the system provided an item notification. He had acquired the Alice's Sealed Soul 18, a quest item. A quest item? Suyu pondered, deducing from the system's hint that the castle's mistress, Alice, appeared to be sealed by some force, and this was but a fragment of her essence. Attempting to place it in his storage, he found it futile. This item could not be stored. He had encountered this situation only once before when acquiring a world anomaly of exceedingly high quality that could not be contained by ordinary means. This quest item surely did not fall into that category, suggesting another reason behind its inability to be stored. The storage space could not accommodate living entities. And Alice's Sealed Soul 18 was indeed a living essence. The fractured soul was not irreconcilable. He mused that he had discovered the strategy to navigate this survivor game. Thus, the first step was to gather Alice's sealed souls. Since the mysterious tree in the painting posed a problem, the tree in the courtyard could not be simple either. As if to corroborate his thoughts, a scream filled with terror erupted from the opposite side of the corridor, precisely where Chun Mo and the others had headed towards the courtyard. Although he wished to remain uninvolved with them, Suyu felt compelled to investigate personally. For there must be fragments of Alice's sealed soul near the mysterious tree. He secured the painting with a rope to carry it with him and hurried towards the courtyard. Upon arrival, he encountered a towering tree with lush green foliage, heavy with bright red fruit, each adorned with a shallow seam. Behind the tree stood a black portal that seemed to have materialized from thin air, its doors wide open. Other than that, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind. It felt as if the screams he had just heard were mere figments of his imagination. Yet Suyu knew they were anything but illusions. Chun Mo and his group had already been here, perhaps still present, though for some reason, he could not see them. Or perhaps they were not on the same plane. His instincts screamed warning, more intense than the earlier alert from the painting. Suyu unceremoniously drew the creation iron axe. Regardless of the shifting scene, his obsession with striking remained. However, as he approached the mysterious tree, the once robust trunk revealed a visage that appeared ancient. It spoke to Suyu, urging him to halt. "Young man, stop. You carry the aura of Alice. It seems you have garnered her attention. Behind me lies the exit of the castle. Heed my advice and depart swiftly, otherwise, Alice will lead you into the abyss." Suyu regarded the entity with curiosity, astonished that the mysterious tree could converse. This revelation took him by surprise. However, the other party claimed to be under the watchful gaze of Alisai, urging him to depart from this place. Suyu, of course, found this hard to believe. If they truly wished him gone, why go through the trouble of luring him in? Nevertheless, a sense of caution began to stir within him. "Oh, Elder, might you describe what kind of person Alisai is?" Suyu mused, feeling no inclination towards violence, merely experiencing some strain in his hands. Thus, he rested the Chuangxing iron axe upon the forehead of the visage formed from the tree. "Please, lower that axe." The face trembled slightly as it spoke. There was a palpable force of annihilation emanating from the axe, which prompted its desire to dissuade Suyue. Suyue wiggled the axe, its blade gleaming coldly as it grazed the bark, producing a sound that made the face quiver once more. "I may lower it, but," Suyue replied nonchalantly, gently tapping the axe handle, "you must first clarify the matter of Alisai. I am exceedingly curious about the nature of this person and her current whereabouts." At this moment, Alisai's soul was likely fragmented, but what of her corporeal form? Chapter 14. Playing Mind Games? The search for Alisai the visage upon the tree quivered slightly, evidently fearing Suyue might strike at any moment. It hastily responded, "Alisai is a demon who dwells in the abyss. When the fog completely envelopes the castle, she emerges from the depths to devour all living beings shrouded within." "A demon?" Suyue feigned a scoff, deliberately carving a shallow line into the bark. "It seems you wish to deceive others into becoming nourishment for your kind." "I do not." The face raised its voice in protest, the patterns on the bark contorting with agitation. "I am merely offering you a warning. If you persist in your obstinacy and disregard my counsel, you will inevitably come to regret it." "Regret?" Suyue arched an eyebrow, purposefully lowering the Chuangxing iron axe further. "Go on, compel me to regret." These words seemed to strike a nerve within the visage, causing the tree to tremble violently as countless Migwa opened their eyes from the crevices. "Unappreciative human. You shall pay dearly for this." As Suyue braced himself for the impending threat, he was unexpectedly engulfed in darkness, and all around him shattered like glass. He reappeared in the courtyard, where the sounds of anguished moans filled the air. "Friend, you have arrived as well?" The bespectacled gentleman, Chen Ma, regarded Suyue with a hint of wariness, weapon in hand. Beside him stood another middle-aged man named Han Tianjin, whose arm bore a fresh cut, blood staining his sleeve. Suyue surveyed the surroundings. This courtyard bore little difference from the previous one, save for the absence of the Mimi tree, now replaced by a blank expanse. He noticed several other survivors in the vicinity, among whom the short-haired woman in leather boots caught his attention, lying in a pool of blood, her pupils dilated, her face ashen, seemingly having experienced immense terror before her demise. It was likely her scream Suyue had heard earlier in the gallery, and he recalled that her temporary ability was lie detection. The expressions of the others were equally grim. "What has transpired?" Suyue inquired directly. "Were you not the one who refused to act alongside us? Why do you seek to pry information from us now?" Han Tianjin retorted. The gazes of the others turned towards him, curiosity piqued. "How intriguing," Suyue chuckled softly, casually striking the ground with the Chuangxing iron axe. Han Tianjin's pupils constricted at this sight, forcing a calm demeanor. "What, do you intend to attack? Your sharp iron axe may only grant you an additional 10 points of attack power. We are not without our own defenses, right, Yusan?" Though the Chuangxing iron axe was of blue quality, it was originally forged as a novice weapon, its appearance not particularly remarkable, leading Han Tianjin to misjudge it as an ordinary white weapon. "My friend, should you wish to engage in combat, you must first contend with me, Yusan." A burly man wielding a similarly fashioned axe stepped forward. Though displeased with Han Tianjin's provocation, he recognized their current status as a team and prioritized the group's interests. Suyue shook his head. "When did I suggest I wished to fight?" He found it amusing that, mere moments after one companion had perished, another was so eager to draw trouble upon the team. If Han Tianjin was not genuinely foolish, he must have had ulterior motives. "Very well. If that is how you wish to play, then allow me to deliver a blow first." Suyue stepped forward, slowly raising the Chuangxing iron axe before bringing it down towards Yusan, who shielded Han Tianjin. Yusan, unsure of Suyue's intentions, perceived the slow motion and seemingly weak force as a sign of contempt. He swung his axe to block, exerting considerable effort, determined to make Suyue appear foolish. Clang! As the axe blades collided, Yusan felt a tremendous weight press down upon him, akin to a locomotive barreling toward him. The ferocity of the impact caused his hands to split, and before he could react, he was sent sprawling to the ground with a dull thud, his finely crafted axe now bearing a shattered gash. What kind of strength is this? Chen Dongdong, clad in a black jacket, swallowed hard, feeling a pang of trepidation. His level was only LV1, and his strength attribute barely surpassed 10 points. To accomplish such a feat, Suyue's strength attribute must have been at least double his own. The others fell silent in astonishment. Suyue approached Han Tianjin without hindrance, patting his head as the latter broke into a cold sweat. "I do not take kindly to those who play mind games with me. Remember that." In the next moment, Su Yue grasped a pendant around his neck. Retrieving a handful of salt from the seasoning pouch acquired earlier and directly sprinkling it on Han Tianjin's bleeding wound. What followed was a cacophony reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Those whom Su Yue disdained typically faced immediate retribution. Under the threat of his Chuangxing iron axe, the others could only pretend not to witness the scene. After all, they were merely a temporary team and would yield when faced with a formidable opponent. Chen Ma observed Su Yue, seemingly weighing his options, yet ultimately refrained from intervening. The display of raw power was of an entirely different caliber, and Han Tianjin was still alive. It was merely a lesson. He trusted Han Tianjin would adapt. Chen Ma explained, when we entered this courtyard, we encountered a withered, decayed old tree. We speculated it might be the Mimi tree, but none anticipated that as we approached, it felt as though a nail had been driven into our minds. The next moment we regained our senses, Han Tianjin was injured, and Lin Yu had lost all signs of life. Lin Yu was the short-haired woman lying in the pool of blood. And the tree? Su Yue inquired. Chen Ma replied. Bewildered, the Mimi tree vanished as if it had never existed. Though you may find it hard to believe, Chen Ma began, but Su Yue interjected. No, I believe. Upon hearing Chen Ma's account, Su Yue surmised that he had likely fallen into a certain mental illusion upon entry. While Chen Ma and the others had encountered the decayed Mimi tree, whereas he had encountered a vibrant one. The true Mimi tree never resided in reality, but rather in some realm of the mind. Perhaps some truths had been obscured, yet fragments of information remained genuine. Reflecting on the previous conversation with the Mimi tree, Su Yue began to form a clearer understanding. Perhaps the answers would soon reveal themselves. What quality is your axe? Exactly. How could there be such immense strength? Yu San, having merely tended to his injuries, noticed that Su Yu was now more amiable and couldn't help but inquire. Despite wielding what appeared to be the same axe, Su Yu had effortlessly defeated him, leaving Yu San genuinely curious. It is simply that my level exceeds yours by a slight margin, Su Yu replied without lifting his gaze, disinterested in elaborating. So that is the case. The robust Yu San immediately regained his confidence. As a LV1, he thought that if he were to level up a few times, he would surely stand a chance. The expressions of those around him were peculiar as they regarded him, questioning whether he truly believed such words. Here is a piece of advice. If your mental strength is below 10 points and you wish to avoid remaining here indefinitely, return to the train at once. Mimi Shu evidently possessed some form of mental attack. Anyone with a mental capacity under 10 points would merely be playthings in its presence. Were it not for the 100 resistance bonus provided by the Zalta's extinction pendant, even with his 12 points of mental attribute, Su Yu would find himself in dire straits. Boss, I'll heed your advice and withdraw. A voice suddenly emerged from the air. Upon closer inspection, it was Chun Gang, endowed with the talent of being transparent. He had initially considered merely going with the flow, but witnessing a death upon entry had raised the stakes considerably. Hearing Su Yu's words about mental strength, he realized that with his LV1 status and only 8 points in mental attributes, survival was improbable. I too wish to withdraw, interjected Zhao Mei. A middle-aged woman clad in gray. I do not wish to participate in this train survival. I simply want to return to my child. She was an ordinary woman, burdened by the daily struggle for sustenance, utterly unprepared to confront such peril. Foolishness. If one cannot seize the opportunity to grow stronger, they will inevitably be eliminated. Han Tianjin remarked after redressing his wounds, unable to suppress his sarcasm. That is still preferable to dying here. Chun Gang retorted, Sister Zhao, let us depart. Su Yu glanced at the group, saying nothing, but pointed towards the encroaching mist not far off. Those who wish to leave still have time. Upon hearing this, Chun Gang immediately bolted towards the castle's exit, shouting as he ran. Thank you for the reminder, boss. I'm out of here. I'll call you in the chat room. I won't play Luyas anymore. Boss, if you're interested, I'll make you a fishing rod for free. Zhao Mei hastily followed suit, without a moment's hesitation. Su Yu, upon hearing this, wore an odd expression. It was indeed fortuitous for that fellow, who seemed to have narrowly escaped disaster. He surveyed his surroundings and, feeling disinclined to inquire further, declared, for those remaining here, if you do not wish to await your demise, proceed to the castle and seek out items related to AI Li Si. He possessed only 18 of AI Li Si's sealed souls, and if he were to rely solely on his own efforts to acquire more, it would take an eternity. With the train stay limited to 4 hours, these individuals could serve as useful tools, which was also the underlying reason Su Yu had not yet turned against Han Tianjin. Items related to AI Li Si? What could that be? Chun Mo interjected hastily, sensing the importance of this information. Perhaps a body, perhaps a soul. You will understand once you find it. This is one of the tasks to unravel the mysteries of this platform's instance, likely impacting the final score. Whether you choose to pursue it is entirely up to you. Suyu painted a tantalizing picture for them before stepping out of the courtyard. The Mimi Shu was indeed present. But now was not the moment for it to reveal itself. As the mist fully enveloped the castle, the demon AI Li Si would emerge from the abyss. Suyu had observed that whether in the mental realm or the current castle, while the mist loomed above, it had yet to seep inside. He speculated that the true Mimi Shu might be rooted deep within the abyss, and the demon AI Li Si could be the husk of AI Li Si's lost soul. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the relationship and stance between Mimi Shu and AI Li Si. Just as Chun Gang was about to leave, he noticed Zhao Mei suddenly halt in her tracks. "Sister Zhao, what's wrong? Let us go." Yet Zhao Mei seemed oblivious, fixated on another direction at the castle's exit. Child, why are you here? Mama misses you so much." Chun Gang felt a chill run down his spine. There were no figures there, only wisps of mist drifting from an unknown source. In the next moment, Zhao Mei dashed toward that direction, disappearing around a corner. Chun Gang sensed an unsettling gaze upon him, but whether it was due to his transparent talent, that feeling faded swiftly. He could not afford to linger. He needed to escape. Chapter 15, A Statue Without Features. The Awakening of AI Li Si. Before long, Suyu arrived on the second floor of the castle, where two corridors formed a T-shape with his current position. He randomly chose the right path, which led to a long corridor illuminated by flickering lights. At the corridor's end stood a grand classical door, which he gently pushed open as it was not locked. Inside was a room of several square meters, its walls adorned with everlasting sconces, and the floor cluttered with lifelike stone sculptures, each having their faces ground away. Among these statues, one stood out, adorned in genuine jester attire, holding a playing card. What truly caught his attention was that the figure depicted on the card was none other than AI Li Si. "It seems I have found what I was looking for," Suyu murmured. Although his crisis sense had not alerted him, it did not imply the absence of danger. Perhaps it merely meant that the threat had yet to manifest. He took hold of the card, and suddenly, the jester statue sprang to life, its stone hue rapidly shifting to resemble that of a human. Yet even then, his crisis sense remained dormant. As the jester rose, its faceless visage was profoundly eerie. "You have taken my card. Now let us play a game," the jester proclaimed, its voice resonating despite the absence of a mouth. Suyu furrowed his brow, questioning whether this was a form of the rules. "What sort of game?" "Very simple. You have 10 minutes. Within this time frame, no matter how you choose to amuse me, if I laugh, you win and may take the card. Conversely, should I not laugh, I shall win, and you must leave behind your smile." "Amuse you and make you laugh?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with coldness. "How am I to know if you have laughed, given that you lack features? That is not your concern." The jester's voice emanated from its faceless head. "You need only act. I will convey the result in my own way. Now, the timer begins." Just as the words left its mouth, an hourglass materialized in the corner of the room, the grains of sand cascading down as the countdown commenced. Suyu contemplated, evidently. His crisis sense would not directly alert him to the danger of such a rule-based game, necessitating caution in the future. As for the present, he had two potential approaches to solving the dilemma, one being straightforward, to simply make the jester laugh by using his axe to deliver a thorough chopping, regardless of the outcome. However, recognizing that such a solution might diminish his score, Suyu dismissed the idea. He glanced at the other statues beside the jester, all devoid of features or smiles. If the jester was the game's initiator, why did it also lack facial features? The true answer was that it too was a victim. "You previously claimed that this card belongs to you?" Suyu raised the playing card, her voice calm, yet the face displayed Alice, not you. The jester's body paused momentarily, his formerly rigid arms slightly bending as if engaged in contemplation. "She is the queen, and I am but a humble jester serving the queen. The card in my possession, naturally, is mine." "Serving?" Suyu seized upon the keyword, her gaze fixed upon the jester's visage. "Yet your faces are all devoid of features. If you serve, why have you been stripped of expression?" The grains of sand within the hourglass continued to fall. The jester remained silent for a while, but finally spoke. "Your time is running short. You must please me, rather than pose inquiries." However, Suyu did not relent. "I surmise that you once possessed faces. Perhaps, due to failing to satisfy your queen, your features were excised, leaving you as these expressionless statues." She paused, her fingertips gesturing towards the other statues, like him, her, them. Perhaps they too were once jesters, yet because they failed to amuse Alice, they met a similar fate. The jester's body began to tremble slightly, his faceless head turning towards the other stone figures. No, that is not the case. Alice was never like this. Observing his reaction, Suyu continued, "You demand that I please you because you once failed, and now you have long forgotten the sensation of laughter, even the memory of your own face." The final grains of sand slipped through the hourglass. Suddenly, the jester raised his arm, pointing towards the playing card in Suyu's hand. His voice tinged with a hint of raspy emotion. "The queen once said that upon witnessing something amusing, she would laugh. Yet we have made countless attempts, and she has never laughed. That is because she seeks not mere performance." Suyu stepped forward, gently placing the playing card back into the jester's hand. "What she desires is a response, much like now. Your recollection of the past has been stirred by my words, and that itself is a form of response." At the moment the playing card touched the jester's palm, the last grain of sand fell. The wall sconces within the room suddenly brightened, casting warm light upon the jester, illuminating his smooth face, gradually revealing soft contours, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, the edges of his eyes curving upwards, and finally, a pair of eyes sparkling with mirth. "I think I remember." The jester's voice carried a hint of laughter. "Thank you. However, you are mistaken in one regard. Our true queen, Alice, would never harm us. It is the abyss that occupies the queen's form that has transformed us into statues, stripping us of our expressions. Alice, our queen, allow my humble soul to become the firefly that lights your return." As he finished speaking, the jester's body began to turn transparent, gradually dissolving into wisps of light, merging with the playing card depicting Alice. The once rigid stone statues in the room began to stretch, their faces adorned with a myriad of expressions, some smiling, others frowning, some radiating warmth, until, with a resounding explosion, they shattered. Fragments of stone mingled with dazzling white light, resembling a brief yet magnificent fireworks display, all converging towards the playing card. The Alice painting bound to Suyu also began to levitate, transforming into specks of golden light, merging with the playing card. Once all had settled, Suyu held the playing card in her hand. The depiction of Alice had undergone significant changes. Her gaze was no longer hollow, but now sparkled with vitality. And her appearance had shifted from that of a little girl, appearing somewhat older. Suyu examined the information. The soul of Alice's seal 28, awakening. Concurrently, Suyu felt a faint pulse of energy emanating from the card, and 6 positions appeared in her mind. Those were the locations of the remaining souls. Had their bodies been overtaken by the abyss? Suyu recalled the information embedded in the jester's words, and the connections in her mind gradually formed a web. "Let us gather them first, then discuss further." Guided by the Alice playing card in her possession, Suyu swiftly located another object, a music box embedded in the wall of a study within the castle. The music box appeared somewhat aged yet exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns. Upon opening it, a small figure resembling Alice emerged from the center. As she wound the key, the metallic gears began to turn. And as the key reached its limit, a clear melody spilled forth, a lullaby imbued with innocence. As the music played, the figure of Alice within the music box began to rotate slowly. She wore a white frilly dress, her golden hair lifting gently with the motion. Suddenly, the Alice playing card in Suyu's palm grew warm, the image of Alice tilting her head slightly, locking eyes with the figure in the music box. In the next moment, the figure within the music box abruptly ceased its rotation, transforming into a beam of light that soared directly towards the playing card. The soul of Alice's seal 38, awakening. Almost halfway there, yet this time it seemed rather simple. Suyu had been on guard for a long time, yet encountered no danger, merely spending some time traveling. The playing card in her hand urged her to proceed to the next location. Unbeknownst to Suyu, had she ventured here alone, the music box would not have remained so tranquil. She walked towards the west tower of the castle, where a faint mist began to emerge within the castle, though scant. It was indeed present. At the entrance of the tower, a massive 2-headed black dog was engraved upon the door. Suyu's instinct for danger surged. As he approached, the black 2-headed dog suddenly opened its eyes, its body detaching from the door with a loud crash. Its limbs tensed, its black mane rising without wind, each strand gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The 2 heads turned towards him, their crimson pupils fixated on Suyu. Finally, a worthy adversary had appeared. "My great axe has grown impatient." A smirk crept across Suyu's lips. Having amassed a significant number of attribute points in the quarry town, he categorized such creatures as attribute monsters. Yet the black 2-headed dog seemed momentarily stupefied, bewildered that this human displayed no fear, even appearing more eager than itself. Who, then, is the true monster? In this moment of hesitation, Suyu charged forward wielding his creation iron axe, shouting something about courage, and with one swing, the creature exclaimed, "No way, you are the monster." With a swift cut, a gash appeared, and the black two-headed dog howled, blood surging forth. To his astonishment, his prideful beastly form proved somewhat fragile, and the energy coursing through it diminished its ability to heal. After exchanging glances, the two heads of the black dog exploded into a cloud of black ink, retreating back to the door and voluntarily opening it. Suyu was taken aback. Are you being polite? Wait, are you really running away? Come down and battle for 100 rounds. Approaching the door, he knocked on the two-headed dog engraving with his axe. The engraving's eyes shifted, yet it did not reappear. Merely the left head's mouth corner seemed to droop slightly, as if expressing grievance. Given the stubbornness of his opponent, and unwilling to waste more time, Suyu begrudgingly entered the tower. Inside, there were several flights of stairs leading to a circular platform, upon which lay a single item, a diary. Just as Suyu intended to open it, the Alice card in his hand grew uncomfortably warm, almost causing him to drop it. Irritated, he placed the card upon the diary. If you don't want me to read, then I shan't. Within his sight, the diary radiated a glow of white light, which subsequently merged into the Alice card. After discreetly placing the cards into his pocket, Suyu suddenly grabbed the diary and flipped it open, only to be taken aback by its blank pages. At that moment, a voice, cold yet haughty, resonated in his mind. The diary holds memories. Now that I have reclaimed it, it is naturally devoid of content. AI-see. Suyu abruptly lifted his head, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Chapter 16. The Gathering of Tools. The Lie Detector Reboots. I am in your pocket. The voice carried a hint of resentment and helplessness. Suyu instinctively touched the playing cards in his pocket, which were now slightly warm. At present, I have merely regained fragments of my memories. I have not fully awakened. Time is running short. If you have questions, now is the moment to ask while I am still coherent. There was a note of fatigue and frailty in AI-Li's voice. What exactly is the abyss? And what is the deal with the Mimi tree? Suyu spoke rapidly. The voice in his mind paused, seemingly immersed in recollection. The abyss is a creature that feeds on worlds. The Mimi tree is a gift of this realm. In your terms, it serves as the vessel for the heart of the world. But it has since been devoured by the abyss, leaving only remnants of the world. Our terms? Have there been other survivors before? Suyu's inquiry sank into silence. With the cards in his hand turning cold, he had no choice but to temporarily stow the cards, intending to inquire further once he gathered the remaining souls. AI-Li had already succumbed to slumber, yet the guidance of that soul persisted. Suyu concentrated and sensed that two souls had already converged. It seemed the tools had succeeded. He speculated that this was the handiwork of Chun Mo and his companions, which would indeed save him considerable effort. That left only two souls remaining. One was likely within the castle courtyard, probably in the mental space. There was no need to rush this one. He would have to wait until the mist fully enveloped the castle before he could enter. The other, however, was located in a basement of the castle. Exiting the tower, he descended a progressively narrower passage until he reached an iron door at the end. The door was embedded in the stone wall, secured with a rusty padlock, while thin wisps of gray mist occasionally seeped from the stone crevices. Although his instincts did not signal danger, Suyu fixed his gaze on a particular gathering of mist. Deep in thought, at that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, suggesting the presence of several individuals. Suyu sensed the AI-Li card in his hand and suddenly understood. He turned around and awaited quietly. Moments later, 4 men appeared before him. Indeed, it was Chun Mo and his group, each bearing various injuries. It's really you, boomed the burly man Yusan, as if he had anticipated Suyu's presence. Recalling, Suyu remembered that this man possessed a temporary ability to discern sound, enabling him to form a three-dimensional layer in his mind. He nodded and addressed Chun Mo. The AI-Li sealed souls should be with you. The bespectacled Chun Mo hesitated before responding. We followed your suggestion to seek out items related to AI-Li and ultimately discovered a silver coin bearing her likeness and a small doll resembling her. As he spoke, he revealed the 2 items to Suyu. The coin was similar in size to a copper coin but shone silver white, featuring a remarkably lifelike image of AI-Li, who was adorned with an exquisite crown, exuding an air of authority. The doll, no larger than a palm, also perfectly resembled AI-Li in her childhood form. Excellent. Hand them over, Suyu smiled. Chun Mo took a slight step back, determination evident in his gaze. Friend, it's fine to show them to you, but is it really appropriate for you to take them with just a word? Of course, I believe you cannot safeguard them. Rather than waste time later, it is better to entrust them to me now, Suyu replied matter-of-factly. Chun Mo's lips twitched, clearly unconvinced by Suyu's reasoning. He understood that these 2 items were among the most crucial task items in this train station scenario, impacting the final evaluation. He had even exposed several hidden tactics to obtain them, and his companions had sustained significant injuries. He was unwilling to part with them based solely on Su Yu's words. Impossible. Do you have any idea what price we paid for these? Han Tianjin interjected, initially reluctant to confront Su Yu, but compelled to speak up by Chun Mo's subtle cue. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as Yu San and Chun Dongdong also joined in, questioning him and even brandishing weapons in defiance. At that moment, they seemed to forget the display of Su Yu's strength in the courtyard. Su Yu chuckled softly, intrigued as he observed Chun Mo and Han Tianjin, particularly the latter, whose body involuntarily recoiled, perhaps recalling previous fears. A leader's talent? Quite interesting. What are you talking about? I have not activated any talent, Chun Mo frowned. Indeed, you haven't activated that talent. As for what I am referring to, you know full well. Some tactics may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Can they deceive her? Upon Su Yu's words, a palpable aura of malice emanated from Chun Mo. What do you mean? Yu San, puzzled, questioned Chun Mo's leadership talent. Chun Dongdong, clad in a jacket, appeared equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Han Tianjin's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, as Yu San's words unveiled certain truths. Additionally, I can remind you that we are not the only 5 here, Su Yu remarked, casting his gaze toward a corner shrouded in thick gray mist. Hearing his words, the group became alert. Are there others here? That's impossible. How do we not notice? Or could it be that the invisible person has not left? How did you discover me? A clear female voice emerged, seemingly validating Su Yu's claim. As the gray mist swirled and revealed a pair of long, elegant legs clad in leather boots stepping forward. When Chun Mo and the others laid eyes on her face, they gasped as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Yu. This was none other than Lin Yu, who had perished in the courtyard earlier. Possessing the talent of lie detection. How is this possible? I saw you die. Han Tianjin could not contain his outrage. I personally, Lin Yu interrupted with a cold laugh. It's quite impressive you remember sending me on my way. What? Yu San and Chun Dongdong exclaimed in shock, realizing Lin Yu implied that Han Tianjin had killed her. To be truthful, in that castle courtyard, I, Han Tianjin, and Chun Mo fell into the mental space. This space demands a certain mental attribute, which is why the rest of you could not enter. The Mimi tree mentioned in the castle's parchment is right here, but it is not something we can contend with. Fortunately, it did not attack, but offered us a choice. One among the 3 could remain, while the other 2 could leave. As Lin Yu recounted this, she licked her lips. My talent is lie detection, which allows me to see through their deceptions, making me the unfortunate one. The wound on Han Tianjin's hand is what I inflicted back then. Su Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Yu frowned, a hint of anger surfacing on her face. What is so amusing? Su Yu gazed at the group with a peculiar expression, stating that the tree did not wish to act at that moment due to its inability, thus leading to their mutual destruction. Lin Yu remained silent, while Yu San could not suppress a laugh, finding the situation absurd. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at him and Chun Dongdong, remarking on their foolishness for being unwitting pawns. Yu San, bewildered, questioned his own involvement. Chun Dongdong seemed to grasp something but chose to remain silent. Oh, Chun Mo and Han Tianjin have swapped identities. The so-called leader is, in fact, a deceiver. Moreover, Chun Mo is not at level 4. He is merely at level 3. Do you really believe they did not utilize their talents? How laughable. They have been under external influence from the very beginning. Yu San and Chun Dongdong's expression stiffened. The implications of Lin Yu's words illuminated the strange behaviors they had exhibited. Meanwhile, Chun Mo and Han Tianjin wore grim expressions, the enmity forged between them now irreparable. My friend, do you not desire the sealed soul of Alice? If you eliminate this woman, I can grant it to you, Chun Mo declared to Su Yu. He specified a portion, not the entirety, as he perceived that even a fragment constituted a significant sacrifice. Please, I believe you can manage this on your own. Besides, this spectacle is far from over. I still wish to enjoy the unfolding drama, Su Yu retorted, insisting that he must first engage with the narrative. Had Chun Mo willingly surrendered everything to him, Su Yu might have contemplated it, but the woman named Lin Yu was evidently far more complex than she appeared. Chun Mo's expression darkened, yet Su Yu's formidable prowess left him unable to compel compliance. Conversely, Lin Yu dismissed Chun Mo's remarks with scorn, taunting him. Do not seek assistance from others. Even if he chooses to aid you, do you truly believe I am the same as before? What do you mean? Chun Mo inquired. But Lin Yu merely raised her right hand. Before their eyes, gray mist coalesced, and a skeletal hand emerged, propelling Lin Yu toward Han Tianjin with astonishing speed. With claws as sharp as a beast's, she seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Surprised, Han Tianjin, I have returned, and now you shall perish. Han Tianjin's pupils constricted. his feet leaving the ground as he clutched at Lin Yu's wrist, his face reddening and gasping for breath. He could scarcely comprehend the terrifying speed and strength Lin Yu now possessed, which far exceeded his own. Haha, astonished are you? I must thank you all for allowing me to seize this opportunity, Lin Yu exclaimed, her aura fluctuating wildly. Fog shadow. Su Yu's voice suddenly interrupted. Chapter 17, a single-act strike. Sweeping the armory. The seventh soul returns. The parchment on the castle table had referenced such a creature. Lin Yu paused, a sinister smile spreading across her face. I did not expect to be recognized, but to be precise, I am a fog demon. With that, she exerted immense force. And Han Tianjin's head tilted as he succumbed, his body going limp. Lin Yu carelessly discarded him into the thickening mist and turned her attention toward Chen Imo. The latter's complexion turned ashen. Everything transpired too swiftly for him to devise a countermeasure. Lin Yu's combat prowess had surpassed his imagination, and he realized no one present could confront her, except for one. Chen Imo suddenly remembered Su Yu, who had been observing. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "Friend, I will give you everything you desire if you help me eliminate her and protect me." Upon hearing this, Su Yu smiled. "Sir, at this moment, I merely wish to watch the spectacle. As for the items you mentioned, I can retrieve them once you are no longer among the living. Is that acceptable?" Lin Yu cast a surprised glance at Su Yu. "Though you speak falsely, you have made a clever choice." Clenching his fists, Chen Imo realized he had no intention of fulfilling his promise, yet being exposed by Lin Yu left him feeling powerless. With no hope from Su Yu, he turned to Yu San and Chen Dongdong. "Chen Dongdong, did you not say you would follow me? Help me confront this monster. And Yu San, we are a team." Chen Dongdong protested. "Please, I am merely a minor character. Spare me." Yu San added, "You have created this mess. Resolve it yourselves." Without Han Tianjin's guiding influence, their deception was laid bare, leaving Chun Mo's expression increasingly ferocious. Fine. If that is your stance, you leave me no choice." Chun Mo repeated the word fine thrice, evidently nearing the end of his tether. "Oh, about to explode, are we? Hurry. Su Yu's mocking voice rang out. In the next moment, Chun Mo's aura shifted dramatically as he hurled the Alice figurine silver coin high into the air, aiming it precisely at Lin Yu. It appeared as though he was deliberately tossing it to her to prevent Su Yu from obtaining it. Lin Yu, caught off guard, raised her hand to block. But the impact shattered her arm. The small silver coin bore down upon her like a mountain. In the void, a girl crowned and expressionless emerged. Casting a cold glance at Lin Yu trembled, as if struck by a powerful blow, stumbling backward and becoming partially transparent. Chen Mo's face lit up with manic glee. "Did you not foresee this? That silver coin embodies the materialization of power's weight. Lin Yu, how will you maintain your arrogance now?" Lin Yu's countenance darkened as her severed arm transformed into mist and reformed. Yet she dared not meet the gaze of the ethereal figure, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that rendered her nearly unable to lift her head. "No, this is not the weight of power," Su Yu interjected, stepping forward. He regarded the floating silver coin, a strange glimmer in his eyes. "This is the weight of responsibility. The coin symbolizes not the king's power, but the burdens borne by the king." As Su Yu's finger brushed the coin, the phantom dissipated, transforming into a coin that settled into his palm. This knowledge was not his own, but imparted by Alice. At the moment the coin underwent its transformation, she awakened. Regardless of power or responsibility, what are you doing? She herself claimed to have become a fog demon. She is the villain, and you dare to save her. Chun Mo fumed, having finally subdued the monster, only for Su Yu to release her. Su Yu's gaze turned frigid, as if observing a corpse. "Has no one ever uttered a phrase to you?" "What?" Chun Mo was momentarily bewildered, unsure why Su Yu posed such a question. In an instant, the creation iron axe materialized, its sharp blade slicing through the air with such swiftness that Chun Mo remained in a state of confusion. As he opened his mouth to speak, his words were abruptly silenced, blood erupting from his throat. "I say you speak too much." Su Yu caught the Alice doll as it neared the ground, alongside the recently acquired silver coin and the card imbued with the majority of Alice's soul. Chun Mo's body fell rigidly, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend why Su Yu had so suddenly turned against him. Were they not all survivors? Su Yu gradually withdrew the iron axe, the blood cascading along its etched surface as he regarded Chun Mo's corpse, his expression devoid of any emotion. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had already transformed into a fog spirit, along with the other two, found themselves momentarily stunned. "Big boss, this has nothing to do with me. I'll take my leave first," Chen Dongdong exclaimed in terror. Noticing that Su Yu showed no reaction, he mustered his courage to head toward the passage, glancing back 3 times before vanishing in a flurry. Suyu had no desire to stop him, nor did he care. The castle was already mostly consumed by the mist, and the path to escape had long since disappeared. Shin Dongdong's fate was all but certain. Aren't you leaving? Suyu asked Yusan. Although this burly man had previously opposed him, their conflict was not fundamental, and Suyu found him unworthy of further consideration. Yusan swallowed hard. Raising his gaze to Suyu, his eyes devoid of previous hostility, replaced instead by a mix of awe and hesitation. I recognize that this castle is indeed strange. Shin Dongdong's departure is akin to seeking death. However, if I follow you, I may yet survive. But why would I want to carry you a burden? Suyu replied dismissively. Go on, do not disturb me. Find a place to hide and refrain from wandering. Perhaps when the mist dissipates, you might salvage your life. Of course, there is also a chance of a more tragic end. Upon hearing the term burden, Yusan's knuckles turned white from clenching. Yet Suyu's subsequent words brought a flicker of joy to his countenance. Thank you, esteemed boss, for your guidance. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I will surely repay you. After expressing his gratitude with a deep bow, Yusan, wielding his chipped axe, made his way toward the passage. Recalling a room they had previously passed through where they had found a silver coin bearing the visage of AI Lizzie, he resolved to seek refuge there. Now it is just you and me, let us converse. I saved you. How shall you repay me? Suyu fixed his gaze upon Linyu, now in her fog spirit form. Of course, his intent in saving her was merely opportunistic. Repay? Had this been earlier, Linyu would have clawed at him without hesitation for daring to demand a favor. However, Suyu's prowess, demonstrated by his swift elimination of Chun Mo, had startled her, and her spirit was still wounded. Most importantly, the power of AI Lizzie coursed through him, even in her fog spirit state. If her spirit were to be annihilated, she too would perish. What is it that you desire? Linyu asked, a hint of wariness in her tone. Suyu smiled, pleased that she was willing to cooperate. It's quite simple. I shall pose a few questions. Linyu was taken aback, her thoughts momentarily scattered. Ah, is that all? Go ahead, I shall answer truthfully. First, I wish to inquire about the true nature of the Mimi tree. You have traversed that realm and should know what I seek. Linyu pondered for a moment and sighed. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. I only know that the true Mimi tree has become lost. It now exists under the influence of some force. I was pushed through a dark door by Han Tianjin, where I was engulfed by gray mist, and my soul began to disintegrate. Yet, I did not lose consciousness immediately. It seemed that some power was protecting me, though the encroachment of the gray mist was irreversible. Eventually, I transformed into a fog spirit with a will of my own. It was only when Chun Mo threw that silver coin that I realized that power must have originated from someone named AI Lizzie. That must be the final vestige of your soul, Suyu mused, feeling in his pocket that the silver coin and the doll had now vanished, leaving only an AI Lizzie card, which was marked AI Lizzie sealed Soul 68. Do not ask me. I have no memory of that soul. AI Lizzie's voice resonated in Suyu's mind, sounding somewhat weak, but evidently improved. Understood, Suyu nodded, scrutinizing Linyu's fog-like form. Do you still consider yourself a survivor? He was uncertain how the train system determined such matters, but Linyu's state as a fog spirit was indeed peculiar. A survivor? Linyu chuckled bitterly. Fog spirit. Fog spirit. I am certainly a ghost, no longer even human. How could I still be deemed a survivor? To confide in you, the train system has already abandoned me, and I am bound to this world. Linyu's misty form swayed slightly. I am now merely a parasitic entity of this castle. If the mist were to completely dissipate, or if this castle were to be destroyed, I too would be obliterated. Oh, then I must inform you in advance that what I intend to do will likely lead to the dissipation of the mist here. How about it? Would you like to attempt to stop me? Suyu remarked with evident interest. Linyu retorted, do you even hear yourself? No, no need for that. I initially sought revenge, but I have now seen clearly that in this half-human, half-ghost state, it would be better for me to simply vanish. With a wistful smile, Linyu's form dissolved into the thick fog. Had Suyu been a weakling, Linyu would have easily dispatched him. However, he was not, prompting her to choose a different path to seek a glimmer of hope for herself. How dull. Disappointed. Suyu lifted his creation iron axe and cleaved the iron door at the end of the passage, revealing the scene within. It was a weapons cache, filled with an array of weapons and armor. At its center stood a circular stone platform, upon which rested a long sword with a silver blade. Its hilt and guard crafted from gold, exuding an air of nobility. Suyu heard AI Lizzie's excited voice in his mind, urging him to draw the long sword. Yet, he was in no hurry. Having stumbled upon a place of value, he would not let it slip away so easily. He gathered the weapons and armor from the cache into his storage space, accumulating over 100 items that nearly filled the space in his pendant. Having briefly surveyed the cache, he noted that most items were of white quality, with a few green ones. While their individual worth was not high, they would yield a considerable profit when recycled to the system or sold to survivors. At the very least, he could refine them using his talent. He would not let his identity as a blacksmith go to waste. After completing this task, he finally drew the long sword amid AI Lizzie's mildly dissatisfied voice. As he grasped the sword, it shattered into countless shards of white light, merging into AI Lizzie's card. AI Lizzie sealed Soul 78, awakened. The card's appearance transformed, depicting a young girl in a pale white gown, elegantly wielding a magnificent sword, standing beneath a withered tree. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, and her skirt billowed lightly, while the background revealed a castle shrouded in mist, now showing signs of decay and age. Chapter 18, To AI Lise. Have you completely awakened? Then only the final fragment remains. With this thought, Suyu felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with this woman. AI Lizzie, you must have your own mission, but I am merely a passerby in your world. Although I wish to obtain some rewards, I will not confront an unknowable existence for something I have no certainty about. Do you understand my meaning? While he was unsure of the true strength of the so-called abyss, it was evident that it was beyond his capability to contend with. A resolute voice from AI Lizzie echoed in his mind. Indeed, after merging this seventh fragment of the soul, I know that if I acquire the final fragment, I will possess the strength to confront the abyss. After a brief pause, AI Lizzie continued, At that time, I will grant you a satisfactory reward. To demonstrate my sincerity, I bestow upon you the power to see through illusions. A surge of potent soul energy emanated from the card, and Suyu felt as though his eyes had been enhanced. He obtained Eye of True Sight, a blessing from AI Lizzie, granting you genuine vision within the Me Castle world. As the castle mist had nearly enveloped everything, with the Eye of True Sight, Suyu gained the ability to pierce through the fog. Excellent, a delightful collaboration. Suyu's lips curled into a smile as he obtained the answers and items he sought, departing without hesitation. Although the view from the Me Castle was shrouded in mystery, he no longer had to remain on guard against ambushes lurking in the gray fog. The castle's mist had thickened considerably, and the courtyard space should have nearly opened by now. Upon returning to the castle courtyard, he found it greatly altered, resembling a battleground with numerous crumbling walls and the scars of time's decay. Yet, at the center of the courtyard stood a prominent tree, its verdant branches adorned with plump, crimson fruits, a stark contrast to the desolation surrounding it. This scene was not an illusion, but rather a convergence and manifestation of two realms. An ancient visage materialized upon the tree's trunk, revealing no surprise at Suyu's arrival. Young man, we meet again. Old dang. Are you deceiving young maidens with that false facade? Change back quickly. With the true sight, Suyu was not fooled by the Me tree's appearance. Once vibrant and alive, it was now merely a decayed, withered tree. The face upon the tree's trunk momentarily froze, its bark twisting grotesquely. The originally verdant branches lost their luster at an observable pace, and the once vibrant fruits withered to a deep brown. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was left with only a hollow, cracked tree trunk, devoid of any vitality. What of your discoveries? I warned you that you would regret this. And there would be a price to pay. The Me tree emitted a harsh laugh as the fog enveloped the castle and the abyss descended, heralding the emergence of demons. As its words faded, the gray mist that cloaked the castle began to churn, coalescing into faceless black shadows that stood motionless within the fog. These were the true mist phantoms. Among these shadows, Suyu recognized several familiar figures: the deceased Chen Mo, Han Tianjin, the fleeing Chun Dongdong, and even the departed Zhao Mei. Their eyes were devoid of life, mere husks transformed by the fog. And as long as the mist lingered, they would not perish. His ephemeral talent for sensing danger incessantly reminded him of the imminent threat. Suddenly, a sigh echoed in his mind, accompanied by a chilling female voice. I remember now. This is my mission. In the next moment, the Alice card in his hand radiated light, and a young girl clad in a white dress, wielding a long sword, appeared in the courtyard, though she was bound by numerous gray-white chains extending from the void behind her. Upon witnessing Alice in this form, Suyu grasped why her sealed soul bore the term seal, for she was indeed imprisoned. Teacher, I have returned, Alice softly called to the Me tree. The Me tree reacted strongly upon her appearance, and at the utterance of teacher, the aged face upon its trunk froze in place. The entire tree began to tremble, its already decrepit form becoming even more decayed. No, you are not her. She has long ceased to exist. You are a demon of the abyss. Indeed, The abyss has come, and I have sensed it. Alice's gaze turned skyward. A vortex of gray mist formed, exuding an aura of darkness, malevolence, and death. Through his true sight, Suyu observed a sudden fissure open at the vortex's center, from which a figure slowly emerged, clad in pure black armor that pierced the mist. A long sword cleaved through chaos, and her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, surrounded by a hazy halo, akin to an ancient deity stepping from myth into reality. The delicate sound of her silken gown brushing against her armor resonated, while the black sword leaned against her side, its blade reflecting her lifeless eyes. Gray mist coalesced at her feet, forming a pathway as she descended from the heavens. At that moment, the gazes of the two Alices converged. Chapter 19. The Gathering of 8 Souls, The Return of My King. The Mimi tree scanned the identical visages of the two Alices, its gaze finally resting upon the Alice before it, its face contorting in disbelief. This is not real. You are dead. You are dead. Why have you returned? Alice, dragging her multitude of chains, stepped forward to stand before the Mimi tree, her palm gliding over its rough bark. Teacher, do you remember our promise? The word promise held an immense power, momentarily halting time, as a bewildered expression emerged upon the Mimi tree's aged face. In a haze, the figure of a little girl appeared from its lengthy existence. My parents perished in battle. What should I do, teacher? When I grow up, I will become the king of Asilon and protect my people. Teacher, why must our world suffer invaders? Why can we not attain peace? I understand now. It is not we who are at fault, but our lack of strength. Teacher, we have failed, but this is the kingdom's last hope. Please, ensure its preservation. I, Alice Walolia Asilon, swear by the name and honor of the Light King, to bind my soul to the abyss, unending. As time swiftly passed, the gray mist did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into the tide of the abyss, engulfing the world. From a world-eternal tree that dispelled the dark fog, the heart of the world was wrenched away, its vitality exhausted, morphing into a decayed, withered tree, faintly remembering a promise, preserving within it a fragment known as hope. The Mimi tree gazed at the Alice before it, the figure from countless ages past gradually overlapping with her. The world had returned to its origin. A smile transcending time graced the Mimi tree's aged face, as the entire tree softened. Ah, it is little Alice. It has been so long. The true Mimi tree awakened from within the decayed trunk. The previous incarnation, a malevolent thought born from the fog's corruption, was now fully suppressed. At this moment, the other Alice, clad in black armor and controlled by the abyss, had touched down, her gaze cold, the black sword in her hand radiating pure malice and murderous intent. Suyu sensed no trace of life emanating from her, as if she were a machine, akin to the puppets within the mist. She was Alice's former body, now a demon of the abyss, a puppet of the gray mist, the harbinger of the abyss's evil. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed, and a black portal appeared behind the Mimi tree. Suyu recalled that the first time he entered this courtyard and encountered the Mimi tree, it had tried to lure him into this portal. As the black portal manifested, a short-haired woman clad in leather boots emerged, none other than Linyu, transformed into a mist specter. Unlike other creatures manipulated by the abyss's gray mist, she retained her own intellect. In her hands, she held a crude wooden box. If the Alice draped in black armor emanated the essence of profound darkness, this simple wooden box seemed to harbor the utmost light. These were two opposing energies. Suyu felt a conviction that within it lay Alice's final soul, the most precious fragment. Linyu approached Alice, kneeling before her, raising the wooden box high. The Mimi tree spoke softly. Alice, this is what you entrusted me with. It has now returned to its rightful owner. Thank you, teacher. You are just as you were before. Alice beamed radiantly, yet a veil of unutterable sorrow lingered in her eyes. The Mimi tree extended its withered branches, seemingly wishing to rest them upon Alice's head. Alice reached out her hand, grasping the branch as if it were a candle flickering in the wind. Alice, do not be saddened. This is indeed my destiny. Open it, for it is hope, but also your name, Wang. She nodded, her face displaying a resolute expression as her slender fingers took hold of the wooden box and gradually opened it. At that moment, the decrepit trunk of the Mimi tree emitted a thunderous sound, splitting vertically. Subsequently, the suppressed malevolence surged forth, and the ancient face above contorted into a grotesque and terrifying visage. I refuse. I refuse to die. Why should I? You, old fool, should have vanished long ago. I am the eternal tree, the embodiment of the world. The voice abruptly ceased, and the Mimi tree suddenly shattered into vast clouds of gray mist, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also dissipated into mist, but Su Yu sensed that the other party seemed to harbor some ulterior motive. The wooden box in Alice's hand vanished as well, for it was crafted from the very trunk of the Mimi tree. In its place emerged a beautifully designed silver crown, adorned with gems, its apex resembling a tree's branches, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This was the crown of kings. At that moment, the blank card in Su Yu's hand shattered. In that instant, Su Yu beheld the ethereal forms of 8 objects encircling Alice. Without the need for Alice to explain, he instinctively grasped their true significance. A painting conveying beauty, a deck of cards imbued with emotion, a music box carrying the essence of childhood, a diary filled with memories, a silver coin symbolizing responsibility, a doll embodying the self, a sword representing guardianship and courage, and a crown encapsulating hope. These 8 objects appeared as keys unlocking power, transforming into streams of light that surged into Alice's being. In the next moment, countless silver chains behind Alice shattered and exploded into dust. The 8 souls converged, and the seal was broken. As the radiance faded, in this world shrouded in endless gray mist, Alice donned the crown, her gaze cold yet dignified, clad in a black and white interwoven armor, with a long sword poised before her. As the world's colors intertwined in this moment, this was the indomitable spirit, a fusion of the world's essence and hope, transcending the river of time, achieving the fate of the daughter of destiny. Alice's voice, imbued with chilling authority, resonated through the courtyard. I, Alice Villaria, King of Light of Azerlander, have returned today. Chapter 20, Forerunner of Kings. The Contract of the End. She is Alice, the radiant king of the Azerlander kingdom, the rebellion of this world against annihilation. Alice's long sword swung down with a resounding clash, her gaze fixed upon the black-armored Alice, parasitized by the abyss, who approached slowly. She was shrouded in darkness, evil, and deathly silence, an endless gray mist rolling behind her, with countless shadowy figures continually coalescing. The abyss Alice's eyes were devoid of warmth. Her black sword trembled slightly, dark lightning coiling around its blade, tearing through the fabric of space. She made no extraneous movements, merely raising her long sword toward Alice. The tip aimed where the abyssal aura surged like a tidal wave. A gentle push of her foot, and she vanished, only to reappear beside Alice, the black sword thrusting forth with the essence of destruction. Alice's expression remained unchanged as she horizontally blocked with her longsword. The clash of black and white blades resonated, the collision of their fundamentally opposing powers erupting upon contact. The power of light expanded like the morning sun, while the abyssal force manifested as a multitude of black lightning, arcs dancing as the two wielders of swords matched each other in might. Abyssal entity, depart from my body. Alice exerted her wrist, pushing the black sword upwards while gracefully retreating. In the next instant, countless small blades of light coalesced around her, shooting forth like a meteor shower, slicing through the air with a forceful rush. The abyss Alice traced a black arc with her sword, forming a void that deflected all the light blades. Yet, in the following moment, the sharp sword light detonated within the gray mist, and the abyss Alice instinctively turned her head, a gleaming sword of light nearly grazing her cheek. A few strands of golden hair drifting down. Alice's figure appeared then, her expression icy, immediately following with a side slash. With a clang, the abyss Alice parried with her blade, yet her body involuntarily retreated several steps. In this flurry of exchange, Alice ignited an astounding battle spirit. The agony of her soul divided into 8 parts made her lose track of time, enduring an endless descent through the ages. Just as she had vowed, she would not rest until the abyss was vanquished. This body was forged from the last vestiges of hope and life faith preserved by this world, and it represented the final legacy of this realm. Now, she had become the embodiment of the world's last hope. In a sense, she equated to the world itself. Should she perish, the world would face annihilation. Despite this remaining power appearing negligible against the backdrop of a once complete world, it was, after all, the power of the world. In terms of power hierarchy, she had reached a certain threshold where even the incarnation of the abyss could be confronted. The body of Alice, tainted and controlled by the abyss, could only be deemed a derivative of the abyss. If she could not contend with this, how could she seek vengeance upon the abyss? With unwavering resolve, Alice drove her long sword into the ground of the courtyard. A spherical domain of light centered around her emerged, obliterating the encroaching gray mist. Unsurprisingly, the abyss Alice was also enveloped within. Her dark armor immediately cracked, light seeping in through the fissures, yet in the next second, a profound abyssal darkness erupted from her. creating a zone of utter void around her. Subsequently, the Abyss Alice swung her sword violently towards the ground, the black sword energy spreading like a tide, carving an unfathomable chasm as gray mist surged forth, morphing into countless pitch-black arms that corroded the domain of light. Judgment of the King. Alice raised her hand, the silver crown above her head radiating brilliant light as a long-shattered ancient kingdom materialized in the void, casting its shadow here. Azerlander, the eternal realm of this world, now descended. Just as it once stood against the abyss, so too did it rise to defend again. All arms formed from abyssal energy were suppressed, quickly dissolving into nothingness like melting snow. Suyu observed the countless shadowy figures in the mist struggling beneath this scene, disintegrating as their originally pitch-black forms gradually regained color, contour, and features. They were the fated warriors of Azerlander, the original inhabitants of this land, the souls consumed by the abyss. Though time had passed, under the lingering essence of the former kingdom and its king, the chaos in their eyes dissipated, and their residual souls were revitalized in this moment. In unison, they gazed at Alice and the spectral form of the kingdom, as if bidding farewell to their former home, relief illuminating their faces before their bodies transformed into drifting dust. Vanishing into the light, echoes of their souls resounded. For the king, for the journey, 10 deaths without regret. In the void, waves of spiritual power surged forth. These were the souls long departed, the obsessions of the deceased, their unwavering hearts of guardianship that remained unchanged even after millennia. The power within Alisai is continually ascending. It is not solely her strength, but rather the culmination of the entire world's essence. This scene unfolds repeatedly, as countless souls awaken from chaos, only to succumb back into it, until, behind the abyssal Alisai, a blood-red ring emerges, pressing forth like a grinding stone. The formidable force ultimately obliterating the phantom of this ancient kingdom, halting the unfolding drama. Yet at this moment, Alisai's aura surges, previously matched in strength. But now the balance has shifted. She retrieves the residual soul power with her crown, condensing a pure golden particle of light within her grasp, gently pointing towards Suyue in the distance. In his puzzled gaze, Alisai, as though imbued with divine authority, proclaims with a solemn and majestic voice, "Contractor of another world, in the name of King Islander, I bestow upon you the blade to sever your bonds. In the light of Viluolia, I grant you the power to defy the darkness. In the name of Alisai, I forge a temporary contract within the realm of the end." The golden particle envelopes Suyue, and in that moment, he seems to hear the whispers of ancient beings from millennia past, the weight of history, the echoes of the world. Having completed this, Alisai resumes her clash with the abyssal Alisai without pause. Meanwhile, a flurry of system notifications inundates Suyue's mind. Notification: your weapon, Creation Iron Axe, has received an unknown blessing. Hidden attribute damage tier 3, activating special effect, King's Judgment. King's Judgment. After inflicting damage, a judgment is made. If the target is an abyssal creature or abyssal derivative, it will invoke the King's Decree, nullifying death effects and severing the connection to the abyss. Notification: your soul has received an unknown blessing, granting an 80 immunity to damage from abyssal derivatives. Notification: you are undergoing a forced contract successfully. Notification: you have entered a temporary contract. During your existence within Realm of the End, you gain the world's favor, with all base attributes increased by 20. As a cost, until the contract is dissolved, you cannot leave this world. Notification: you have triggered a special quest. Unique: eliminate abyssal creatures and derivatives as much as possible, purifying the world's populace tainted by the abyss. Quest reward: King's Oath Badge, purple. Notification: all enhancements above are only effective within this world. Chapter 21, Light and Darkness. King and Queen. Suyue truly did not anticipate that Alisai could directly issue a quest to him, even forging a contract in the process. Recalling Alisai mentioning that other survivors had previously traversed this world, his curiosity about whether this realm is a mere instance or a genuine reality grew. Nevertheless, he had no reason to refuse the benefits presented to him. Alisai had promised him a satisfactory reward, which now appeared to be the King's Oath Badge, marking his first encounter with an item of purple quality. Under the influence of the contract, his attack power surged, damage immunity was granted, and attributes were enhanced. With his original strength already reaching 35 points, he was propelled to new heights. While he could not intervene with the abyssal Alisai for the time being, he would not hold back against the remaining shadowy apparitions. Without further ado, Suyue plunged his Creation Iron Axe into the gray mist. Even after Alisai had vanquished many, The gray mist continued to proliferate, as Suyue actively provoked and entered their attack range. Unlike the previous instant demise at the hands of Alisai, this time, the wave of shadowy apparitions erupted, intent on overwhelming him. However, the creation Iron Axe, now wielding his enhanced strength of 55 points, was more than a match for the black shadowy forms. Coupled with the special effect of King's Judgment, a chain reaction ensued, obliterating swathes of gray mist, causing the shadows to revert to their original forms, liberating them from the abyss, and subsequently providing a flicker of soul power to the engaged Alisai. Suyue then comprehended that Alisai intended for him to convert the remaining forces controlled by the abyss into a source of her strength. The result of this was that Alisai would only grow more formidable. At one point, he effortlessly liberated several individuals, including Chen Ma, Chen Dongdong, Zhao Mei, and Han Tianjin, who had also been corrupted by the abyss. However, unlike the other shadowy forms, the survivors, upon breaking free from the abyss's control, simply transformed into ordinary corpses, providing no soul power and not dissipating. Suyue severed the connection they had with the abyss with his creation Iron Axe, committed to his benevolent endeavor. He silently employed his talent of universal fusion on them. He had long wished to test it, but had not found the opportunity until now. Rather than fusing them one by one, he opted to amalgamate them all at once. He was eager to see what would emerge from this fusion. Fusion successful, obtained, talent fragment 9, can be exchanged for corresponding items in the train system's talent shop. Thus, he had inadvertently become a recycling tool for the train system. The only useful item was this talent fragment. However, Suyue had not yet encountered the talent shop within the train system, likely due to lacking the required items to unlock it, but he would investigate further. As Suyue delved deeper into the gray mist, he resolved increasingly more shadowy apparitions. Yet he also discerned a notable point. The strength of the shadowy forms was inconsistent. The weaker ones possessed attributes around 10 points, while the stronger ones could exceed 20 points, even reaching above 30 points. Had he arrived in this place before strengthening his attributes, he would likely have been overwhelmed and met his demise despite the abyssal damage immunity. He began to grasp why the prior survivors had once visited this platform. Yet it persisted. Even if it were an instance, it was undoubtedly an exceedingly challenging one. The difficulty of this platform was immense, merely having traversed a few platforms. Survivors with attributes barely exceeding 10 points would find it impossible to succeed. Not even the enhancements from Alisai would suffice. Just as Suyue became embroiled in combat with countless shadowy forms, Alisai, empowered by her significantly augmented strength, had nearly driven the abyssal Alisai to the brink of despair. Her black and white armor, every inch infused with the power of light, her golden hair billowing in the fierce wind. She unleashed a devastating white sword light that rent the fabric of space. With a thunderous sound, the blood-red ring behind the abyssal Alisai detonated in an instant. The sky was filled with a chaotic blend of blood mist and gray fog, creating an apocalyptic scene. The explosion of the blood-red ring seemingly inflicted severe backlash upon the abyssal Alisai. Her previously cold, desolate eyes now shimmered with a blend of human-like resentment and madness. Observing Suyue persistently vanquishing shadowy forms, further augmenting Alisai's aura, even the abyss behind her now simmered with rage. She emitted a shriek unlike that of any human, sending ripples through both sky and earth, her target being Suyue. Be careful. Alisai intended to intervene, but this was a widespread, indiscriminate mental assault, too swift for even her to halt. As Suyue, momentarily disoriented by her voice, returned to his senses, he realized too late that the attack was already upon him. Although his strength had surpassed 50 points and other attributes had increased, reaction speed remained his Achilles heel. He comprehended that he had indeed been affected. Notification: you have suffered a mental attack from an abyssal derivative. Currently, you have an 80 immunity. Your mental resistance is 200, based on the final damage calculation. You are forcibly subjected to 1 point of damage. The pendant of Zerda around Suyu's neck emitted a faint glow, causing his mind to waver slightly. His expression darkened. This was indeed an attack that inflicted minimal harm, but bore an extremely high level of insult. Observing Suyu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, not only did Abyssal Alice, the one who unleashed this attack, freeze in disbelief, but even Alice, who had bestowed blessings upon him, was momentarily taken aback. She understood that individuals from other worlds, like Suyu, generally possessed low attributes, making it nearly impossible for him to withstand such damage without consequence, even with her contract and blessing. However, Alice was aware that Suyu possessed a blue equipment that could enhance his mental resistance by 100 points. With Alice's 20-point attribute boost from the end of Contract World, Suyu's mental strength reached 32 points, allowing him to achieve an astonishing 64 points of mental resistance under this enhancement. A grin involuntarily spread across Suyu's face as he intentionally shook the gray fog-covered creation iron axe in his hand, even raising a middle finger in the direction of Abyssal Alice. This flippant display ignited Abyssal Alice's fury. To her, Suyu was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushable. Yet this insect dared to provoke her. The gray fog around her surged violently, consolidating the previously shattered blood mist into countless sharp blood spikes, which rained down upon Suyu like a torrential downpour. As he beheld the onslaught of blood mist, Suyu's arrogance swiftly morphed into a face of despair, and he pretended to tremble with his grip on the creation iron axe, shouting towards the real Alice, "Sister, your dark-skinned counterpart is rebelling. You must do something." At that moment, even Alice felt a twinge of impatience. Yet, aware of the situation, she swiftly brandished her radiant longsword, effortlessly intercepting the abyssal blood spike's assault. Suyu sighed in relief. He lacked double physical resistance, and had he taken that blow, even with an 80 damage reduction, he would likely sustain severe injuries. Therefore, he decided it wise to refrain from provoking this dark-skinned entity and plunged deeper into the fog. Simultaneously, the entire misty expanse began to stir ominously, as if giving birth to some terrifying creature. Standing firm with her sword, Alice radiated waves of light and sanctity, warding off the encroaching gray fog. Her gaze was as clear as water, and each swing of her radiant longsword bore the power to purify all, wherever the sword's wind swept. The abyssal energies were reduced to ashes. Abyssal Alice, manipulated by the dark forces, was forced to retreat step by step, cracks spreading like a spider's web across the black longsword in her hand, while the gauntlets on her arms fell away, scorched by radiant flames, releasing plumes of black smoke. Alice shattered the void beneath her feet, her longsword piercing through the fog straight toward Abyssal Alice's heart. Abyssal Alice sought to prevent this, but her internal energy had reached its limit. "I shall grant you the light of obliteration." The instant the sword tip pierced, Alice felt a sharp pain in her own heart, as if the blade had struck her very being. Yet, she had already acquired a new body. The figure before her was merely a puppet controlled by the abyss. Abyssal Alice's body trembled violently, gray mist swirling from the wound. Yet a strange smile crept upon her lips as she leaned forward, allowing the longsword to penetrate deeper. In that moment, she uttered her first words since her descent. "Do you feel it? Indeed, I am you. The abyss has granted me power, but it has not altered me. All along, I have been the soul you cast aside. You are the abyss." Alice gritted her teeth, refusing to believe it. "Is that truly so? Do you even believe it yourself? You have retained beauty, emotion, self, responsibility, and protection, yet you discarded me, leaving behind your fears, darkness, cowardice, and selfishness in this cold vessel. You even severed memories of that aspect, yearning to become a perfect king, thinking that would defeat the abyss. How laughable." She erupted into a frenzied laugh, declaring that she was never merely a lifeless body but the soul that Alice had once forsaken. Even as a tool of the abyss, she would seek vengeance, ensuring that Alice would taste the agony of self-destruction in the very moment of her impending victory. "If you wish to become a perfect king, then I shall unveil your most grotesque side, which is I, Alice, eternally fallen into the abyss." This battle yielded no victor, for all participants were, from the beginning, one and the same. Moreover, Abyssal Alice gazed toward the depths of the misty sea, whispering softly, "The game has only just begun." As her words faded, the entire misty expanse trembled violently, the previously scattered misty shadows converging madly towards a singular direction. Amidst the roiling fog, two towering figures gradually took form. A man clad in an opulent robe embroidered with dark patterns and crowned with a golden tiara adorned with gems, his countenance regal yet devoid of vitality. A woman in a flowing gown that swayed with the mist, her head crowned with a silver tiara akin to Alice's, her eyes hollow as the unfathomable abyss. Upon seeing these two figures, Alice's pupils constricted, and her radiant guardian sword trembled uncontrollably in her grasp. "Father? Mother?" Alice's voice quivered with disbelief. Chapter 22. The Cry of the Soul. The World's Swan Song. This scene elicited an even more sinister smile from Abyssal Alice, especially relishing Alice's reaction, which brought her immense satisfaction. "Look, these were once the people you cherished most, and they too once cherished you. Now, they shall personally tear apart your beliefs." Before her words could fully escape, the man adorned with the golden crown abruptly raised his hand, conjuring a pitch-black mist blade that he swung towards Alice. Meanwhile, the woman with the silver crown manipulated the mist strands, wrapping around Alice's limbs like a venomous serpent, completely sealing her escape. Once the closest of kin had become the abyss's instruments of her destruction. Clutching her sword, Alice possessed immense power within, yet at this moment, she found herself unable to unleash even a fraction of it. For these were her parents, the former king and queen. She could not summon the will to fight. Fake, fake, fake. These two are clearly counterfeit, sister. Su Yu's voice suddenly erupted from the fog as he slammed the creation iron axe against the ground, drawing Alice's attention. Just moments ago, he had been wreaking havoc among the misty shadows when all at once, they retreated, coalescing into the two towering figures now before Alice. Hearing the two converse, he realized that this man and woman bore the likeness of Alice's long-lost parents, the former king and queen of Asilon-Dir. Golden-haired king, think of your parents. Do they truly still exist? Do identical appearances equate to the same individuals? With these pathetic remnants, do they even deserve the title? If you cannot discern the truth, surrender to the abyss and stop fighting. Su Yu's soul-searching inquiry ignited a flicker of shame and anger within Alice. She was a queen. How could she be chastised in such a manner? Yet, it was precisely Su Yu's interruption that jolted Alice back to reality, her eyes now brimming with fury. The opponent had spoken truthfully. Her father and mother were once great rulers, long since claimed by the abyss, their very souls extinguished. How could they possibly stand before her now, transformed into pawns of the abyss? As she contemplated, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being, and the sacred light surged wildly along the blade of the sword in her hand, no longer hesitating for a moment. The confusion in her eyes was entirely replaced by a fierce rage. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword sliced through the misty tendrils ensnaring her limbs, instantly dissolving them under the brilliance of her sword light. In the name of the king, I declare you guilty of sacrilege. Alice's voice resonated with a chilling intent to kill as she stepped forward, the tip of her sword aimed directly at the misty figures. Su Yu felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this golden-haired monarch had not lost her composure. Otherwise, without her protection, he would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, those who tarnished the glory of Asilon-Dir deserved punishment. Su Yu chimed in to support her. Alice's eyes twitched slightly. When did you, a being from another world, become a subject of Asilon-Dir? However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Her gaze was filled with divine light. My father dedicated his life to guarding Asilon-Dir. Even in death, he would never bow to the abyss. My mother was gentle yet resilient, even in the void. She would never become a weapon to harm me. Your vile evil shall perish. The sacred light of her sword shone like the dawn, and with a single strike, it shattered the misty figures, emitting a deafening hiss upon contact. The two figures composed of countless wisps of mist offered no resistance. Their surface was instantly seared through, revealing the murky, twisted energy of the abyss beneath. When Alice truly engaged, the misty figures condensed from abyssal gray fog were but hollow forms, lacking any substantial power, and posed no threat. With another flick of her wrist, the long sword swept across with a sharp sound of slicing air. There were no unnecessary moves, no hesitation. The two misty figures disintegrated in the sword light, leaving only a trace of decay in the air to testify to their former existence. Ah, how ruthless you are. Unable to even tolerate the visage of your parents? A chilling laugh echoed from the side. The abyssal Alice, leaning against her body, slowly rose. She had been pierced by Alice's blade, suffering the king's judgment, and the abyssal energy within her had significantly diminished. Her once bright eyes began to dim, her aura rapidly fading, and the black armor upon her swiftly lost its luster. Alice sheathed her sword, her gaze icy as she addressed her. Those who desecrate the dead do not deserve to remain, and that includes you. Remain? The abyssal Alice chuckled softly, her laughter laced with melancholy and mockery. I am you. You were the one who delivered me into the hands of the abyss. But what of it? I care not. As long as I can wield it, what does it matter if it is the abyss? She extended a trembling hand, pointing at Alice's chest, laughing maniacally. Yet you, the so-called king, Asilon-Dir has already fallen, your subjects have perished, and the once eternal kingdom is merely a frog in a well. Seeing the sky from a limited view, as the final words fell, the abyssal Alice's body suddenly stiffened, her pupils dilating, and she fell helplessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a pitch-black energy surged from her fallen form, shooting up into the sky. With a swish, the sky tore open a dark rift, its edges pulsating with dense abyssal energy. The rift continued to expand, revealing shattered stars, decaying continents, and the boundless, surging murk of the abyss. Eventually, this rift slowly opened like a colossal beast revealing a vertical eye, its icy gaze locking onto Alice. The gaze penetrated through layers of mist. Disregarding the radiant power surrounding her, with a mere glance, all defenses crumbled like paper before this force. Alice felt an intense pain in her chest, and at that moment, her body, forged from the world's hope, shattered. It was as if innumerable wills invaded her soul, frantically tearing at her. This scene had unfolded once before, and now, as it repeated, she found herself once again in failure. This was a power from beyond the world, pure abyss, a monster that feasted upon worlds. The most primal force of abyssal destruction. Just as before, her soul was on the brink of being torn to shreds. Suyu, too, experienced the true weight of the abyss's oppressive force, realizing what true world-ending power entailed. If power existed on a scale, he grasped a mere one. While the abyss was counted in billions, the ground began to tremble, the soil and rock beneath cracking, and the castle, the last remnant of this world, was on the verge of erasure. Alice, sister, golden-haired monarch, hold on. You must not fall, otherwise, I fear I may be devoured like a mere morsel. In a daze, Alice seemed to hear her name being called. At first, it was the wails of the beings from another world, followed by echoes of familiar voices from her memories. King, do you remember your promise to protect every inch of Aesilon? King, this time it is my turn to stand before you. Alice, do not fear. Mama has always been watching over you. The abyss. Huh. Those who can kill me, annihilate my soul, can never erase the faith of the Aesilon people, which shall endure eternally. Countless voices of the departed surged from all directions, some as clear as whispers at her ear, others faint like a breeze. Yet all imbued with an unwavering determination that pierced her soul. She opened her eyes. Even as her body shattered once more, even as her soul dimmed, even as hope faded away, she still stood tall against the immense and invincible abyss, straightening the spine of her broken soul. Then, she declared once again the vow she had made before. I am Alice Valoria Aesilon. Each word carried the fervor of a soul ablaze with resolve. With my eternal obsession, with my indomitable faith, with all that remains of my soul, against the abyss, I shall not die, I shall not rest. She roared once more into the devouring darkness of the abyss. Would the outcome be different this time? She believed it would be, for at this moment, she had become the voice of the world. As her words fell, the ground beneath her cracked open with a low, thunderous roar. The last lament of this fractured world before its end, filled with unwillingness and determination. From the crevices, pale golden light particles surged forth, no longer mere specks, but converging into a rushing river of light, spreading across the entire castle along the earth's patterns. The crumbling stone walls, the dissipating mist, even the floor along turned to dust, were awakened in that moment by the light particles, collectively composing the swan song of this world, with a resonant hum. Chapter 23, The Starry Contract. The Everlasting Sun. Following a tremor that reverberated through heaven and earth, all light surged upward, coalescing into a pillar of light that reached to the heavens behind Alice. The pillar was so radiant that it was blinding, carrying the weight and will of the entire world, crashing fiercely against the rift in the abyss. The vertical eye within the rift suddenly constricted, dark energy surged forth wildly. Yet before the pillar, it melted away like ice and snow. With a sharp crack, the rift that had consumed countless hopes was torn into fragments amid the furious voice of the abyss. The explosive energy swept across the sky, resembling a glass sphere with innumerable hairline cracks. The light pillar gradually receded, and Alice knelt upon the ground, her fragmented soul growing increasingly translucent. As the last vestiges of power in this world waned, leading to its collapse, the sky shattered in pieces, like aging glass being struck and removed. Alice gazed at the desolation, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow. Her world is on the brink of collapse. As the mist dissipated, Suyu emerged from a fissure, gazing with a complex expression at the almost ethereal soul of Ai Lisi. She offered him a faint smile, her last reserves of strength coalescing into a badge inscribed with stars and trees, which she bestowed upon Suyu as a token of her promise. The contract with the otherworldly being is now dissolved. You must leave quickly, for this world is destined to collapse. Ai Lisi's soul sat on the ground, quietly observing the gradual destruction of her world. Upon receiving the badge, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of futility, as if the purple trinket held no weight. Yet he understood that this feeling stemmed from witnessing the disintegration of a world. Hey, Jean Mao Wang, if you were to venture into another world, would you survive? Suyu called out, taking a couple of steps forward. Perhaps, but the vessel of sealing is no longer available. A shattered soul cannot endure for long in another realm. Ai Lisi's tone was weary, dismissing Suyu's insolent remarks. Moreover, I am fatigued. Let me and my world fade into oblivion. The destruction of her world struck her harder than the thought of her own demise. She had done everything yet accomplished nothing, the outcome remaining unchanged. Suyu recalled that her soul had once been sealed within a past artifact, which was now devoid of any anchorage. Was there truly no way out? His gaze suddenly fell upon another body beside Ai Li Si. With its faded black armor, golden hair, and a piercing wound, he realized, isn't this a ready-made solution? The soul was present, and so was the body. An astonishing thought surged into Suyu's mind, one that he could not suppress. What if you could acquire a new body? Ai Li Si's soul trembled at his words, her voice rising in pitch. If you intend for me to inhabit your form, that is impossible. Leaving aside the issue of bodily rejection, Ai Li Si would never enter a man's body. Absolutely not. At that moment, Suyu wished he could pry open her mind to see if it was made of straw. I meant her. He pointed at the body on the ground. Ai Li Si was momentarily taken aback, feeling an awkwardness that almost compelled her to retreat. Clearing her throat, she stated with a hint of resignation, though this body shares my origin, the fusion of soul and flesh is not a mere stacking. It requires external forces. Furthermore, remnants of abyssal power linger within this body. And even if the fusion succeeds, it may become a puppet of the abyss. Understanding dawned on Suyu, and he approached, clenching his fist with a flicker of confidence in his gaze. While I cannot predict the outcome, may I attempt it? Perhaps I can extract the abyssal energy and allow for your perfect integration. Ai Li Si fixed her gaze upon him, a flicker of intrigue crossing her countenance. But it quickly dimmed. Unheard of. And I have said, let me and this world be destroyed together. Suyu recognized her lack of complete trust in him. Yet he refused to believe her latter words. He needed to consider the pride of Jin Mao Wang. After some contemplation, he pointed toward the crumbling world. Esteemed Princess Ai Li Si, the abyss has merely been repelled, not eradicated. If given the opportunity, would you not seek revenge? Seek revenge? How could I not? Ai Li Si clenched her fists, filled with blood vendettas, national grievances, and the anguish of a ruined world. She would not rest until vengeance was hers. Yet, in her current state, what could she do? Ai Li Si, there is a saying in my homeland. A true warrior dares to confront the grimness of life. To face the spilling of blood. Yes, your world has perished, but have you been defeated by the abyss? No. So, will you resign yourself? I shall not yield. Ai Li Si's gaze bore into Suyu with an intensity that was almost frightening. After a few moments of silence, her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Do you truly possess the means to extricate the abyssal energy and allow me to merge with this body? Seeing her reaction, Suyu spoke with conviction, absolutely. You only need to follow my instructions. In truth, he felt uncertain, but it was better than watching her perish alongside her world. After a moment of hesitation, Ai Li Si nodded in agreement. With her consent, Suyu instructed her to lie down beside the body tainted by the abyss, preparing to activate his talent. This was his first time attempting such a feat. He hoped his abilities would prove effective. You must not resist, otherwise, the consequences will be dire, he cautioned. Ai Li Si, feeling a surge of anxiety, ultimately closed her eyes. All things melt, he silently chanted, and a powerful white light enveloped them both in an instant. Suyu had never experienced such rapid depletion of his mental energy. It seemed to flow away like water. However, under his deliberate control, the abyssal energy within Ai Li Si's corporeal form was gradually extracted and cast into the collapsing world. Fortunately, there was not much to remove, or he would not have been able to endure. Having completed this process, Suyu refocused and initiated the fusion of Ai Li Si's nearly ethereal soul with the body. Remarkably, due to his guidance, Ai Li Si did not resist during this process. Yet, he also detected a faint soul that voluntarily integrated into the mix, solidifying Ai Li Si's once ethereal essence. This was a positive development, yet it seemed to be a part of the Ai Li Si she had previously abandoned. Cold sweat broke out on Suyu's brow. Had something gone awry? But was it still possible to separate that fragment? His mental energy was now nearly exhausted, and a final prompt echoed in his mind. Fusion successful. Acquiring Immortal King S. Heir Ai Li Si, daughter of the world S. End. She embodies the world. Collapsing onto the ground, Suyu felt as though his mind was buzzing, akin to having 10 pounds of cement poured into it, gasping for breath as he needed to recuperate. However, upon seeing the successful notification, a smile spread across his face. Despite the unforeseen complications, the outcome was favorable. He struggled to focus his gaze on Ai Li Si, his heart racing, for the unexpected merging of that additional soul left him uncertain about future repercussions. Just then, the fingers of the body on the ground twitched slightly, and from the wound that had pierced her chest, faint golden light began to weave, gradually mending the damaged area. The faded black armor shimmered with a pearly glow, the abyssal aura dissipating. Her golden hair swayed gently, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, gradually regaining its vibrant hue. AI Lisi slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion reflected within them. With each breath, her body exuded a long-lost vitality. Did it truly succeed? She murmured softly, her voice carrying a slight rasp, yet devoid of the previous fragility. Suyu, propped up on the ground, managed to sit upright. Upon witnessing her awakening, he exhaled in relief but could not help but tense up again. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body, such as sensing something extra in your soul? He refrained from mentioning the additional merging soul, believing the outcome would be the same, as a ruler would surely comprehend his intentions. Yes, just like that. Alice paused for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand, gathering a wisp of pale golden energy in her palm. This energy was pure and untainted, devoid of any abyssal traces. She lifted her gaze towards Suyu, her expression a complex melange of gratitude, confusion, and a hint of scrutiny. I feel quite well. What is it? Has something occurred that I am unaware of? Suyu scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. Well, there's not much to it. Originally, your soul was fragmented and weak, so I took the liberty of merging some soul shards together. He refrained from mentioning that these were parts she had previously discarded, sensing that it might provoke her ire. Ah, so that is how it is, Alice smiled faintly. I thought my soul seemed to be more cohesive. Yes, indeed, Suyu nodded vigorously. At that moment, Suyu received a notification from the train system. Ding. Detected target individual bearing the world's will, with a soul purity of 987. Meeting the core standards for a special combat contract, in accordance with the summoning threshold 4, Shinguei train. A mission is now being issued to the survivor. Summon, Immortal Royal Descendant Alice. Establish the Shinguei contract. Upon contract activation, the target will gain exclusive permissions for the Shinguei train, world coordinates, abyssal origin, and more. Mission reward, 1 train exclusive module card. Rare. Reminder, the mission item, Shinguei contract, has been dispatched to the survivor's storage space. As Suyu contemplated how to extricate Alice from this crumbling world, he was reluctant to involve any additional variables that could disrupt his train's stability. The train system's timely mission was a stroke of fortune. Alice, I recall you mentioning that others from different worlds have visited here before, correct? Suyu inquired, his tone considerably more serious than before. Yes, from my observations. They signed contracts with a great existence. This world was merely a task for them. However, prior to you, no one has ever managed to bring an end to it. Nor has anyone fully restored my soul, Alice replied. I can take you away from this world, but the price is to become a contractee like us, as you described. I am willing. Suyu interjected, you can't just let me finish. He quietly retrieved the Shinguei contract from his storage space, glancing at it. It was a scroll made from the hide of an unknown creature, which he threw to Alice. The moment Alice caught the scroll, the previously dim patterns on it suddenly glowed, delicate blue lights climbing up her fingertips as if confirming her intent. A sense of realization washed over her as she raised her hand, channeling a thread of pale golden soul power to leave a soul mark at the end of the scroll. With a hum, the contract scroll emitted a soft white light and finally merged into Alice's brow. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Suyu's mind. Ding. Immortal Royal Descendant Alice has successfully established the Shinguei contract. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 train exclusive module card. Rare. Has been dispatched to the storage space. Observing this scene, Suyu felt a surge of curiosity. This contract appeared to differ significantly from his experience as a survivor. Moreover, what exactly was the Shinguei train? Just as Suyu's mind was clouded with questions, a cacophony of metal and energy echoed from the shattered heavens above. In the star-studded cosmos, a silver-blue light trail descended like a meteor, scattering stardust in the air, forming a flickering path in midair. Following this, a light rail train, entirely silver-white and adorned with golden star patterns, surged down the light trail. It lacked the bulkiness of traditional trains, instead exuding a streamlined grace, gliding over the star track without a sound, leaving behind a dissipating blue light trail. The train came to a steady halt before the two of them, its doors opening silently. The interior was spacious, with a deep blue velvet carpet covering the floor, crystal-embedded wall panels on either side, and at the far end, a single seat cushioned with silver patterns. Even the train system had transformed into a virtual projection mode. This sight left Suyu momentarily speechless, a tinge of envy washing over him. What level must this be? Compared to this train, his own was nothing short of a doghouse. Alice, seemingly unperturbed, appeared to have anticipated this, yet she did not immediately board. Instead, she turned back to gaze at the desolate world, lost in thought. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Suyu asked, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Alice gently shook her head, casting one last glance at the crumbling earth beneath her feet before turning away. Her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. I merely wish to bid it farewell. As she placed her hand on the train's exterior, a surge of information flowed into Alice's mind. In the next moment, a line of luminous text appeared on the side of the silver train. Xinguo exclusive train, eternal radiance. This was the name Alice had just established in her consciousness, and she chose not to elaborate, for only she understood that this was her final attachment to this world. She aimed to be the eternal radiance that pierces through the abyss. As she stepped into the train, the star patterns on its body glowed brightly, as if the entire train had come alive. Suddenly, she glanced at Suyu outside the window, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice clear and gentle. Thank you. With that, the train doors closed, and it began to move slowly, the star track extending behind them. With a gentle tremor, the eternal radiance train surged along the light track towards the starry sea beyond the shattered sky. Chapter 24. Inventory of Gains. The King's Oath Emblem. Suyu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Oh no, what a missed opportunity. His tone was filled with regret and disappointment. How could he let her slip away so easily? He should have asked to befriend her, so he could later extort her for a hefty sum. Just the thought of Alice's lavish train, replete with high-end configurations, brought tears to the corners of Suyu's eyes. Not to mention, if he could dismantle just a few parts from her train, he could probably take off right then and there. Yet he had completely forgotten in the moment. When he would next encounter Alice was uncertain. Given her nature, she would likely seek out the abyss at the first opportunity, leaving him without a chance for a while. With the situation as it was, Suyu could only sigh, silently reminding himself never to miss such opportunities again. The castle of illusions had crumbled, and his train was stationed not far away in a relatively independent space, unaffected by the spatial fissures. Suddenly, Suyu recalled an individual named Yu San within the castle. He wondered whether that fellow had perished in the rifts or managed to escape amid the chaos. However, this thought was quickly cast aside as the world continued to unravel at an alarming rate, dragging his weary body back to the train. Suyu chose to leave the platform without delay. The train system granted a total of 4 hours, during which an entire world was on the brink of annihilation. Such a vividly real and complete world would likely be encountered more frequently in the future. This was not a mere instance of a game or a dungeon. It was a genuine reality. Ding. You have successfully departed from the platform. You achieved the highest rating S in the third platform, Castle of Illusions, multiplayer. Note, this is a greeting from the king. Commencing reward distribution. Received, Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. Received, 10 free attribute points. Received, Riptide Belt, blue. Received, Train Infrastructure Selection Card X1. Congratulations on surviving successfully at the third platform. The train trading mall has been updated. Please check it. As a series of prompts emerged, Suyu felt disinclined to examine them one by one. After utilizing the Wanwu Rongzhu talent, his mental energy had nearly depleted. The influx of free attribute points was timely. However, this time he refrained from allocating them all to mental strength. Due to the limits on physical power, it was imperative to enhance his constitution as well. Thus, he allocated 5 points to constitution and 5 points to mental strength, raising his constitution to 20 and his mental strength to 17. As both his body and spirit absorbed the energy provided by the train system, Suyu experienced a delightful soreness, and his nearly exhausted mental energy was replenished significantly. Although fatigue still lingered, it was no longer as severe as it had been initially. Once he completed the allocation of points, Suyu began to tally his gains from this journey. First, he opened the black iron treasure chest he had acquired. This chest, a rank above the wooden one, promised at least green quality items, with a chance for blue, and even a 1 in 10,000 possibility for purple. With excitement coursing through him and his hands trembling, Suyu opened it, only to be met with a flash of green light that appeared before his gritted teeth. He obtained 20 copper coins, 10 canned caviar, and a vacuum cleaner robot, green. The copper coins were expected, and the canned goods were a minor consolation for enhancing his palate. However, the vacuum robot, surprisingly of green quality, left Suyu in disbelief. Consequently, he resolved to assign this diminutive contraption its daily duties. Master, I am the 7th generation intelligent vacuum robot. Please name me. Suyu replied, since you are an intelligent device, let us call you Xiaoji. Understood, Xiaoji will begin serving you. Wait a moment, you fool. I commanded you to clean the trash. Why are you cleaning me instead? Apologies, master. You have interrupted Xiaoji's work. Please vacate the area immediately. I take back my previous statement. From now on, your name shall be Silly. 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 Shut down immediately. In frustration, Suyu tossed the troublesome gadget into a corner, deciding to find it a worthy new owner later. The contents of the black iron treasure chest were inferior to those of the wooden chest. Green quality? Bah. Not even fit for a dog. He resolved to explore his other rewards. He received a torrent belt, blue, with the following attributes. Health 300. Effect, torrent. Active accumulates 600 health points over 10 seconds and can be used in combat. Cooldown 12 hours. Evaluation. Do I look like an emergency health pack? Note. 1 point of constitution corresponds to 10 health points and 1 point of defense. With a constitution of 20 points, his health now corresponded to 200 points, meaning this torrent belt more than doubled his health and provided a beneficial active effect, leaving Suyu quite satisfied. The system also rewarded him with a Train Infrastructure Selection card. He activated it immediately. Successfully used Train Infrastructure Selection card. You may choose one of the following items. A. Train Energy Coupling System, equipped with power interface. B. Train Automatic Cleaning System, daily self-cleaning of the train. C. Observation Deck. D. Aquarium. Specimen wall. Gazing at the 5 options, Suyu pondered briefly before selecting the first option, the Train Energy Coupling System. Compared to the others, this was essential. He could arrange for the additional features later if opportunities arose. Train Energy Coupling System installation successful. Energy consumption will be automatically deducted from fuel. After installing the energy coupling system, a row of power interfaces appeared on either side of the train, controllable through the train system. Suyu also possessed a card obtained after completing a contractual task, the Train Exclusive Module card, rare. Previously, he had acquired a regular Train Exclusive Module card that yielded a jet cannon, but this card bore the rare suffix. Curiosity surged within him about what he might unveil this time. Successfully used Train Exclusive Module card, rare, obtained, Medical Module Active Repair Cabin. Notice, the active repair cabin requires at least 1 vacant carriage for placement. Detected a vacant carriage. Installation is complete. Suyu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a medical module. In this world, while food and weapons were paramount, medicine and healthcare ranked equally high. Fortunately, he had previously acquired 2 vacant carriages. One had been outfitted with a furnace, while the other was perfectly suited for the active repair cabin. Eagerly, Suyu rushed over and soon beheld the once empty carriage now occupied by a silver and light blue cabin. Its streamlined form was coated in a softly glowing white material, with 3 curved visualization windows embedded on either side, exuding a sense of advanced technology. As he touched the cabin door, it emitted a soft beep, and the door gradually slid open, revealing a space just large enough for a person to lie down. Detected user G317112. Train conductor Suyu. Initiate body scan. The warm electronic voice from within the repair cabin was devoid of any mechanical stiffness, exhibiting a remarkable degree of intelligence, unlike certain green-quality products. Initiate. Suyu lay down immediately, and the cabin sealed itself. A delicate blue light enveloped his body. In mere seconds, the scan results appeared on the cabin's virtual screen. Scanner. Suyu. Biological life signs. Health 93. Suboptimal health status. Moderate mental fatigue. Damage details. Slight tearing of muscle fibers in the left arm. Subcutaneous bruising on the right shoulder. Minor contusions in the lower joints. Excessive mental energy depletion. Recommended repair plan. Comprehensive basic repair. Active substance ingestion. Mental nourishment. Cost. 500 copper coins. Based on the user's body energy level and extent of damage, Suju gazed at the screen's report, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. He was unaware of the numerous issues plaguing his body. Though none were severe, their accumulation would undoubtedly impact his future combat capabilities. Without hesitation, he paid the 500 copper coins for bodily repair, a luxury that most ordinary survivors could scarcely afford at this juncture. Repair commencing, estimated time, 1 hour. After experiencing its effects, Suyu couldn't help but exclaimed that the expenditure was truly worthwhile. The active repair cabin flooded with a substantial amount of liquid, and Suyu felt as though he were cradled in warm currents, a delightful tingling warmth radiating through his limbs. The fatigue from overexerting his mental energy gradually dissipated, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort from his spirit to his body. An hour later, Suyu opened his eyes as the active repair cabin automatically opened. He felt as if his body had never been in such splendid condition. With this active repair cabin, he could engage in battles with abandon, truly. It was a rare-grade train module. Suyu recognized the immense value it held. The train now made 1 stop each day. Should he sustain severe injuries at any future station, The dangers he faced the following day would multiply exponentially. The active repair cabin would swiftly restore his body, ensuring that his combat effectiveness remained intact for the next day. From his storage space, Suyu retrieved a silver badge, a reward for the task bestowed upon him by AI Li Si. It was, furthermore, a purple quality item. Wang De Shui, Z. Effect 1. Oath Guardian. Passive, no need for active wearing. It activates automatically when placed in the personal space. When health drops to 20 or below, a shield with a maximum health value of 30 is generated. The shield lasts until it reaches the damage absorption limit or is actively dismissed. Cooldown. 1 day. Effect 2 Royal Seal. Active, consumes a small amount of mental energy in the name of Alisai Walaya Isolandier. Applies a layer of royal might to designated non-king level units within a 100-meter range, reducing all basic attributes by 20, lasting until the end of combat. Usage count, 33. Evaluation. This is a covenant oath of a king, which could have reached a higher quality, but due to the creator's soul deficiency, it only has 3 uses. Each activation resonates with the soul of the king. Note, the effects of all items are determined by their own quality. Thus, the actual impact is based on the target unit's strength. Chapter 25. Forging new equipment. Shilingxi's blade. Reverse phantom armor. Is this truly an item of purple quality? Suyu mused softly. The effects are indeed formidable, and since they are calculated by percentage, it implies longevity in usage. The sole drawback of this badge is that its active effect can only be used 3 times. Yet even so, its passive effect activates simply by being placed in the storage space, a feature unmatched by most equipment. Of course, Alisai is also in the trained survival world now. Although her level is uncertain, there may be opportunities for future encounters. Perhaps he could enhance her capabilities further then, which would be delightful. Suyu was already calculating how much benefit he could derive from Alisai in the future. By the way, he suddenly remembered that he had scavenged a heap of equipment in the basement of the miming castle. This amounted to over 100 pieces of white and green equipment, representing a significant fortune. However, Suyu did not plan to sell them all. He had previously acquired 5 gold coins, equivalent to 50,000 copper coins. And even after some expenditure, he still had over 30,000, which was sufficient for the short term. He intended to enhance his entire equipment set with these. For items of the same type and similar attributes, Suyu directly activated his all things forging talent to extract the essence while discarding the dross, and then reforge them. In a moment of inspiration, he even tossed in his original weapon and cloth armor. Blue equipment, the creation iron axe shattered. Fortunately, this ultimately formed 4 brand new items. Shilingxi's blade, Jing Lan. Qingfeng broadsword, Lan. Thick iron heavy armor, Lan. Reverse phantom armor, Lan. A complete set of blue equipment. Over 100 items, white, green, and even 1 blue, all reforged. As for why only weapons and armor were involved, it was because the equipment he obtained from the arsenal consisted solely of these 2 types. These were the reserve weapons that Alisai had placed in the castle basement. Originally meant for soldiers, but they were never utilized since Isolandier was already destroyed. However, only 2 items were usable for Suyu, Shilingxi's blade and reverse phantom armor. The other Qingfeng broadsword, nearly the size of a door panel, weighed over 1,000 pounds. And the thick iron heavy armor, as the name implies, was a heavy armor with 18 layers of thickness. These 2 were not suitable for him, purely mismatched in attributes, and he fused them together, resulting in 2 massive iron lumps. Although they are blue quality, they were now left to gather dust, serving as collectibles for his blacksmithing. He would wait for the survivor's strength to increase before finding suitable buyers. The other 2 blue items, Suyu could use directly, and their effects were quite remarkable since they were deeply reforged according to his own ideas. The blade of Shilingxi's blade intertwined black and crimson colors. One side was pure black like the night, while the other was blood red. The edge displayed exaggerated serrations, and the handguard and grip were entwined with strange black patterns, with spikes protruding outward, revealing a subtle dark light at the grip. Shilingxi's blade, Jing Lan. Attributes, attack power, 30, effect 1 Shilingxi. Passive upon slaying a target with this weapon, it will seize up to 10 points of soul energy. Each attack inflicting soul energy 0. 5 times of soul type damage, with a maximum soul energy storage of 100 points, current storage, 0 points. Note, soul spirit and soul type damage are unaffected by mental resistance, relating to soul strength. Survivors currently have no access to view. Effect 2 Drink Soul. Active when the stored soul energy reaches 100 points. All soul energy can be consumed. And the next attack will deal an additional 100 of the target's maximum health as true damage, which does not account for defense values. Cooldown, 1 day. Evaluation, This is a miraculous blade born from coincidence. Hee, delicious, delicious. Note, Jinglan is the highest quality among blue equipment. This Jinglan weapon has 10 more points of attack power than the Creation Iron Axe. Although this isn't exceedingly high, its effects are significantly powerful. Each attack can inflict up to 50 points of soul-type damage. Furthermore, once Shiling Shi is fully charged, it even adds a percentage of true damage. If the opponent lacks means to enforce a health lock, it could lead to an instant kill. This bolstered Suyu's confidence when facing formidable adversaries. Next was another piece of equipment suitable for him. This light armor, constructed from dark leather as a base, featured silver metal plates, devoid of a helmet, with prominent spiked shoulder armor. The chest bore a ghostly blue pattern, while the arm and leg guards were layered in a silver-black design, with a faint blue glow emanating from the joints. Reverse Phantom Armor, Lawn. Attributes, Defense Power, 20 Effect, Blood Guardian. Passive when the wearer's health is at 81 to 100. Defense Power has no bonus. At 61 to 80, Defense Power is 10. At 41 to 60, Defense Power is 20. At 21 to 40, Defense Power is 30. At 1 to 20, Defense Power is 40. Evaluation Low Health? No, this is the moment of reversal. Note, armor-type equipment is influenced by physique. Thus, the final defense power corresponds to the equipment's defense power and physique. Note, armor-type equipment only protects the areas it covers. At first glance, the defense power appears to be merely 20 points, but if its maximum potential is realized, this single piece of equipment could provide an additional 60 points of defense. He also possesses 20 points of physique, equating to 20 points of physical defense, making for an astonishing total of 80 points when combined with the 60 points from the equipment defense. Coupled with the shield effect from Wang de Shui, it could almost be described as a momentary state of invulnerability. The only consideration for him was whether he would still possess the ability and awareness to fight once his health diminished to a certain point. Upon donning the armor, Suyu discovered that it could even make slight adjustments according to his physique, and it could be paired with the previously acquired Surging Tide belt. At this point, he stood among the survivors, more formidable than any boss. Chapter 26, Talent Shop. Isu Jiayin's real name exposed. Note, the previous data on remaining copper coins has been corrected. 30,000 remains. The next chapters will require a slight build-up for subsequent plot developments. With the remaining time, Suyu approached the train's operating system, skillfully opening the interface, when a prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. Detected that you possess talent fragments. Would you like to open the talent shop early? Opening cost, 100 copper coins. Talent shop. Suyu recalled the talent fragments he obtained while using his talents to collect corpses for Chun Mo and others. It seemed that such items were indeed necessary to unlock it, and 100 copper coins were not a significant expense for him. He promptly chose to unlock it. The activation was successful, and the talent shop has moved to the trading section. Suyu promptly opened the trading section, and indeed, aside from player transactions and the system mall, a talent shop had emerged. Talent Shop 1. F-Class Talent. Lumberjack Expert. Price. 5 talent shards. Description: I possess extraordinary skill in tree cutting. 2. E-Class Talent. Night Vision. Price: 8 talent shards. Description: you can see clearly at night, but will feel drowsy during the day. 3. Talent Upgrade Card. Price: 100 talent shards. Description: can enhance the talent level. The higher the level, the more shards required, with the maximum applicable to S-Class talents. Note: talents cannot stack. Only one talent can be in use at any given time. Note: the talent shop refreshes daily, with items changing each time. Suyu was taken aback to find a talent upgrade card within, valued at 100 shards. If suitable talents were to appear in future refreshes, he could secure them first and then upgrade later, provided he managed to collect more shards. Currently, he possessed only 9 talent shards, and there were no talents in the shop that resonated with him. It seemed prudent to wait for the next refresh. Next, Suyu accessed another system shop, which was truly filled with valuable items. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of premium quality. The third station had concluded, and the items had been updated. Skipping over previously repeated fuel and random blueprints, he focused on the newly refreshed items. Life Recovery Potion, 100 copper coins, limit of 1 purchase per day, slowly restores 30 health points upon consumption. Train Basic Element Resistance Coating, beginner 1000 copper coins, effective immediately upon purchase, provides a basic elemental resistance of 10 for the train. Each train can utilize it once. Repeated use is ineffective. Note: basic elements include fire, earth, water, and wind. Train Light Element Resistance Coating, beginner 1500 copper coins, effective immediately upon purchase. provides a light elemental resistance of 10 for the train. Each train can utilize it once. Repeated use is ineffective. Note: light elements include but are not limited to radiant, holy, and purifying energies. Train dark element resistance coating. Beginner 1500 copper coins. Effective immediately upon purchase. Provides a dark elemental resistance of 10 for the train. Each train can utilize it once. Repeated use is ineffective. Note: dark elements include but are not limited to shadow, death, and abyssal energies. With limited options available, Suyu purchased 3 different elemental coatings for the train and a life recovery potion, spending 4,100 copper coins, leaving him with over 30,000. He also promptly sought to acquire basic upgrade resources for the train, as he found gathering them himself in the station world to be a tedious waste of time with minimal returns. Thus, he opted to purchase them from other survivors using copper coins. Glancing at the chat section, he noticed that after 3 stations, the number of participants had significantly decreased. Now halved. Participants: 5366100000. I'm a true beauty. Selling blueprints. Cheap sale. No price. No deal. New player: you scammer. You sold me a white blueprint for 16 copper coins. How dare you? Instigator: exactly. I'm a true beauty. Humph. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, there are many who will. Amidst this barrage of inconsequential chatter, Suyu lost interest. However, he noted that the chat's activity had diminished considerably. Perhaps the reduction in numbers was the cause. It was time to find the withdrawing sister for some gain. He wondered what surprises she would bring him this time. With his train at level 5, he was in the process of collecting materials to upgrade to level 6. And he even had 10 pieces of the core upgrade item, the Qi Jing ore. Opening the chat with Fei Yu, he wasted no time and sent over the details of the Qi Jing ore, confident that it would entice her. If she wanted it, she would have to accept the terms of exploitation. However, she appeared to be offline at the moment. Instead, a stream of messages from others flooded in. Most were requests for him to assist in synthesizing refined iron. He was willing to help those who were ready to pay a price, as it required minimal mental energy. To his surprise, some individuals boldly asked him for copper coins, claiming they needed them to buy fuel. This was already the 3rd day, and after today, the fuel granted by the system would be entirely exhausted. In response, Suyu inquired about their activities at the station. One audaciously replied that they had previously traded for an iron axe with him, but not only did they lose money, they also failed to find resources, which left them too frightened to disembark at the subsequent perilous station. Suyu found this quite amusing. How could one blame him for their cowardice? It was absurd that someone would seek to pin the blame on him. The individual even threatened to expose him if he didn't provide assistance. Suyu promptly delivered a fitting retort. While he had the means and capacity to help, he didn't want to entertain such demands. Would they think him too lenient, expecting him to be their free tool just because they asked? Having dealt with these matters, he found that Fei Yu still hadn't replied, but he remained unperturbed as he leisurely retrieved a fishing rod. An enticing moth fishing rod. It generates a moth daily, guaranteeing a catch. It was time to fish. A bit excited, he approached the fishing compartment and gently cast the line into the central waters, the light blue surface rippling gently as the line sank beneath the water, leaving only the bobber lightly bobbing on the surface. He rested his fingertips on the rod's handle, patiently awaiting today's catch. Before long, the bobber abruptly dipped, the line tautening with a distinct tug. Suyu raised his wrist slightly and gently pulled the rod upward in response to the tension, and a small yellow fish broke the surface. Upon seeing the fish, a complex expression crossed Suyu's face. It was indeed the same cursed creature, possessing the head and tail of a fish but adorned with noodle-like appendages, a mutated Huang Shouyu, a delicacy from the system's certified cursed sea. Lifting the fish, which appeared slightly larger than the last, he decided to indulge in a meal that evening, complementing it with the deep-sea caviar obtained from the black iron treasure chest. Not wishing to continue, Suyu reeled in the rod and returned to the train's system control station. At first glance, he noticed a message from Fei Yu. Fei Yu, it seems you are quite lucky, but I no longer need it. I've already leveled up to 6. Humph, you won't be extorting me this time. Fei Yu, however, I am offering 1,000 copper coins for your talent upgrade card. Surprised, aren't you? I've got money now. Additionally, 3 pieces of green equipment. Fei Yu, this is my final offer. Don't push your luck. Then came the latest message she had just sent. Fei Yu, by the way, check the chat room when you have time. Although I believe you're not that type of person, people can be quite ruthless. Level 6. Suyu was somewhat taken aback upon reading the message, not expecting Fei Yu to have such good fortune. It seemed she had acquired substantial resources at the 3rd station, perhaps even a piece of Qi Jing ore, allowing her to level up upon returning to the train, far quicker than he could achieve through collecting. He He rejected Fei Yu, as well as the 1,000 copper coins and 3 pieces of green equipment. While these might have been acceptable before, they now seemed utterly trivial to him, rendering the prospect of a trade impossible. It would be far wiser to await the emergence of superior talents in the talent shop. Clearly, the plan for the withdrawal princess needed re-evaluation, Suyu murmured. Since the other party believed they had shattered the upgrade curse, Suyu would show them the true meaning of the higher the road, the greater the magic. As the number of platforms he experienced increased, the resources in the hands of the survivors also multiplied, ensuring that Suyu would not find himself in situations where he had money but nowhere to spend it. Although basic resources required time to acquire, the pace would only accelerate. If Fei Yu desired a talent upgrade card, he would seize the first one. When it was time to open it, should it be deemed expensive, he would simply inquire whether they wished to purchase it. Suyu even contemplated occasionally releasing 1 or 2 cards in the auction house to trade for some unique and scarce items from other survivors, confident it would find a substantial market. In the chat room, Suyu opened the conversation, and as he scrolled through the records, his expression gradually darkened. How audacious! Su Jiayin, everyone, I, Su Jiayin, am publicly exposing the refiner. Let me reveal his true face to all. Chapter 27. Respect Destiny. Let go of the need to help others. Aubergine who loves potatoes. Front row for the show. Second-hand driver. Sunflower seeds. Su Jiayin. Everyone knows the refiner has profited handsomely from us. But I, Su Jiayin, due to unfortunate circumstances, was left with no option but to borrow some fuel costs from him. I promised to repay him 100-fold, yet he refused. Su Jiayin, refiner. You have the ability, yet you refuse to lend a hand, watching me fall into despair, even deleting me. If I die, you are guilty of neglecting a life. A true executioner. You profit from us, yet disregard our lives. Why should you earn this ill-gotten money with ease? How despicable. Let us judge him. Xian Yuanzi. Support. Let's fight him. I've long found him displeasing. Professional critic. I've heard the refiner is quite malicious. He charges for materials that could be freely synthesized at the workbench. Heavenly baby. But I recall that unlocking the workbench costs 100 copper coins, right? Professional critic. That's just a prerequisite. What's the big deal about spending 100 copper coins? He has more than enough. To him, 100 copper coins are hardly worth a second glance. Besides, once unlocked, synthesizing materials is virtually costless. Yet, he turns around and charges. What a blatant act of extortion. Su Jiayin, exactly. He is exploiting us, banking on his slight advantage to drain us dry. I am truly a beauty, indeed. I also want to expose him. At the last platform, he bought a fishing rod from me without batting an eye at 100 copper coins. But then he asked me for my private photo, and after I sent it, he merely remarked that he hadn't eaten in days. And he bought a stretching eyes pill to humiliate me. Then he deleted me. Chicken Peak, you've made me laugh. I was wondering who bought my stretching eyes pill in the trade, and now I know. Haha, I just lick what? Goddess. Why didn't you send it when I asked? I am truly a beauty. Su Jiayin, well done, beauty. We who have suffered must bravely stand together. Let us expose this wicked refiner. Let him never earn again. I am truly a beauty. Right, such a person actually took advantage of me. I just lick. I am truly a beauty. Don't be upset. This trash isn't worth your anger. I will ensure that you never eat stretching eyes pills again. Even if I have to starve. Once I save enough copper coins, I will buy you delicious food. Nyo Nyo Tum. Bah, you shameless woman. You think you still have the face to speak? It seems you tried to seduce him, but ended up being deleted. Everyone, don't be fooled. This woman took my resources for free and deleted me. I am truly a beauty. Yo, I suspect you're just a plant sent by the refiner. How could I be that kind of person? Su Jiayin, exactly. This beauty is obviously a good person. You are the one who subscribes to the victim-blaming theory. Upon reading this, Suyu lost interest in scrolling further. Su Jiayin was the same individual who had attempted to swindle him earlier. If one were genuinely in dire straits, that would be one thing. But this person was entirely self-inflicted, weaving a web of deception with not a single honest word. He tapped his fingers on the workstation, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion, but rather a chilling coldness. A group of clowns had banded together to distort the truth, believing him to be an easy target. Although he had deleted the two, the chat records were not irretrievable. They merely required a few copper coins to access. For other survivors, the cost of proving a few statements might not seem worthwhile, yet for Suyu, it was of no consequence, merely a few hundred copper coins. On a train somewhere, Chun Gang inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few messages flashing through the chat room. And to his astonishment, one of them bore Su Jia's name. Upon closer inspection, he broke out in a cold sweat. Who would they dare insult? The other party was the refiner. Among the survivors, he was arguably one of the most formidable presences. Chen Gang had managed to survive the recent platform by leaving the castle early. He had remained on the train, unaffected, and had even witnessed the world's destruction firsthand. Ultimately, only the one who had urged him to leave successfully escaped. In the end, the system had even awarded him a reward, which, although modest, was sufficient to elevate him to level 2. Afterward, Chen Gang pondered that anyone possessing such strength was unlikely to be an unknown among survivors. He recalled his dealings with the refiner and estimated a 30% chance it was him. The key point was the weapon. Though it resembled the sharpened iron axe enhanced from novice gear, he had witnessed the combat between Yusan and the refiner, and the quality of their weapons was entirely different. Of course, this was merely speculation, but even a 30% chance was enough for him to avoid offending the refiner. After all, encountering him in some world could lead to a swift demise at his hands. Seeing Su Jie actively provoke the refiner left Chen Gang utterly aghast. Do not play lure. Su Jie, you should quickly apologize to him. Such a person is not someone you or I can provoke, especially not after slandering him. I am truly a beauty. Gongzi, you needn't worry. He deleted me long ago, and there are no chat records left. Without evidence, he cannot claim I slandered him. Chen Gang felt like he might vomit blood. Was that really his concern? Helpless, he had no choice but to share his suspicions about the refiner with her. Do not play lure. Besides, you have sent him photos. If you encounter him at another platform, it could be. I am truly a beauty. Gongzi, don't scare me. You know I was just joking. Do not play lure. I genuinely have no alternative. Su Jie, you must apologize. Perhaps it's not too late. Within the train, Su Ying stared at the screen, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. The earlier bravado in the chat room now completely vanished. She was not merely engaging in empty bravado. She had intended to leverage Su Jiayin's momentum to stomp on the refiner, seek revenge, and perhaps even garner some sympathy to swindle resources. Although she considered Chen Gang's suggestion to apologize, it felt like a loss of face, and she was reluctant to take that step. In such a crowded setting, what are the odds of encountering such a coincidence? Just as she was entangled in her thoughts, the atmosphere in the chat room suddenly shifted. She leaned in with suspicion, and upon discerning the situation, her complexion turned pale. The message read, Lianqi Shi, the chat logs are here. Take a look for yourselves. Additionally, if anyone knows the specifics about the individuals mentioned above, please contact me privately. The fee is 100 copper coins per piece of information. He may lack in many areas, but he certainly possesses an abundance of wealth. This message served primarily as a deterrent, wielding the sword of Damocles, making it clear that not everyone can dare to provoke him. If he so wished, he could even place a bounty on the heads of others. Given the nature of the train system, it is likely that instances of multiple individuals gathering at the platform will not be uncommon. However, he refrained from taking such action, as the train system abides by the principle of survival of the fittest, and the chances of such individuals enduring are slim. At this moment, Su Yu's statement ignited a flurry of lurking participants in the chat room, with the promise of 100 copper coins per piece of information acting as a veritable bomb in an environment where most individuals possessed less than 100 coins in wealth. Although the majority of these survivors were unfamiliar with one another, it was easy for personal information to slip out during interactions, unless the individual in question was exceptionally guarded. Apparently, Su Jiayin and Wezhen Shidemei were not among such cautious individuals. On a certain train, a scruffy man gazed at the screen in disbelief as countless individuals began to berate him, calling him shameless, including a former acquaintance who now frantically revealed his information. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Damn it, there couldn't possibly be chat logs. His fingers trembled as he scrolled, and only upon seeing a comment from another user did he realize that the chat logs could indeed be retrieved, albeit for a hefty sum of several hundred copper coins. When Su Jiayin saw this message, his eyes reddened in an instant. Why, oh why, would you refuse to lend me some money, yet willingly spend several times that amount to harm me? Damn it. Peering out into the endless darkness, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a blood-red hue. Notice, insufficient fuel. Please replenish fuel as soon as possible. Current speed has dropped to 20 km/h. At such a moment, what good is your incessant beeping? This is all your fault for getting me stuck in this dreadful place. Notice, insufficient fuel. Please replenish fuel as soon as possible. Su Jiayin, in a fit of rage, kicked the train system, but to no avail. Remarkably, the train's speed seemed to decrease even further. At that moment, the glass on either side of the train began to seep a sanguine liquid. Chapter 28. The Origin Place S. Great Change. Level up twice. Flesh. Su Ying gritted her teeth. At this juncture, she could only pass the blame onto someone else. Wezhen Shidemei knew. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly acknowledge my mistake. It was Su Jia-in who instigated me. Please take it up with him. Nyo Nyo Tung. Haha, serves you right. It's not that you've realized your mistake. It's that you know you're about to die. Haha. Ju Hua Cha. Such violence, I love it. Aside from a few individuals' mocking remarks, the Lianxi sure did not respond, and the messages were quickly drowned out. Su Ying, unwilling to give up, opened Chen Gang's chat window. Few knew her information, and he was one of them. Was Zhen sure Mei knew? Gongzi. You can't sell me out for that little money. Buwan Luya. Sister, what do you take me for? I would never betray you, don't worry. After Chen Gang sent his reply, he opened another chat window, having just received 100 copper coins from the boss. What does that little money even mean? I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Now, I must respect your decision to sever our relationship. Upon seeing Chen Gang's earnest reply, Su Ying felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Gongzi was not malicious, albeit rather simple-minded and easily swayed. In this world where no one knew how long they could survive, she didn't truly believe they would cross paths again. If she offended him, what could he possibly do? With that thought, she resolved to let it go and prepare for the worst. Just then, the train's announcement system crackled to life. Announcement: the origin place is about to enter an active state. Notice: please increase the train's speed immediately. Trains traveling at speeds below 40 km/h will become priority targets for attack. Upon hearing this announcement, Suyu glanced at the chat room, and indeed, after a brief moment of calm, it erupted into unprecedented levels of frantic messaging. A train at level 2 could barely reach the 40 km/h threshold, and among those who had passed through 3 stations, there were plenty at level 1. Most of these survivors had declined to disembark due to the perceived danger, or had failed to find resources to upgrade after doing so. Many others had saved their copper coins for fuel, never contemplating an upgrade. The crisis of fuel and speed became the predicament faced by the majority of survivors. In an instant, the prices of wood and steel skyrocketed. Some survivors with money began hoarding supplies, waiting to sell at a premium. This provoked a wave of heated discussions in the chat room. Yet even so, those who did not wish to become targets were gritting their teeth and purchasing supplies, while many others had succumbed to despair. Su Ying's train was still at level 1. She had previously traded a green fishing rod for 100 copper coins with Suyu, but had used those to invest in a blueprint. Although she hadn't sold much yet, everything was priced higher than the original, and if she sold it all, she stood to make a substantial profit. Hearing the train announcement, Su Ying's expression darkened as she checked her remaining resources and copper coins, finding that she was nearly able to level up, which relieved her somewhat. Fortunately, wood and steel were basic materials and not overly expensive. However, upon opening the market's trading list, she discovered that all wood and steel prices had doubled and were still rising. Su Ying looked at the pile of worthless blueprints and insufficient copper coins in her possession, furiously cursing the unethical individuals behind this price surge. With no other options, she resorted to gathering fish from her pond. And of course, there was Gongzi. He was such a good person, surely he would help her. Yet, after sending her message, Chen Gang did not reply. After a while, it showed that he was no longer a friend. Su Ying's face turned ashen. Suyu had already stopped paying attention to the chat room. He was busy synthesizing the iron essence and dense wood required for upgrades. He had been acquiring upgrade materials and possessed a considerable stockpile for personal use, with no intentions of selling. The announcement indicated that the origin place was entering an active state, and trains traveling too slowly would become targets for attack. Suyu was curious about who exactly would be launching these attacks. Through the module known as the Train Sentinel's Eye, he was able to observe the true state of the outside world. The blood-red landscape appeared to differ from before. The countless indistinct shapes of creatures resembled hunters lurking along the train's path. Their speeds varied, and for a train traveling at merely 30 km/h, it would be akin to a slow-moving box easily overtaken by these monsters. Even at speeds of 40 or 50 km/h, complete evasion was not guaranteed, particularly with the occasional shadow exuding an aura of sinister darkness reminiscent of abyssal forces. Furrowing his brow, Suyu noted that within the confines of the train, they could only rely on the Sentinel's eye for observation, lacking any direct experience, leaving him somewhat uncertain. The train system merely indicates that slower speeds will make one a priority target for attacks, yet it does not guarantee that faster speeds will completely evade such threats. Currently, at LV5, Suyu's train originally operated at a velocity of 70 km/h, but with the added boost from power fuel, it has reached 90 km/h. To be on the safe side, Suyu has decided to enhance his train further, with refined iron and dense wood materials prepared. He also retrieves a piece of red crystal ore, and subsequently, the system announces the upgrade. The train emits a soft glow, accompanied by a slight vibration, and the patterns on the interior walls appear to have shifted subtly, while the train's cabin has become somewhat more spacious. Moments later, the system chimes. Train upgrade complete. Awarded 3 free attribute points. Train docking time increased by 1 hour. Upgrade modules unlocked. 1 train paint job. Fierce Sunday. 2 thunder engine. 3 domestic robot. He contemplates the paint job first, recalling Alice's opulent train, which likely features such embellishments. If no other suitable options present themselves, he shall select this one. The third option is immediately disregarded, as he currently has an aversion to robots. Suyu meticulously examines the details of the second upgrade module. Thunder engine, train power module. Upon activation, consumes 1 unit of fuel per minute to increase train speed by 50. This module is only compatible with train power output levels below LV20. Without hesitation, Suyu selects the thunder engine. Thunder engine installed. Would you like to activate it immediately? He chooses not to activate it, as the consumption of 1 unit of fuel per minute, while he still possesses 90 units of power fuel, is still a resource he prefers not to squander. This device, akin to the jet turret, is adept at depleting fuel and should only be utilized in critical moments. Congratulations on becoming the second survivor in this region to reach LV6. Awarded 1 wooden treasure chest, 2 free attribute points. The withdrawal mechanism has also leveled up, hence the upgrade rewards remain the same. He first checks the requirements for the next upgrade and discovers that after reaching LV6, the materials needed for the train's upgrade have indeed changed once more. In addition to the basic refined iron and dense wood, a piece of black gold ore is now required. Fortunately, due to his prior collection efforts, Suyu has ample refined iron and dense wood to continue upgrading. The black gold ore, one of the resources he obtained in the apocalyptic town, is also in his possession, with several boxes containing 10 units each. After the upgrade, he does not pause. He had been acquiring essential materials until prices surged, and he still has enough to upgrade once more. The train ascends from LV6 to LV7 amidst the system's notifications. Soon, the train system presents new options. Train upgrade complete. Awarded 3 free attribute points. Train docking time increased by 1 hour. Upgrade modules unlocked. 1 thunder engine enhancement. Requires 2 red crystal ores. 2 yoga room. 3 fuel tank expansion component. Can expand fuel tank capacity to 100 units. The current thunder engine's speed suffices, rendering further enhancement unnecessary, especially as it would likely increase fuel consumption. Suyu carefully reviews the options, dismissing the second one outright, and focuses on the third. His fuel tank is still at the initial capacity of 30 units, and should he utilize the thunder engine or jet turret, this amount would not last long. Resolving this, he promptly selects the fuel tank expansion component. Upon making his choice, the train's notification sounds once more. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to reach LV7. Awarded 1 wooden treasure chest, 3 free attribute points. Indeed, he has achieved this milestone first, even if Hayu had collected the necessary upgrade materials. She clearly could not match his ability to level up twice in succession. After this, Suyu refrains from further upgrades. Although he possesses the crucial ore, his stock of basic materials has dwindled. Even with the option to purchase from other survivors, the market's inventory is limited, and with prices inflated, the cost-effectiveness has diminished. He directly opens the 2 wooden treasure chests he received. He acquires 10 copper coins, 1 carriage card, 1 talent upgrade card guaranteed, 1 iron sword, white, and 1 electric kettle blueprint, white. Among these items, the talent upgrade card is guaranteed, while the rest are rather standard. He sells the white equipment iron sword at a low price to fellow survivors, then uses the carriage card to extend the train's length to 5 carriages. The new empty carriage can serve as a spare area. The electric kettle blueprint allows him to fabricate a product from steel, serving as a handy domestic item, albeit without any special functions, though it will spare him the need for a pot when boiling water in the future. Next, he contemplates the total of 11 attribute points acquired from the 2 upgrades. He allocates 5 points to Constitution and 6 points to Speed. It is essential to maintain a balance between Constitution and Strength to avoid imbalance, while Speed pertains not only to movement, but also to combat reaction times, which currently represents his weakness. Thus, he prioritizes its enhancement. After completing these adjustments, he accesses his personal and train information. Name, Suyu, Strength, 35, Constitution, 25, Speed, 13, Spirit, 17, Talent, all things forged SSS level, unique. Train Master, Suyu, Train, G317112. Level, LV7, upgrade requirements, 500 refined iron, 500 dense wood, 1 black iron ore. Carriages, 5. Speed, 90 km/h, 20 km/h with power fuel. Modules, Sentinel I, external jet turret, active repair chamber. Thunder engine, fuel, 9100, power fuel. Efficiency, 100, train docking time, 9 hours. Before long, the train's broadcast echoes once more. Announcement, the origin land has entered an active state, with certain areas unlocking synchronously. Notice, survivors are advised to closely monitor train efficiency metrics, with specific precautions as follows. 1. When train efficiency falls below 80, speed will decrease. 2. When efficiency drops below 50, the carriages will trigger a disconnection probability. 3. When efficiency dips below 20, the train will lose mobility. 4. When efficiency falls below 1, the train will initiate emergency self-destruction protocols. Note, efficiency repairs can only be conducted post-combat. After this series of notifications, Suyu finally pays attention to the train's efficiency, which had previously remained at 100. It appears that if the train comes under attack, this efficiency effectively serves as the train's health bar. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, the display from the Sentinel I reveals that the entire world seems to tremble momentarily. Subsequently, numerous underground pits emerge in this blood-red world. While they may appear small, should the train's speed decrease, it could easily become ensnared within them. In the distance, a shadow materializes on the horizon, initially a vague silhouette, but as the train progresses, it gradually reveals a form resembling mechanical tentacles, slowly writhing beneath the crimson sky, akin to a slumbering behemoth finally awakening from its long slumber. Suyu was uncertain whether his train could withstand the unknown entity that had fallen. After observing for a while, he was relieved to see that the adversary did not display any aggressive actions. As the train continued its relentless advance, an increasing number of these enigmatic monsters emerged, and it felt as though countless unseen eyes were silently watching him from the obscurity. The train was traveling at a velocity of 110 km/h, which, in theory, should render it immune to attack. However, Suyu was plagued by an ominous premonition. This feeling intensified when a chunk of flesh, stained with blood, suddenly plummeted from the sky. The locomotive collided with the bloody mass, shattering it violently, yet the crimson remnants did not scatter as anticipated. Instead, they clung tenaciously to the armored front of the train, glistening like fresh blood. Through the Sentinel's eye, Suyu observed an alarming number of monsters concealed within the obsidian mist surrounding him. While most were unable to match the train's speed, some fortuitously managed to latch onto the moving vehicle as it passed. It was then that Suyu discerned the true appearance of these so-called monsters. Their bodies resembled chunks of flesh stripped of skin, bound together by sinew. Some bore a resemblance to humans, while others took on various animal forms. There were even grotesque amalgamations of flesh, riddled with eyes. In their gaze, Suyu saw no semblance of sentience, only creatures driven by primal instincts. Their singular focus was the bloody remains on the train's front. Had it not been for this grotesque offering, as the train's systems indicated, he would not have been a target for these fiends at his current speed. Alert! The train is under attack. Current efficiency decreased by 1. The monsters roared in a frenzy, vying for the flesh, even turning upon one another in a savage display. At that moment, Suyu's train became a battleground for these abominations. Originally intending to conserve fuel, it was now clear that no savings would be possible. Fire the jet cannon. Chapter 29. Initiating the ultimate trial. New platform. Externally mounted jet cannon. Infinite ammunition, consuming 1 unit of fuel per minute. A searing orange-red blaze erupted from the train's cannon, striking true against one of the skinless beasts. The fleshly form detonated, splattering red-black ichor that hissed as it corroded. This was merely the beginning, for this cannon was an infinite firepower mode. Waves of orange-red flames tore through the monsters. The frantic output quickly coated the train's flanks and the remnants of the obliterated creatures, forming a viscous, corrosive pool. Alert! Corrupted by dark energy. Dark element resistance coating has diminished, current efficiency at 95. This was the dark element resistance coating he had procured from the system shop, which provided a resistance of 10. Suyu fixated on the image provided by the Sentinel's eye, noticing that the initial chunk of flesh was still clinging to the front armor, continuously emitting a scent that attracted the monsters. Even with the cannon's rapid clearing, new creatures still surged forth drawn by the scent. The priority was to eliminate this grotesque remnant. He swiftly switched the cannon's targeting mode, redirecting the barrel from the monsters clinging to the train to lock onto the bloody chunk. The powerful blast erupted forth, yet the flesh did not char. It remained vividly colored, albeit slightly displaced by the tremendous impact. Suyue intensified the firepower until the front armor began to scorch under the extreme heat. And even after a 6-point efficiency drop, the gruesome mass was finally dislodged. In an instant, most of the monsters leapt off the train, chasing after the flesh like predators on the hunt. With the allure of the meat removed, the subsequent influx of monsters noticeably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Suyue activated the newly installed train power module. Now is the time. Thunder engine, activate. With a roar, the train's speed surged from 110 km/h to an astonishing 165 km/h. The train shuddered slightly, flinging off the last few monsters that had clung to its sides. Suyue glanced at the fuel data. After approximately 3 minutes of cannon fire and the current acceleration, the fuel had dropped from 90,100 to 86,100. Yet efficiency stabilized at 88. He exhaled with relief as the number of surrounding monsters dwindled, and the creatures along the train's path lost their desire to attack. Alert! Combat state disengaged. Current efficiency at 88. You may spend 1,200 copper coins to immediately restore efficiency, or wait for the train to repair itself at a rate of 1 hour. Suyue opted for immediate repair. This expenditure was essential. A green light enveloped the entire train, visibly restoring efficiency. After a few minutes of uninterrupted travel, Suyue finally switched off the thunder engine. Although the speed was exhilarating, keeping it running continuously would deplete his funds rapidly. He had approximately 70 fuel units remaining. He spent 3,000 copper coins in the system shop to replenish the fuel to maximum capacity. With only 26,000 copper coins left, he couldn't help but lament the rapid depletion of his resources. In the following hours, he monitored the external changes through the Sentinel's eye. Fortunately, no further monsters attacked. In the chat room, he did not encounter anyone sharing a similar experience, leading Suyue to speculate that the flesh chunk was an isolated incident. As time passed, the chatroom's population dwindled from over 5,000 to just above 2,000, and it continued to decline. No one knew when this macabre feast of monsters would conclude. As the night deepened, the train glided steadily, and the Sentinel's eye occasionally caught fleeting glimpses of indistinct monstrous outlines, yet none approached. Suyue leaned back in his chair, dozing lightly, careful not to fall into a deep sleep. Periodically, he would wake to check the data, which stabilized at 100. As dawn approached, the chatroom population held at 1876, having not decreased further for quite some time. Suyue rubbed his eyes and stared at the display. The once blood-soaked landscape revealed a transformation. Distant metallic structures began to take form, alongside remnants of other trains, suggesting that others had traversed this area before. Announcement: the train has entered the origin zone, the Crimson Wasteland. Platform 4 is about to open. Survivors are requested to prepare. Upon this announcement, the chatroom remained relatively quiet. Those who lived would continue to do so, while the deceased were forgotten. This crisis had claimed the lives of the vast majority. They did not perish outside the platform, but rather within the confines of the train. Suyue hesitated momentarily before producing a folded card. Train Trial Invitation. This invitation allows entry to the trial grounds before Platform 5, initiating a personalized trial. Rewards will vary based on the survivor's performance. He had obtained this item from the second platform in exchange for a Yuanyan stone. Use. Suyue pressed his fingertip against the surface of the card, and the pale golden invitation began to dissolve into myriad sparkling motes, akin to ashes drifting away, vanishing into the air. Alert! Survivor has utilized the train trial invitation. Please select trial difficulty: basic, advanced, extreme. The greater the difficulty, the higher the cumulative rewards. Select extreme trial. With an SSS level talent and equipped with formidable gear, Suyue resolved to take the gamble. He gathered every item and equipment capable of enhancing his combat prowess. In this so-called trial, he must strive to enhance himself to the utmost. The world beyond the train is far from tranquil. Had it not been for his possession of a weapon module, the skinless monsters would have overwhelmed him and dismantled the train. Strengthening one's abilities is the essence of survival. The train is about to depart. The system has detected that the survivor has utilized the trial invitation. The extreme trial platform has been matched. Destination: Shuelian World. The G317112 train is now departing. Please secure yourselves and pay attention to safety. A kind reminder: today's weather at the platform is scorching. Upcoming destination: Shuelian World. Note: this platform is one of the worlds anchored by the train system. Certain areas are restricted due to the survivor's low level. Warning: as this is a trial world, the train will not have a fixed stop time. Upon the completion of the tasks, the train will automatically appear. Identity is being randomly implanted. You are a death row inmate of the Aluala Empire. The language system has been calibrated. Note: the novice's bound backpack cannot be brought into this world, Storage-type items will have their usage temporarily restricted until the survivor escapes danger. Please disembark. Chapter 30. Suo Luan Lin In. Decapitation. A series of notifications made Suyu realize that this platform was entirely different from those he had encountered before. Firstly, this trial world is a complete realm. The train system has forcibly assigned him an identity, though it is a bit difficult for him to assess. A death row inmate is merely a death row inmate. The train system would certainly not grant him a hopeless beginning. As for how to break free from this predicament, he must first step into the fray. As the train doors swung open, a musty odor wafted in. The moment Suyu stepped out, the sensation beneath his feet transformed from the metallic floor of the train to rough, damp tiles. The darkness before him faded, and in the next instant, he found himself standing in a narrow, cramped dungeon. His equipment and weapon had vanished, replaced by a coarse gray hooded robe, with a heavy iron chain sewn around his waist. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the dungeon, and bright flames flickered on either side. Suyu looked up to see an armored man before him, flanked by 2 guards. Suo Lun Lin In, as an Imperial Death Row inmate, you should have met your end at the gallows. However, the esteemed general has decided to show mercy. If you agree to complete the task assigned to you by the Empire, you shall receive a reprieve. Very well, I agree. Suo Lun Lin In. It seems this is his current name, which sounds rather appealing. Aren't you curious about the task? All right, what is the task? Suyu inquired. You are to assassinate the leader of the rebels in the old district for the Empire. The armored man clenched his fist, sensing something amiss. All right, I accept. The other party clearly did not anticipate Suyu's promptness, and his hand paused on the hilt of his sword. His gaze behind the mask, now scrutinizing. Are you not afraid this is a mission destined for death? The leader of the rebels in the old district is no ordinary figure. Suyu tugged at the iron chain around his waist. I am a death row inmate. Upon hearing this, the man paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, you are a death row inmate, a filthy pest. This is the grace bestowed upon you by the esteemed general. As the laughter subsided, the armored man gestured for the guards to step forward. A heavy iron key was inserted into the cell door. With a crisp click, the iron lock fell, and he proceeded to remove the chains binding Suyu, showing no concern that he might seize the opportunity to escape. Follow me. The general is waiting in the hall, and there is no time to waste. The man turned and stepped forward, the clanking of his armor resonating in the air. Suyu followed closely, passing through 3 heavy iron doors before arriving in the main hall, where the light suddenly brightened. The floor was adorned with a dark patterned red carpet, and at the end of the hall stood a man clad in silver armor, as robust as a bear, with his back turned towards them. This is General Jia Nasi Pa of the Aluala Empire. General, I bring Suo Lun Lin in. The armored man knelt on one knee, his voice reverent. The figure atop the dais slowly turned, towering at nearly 2 meters, his features chiseled with a cold demeanor, high cheekbones, and a nose reminiscent of a hawk's beak, akin to a poised python ready to strike. His piercing gaze fell upon Suyu, as if appraising prey. Suo Lun Lin In, I have reviewed your file. You were once the Empire's foremost assassin, yet during a mission, you exhibited a laughable act of compassion, resulting in your imprisonment. Suyu replied, indeed, silently mocking. He thought to himself that whatever the general claimed was correct. He had no recollection at all, and the train system had not granted him any memory synchronization. General Jia Na continued, I have no interest in your past, but I harbor doubts regarding this matter. Can you fulfill my task? Oh, how shall I prove myself to you, esteemed general? Suyu stepped forward, following the general's line of inquiry. Jia Na smiled with satisfaction. Quite simple. There is but one way to prove oneself here, and that is through strength. Before Suyu could respond, Jia Na tossed a prepared package towards him. This contains your previous weaponry and equipment. Don them and prove yourself to me. Upon opening it, Suyu found within the reverse illusion armor he had previously worn, as well as the agile boots, the spirit blade, and the torrent belt. It seems the train system has delivered his equipment in this manner, while other items remain in the storage space and are temporarily unusable. Suyu quickly donned the gear and flexed his wrists. Esteemed general, is your opponent me? Impudent. Do not be disrespectful to the esteemed general. The armored man immediately stepped forward, admonishing him angrily. Yet Jia Na chuckled heartily. Young man, courage is commendable, but if misapplied, it becomes recklessness. Your opponent is him. Jerwin, you shall face him. Jia Na pointed decisively at the very armored man who had escorted Suyu in. Upon being named, Jerwin raised his head, his breath hitching beneath the mask, and promptly stood and clasped his fists. Yes. Sensing the rising momentum from his opponent, Suyu steadied himself, extending the spirit blade forward with a slight bend in his arm. Jerwin slowly drew his long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Lin En, once a legend in the Empire's assassin realm, now merely a death row inmate. Do take care not to perish at my hands. Before his words faded, Jerwin surged forward, his long sword thrusting with tremendous force towards Su Yu's heart. The armor did not hinder his speed. Rather, it imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure to his strike. This was not a spar. Jerwin understood that when Jia Na issued the command, only one of them would survive this battle. Should Su Yu fail to defeat him, he would hold no value in survival. The one who lost would merely become tomorrow's refuse. Su Yu stood resolute, not flinching nor evading, as the agile boots suddenly glimmered with a soft blue light. Swift Wind Shift 10. In this battle, he aimed for a swift resolution. His body slid sideways, and simultaneously, the spirit blade sliced horizontally, precisely grazing Jerwin's sword's back. Clang! The clash of sword against blade. Jerwin felt a jolt in his hand, nearly losing grip of the long sword, astonished by the terrifying strength that surpassed his expectations. Seizing the moment, Su Yu advanced, his left fist driving with a force of 35 points into the gap of Jerwin's armor. Jerwin grunted, forced to retreat 3 steps by the impact. Without delay, Su Yu executed a swift left kick, sending Jerwin's sword flying from his grasp. Then, using the momentum, he leaped, the spirit blade reversed in his grip, its tip aimed directly at the throat beneath Jerwin's mask. Jun's pupils constricted sharply, and though he attempted to block the impending danger, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the cold glint approached. In the next moment, the Shiling Jiren sliced cleanly through his neck, the sound of blade piercing flesh and bone ringing sharply in the air. His helmet fell alongside his severed head, clattering against the crimson carpet and rolling a half-meter before coming to rest. Warm blood gushed forth, staining the carpet a vivid, eye-catching red. For a brief moment, Jun's body stood rigid before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Concurrently, a notification echoed in Sun's mind. You have slain Groen. Shiling Jiren has absorbed 10 points of soul energy. The Shiling Jiren's effect allows for an additional soul energy multiplied by 0.5 damage, which translates to an extra 5 points of damage. Withdrawing his blade, he stood still, blood dripping from the edge of Shiling Jiren. He raised his gaze toward the platform. Your Excellency, the General, are you satisfied with my demonstration? Chapter 31, Trial Mission. Speech. The legendary hero, the blade-bound general. Combined chapter sat upon the high platform, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a deeper intrigue as he burst into laughter. Excellent. Ruthless and efficient. I entrust this task to you. I have complete faith in your abilities. But do you know why I had Gerwin face you? Because the dead keep secrets. Su Yu replied without looking up. Jana's expression shifted to one of admiration. Precisely. I will personally assign this task to you. The leader of the Old City rebels is named Wainia. Your mission is to eliminate him. Of course, Your Excellency, was Su Yu's calm response, as he had already learned this information in the dungeon, and it came as no surprise. This is your first task, Jana continued, fixing his gaze on Su Yu to observe his reaction. To his disappointment, he displayed no curiosity whatsoever. With the first task assigned, a second naturally followed. However, you will only be eligible to learn about this subsequent task after the completion of the first, Jana added, retracting his gaze and speaking in a measured tone. Su Yu nodded slightly, wiping the blood from the blade of Shiling Jiren with his fingertips. As you wish. Jana scrutinized his emotionless face and suddenly felt this young man was more inscrutable than he had initially thought. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Jana's tone darkened slightly. To ensure your actions proceed smoothly, I will assign you a trusted aide. Refusal is not an option. This is a courtesy from the general. Were it not for the last sentence, it would have indeed considered declining, for it was evident that this was merely Jana's watchful eye. Jana clapped his hands, and from the shadows of the hall, a slender yet imposing figure emerged, draped in a flowing black cloak, the hood pulled low enough to obscure most of her face. Save for a pale chin, she exuded a sharp, formidable aura, her footsteps as silent as falling leaves. She is Ying, my most capable subordinate, well-versed in the Old City. Jana introduced. With her presence, this endeavor will surely be more successful. Su Yu's gaze fell upon the hands of the figure cloaked in black. Her fingers were slender and pale, gripping the hilt of a deep blue sword at her waist, always poised as if ready to draw. This informant appeared to be a woman, and he sensed her strength far exceeded that of Goan. Having said little more, Su Yu spoke slowly. Since this is the general's arrangement, I have no objections. Ying remained silent beneath her cloak, merely taking half a step closer to her after a nod from Ja. silently acknowledging her role as a companion. Jiana, pleased by SSS compliance, remarked, Wainea is quite cunning. He has already seized control of much of the old city. You are to set out today and must ensure you obtain his head within 3 days. Understood, Hiera replied, turning to make his way out of the hall. Ing followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 2 steps between them, devoid of any conversation. As they exited the premises, a system notification chimed in unison. You have exited danger, storage space activated. Trial mission generation in progress. Generated, please check. 1. Eliminate General Jaa. Reward, 100 trial points. 2. Eliminate Rebel Leader Wainea. Reward, 100 trial points. 3. Acquire the lost legendary weapon, Liehua Shuangren. Reward, 50 trial points. 4. Locate the statue of the hero from a century ago. Reward, 50 trial points. 5. Reward. Note: various actions taken by the survivor in this trial world may also yield trial points. The final number of trial points obtained will determine the quality of the ultimate reward for this trial. Hint: you have joined the Auroral Empire faction. Current faction reputation, 0. Upon seeing the tasks and notifications appear, Thuy had entertained a thought of returning to claim Ga's head, as it would yield a substantial 100 points. However, this idea was swiftly quelled. Regardless of his abilities, attacking here, as military base, seemed nearly impossible. The second task from the train system coincided with S mission, leading him to reconsider his initial plan of departure. Then let us seek out Wainea and assess the true caliber of this rebel leader. Slowing his pace, he intentionally lagged half a step behind Ing, observing her perpetual vigilance with a hint of amusement. This trusted aide of appeared rather less astute than one might expect. How far is the old city from here? He inquired. Less than half a day's journey, came Ing's low, gravelly voice from beneath her hood, her steps unbroken. Suy's interest peaked. A journey of merely half a day likely indicated that should they succeed, Jiana would mobilize his entire army to seize the old city. You see, I have been imprisoned for quite some time. Could you share some intelligence on the rebels? It would greatly assist our efforts. Thuy maintained a calm demeanor, as if genuinely preparing for the mission. Ing's steps hesitated briefly, her hooded gaze seemingly appraising him before she spoke after a few moments of silence. Wainea possesses limited combat prowess, yet he commands a well-trained force known as the Founding Army. This unit is unlike any ordinary military. They are fearless, embrace sacrifice, and exhibit exceptional coordination. It is nearly impossible to breach their defenses through conventional means. Thus, we must undermine them from within, Thuy interjected. This is not your concern. Your task is to eliminate Wainea, regardless of the method you choose. I require more information, as it will facilitate my mission, Thuy countered directly, leaving Ing momentarily taken aback. What exactly do you wish to know? Ing's voice carried a note of dissatisfaction. I wish to understand why there are rebels in the Auroral Empire, and how they have managed to grow to such a scale. This question had been carefully considered by Thuy, for it was not solely about Wainea. Because these individuals dare to invoke the name of founding and engage in acts of rebellion. Ing's tone was laced with fervor. Wainea gathers a multitude of nefarious individuals, seducing the masses under the guise of heroism. Such wicked rebels must be eradicated. Thuy remained noncommittal, yet he found himself intrigued by the notion of invoking the name of a hero. For one of the system tasks involved locating the statue of a hero from a century ago. Could these two heroes be one and the same? His curiosity deepened. Having procured the information he sought, Thuy refrained from further inquiries. Upon reaching the old city, more clarity would emerge. The sun shone brightly today as they exited S base, where a soldier had led forth 2 already prepared steeds. The 2 individuals swiftly set forth, guided by Ing. Within less than half a day's time, they arrived at the so-called Old City. The exterior was fortified by walls constructed from bluish-gray stones, weathered by the passage of time, giving it a mottled and weighty appearance. Although a few soldiers were stationed at the city gate, they did not conduct a stringent inspection of those entering and exiting. What perplexed Thuy was that Ing was entirely shrouded beneath a black hood. Despite this ambiguous identity, the soldiers merely asked a few cursory questions and allowed them entry into the city. Upon stepping into the city, though named Old City, it was not merely filled with antiquities. Quite the opposite, the streets were bustling with a significant flow of people, and many buildings appeared to have been recently constructed. However, many shops along the streets were closed, with the crowd converging towards a singular direction, the cacophony of voices resonating in the air. Thuy managed to glean snippets of conversation, indicating that Wainea was delivering a grand speech. Such an opportunity was not to be missed, and the two followed the throng to a constructed platform, surrounded by soldiers and packed with people. A towering banner adorned the platform, emblazoned with the words Kaigwa. Below the banner stood a figure clad in a deep brown robe, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding a gravitas that commanded instant silence. Without having to speak, Suyua discerned that this was indeed Wainea. Ladies and gentlemen, before I commence my formal address, I wish to pose a few questions. It is well known that the Alo Empire has implemented a policy of isolation for over a century. However, does anyone know what lockdown truly signifies? Many voices answered in unison. It is the sealing of national borders, repelling external foes, and safeguarding peace. Wainea nodded in acknowledgement. Correct. But what does opening the country entail? A brief silence enveloped the crowd, and after a few moments, hushed murmurs arose, yet no one dared to voice an answer aloud. Since you are hesitant to speak, I shall. A robust figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Wainea, his face flushed with anger. Wainea, you deluded charlatan seeking to open the country. Let me inform you that opening the country means inviting external malevolent forces and wicked ideologies into our land, robbing us of our resources and wealth. This is an unforgivable sin. You shall descend into hell. The crowd stirred, for this was a well-documented event in the Alo Empire's textbooks. Isolation was the orthodoxy, while opening the country was deemed a transgression. It was not that no one was aware, yet Wainea boldly championed the cause of opening the country. The soldiers surrounding the area intended to apprehend the man, but Wainea gestured for them to refrain and instead laughed heartily. Excellent. I appreciate those who speak the truth. However, let me ask you this. Is the truth truly as you perceive it? For over a century, has no one questioned this? Silence blanketed the audience. Many faces contorted with confusion. Wainea's voice resonated again. I have crossed that so-called sacred border and witnessed the world beyond. There, I encountered not a realm filled with malevolent forces, but people akin to us, toiling from dawn to dusk. There are no corrupting ideologies, only advanced productivity, agricultural techniques that enhance yields, and medical practices that mend ailments. His words plunged the crowd into a state of bewilderment. His gaze burned with intensity. Whom does the lockdown truly imprison? It is ourselves. It is the way we perceive the world, the steps we take towards the future. And opening the country means dispelling this century-long fog, embracing the tide of the world, and stepping beyond our confines to behold the true visage of reality. Wainea's fervent speech ignited visions of another world within the hearts of all present. Yet, he shifted his tone, stating, I am Wainea. Most of you are familiar with me. But today I wish to speak of another figure whom you also know well. A century ago, this land was ravaged by war, and the Alo Empire stood on the brink of collapse. During these dire times, a general, due to a command error and lack of equipment, was captured along with hundreds of soldiers. However, the enemy did not execute them. Instead, they severed all their arms and, after tormenting them, released them back to the Alo Empire. This was not mercy, it was a demonstration. They sought to showcase to the entire empire the fate that awaited those who dared to resist them. The audience clenched their fists. This history was not unfamiliar to them. Many had succumbed to fear and contemplated surrender. Yet, that general, bloodied and armless, crawled back to camp, dragging his mutilated body. Wainea's voice crescendoed before all the soldiers. He raised his half arm and roared, If we are defeated, this will be your fate. This will be the fate of your families. Wainea paused momentarily. In that instant, all who contemplated giving up grasped their weapons anew. But being armless signifies one can no longer be a warrior. What then shall be done? The crowd's breaths grew heavy, their eyes aflame with indomitable spirit, a fervor ingrained in their very bones. Thus, he burned his wounds to staunch the blood and bound his severed arm with a blade. Resolutely returning to the battlefield, leading his compatriots in a divine surge to slay their foes and resurrect the Alo Empire. Tell me, who is he? As he concluded, Wainea raised his arm towards the crowd. Panlader. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. Indeed, he is the legendary hero of the empire from a century ago. The blade-bound general, Panlader. At this moment, one might inquire why I mention this general and what connection he has to me, Wainea. I wish to inform you that he is my ancestor and one of the architects of the policy of isolation. A century ago, we emerged victorious in battle. Yet the empire lay in ruins. Before his demise, General Panlader proposed the policy of isolation, but also left behind a phrase that was deliberately erased. Isolation is merely a temporary measure for recuperation. Only through opening the country can future generations truly stand firm in the world. Now, with foreign nations eyeing us covetously, sharpening their blades, and waiting while we remain entrenched in our isolation, if we do not open the country now, when shall we? Today, I take up the banner of opening the country. forming the opening country army, wishing to carry forth the will of General Panlotter, awakening the dormant fighting spirit within you, and opening our borders to behold the world. Wainea unsheathed his sword, raised it above his head, facing the blazing sun, his gaze resolute. Will you stand with me? For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Then an overwhelming wave of voices erupted. We are willing to follow you, to open our borders. In the ensuing chapter preview, one might speculate about Ing's identity. A picture is attached in the comments. If it is not visible, it may still be under review. Chapter 32, The Perfect Plan. Ing. Suyue and Ing discreetly departed from the crowd. Despite the chaotic scene, Wainea's security measures were indeed commendable, preventing anyone from approaching him. Of course, this was not an insurmountable obstacle for Suyue, yet he harbored other intentions. His goal was to accomplish as many tasks as possible to obtain time points, rather than merely fulfilling a singular task. Wainea's speech revealed to Suyue 2 additional pieces of information regarding the train system task. The legendary weapon, the Liehua Shuangren, undoubtedly belonged to Panlotter, and the hero from a century ago likely referred to him as well. However, despite knowing the true objectives, he still had little notion of how to locate these 2 items. Perhaps as a descendant of Panlotter, Wainea might possess some insights. Suyue followed Ing into a small shop, skillfully unlocking the door. Inside, there was no one present, indicating that this was a temporary refuge arranged by Ing. Do not pay any heed to Wanea's words. He delivers such speeches every few days, and many people here are intentionally placed among the crowd by him, Ing remarked. Clad in a black hood, although Suyue was a killer, she had heard that this individual had faltered and become a death row inmate due to a ridiculous moment of mercy. Suyue chuckled softly. She certainly did not take it to heart. Her gaze drifted over the increasingly distant throng, spotting a figure basking in the sunlight, relishing the enthusiastic cheers. Yet knowing his life would not last long. As a killer, she was indifferent to right or wrong, only concerned with life and death. Wainea would not survive much longer. Even if Suyue chose not to involve herself in this matter, Wanea's actions could never succeed. Setting aside the reaction from the Aelora authorities, how could a nation that had been sealed for a century suddenly open its borders without facing insurmountable obstacles? One person or one city could not contend with such resistance. Ing closed the door behind them, confirming that this was indeed a suitable temporary base. Very well. General knows you are unfamiliar with the layout of the old city and has specifically sent me to assist you. Here is a map of the old city. Now, please share your plan. Ing produced a hand-drawn map detailing various regions within the old city. It could be roughly divided into 3 sections: the commercial district, where they currently stood, the residential area, teeming with civilians, and the core area centered around the governing palace, the stronghold of Wanea's power. My plan. Suyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. Of course, it is to charge directly in, sever Wanea's head. Ah, what a perfect plan. Ing interjected. Do you want to reconsider what you were saying? I could provide you with intelligence that Wainea will. No need, Suyue interrupted. Why? I already stated. Charge indirectly. Why complicate matters? We shall decide on tonight. Thus the intelligence for tomorrow is irrelevant. Ing was momentarily speechless. After several internal laments, she pressed her temples and advised. A frontal assassination would require confronting the elite forces of the newly established army, many of whom are skilled fighters. Even if you were once the Empire's premier assassin, success is not guaranteed. Who said I would conduct a frontal assassination? Suyue pointed outside, declaring, Today, the sun blazes fiercely. Why not set the governing palace ablaze? The ensuing chaos will ensure Wanea's demise without question. What? Burn down the governing palace? Ing was taken aback by Suyue's audacity. You are tasked with an assassination, and you want to set their stronghold on fire? Absolutely not. Why not? Suyue had only been jesting, but she had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Ing. Because it is simply unacceptable. Seeing the peculiar curiosity in Ying's eyes, she pressed on. What I mean is that the palace's guards are formidable. Setting a fire would immediately reveal our presence, making it even harder to locate Wainea afterward. Suyue scrutinized the glimpse of Ying's pale chin visible beneath her black robe, a look of realization dawning upon her. Ah, so that is how it is. Just as Ing sighed in relief, Suyue resolutely declared, Then we must proceed with the plan to burn the governing palace tonight. You, Ing, momentarily exasperated, retorted. This is a directive from the general. You must heed my words. Very well. Then let us see your capabilities, Suyue provocatively replied, as a trusted confidant of Ghana. Was it not reasonable to cheer for the burning of an enemy's governing palace? After stating this, Suyue approached the shop's entrance, deliberately pausing for a few seconds. However, Ing did not stop her, remaining still, her fingers never straying far from the blue hilt of her sword. By the way, Suyu suddenly turned back, her tone laced with mockery. Shouldn't you have an allowance for field agents? I have no money on me. If not, I could always use your sword as collateral. I doubt General Gana would mind. Suyu wore a broad smile, seemingly eager to obtain the funds, while silently counting to 3, 12. Before she could reach 3, a long shadow emerged from Ying's figure, swiftly enveloping the area, transforming the world into shades of black and white. You despicable fiend, truly intolerable. The long sword was drawn. Ying, I await your guidance. Her voice was no longer a deliberate rasp, but carried a refreshing vigor. The black hood was cast aside, revealing the visage of a mature woman. Her silvery hair was styled into a voluminous bun, with a few strands of smooth bangs framing her face, and her purple-hued eyes glinted with a frigid light. She donned a form-fitting ensemble of blue and black, accentuating her graceful waist, while black leather pants hugged her long legs, completed by knee-high boots. The outer cloak fluttered slightly in the stillness, exuding an air of chill. Intriguing, Suyu observed the transformed space, sensing an unprecedented power, as if some peculiar ability had temporarily altered the environment. Yet, this realm appeared unstable. She felt that any force exceeding 50 points would shatter it. It was about time. Only the victor holds the authority to speak. Suyu firmly grasped the Shi Ling Ji Ren. Victory first. Chapter 33. The victor. The layout. The leader. Coldly uttering a few words, her voice had barely faded when her form transformed into a fleeting shadow, the blue sword slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The speed was astounding, at least double that of her previous encounter with Gu Erwin. Suyu deftly pivoted on her toes, her body darting to the side, while the Shi Ling Ji Ren crossed in front of her. A sharp clang resonated as sparks flew, and while Suyu slightly restrained her strength, she noted that her opponent's force was not overwhelming, but seemed to possess a unique technique that enhanced her own abilities. Simultaneously, a chilling aura silently permeated the air, as if the black and white space itself had come alive, squeezing around her like icy currents. Indeed, this realm had an eerie quality, capable of temporarily binding its inhabitants. But the onslaught was not yet over. The blue sword in Ying's hand launched another assault. Was this the extraordinary power of this world? By invoking a resonance within herself, combined with honed battle techniques, she could unleash greater damage. Suyu gained insight into the forces at play in this world. Gu Erwin had merely resembled a slightly stronger ordinary person, yet surely there existed some supernatural forces beyond mere prowess. While it appeared formidable, capable of producing effects akin to magic, what would occur when faced with an attack that exceeded the limits of strength? In the eyes of Ying, the attack inflicted approximately 40 to 50 points of damage, which was precisely within the limits of what this space could endure. However, he was not limited by such constraints. With the 30 points of attack power from Shi Ling Ji Ren combined with over 30 points of strength, he could easily surpass 60, not accounting for critical strikes. Initially, Suyu refrained from exerting too much force, fearing he might shatter this pseudo-space. Yet, upon grasping this power system, Suyu felt it was time to teach the white-haired roundhead a lesson. Consequently, he unleashed the Shi Ling Ji Ren, channeling all his strength into the strike. It bore a force capable of tearing through everything. Even the spatial constriction imposed by Ying could not restrain it at that moment. With a swift motion, the crimson blade light flashed, akin to a meteor slicing through the sky, rending the paper-like space apart. Simultaneously, Ying, who was charging forward, met the blade's arc. And the clash was not a contest of equal forces, but rather a complete annihilation. Ying's pupils abruptly contracted, her blue eyes filled with the crimson blade light, leaving her breathless for a moment. This was impossible. Her prideful chain attack technique, which even Jia Na would struggle to escape from, felt as fragile as paper before Linen's strike. The power enveloped within that blade light surpassed anyone she had encountered in the Aoluala Empire, instilling a fear that seemed capable of severing her very soul. Unbeknownst to her, this strike indeed carried soul damage. Although minimal, it was nonetheless present. Her martial prowess appeared laughable in the face of such overwhelming strength. At that moment, Ying finally comprehended the true caliber of Suyu, the Empire's foremost assassin. She had no hope of countering this blow. Even if she forced a defense, she would likely lose her combat ability thereafter. Realizing this, her form transformed into a shadow, and the blade light shattered her in an instant, leaving behind a delicate thread of soul that pierced through. As this space lost its source of power, it collapsed in an instant, and Suyu returned to his previous position. Naturally, Ying was not dead. She had merely transformed into a shadow to evade the brunt of the damage. However, she felt as though her soul had suffered the sting of a needle, brief, yet undeniably real. Resuming her original form, Ing's complexion had turned extremely pale. Such a maneuver, even she could not replicate in the short term, signifying her life was now firmly in the hands of her adversary. Scattered at Su Yue's feet were remnants of black shadow spikes that had drained a portion of his life force. It must be noted that while Ing's attack had not genuinely harmed him, her techniques indeed exploited his weaknesses. With his current equipment and attribute points, he could easily overpower these individuals, yet should they all find themselves on equal footing, he might very well emerge as the vanquished. Pressing the Shilingji run against the ground, Su Yue spoke slowly. It seems I am the victor. Ing, her countenance grim, nodded slightly, unable to intervene. Jiana had sent her to monitor this individual? At that moment, she felt like exclaiming, "Get lost." Su Yue feigned contemplation, then added casually, "How about this? I won't burn down the ruling palace if you tell me the real reason behind all of this. Spare me the nonsense." Ing took a moment to collect herself, fully aware that she could no longer refuse. "I can only tell you what I know." "Very well." Su Yue stepped closer to the door. This was a location Ing had specifically chosen, as the streets outside were devoid of people. Their earlier confrontation had taken place under Ing's unique abilities, causing minimal commotion. This ties back to General Jia Na's second mission. Our people have already infiltrated. Once Wei Ya is dead, the power he commands can become our weapon. The ruling palace, as the heart of the old city, must not falter. Indeed, you have already initiated a method of internal collapse, Su Yue mused, suddenly enlightened. He had suspected that against this rebel force, if a direct confrontation was avoided, utilizing spies to undermine from within was undoubtedly the best strategy. Jiana had no reason not to pursue such an approach. However, he had not anticipated that Jiana also sought to gain direct control for his own use. To achieve this, the spy's position under Wei Ya could not be insignificant. She had to be among the core of power. Observing Ing's attire, Su Yue recalled how she had always concealed herself within her black cloak, and his thoughts drifted back to Jiana's assertion that Ing was well acquainted with the old city. He began to connect the dots and, with keen interest, inquired, "What is your status within Wei Ya's ranks?" Ing's purple pupils narrowed, filled with astonishment. It appeared that he had deduced something. Were her words that revealing? "I am one of the 3 leaders." 3 leaders? Elaborate, Su Yue urged. Recognizing this to be the core members under Wei Ya, given that the conversation had begun, she had little to conceal. "There are 3 leaders under Wei Ya. I am responsible for intelligence, while the others are Wei Ti, who oversees finances, and Kuei, who commands the founding army." In an instant, Su Yue pieced together the power structure of the rebellion, clarifying the critical point. With her as an insider, Jia Na's assassination of Wei Ya would be a walk in the park. He had specifically instructed her to undertake this task to avoid exposing her, ensuring her subsequent ability to take control of this power, correct? Ing neither confirmed nor denied, but tacitly accepted. If Wei Ya were to perish, who among the 3 leaders would be most likely to succeed him? Su Yue pressed further. It would be Kuei. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Kuei, who commanded the founding army, would have sole authority over it upon Wei Ya's demise. What if Kuei were to become the murderer of Wei Ya? Ing's head snapped up, and in that instant, she finally grasped Su Yue's implication. If Wei Ya died with Kuei as the culprit, and Wei Ti remained indifferent, the new leader of the rebellion would naturally be her. Originally, Jia Na's plan was to eliminate Kuei after achieving success, but if it unfolded as Su Yue suggested, it would proceed even more smoothly, with no one suspecting her involvement. A flicker of ambition glimmered in Ing's eyes. Su Yue's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had cast the bait, and the fish was beginning to stir. Yet, he purposely shifted the topic, adopting a casual tone. "Oi, let us set this matter aside for now. About the funding issue I mentioned earlier, shouldn't we address that? Having been out for a while, I could use a bite to eat." Ing remained lost in her previous thoughts, her expression one of hesitation. Ultimately, she retrieved a pouch of coins from her attire and tossed it to Su Yue. Opening it, he discovered a small bag of silver coins, numbering around 20, causing his spirits to lift. It seems that painting a picture in advance proved beneficial. With one last piece of the puzzle remaining, he could commence his strategy for success. Though initially motivated by the intention to assassinate Wei Ya, he now entertained a new thought. "I'll be leaving now, but I will return tonight to present you with a surprise." Regardless of how Ing felt about the surprise, he was determined to prepare it meticulously. He could only hope that it wouldn't turn from a surprise into a fright. Chapter 34, The Ruling Palace. Betrayal. Preparing a surprise. Combined, Ing's complexion remained pale as she watched Su Yue depart, recalling his final words, which filled her with a sense of anticipation regarding the nature of this surprise. The head of Wei Ya? Slander against Kuei? Or something else entirely? No, wait. Ing suddenly jolted back to reality. Lin Yin had already uncovered her identity, and thus, certain matters required her caution. She needed to visit the ruling palace before darkness fell. In her perspective, Lin Yin believed that whether it involved arson or infiltrating the ruling palace, it must occur after dusk. Therefore, he needed to encounter Vanilla before his adversary and make some preliminary arrangements. However, the faint soul wound accompanying Lin Yin's strike had yet to dissipate, so she needed to spend some time recuperating. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, and even indulging in some snacks, Suyu donned a civilian outfit and began to meander through the old city, traversing from the commercial district to the residential area, and finally reaching the heart of the old city. Along the way, he intentionally gathered information regarding Vanilla and the Ghana faction, as well as tales from a century ago concerning Panladar. Ultimately, he could ascertain that the fire dual blades were indeed Panladar's weapons, divided into the left flame blade and the right flame blade. The left blade had been bestowed upon Ghana as a symbol of honor by the current Auroral royal family, while the right blade was lost to history, with speculation that it might rest in the hands of his descendants. This revelation provided Suyu with yet another reason to eliminate Ghana. Another noteworthy piece of information was that statues of Panladar had once been ubiquitous throughout the Auroral Empire. Yet decades ago, for reasons unknown, the authorities suddenly ordered the destruction of all such statues. This incident had sparked considerable public outcry, but ultimately faded into obscurity. Since then, not a single statue of Panladar could be found within the empire. Based on the intelligence he had acquired, Suyu further refined his plans. As dusk approached, he found himself in an inconspicuous corner, retrieving a bottle of sugar-free soda from his spatial storage, and observed the ruling palace from a distance. The old city ruling palace was a grand edifice of classical architecture, flanked by marble columns and numerous guards. Only Vanilla and his confidants were permitted entry. Gaining access was not difficult for Suyu. The challenge lay in locating Vanilla in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open, and a woman emerged. Clad in a vintage green gown, her wide-brimmed floral hat adorning her exquisite features, exuding an elegance befitting a noble woman. No one would associate her with the rebels. It was Veilti. Suyu instantly recognized her. She was one of the 3 leaders mentioned by Ing, responsible for the rebels' finances. He had heard numerous accounts of this woman during his journey. Once the daughter of a powerful family in the old city, she had fallen in love with Vanilla, not only financing his initial endeavors, but eventually bringing her entire family to his side. With her assistance, Vanilla had swiftly risen to prominence. It could be said that she was indispensable to the founding military's current scale. Unlike Vanilla, Veilti was not accompanied by a throng of guards, just a young man with a formidable presence who stood protectively beside her. At that moment, Suyu caught a glimpse of another figure approaching. The pallor and weakness that had once marred her face were now absent, indicating she had fully recovered. Suyu immediately suppressed his aura and stealthily concealed himself in the shadows of the corner. Veilti spotted Ing, her face momentarily registering surprise before blossoming into a radiant smile. "Aunasighting, you have returned. How did it go? Was everything smooth?" "Of course, I employed a small stratagem, and that fool Ghana fell for it easily," Ing replied with a calm demeanor, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Suyu couldn't help but commend Ing silently for her adeptness in the art of subterfuge. He had inquired and discovered that Ying's name did not appear among the 3 leaders of the old city. Instead, it was Aunasighting, indicating that Aunasighting was indeed Ing. "That's wonderful. Please do visit my home tonight. I will have the butler prepare your favorite red bean paste dessert," Veilti said, her fingers lightly brushing the petals atop her hat, her smile carrying a hint of intimacy. Ying's eyes crinkled with amusement, but she suddenly recalled something and spoke with an apologetic tone. "Thank you, Veilti, but I must report to Lord Vanilla first. Perhaps another time." Veilti paused, her fingers playing with the hem of her gown, then offered a gentle smile. "I was remiss. Once you finish your business, do make sure to seek me out. I am eager to hear about the world beyond the Auroral Empire. You know Vanilla never shares such tales with me." "I will," Ing replied nonchalantly, her gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings, as if sensing an unwelcome gaze upon her. However, after several checks, she found nothing amiss. Veilti nodded slightly, bid farewell, and turned to leave, lifting her gown as she departed. Ing did not linger either, swiftly disappearing through the grand doors of the ruling palace. "To seek out Vanilla? That suits my intentions perfectly." Suyu casually stowed away the empty soda bottle into his spatial storage, and as he stepped out from the shadows, a scroll materialized in his hand. This was a prize he had claimed from the withdrawal lady, Feiyue. Invisibility Scroll, green. Effect, a one-time item that grants complete invisibility for 3 minutes. Those with a mental attribute below 60 cannot detect the user. and those below 120 have an exceedingly low chance of detection. Evaluation: what can you accomplish in 3 minutes? Although it was of green quality and limited to 3 minutes, the scroll's capacity for concealment was indisputable. Suyu was unsure whether individuals with a mental attribute exceeding 50 existed in this world. But at the very least in this old city, there seemed to be none. He promptly activated the scroll, and his figure vanished from sight. Even his clothing became transparent. Thus, he boldly passed before the guards and followed closely behind Ing into the ruling palace. Soon, he navigated through the corridor, ascended the stairs, and arrived on the 3rd floor, where Ing paused beside a wooden door and knocked 3 times. A deep male voice emanated from within. Enter. Suyu did not follow her inside, as the invisibility scroll's effect was nearing its end. He sought refuge in an unoccupied room, awaiting quietly. This room was conveniently situated directly opposite Vania's. Inside, he discovered a pile of processed documents, and upon casually flipping through them, he noted Velti's signature at the end. The room was arranged neatly and warmly, with numerous potted plants adorning the corners. This appeared to be Velti's office. His attention was drawn to a beautifully crafted book on the desk, its gold-embossed cover devoid of a title. As his fingers brushed against it, a prompt resonated in his mind. Acquired Velti's Culinary Compendium. The book lacked a quality rating, containing Velti's evaluations of various delicacies alongside related illustrations. Therefore, it essentially served as a culinary encyclopedia. Suyu's expression darkened slightly. The truth was that Velti, in charge of the rebels' finances, was a foodie. He closed the book and returned it to its place just as the sound of a door opening echoed from the corridor. Ing had emerged. Suyu remained motionless, waiting until she had completely departed. Noticing that the coast was clear, he gently knocked on Vania's door. Enter. The door swung open, revealing Vania still clad in the deep brown robe he had worn during the day, bent over his writing desk. Without lifting his head, he uttered a single word, speak. Suyu shut the door behind him, swiftly moved, and in the next instant, the blade of the spirit essence materialized without warning. Its cold edge pressed firmly against Vania's forehead. The pen in Vania's hand came to a halt as he slowly raised his gaze to meet the blade poised against him. He neither cried out nor uttered pleas for mercy, nor did he inquire as to why. Everything in this world holds its value. So, my lord, what is it that you desire? Suyu's lips curled into a smile, and in that moment, he realized that, in certain respects, he and the other person were of the same ilk. This would certainly facilitate their conversation. When friends come from afar, it is only natural for me to present Mr. Wainia with a small token of our first meeting. Of course, a reciprocation would be even more delightful, Suyu alluded. Wainia returned a knowing smile, aware that his life might have been spared, at least for the time being. Following the thread of conversation, he inquired, what token do you have in mind? What about Auniciting, or rather? Suyu deliberately mentioned the name, scrutinizing Wainia's reaction. Wainia's expression turned pensive as he contemplated the implications. Observing this, Suyu continued, she is a spy, serving Gainer, and her true name is Ing. Upon hearing this, Wainia regarded him with a peculiar look. I am aware of that. However, it seems you have it reversed. She is my intelligence chief who voluntarily infiltrated Gainer. Ing is merely her alias, while Auniciting is her true name. Moreover, Auniciting has just informed me that someone is coming to assassinate me, and that person's name is Soren Linen. Even with Suyu's blade poised at his forehead, Wainia's gaze remained sharp and unwavering. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, when one is out in the world, it is all about performance. So this is how it is played. How splendid. His own surprise was still in preparation, yet the other party had already presented him with an unexpected gift. Had he not fortuitously arrived just as Ing departed, he might have encountered a far different scenario. At this moment, even he began to question who exactly Ing was aligned with. How serendipitous. Suyu retorted with a smirk, I am Soren Linen. So, Mr. Wainia, whom do you choose to believe, her or me? The cold blade silently glided through the air. Wainia hesitated. Given the choice, he would certainly trust his own. I certainly believe you, he ultimately decided, though his heart was not in it. Then let us prepare a surprise for Auniciting, shall we? At that moment, Suyu displayed a devilish grin. A chill ran down Wainia's spine, and he felt a foreboding sense of dread. What do you intend to do? You will soon find out, Suyu replied. With that, he struck Wainia on the back of the head with the Shirling Jiren, rendering him unconscious. Ing had not lied. Wainia truly lacked combat prowess, and his physical constitution was rather ordinary. As nightfall quietly descended, the rebel leader, in search of Wainia, would soon be horrified to discover that their leader had vanished. The guards stood vigil at the entrances and exits, maintaining a strict watch, yet curiously, not a single guard had witnessed Wainia's departure. Only the window of the room seemed to hint at something amiss. Chaos erupted within the ruling palace as numerous guards began to scour the vicinity, imposing a citywide lockdown. Meanwhile, Suyu had already taken advantage of the cover of darkness to stealthily carry the unconscious Wainia back to the previous small shop, where Ing had yet to return. This was the surprise he intended for Ing, not the head of Wainia, but a living, breathing, kidnapped Wainia. He dragged Wainia to a corner, binding his hands and feet with rope, stuffing a cloth into his mouth, and then enthusiastically rousing him from his slumber. As Wainia opened his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, panic surged within him, compounded by the realization that he was entirely bound, even his mouth obstructed. "Mr. Wainia, it has been quite some time." Suyu greeted him with a smile. In reality, Wainia had only been unconscious for a brief hour. Hearing Suyu's words, Wainia's heart turned cold. He had been so effortlessly ensnared. Yet, amidst his misfortune, he consoled himself with the thought that he had not been immediately slain. Suyu then produced the Shilingji run and, under Wainia's terrified gaze, let a few drops of blood fall. He smeared it on Wainia's collar and cuffs, allowing a few drops to trickle onto the ground, deliberately creating a trail that appeared to be a natural flow of blood. After completing this, he gently rubbed the blade against the bloodstains, leaving a vague mark of a knife's edge. He then surveyed the small shop, pulled over a dusty old burlap sack, and revealed a smile that Wainia would never wish to see again. With his mouth stuffed with cloth, Wainia could only emit muffled sounds of protest. Ultimately, the burlap sack was draped over him, revealing only half of his face and the bloodied fabric. Suyu leaned in closer, as if a demon whispering, "Mr. Wainia, we shall now play a game called Actors. As the name suggests, we are both actors in this scenario. Regardless of what transpires next, you are to remain silent and cooperate. From this moment forth, you are my gravely injured hostage. Remember, should your performance falter, do not blame me if you end up missing an arm or a leg." Wainia trembled slightly at the words. Although he did not fully comprehend Suyu's intentions, it was evident that such elaborate machinations did not imply a desire for his immediate demise. With all preparations complete, Suyu settled back, awaiting the evening's unfolding events. He wondered if the surprise he had orchestrated would meet with approval. As night deepened, numerous city guards scoured the area for any trace of Wainia. Knock, knock, knock. At last, an inconspicuous street-side shop welcomed its long-anticipated guest. At that moment, Aunasighting, the intelligence chief, was comforting the hurriedly arriving Weirdy, the last person to have seen Wainia. A man clad in a gray trench coat and military cap, with striking blue hair and golden eyes, emerged from the shadows, exuding a handsome demeanor and a well-proportioned physique. Upon seeing the newcomer, Weirdy's eyes lit up with hope. "Kue, do you have news?" The man shook his head gently. "The old city is vast, and it is night. Unless we search house by house, the efficiency is far too slow. The founding army cannot mobilize, and the city guards are understaffed. What shall we do?" "Wainia," Weirdy gasped, covering her mouth with her fingers, fearing that Wainia might already be dead. That should not be the case. The one who can abduct Wainia right under our noses is certainly no ordinary character. Given the elaborate nature of this act, they must have other motives and are unlikely to kill him easily. Unlikely to kill him easily? Aunasighting remained skeptical. With Wainia's disappearance, she could not fathom anyone other than Linin being responsible, and was it truly just a mere disappearance? After all, Gainer's mission was to secure Wainia's head, and during the day, he had mentioned wanting to surprise her. On another note, she was baffled by the fact that despite having warned Wainia, he had still fallen prey to the enemy. Such a stealthy infiltration could be far more terrifying than direct confrontation. Eager to return to the small shop, Aunasighting realized she could not act alone. Linin's information had already been sold to Wainia. Though she had gained Wainia's trust, his abduction could lead to complications for her. If Linin had discovered her betrayal and sought her life, her approach would be tantamount to walking into a trap. She needed Kue to accompany her, while also contemplating whether this night could serve as an opportunity for Kue, Wainia, and Linin to all meet their demise, leaving only Weirdy to manipulate the situation at her will. With Wainia's name, she could seize control over the rebel faction entirely. Upon contemplating this, Aunasighting was suddenly stirred and spoke up. "Perhaps I know where Wainia is." "What? Where?" Both Weirdy and Kue inquired simultaneously. "He is likely to have been abducted by Ganner's men," Aunasighting replied rapidly, leaving no room for further contemplation. "There is no time for lengthy explanations. Kue, come with me." Kue exchanged a quick glance with Weirdy, who was already gripping the hem of her garment, clearly eager to follow. However, Aunasighting did not wish for Weirdy to partake in this matter and promptly interjected, "Weirdy, you cannot go. You must remain in the Zhizhengong." With Wainia suddenly missing, Those restless individuals in the city will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to create chaos. Although the old town was under Wainea's control, there were still numerous old nobility from Aurora, with a small portion of armed forces at their disposal. Despite Wyerdy's role being primarily financial, her noble status allowed her to engage with these individuals far more effectively than Kuei could. As soon as Aunisiding finished speaking, Kuei promptly supported the argument, saying, "Indeed. It is sufficient for Aunisiding and me to handle things outside. Someone must remain here." Observing the serious expressions on their faces, Wyerdy, despite her anxiousness, recognized the truth in their words and could only bite her lip and nod in agreement. Both individuals were formidable in their capabilities. After departing from the Zhijing Gong, they hastened their way to an unremarkable little shop. Knock, knock, knock. Suyu heard the sounds from outside. Even though the visitors attempted to conceal their presence, he discerned that there was more than one person approaching. It appeared that Ing did not wish to accept this surprise alone. However, it was of no consequence, for at this moment, the actors were in position. As soon as the door swung open, Aunisiding and Kuei caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. The room was dimly lit, and they could barely make out a figure lying in a pool of blood, covered with a filthy burlap sack. Nearby sat a man, dressed in plain civilian attire, who was watching them with a bemused expression. "Welcome, everyone, to tonight's feast." The blade of the soul spirit, red and black, bore conspicuous traces of blood. "Damn it, what have you done to Wainea?" Kuei, clad in a gray trench coat and military cap, was instantly consumed by fury upon witnessing the scene. "Of course I killed him." "You are too late," Suyu replied nonchalantly. "What?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, Kuei instantly drew his sword, his eyes glinting with menace. "Kuei, calm down," Aunisiding quickly interjected. "Wainea is certainly not dead. They are merely waiting for us here." With that, he discreetly cast a glance at Suyu. However, Suyu seemed utterly oblivious. Continuing to speak, Ing, or rather Aunisiding, "Do you think we should kill them all today? Would that not count as exceeding our mission?" Aunisiding momentarily froze before quickly regaining composure, scoffing. "Linin, you might not be aware, but I have always been one of Wainea's people. Ganner is nothing but a fool who was easily deceived." Meanwhile, Kuei nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, if your intention is merely to sow discord between us, there is no need to continue. It is a futile ploy. Hand over Wainea." Suyu remained unfazed, pointing toward the corner where Wainea lay. "All right then. He is right there. Just go take him away." With that, Suyu even shifted his body aside, allowing the two men a clearer view. However, this seemingly simple statement caused both Aunisiding and Kuei to furrow their brows in unison. Would the adversary be so generous as to allow them to take Wainea directly? It was an implausible notion. Observing that neither of them made a move, Suyu did not rush them, simply waiting quietly. The indistinct figure in the corner remained motionless, akin to a corpse. "Humph, Linin, I have already seen through your scheme. That figure in the corner is certainly not Wainea. You deliberately obscured key parts with the burlap sack and even altered some of Wainea's characteristics. But that cannot conceal the fact that it is a dummy," Aunisiding declared emphatically. Suyu's smile widened. Yes, yes, yes. Why don't you go and strike it with your sword and see?" Aunisiding was momentarily stumped by Suyu's retort, her gaze fixed on the bundle in the corner, from which blood was seeping out from the edges of the sack, giving every indication that it could not be a fake. "I will go," Kuei said firmly, determined to verify the truth for himself, regardless of whether it was real or not. He kept his eyes fixed on Suyu as he approached step by step. Once they passed each other, Kuei felt a slight sense of relief. Upon reaching the corner, he found a figure beneath an old burlap sack, covered in remnants of blood. He used his sword to lift the sack, revealing a man in gray robes tightly bound with ropes, a cloth stuffed in his mouth rendering him speechless, who was blinking at him frantically. "Wainea!" Kuei exclaimed in astonishment. It truly was Wainea, and this man had not deceived him. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed danger approaching and caught a glimpse of a sharp black and red weapon slicing toward his neck. Kuei had been on guard. Although he had lost the element of surprise due to Wainea's predicament, this degree of a sneak attack was far from sufficient. Clang! He reversed his grip on the sword just in time to meet the opponent's weapon. The overwhelming force caused both their arms to tremble, and they were forced apart in an instant. At that moment, Suyu confirmed that Kuei's combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to Ying's by a significant margin, and the weapon in the other's hand was no ordinary piece. Given the strength behind the earlier block, he estimated it to be at least 20 points. Reflecting on this, Suyu's resolve only strengthened. They had encountered each other. Thus, the next step was to defeat him, and only then could he take Wainea away. Suyu deftly flicked his wrist, causing the blade of the soul spirit to emit a clear, ringing sound that resonated within the empty room. Just as he intended, Kuei's body tensed, although he was unaware of the method employed by this so-called assassin. As long as Wainea remained unharmed, everything else was negotiable. Suyu could clearly see a surge of azure energy enveloping Kuei, significantly elevating his presence. Was this yet another form of extraordinary ability? Suyu began to understand that high-level combatants in this world likely possessed similar techniques. Fight! The sword flashed like lightning, fierce and relentless, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it swiftly approached. Suyu did not employ any advanced techniques. He merely possessed simple stats and straightforward slashes. However, this time he held back, as he aimed to create an illusion of two evenly matched opponents so that Ing would be tempted to join the fray. The continuous clash of swords and blades resulted in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Although concern was etched on Ying's face from a distance, her heart brimmed with excitement. Yes, exactly like this. She was well aware of Kuei's prowess and regarded him as the foremost fighter among the founding army, one of the most exceptional in the entire Aurora Empire. Even Lin En, despite having once held the title of the #1 assassin, would surely be left with scars facing Kuei's direct onslaught. Yet there lingered a sense of unease within her, though she could not pinpoint the reason. In her eyes, the battle between Suyu and Kuei had now entered a fever pitch, both sustaining injuries, with Suyu sustaining the more severe wounds, having narrowly escaped decapitation multiple times. In reality, Suyu had intentionally evaded critical areas to conceal the defenses of the inverse illusion armor he wore beneath. And he had even applied a bit of fake blood on the exterior of his clothing. At first glance, he appeared utterly disheveled, yet he fought on with remarkable tenacity. However, as time wore on, his speed diminished, as if burdened by an overwhelming fatigue. It was the end. Kuei lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly towards Suyu's heart. Suyu struggled to turn his head, his face a mask of defiance and fury, before letting out a resounding cry. "I shall not let you have it easy." In that moment, the Shirling Jiji in Suyu's grasp surged with newfound speed, disregarding the oncoming strike from Kuei, and he retaliated fiercely. The sharp blade pierced Suyu's abdomen, spilling forth a cascade of crimson blood, while Suyu reciprocated with a brutal cut to Kuei's chest, deep enough to reveal bone. Ultimately, Suyu faltered, retreating unsteadily, each step laden with reluctance, until he collapsed beside Wainea, muttering, "Impossible, impossible. How could I? Sualun Lin En possibly lose? Humph, dying at my hands is your honor," Kuei declared with arrogant satisfaction, though he too bore grievous wounds. The force of Suyu's last blow nearly costing him his life. At that moment, Ing, who had been observing the battle, stepped forward, acknowledging it truly wasn't easy. "This fellow possesses some skill." Kuei, clutching his wound, replied, "Right, Wainea, I shall rescue you now." Remembering that Wainea was still bound in the corner, Kuei, despite the pain, rose to his feet. "Rest easy, do not lose too much blood. I shall handle this," Ing insisted, extending a hand for support while the other reached for a dagger at his waist. Kuei nodded, intending to find a place to sit, when suddenly a chilling aura locked onto him. In the next instant, he felt his body stiffen, rendered immobile. His long-honed battle instincts warned him of impending doom. In a critical moment, he summoned all his strength to struggle, managing to shift slightly. But then, a knife plunged brutally into his side. "Why not behave yourself?" Ying's expression was as cold as that of a true assassin. Kuei looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ing would truly strike against him, especially while he was gravely injured. A wave of weakness enveloped him as he attempted to resist. "Outsiting, why? I have treated you well, even sharing experiences beyond the Aurora Empire. Why would you do this?" At that moment, another voice emerged from the shadows. Wainea, whose gag had mysteriously fallen away, gazed at Ing with a complex expression, demanding answers. "Why? Do you not understand? Founding a nation is a crime. Those who do so must perish. The moment you chose to establish a nation, your fate was sealed. This is my mission." Ing replied coldly, adding, "Let it be known. The reason I divulged information about Lin En was that I had no intention of allowing a rogue assassin to live. Though the process was intricate, fret not. Your turn will come shortly. Outsiting, cease your actions. For the sake of our past friendship, I can still spare your life," Wainea lamented. "Spare my life? Wainea, do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? To be frank, the city guards have long been dispatched. Stalling is futile." With that, a knife pierced Kuei's other side. "I told you not to move. Wouldn't it have been simpler to end it swiftly?" Frustration welled in Ing as her strikes went awry. "For the love of all, if you wish to kill me, at least allow me to move." Kuei's psyche was in disarray, shadows closing in around him. Suddenly, a laugh emanated from beside Wainea. Apologies, but I generally do not laugh unless something is particularly amusing. Su Yu, now stripped of his blood-soaked civilian coat, revealed a suit of dark and silver interwoven light armor, along with several ruptured blood bags. Is this surprise satisfactory, Ying? Chapter 36. The Decapitation. Will you dare to accept the head as a gift? Surprise? Ying's body froze in disbelief. The Su Yu before her bore no trace of injury. Even his breath was steady, a stark contrast to his previous state of near death. You deceived me. Thus, the surprise was not for Wainia, but for herself. Realizing this, Ying's heart shattered. Wainia's bindings were now undone by Su Yu, and he finally comprehended what it meant to be an actor. This entire scheme had been orchestrated to reveal who truly wished him harm. Wainia felt a tumult of emotions. Aunasighting had been one of his earliest followers, even sharing a journey beyond the Aurora Empire. Now, to learn that everything had been preordained was absurd. Aunasighting, release Kwai. I can grant you safe passage. Though struggling to accept this reality, Wainia prioritized saving Kwai's life, unwilling to lose both Aunasighting and Kwai. Ying's gaze sharpened. Killing Wainia would yield little benefit if she eliminated Kwai. Is that so? Wainia, speak only the truth. I trust you understand this well. Wainia asserted with unwavering conviction, though only he knew the veracity of his words. Very well, but I have a condition. Suddenly, Su Yu's black-red Shirling Jiji slashed forward, emanating an aura that made the very soul tremble. Ying felt the weight of this strike, having previously experienced the agonizing sensation of soul-rending power. I apologize, but I did not consent to your departure. Su Yu was determined not to let his meticulous efforts go to waste. For Wainia was a collaborator only on the condition of his willingness. Should he resist, the other would merely be a walking trial point. Ying's surroundings seemed to fracture under the weight of his strike, forcing her to draw her other hand to grasp her weapon in defense. In that instant, Kwai, previously immobilized, surged forth, claws poised like hooks, his golden eyes fierce as he gripped Ying's throat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu deftly disarmed her of the weapon. The Shirling Jiji pierced Ying's heart like the scythe of death, transforming the scene into a haunting tableau of red and white ink. With a swift yank, the scythe ensnared flesh and blood, cleaving Ying's body in twain. The Demon King wielding the scythe grinned wickedly. He despised traitors, both past and present. Thus, Ying Aunasighting met her demise. Ying Aunasighting has been slain. The Shirling Jiji has absorbed 10 points of soul energy. The soul damage enhancement of Shirling Jiji has reached 10 points. Yet, the train system's notifications did not cease. Due to the survivor's elimination of the significant figure Ying Aunasighting, this act has substantially impacted the main storyline of the world. Special mechanism adjudication in progress. Adjudication complete. The survivor is awarded 20 trial points. Su Yu's eyes brightened. He had finally arrived at the anticipated moment. All the machinations had served to validate this very hypothesis. The train system had emphasized that the survivor's actions within this trial world could yield trial points, indicating that the acquisition of trial points did not exclusively rely on tasks. He speculated that perhaps by altering the trajectory of certain events, he could acquire trial points. Of course, there might be other means as well. But this was the best strategy that Su Yu could conceive at the moment. This was also the true reason he sought collaboration with Vanilla. Withdrawing the blade of food spirits, Su Yu fixed his gaze upon Vanilla, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Vanilla, I believe we can proceed with our collaboration now. Though you retain the right to decline. Vanilla, still reeling from the abrupt demise of Aunasighting, instinctively responded, No, I do not refuse. Sir Lin is a perpetual friend of our founding army. I, Vanilla, always honor my word. Automatically disregarding Vanilla's last statement, Su Yu continued, Please summon your men to manage the situation here. We shall converse in another location. However, do not attempt any tricks, or I assure you, no one here would be able to stop me. Furthermore, I shall present you with a genuine gift, one that is guaranteed to satisfy. The implications within Su Yu's words caused Vanilla to furrow his brow. The very first greeting resulted in Aunasighting's untimely death. Could he possibly refuse such a true gift? The answer was clear. Refusing was not an option. Vanilla resigned himself to fate, recognizing that thus far, he had not incurred any losses and had even unearthed a ticking time bomb. Naturally, Mr. Lin was merely waiting. Meanwhile, Kuei had also tended to his wounds, particularly on either side of his waist. Soon, news of Vanilla's retrieval spread, causing the restless factions in the old city to retreat. Upon returning to the governing hall, Vanilla found himself at a loss on how to comfort Verdi, whose face was marred by sorrow. Verdi had always enjoyed a good relationship with Aunasighting. She never anticipated that the sister she regarded as kin would harbor such animosity toward the founding army, even attempting to kill both Kuei and Vanilla. Aunisting's death was of little consequence, yet Suyu, the one who had taken her life, garnered not even a shred of Verdi's goodwill. Once Vanilla stabilized the old city, Suyu returned to the very spot where he had abducted Vanilla. At this moment, Vanilla sat alone in the chamber, devoid of company. Even Kuei and Verdi had been dismissed, for he understood that if the other party truly intended to act, their presence would make little difference. Mr. Lin, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Vanilla, descendant of Pandoril. Observing the pride that adorned Vanilla's countenance, Suyu could not help but chuckle quietly, concerned with appearances. I shall not waste words, Vanilla. I will ask you directly. Would you dare accept the head of Ghana as a gift? Chapter 37, Blood Moon. Unlocking the faction shop. Vanilla, who had previously maintained an air of pride, nearly bit his tongue upon hearing this question. Is this even a reasonable inquiry? Who is Ghana? A general of the Aurora Empire, holding a rank comparable to that of my ancestor Pandoril from a century ago. While he may not possess the same strength, he is by no means weak. Moreover, Pandoril commanded thousands of soldiers. It is no simple task to slay him. Noticing that Vanilla remained silent for an extended period, Suyu furrowed his brow. I shall ask once more, do you dare to accept? Vanilla regained his composure, astonished, yet as a leader, he quickly adjusted himself. Regardless of how absurd the proposal appeared, what harm could it bring if it posed no detriment to him? What is there to fear? As long as Mr. Lin can manage it, I, Vanilla, would not hesitate to accept. The founding army is guilty, but the fault lies not with the heavens, but with man. With Ghana's demise, no one in Aurora shall be able to stop our founding army. Excellent. Remember your words. However, I will require your cooperation with the national army, Suyu stated. Vanilla nodded. As long as it does not lead us to our demise, we shall accept the responsibility. Suyu continued, additionally, I have several questions I wish to pose to you. Vanilla displayed a hint of confusion, but did not refuse. Should I possess the knowledge? I would certainly not conceal it. I have heard that one of General Pandoril's weapons, the dual blades of fiery flames, is in Ghana's possession, while another resides with you. Vanilla? Suyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Vanilla's eyes reflected confusion. It is indeed true that one of my ancestors' weapons is in Ghana's hands, but the other has long since vanished, and I know not its whereabouts. How did Mr. Lin come to learn of this? Suyu gazed into his eyes, and after a moment, replied, perhaps I have made an error in memory. He had intentionally posed the question to ascertain Vanilla's awareness of the weapon's whereabouts. Furthermore, what can you tell me about the statue of Pandoril that was destroyed decades ago? Suyu posed another question that weighed heavily on his mind. As a descendant of Pandoril, it was inconceivable that he would be oblivious to the fate of the hero's statue a century prior. If he could clarify this matter, locating the statue would pose no difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, Vanilla's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he slowly spoke. This matter. I am uncertain whether it should be disclosed. If Mr. Lin finds it absurd, consider it merely a tale. Suyu nodded, indicating for him to continue. This incident is indeed related to my ancestor's weapon. The dual blades of fiery flames were once hidden within the royal family of the Aurora Empire, but decades ago, a strange occurrence transpired. That day, a blood-red moon suddenly hung in the sky, and blood rained down like a waterfall, instantly staining the entire world crimson. What is even more bizarre is that this phenomenon lasted only a few hours before vanishing entirely, and among those who witnessed it, only a scant few retained their memories. The rest seemed as though they had never experienced it and dismissed the accounts of those who had as mere hysteria. My father was among those who retained memories. At that time, he was a palace guard of the Aurora Empire and witnessed the event firsthand. On that day, once the blood moon appeared, my ancestor General Pandoril's weapon, the dual blades of fiery flames, ignited spontaneously, and it is hard to fathom that this was merely an object. Simultaneously, every statue of my ancestor throughout the empire seemed to come to life, trembling violently. Approximately a few hours later, that blood moon suddenly fell from the sky, landing near Shiwang Mountain, not far from this old city, before disappearing entirely. After the blood moon vanished, all unusual occurrences ceased. From that day forth, the statues of my ancestor were all destroyed by the Aurora royal family, and only one of the dual blades of fiery flames remained. Vanilla recounted in one breath, his eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. Were it not for his father's final words, he would never have believed such an absurd tale. Mr. Lin, whether you regard this as a story or a truth, as a descendant of General Pandoril, I must say, there exist many forces in this world that we cannot comprehend. Though I may wish to disbelieve, at times, I am compelled to accept. Vanilla expressed with a sigh. Understood, Suyu replied, opting not to elaborate further. Their perspectives and approaches to issues differed. Yet, he had gleaned a wealth of information from Vanilla's words. The blood moon from decades ago was the key to uncovering the whereabouts of the other dual blade of fiery flames and the statue of Vanilla. Besides Vanilla, the only other potential source of this knowledge likely lay with the records of the Aurora royal family. He would have to visit Shiwang Mountain, should he find nothing there. A trip to the Aurora royal family would be inevitable. On the walls of Vanilla's chamber hung a topographical map of the old city's surroundings. With Shiwang Mountain situated to the north of the old city. Vanilla, listen carefully to what I am about to say. It concerns your survival and that of your founding army, as well as the duration of that survival. Su Yu's words abruptly roused Vanilla from his reverie. Is the situation truly that dire? Your current predicament is akin to being engulfed in flames. The Aloha Empire will not stand idly by. Previously, Ghana sought to covertly seize control over your force, thus refraining from a direct large-scale incursion. However, upon learning of Ying's demise, he will undoubtedly perceive the futility of his efforts and will likely launch an offensive to preemptively eliminate the founding army, which could occur within a matter of days. Su Yu's assertion was not mere conjecture. It was based on the calculated distance from Ghana's encampment to the old city. If Ghana is not foolish, he will strike at the earliest opportunity, leaving no room for the founding army to grow stronger. Hearing Su Yu's grave assessment, Vanilla's expression turned serious. He had contemplated this issue, yet found no viable solutions. What insights do you have, Lord Lin? Vanilla inquired earnestly. I have stated that I will deliver Ghana's head to you, and all you need to do is assist me in restraining Ghana's forces during this interval. Vanilla furrowed his brow. Such a plan would inevitably result in casualties for the founding army. Nevertheless, if Ghana could indeed be slain, the cost would be worth it. Vanilla resolved. When shall we act? The day after tomorrow. I will first visit Shiwang Mountain tomorrow. With Vanilla's arrangements in place, Su Yu intended to inspect Shiwang Mountain to seek potential leads on a mission. By the time he returned, Ghana would likely have received word of the developments. And he would not only seek the trial points from Ghana, but also aim to have Vanilla absorb a portion of his forces. In doing so, Vanilla would undoubtedly grow stronger, and the so-called founding army would evolve beyond mere skirmishes. This conduct would likely yield trial points, though it remained uncertain how the system would ultimately adjudicate. Upon hearing Su Yu's intention to visit Shiwang Mountain, Vanilla understood it was related to the story he had previously shared. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, Mr. Lin, if you are to go to Shiwang Mountain, perhaps you should consult Weirdy. She is a noble of the old city and possesses far greater knowledge of Shiwang Mountain than an average person. Should you require any supplies, she could assist you. Su Yu nodded. With Vanilla's cooperation, many matters could be set in motion. This was precisely why he had gone to great lengths to earn the other's trust. Notification. You have joined Vanilla's faction. Your actions have garnered Vanilla's recognition and trust, earning you 500 reputation points. Current faction reputation, 500. Notification. Faction exclusive reputation shop has been unlocked. Please visit the Quartermaster Weirdy to exchange for supplies. Current affinity with Weirdy, 20. Affinity must be increased to unlock more exchange privileges. Chapter 38. Reputation Exchange. Notarization Mechanism. Combined. Upon hearing the notification regarding the 20 affinity points, Su Yu was taken aback. Had he offended her? After exiting the governance palace, a young man approached him. Mr. Lin, please follow me. The Lord has arranged a place for you to rest. The youth bowed respectfully. Su Yu recalled that the young man was Weirdy's attendant, whom he had seen outside the governance palace earlier. Following the youth, they soon arrived at an estate where Su Yu met the awaited Weirdy. Dressed in an exquisite noble gown adorned with lace, she sat elegantly with her hands folded. The youth discreetly positioned himself behind Weirdy. Greetings, Mr. Lin. This is a family estate of mine. I heard from Vanilla that you intend to visit Shiwang Mountain. Weirdy offered a faint smile, her tone gentle. However, Su Yu, aware of the system's alerts, understood that this woman was far from genuinely cordial. Her affinity being negative was fortunate enough, as she had not derided him. Indeed, I require information regarding that location. The more detailed, the better, he stated plainly. Weirdy, upon hearing this, subtly lowered her gaze and shook her head. I apologize, but I am not well acquainted with Shiwang Mountain. It has always been an ordinary mountain. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. If Vanilla were present, he would recognize that Su Yu was in a precarious position. Vanilla mentioned that you could provide supplies. Of course, Jekka, present the items to Mr. Lin. Weirdy gestured, and the attendant retrieved a prepared list from another drawer, handing it to Su Yu. From Su Yu's perspective, this list unfolded another scene. Faction store exchange list, not notarized, a lavish dinner, 100 reputation points. Weirdy's dark cuisine, 200 reputation points. A robust traveling horse, 300 reputation points. A set of basic cold-resistant leather armor, 300 reputation points. Hemostatic medicine, white 300 reputation points. A fragmentary map of the outskirts of Xiaowang Mountain. 300 reputation points. A deadly dagger, green 1000 reputation points. Insufficient affinity. No permission to view. Note: this world possesses a complete will as an independent realm. Unnotarized items cannot be directly used or taken from this realm. Survivors may consume resources to complete notarization on items. Upon viewing the list, he understood precisely where his 20 affinity points were reflected. Most items were of little use, even exorbitantly priced, with the most significant offerings being unnotarized. Suyu had previously wondered how the pricing system of the train system would not collapse if there were no restrictions on items that could be taken from each world. It appeared that aside from exceptionally fragmented worlds, more complete realms adhered to this notarization protocol. He had also discreetly tested if consuming resources for notarizing items from this world would cost far more than the items themselves. There must be alternative means to obtain notarized items. However, he needed to first address the issue of affinity. Otherwise, he would not acquire anything of value from Wyerdy. Contemplating this, Suyu directly spoke. Wyerdy, it seems Vanilla informed you of my needs but failed to mention that I am not fond of wasting time on trivial games. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Wyerdy's previously gentle smile faltered slightly. Mr. Lin, I do not comprehend your meaning. Suyu scoffed, casually tearing the list in his hands. You have one last chance to speak. Think carefully before you respond. I have no desire to waste time on mutual probing. If there are certain obstacles that require removal. Suyu's voice trailed off, his gaze subtly assessing her. I believe I would be willing to demonstrate that value. This statement was strikingly straightforward, even laced with veiled threats, completely shattering the facade of polite pretense. Wyerdy's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a cold scrutiny and suppressed fury. She had not anticipated such a confrontational stance from him. The air in the hall became thick with tension. Njeka's hand had already moved to his weapon at his waist. After a prolonged silence, Wyerdy finally spoke, her voice laced with barely concealed loathing. You killed Aunisighting. Regardless of her faults, she could have been controlled, yet you chose to kill her. Ah, so it was indeed I who killed her, Suyu replied coldly. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. What, do you seek revenge? In that moment, Suyu felt a flicker of sympathy for Vanilla. His surroundings were not only filled with spies seeking his life, but also with a self-righteous moralist. As his words echoed through the hall, the air within seemed to solidify into a frigid silence. Jika gripped the handle of his weapon tightly, poised to act at Wyerdy's command. Wyerdy's chest rose and fell slightly. Her eyes ablaze with fury, yet surprisingly, she did not immediately lash out. Suyu's calm acknowledgement, even tinged with provocation, compelled her to suppress the urge to confront him. She was no fool. The audacity of her opponent suggested either madness or some formidable backing. Although Vanilla had not divulged the specifics to her, anyone capable of slaying Aunisighting would undoubtedly possess considerable strength, and for Vanilla's sake, she could not act rashly. However, the death of Aunisighting weighed heavily on her conscience. Do you not even wish to defend yourself? She queried. Defend myself? Suyu scoffed, adopting a relaxed demeanor. The fact is, she sought my life. Yet I merely proved stronger. The process was swift and the outcome just. Why should I feel the need to justify myself to anyone? Miss Wyerdy, do not overestimate your importance. Wyerdy gasped, momentarily taken aback, when suddenly, a series of footsteps resonated from outside. A tall man clad in a gray trench coat emerged, causing Suyu's lips to curve into a slight smirk. Enough, Wyerdy. Lin has done nothing wrong. If you accuse him of killing Aunisighting, then I too must be labeled an accomplice. Will you hold me accountable as well? Kay's expression darkened. Had Vanilla not sent him to intervene, he feared this confrontation might have provoked a dire outcome, leading Wyerdy to accompany Aunisighting in death. Upon seeing Kay, Wyerdy momentarily lost her composure. She was unaware of the intricacies involved, only aware that Aunisighting appeared to have betrayed them. Mr. Lin is now the honorary leader of our founding army, and certain matters must be handled with fairness and justice. Kay asserted gravely. Honorary leader? Does our founding army even have such a title? Wyerdy questioned, puzzled. Having been part of the founding army for so long, she had never heard of it. Even Suyu was bewildered. When had he become the leader of the founding army? Ahem, Mr. Lin, this is an appointment recently granted by Vanilla. His status is equivalent to that of a leader. Although he holds no military power and bears no responsibilities, Kay clarified, revealing that he too had been perplexed when he first received this news. Understanding dawned upon Suyu. Vanilla had bestowed upon him a legitimate identity. He required no military authority, which Vanilla would certainly withhold, yet he could reap the benefits without the burdens. This was more than sufficient. and it was commendable of her to invest such thought into it. Wei Erde's expressions grew complex. If she had previously regarded Su Yu as a mere outsider, his elevation to honorary leader now compelled her to concede. She retrieved another list from her sleeve. Evidently, a pre-prepared measure to address unforeseen circumstances. This was the greatest concession she could afford. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Su Yu's mind. Notification: Quartermaster Wei Erde favorability 60, temporary. Su Yu accepted the list presented by the young Jika, his gaze sweeping over it, noting a significant transformation from the previous list. Faction Store Exchange List, certified. Wei Erde's Radiant Cuisine, green reputation 30. Founding Army Standard Armor, white reputation 10. Founding Army Standard Long Spear, white reputation 10. Basic Blade Technique Secret Scroll, LV1 LV20 reputation 100. Toxic Dagger, green reputation 60. A complete map of the outskirts of Xiaomong Mountain, reputation 10. Hemostatic Medicine, white reputation 10. Crimson Eye, special reputation 300. Note: items obtained from the faction store exceeding the survivor's own reputation will not be certified. Su Yu perceived that this exchange seemed to adhere to principles of equitable exchange. After reviewing the list, he found two items particularly intriguing: the Basic Blade Technique Secret Scroll and the Crimson Eye. The former appeared to be one of the skill-based abilities mastered within this world, while the latter was marked as special. Based on his prior experiences, all special items seemed to possess unique functionalities. Inquisitively, Su Yu voiced his thoughts, to which Wei Erde responded, "These two items, along with that map, were expressly designated for your exchange by Vanilla." With a temporary favorability of 60, Wei Erde revealed the items without reservation, instructing Jika to retrieve them. Upon acquiring them, Su Yu grasped their true worth. Basic Blade Technique Secret Scroll, Basic Skill Scroll. Upon use, grants the passive skill Basic Blade Technique, with a maximum skill level of LV20. The Spirit Blade is classified as a bladed weapon. Though this skill is merely foundational, it represents a substantial enhancement for a survivor like him, who only knows how to wield a blade in simplistic manners. Until now, he had not encountered anyone in the chat room who had acquired a skill of this nature, as most survivors relied on their innate talents. The other item, the Crimson Eye, surprised him. It resembled a thumb-sized blood diamond, and special items bore no rank. Crimson Eye, special, effect, a special gemstone, usable for equipment embedding. Embedding effects unknown, with consistent quality post-embedding. Compatibility may yield varying gains or losses. Evaluation, formed from the blood of abyssal slayers mixed with special substances. It contains a violent force of slaughter and is a treasure capable of sensing the aura of the abyss. Once again, the abyss. Su Yu couldn't help but recall the abyssal powers that Alice faced during the previous platform's progress, a harbinger of destruction and erosion for the world. Had this realm also suffered from an abyssal incursion in the past? This item was more than just a gemstone for embedding. Its description suggested a profound connection with the abyss. Vanilla had specifically entrusted it to him, implying it might be linked to the strange events of decades prior. All right, I shall accept these items. The three items cost him 410 points of reputation, leaving him with a remaining balance of 90 points. He had no need for the white and green quality weapons, and after consulting with Wei Erde, he directly exchanged for 3 portions of Wei Erde's Radiant Cuisine. Wei Erde's Radiant Cuisine, green. Effect, consuming grants 10 to Constitution for 30 minutes. Evaluation, crafted from ingredients deemed exquisite, prepared using ancient culinary methods, resulting in a radiant dish. Upon encountering this so-called cuisine, Su Yu involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye. It was 3 bowls of thick soup emanating a blue glow and bubbling. Had it not been system certified, he would never have believed such a concoction could be edible. Nevertheless, considering its effects, he steeled himself to accept it. He recalled that he too possessed some exquisite ingredients, specifically the mutated yellowhand fish caught in the train's fishing compartment, along with remnants of a mutated deep-sea squid. How was this dish created? Why can exquisite ingredients be transformed into such a meal? He inquired. Notification: Quartermaster Wei Erde favorability, Tensuyu. He had merely posed a question. Why had his favorability suddenly increased? Upon hearing his words, Wei Erde's eyes sparkled, and for a moment, he seemed less disagreeable. Kay's expression shifted. Recalling the day he had been force-fed this very dish, a memory best left unspoken. VLT eagerly shared her culinary expertise, turning around to retrieve a yellowed, yet well-preserved volume from the shelf behind her. Are you also interested in cooking? She asked with enthusiasm, holding up an ancient cookbook. This is the ancient recipe I follow, a secret method for crafting delectable dishes. After listening to VLT's passionate and elaborate explanation, Suyu began to understand that the essence of the matter lay within this ancient tome. Noticing Suyu's genuine interest, VLT generously gifted him the book. Others had a love-hate relationship with these dishes, reluctant to try them, as their flavors and appearances often left much to be desired, despite their undeniable effectiveness. VLT had long memorized the contents, and after countless experiments, she had managed to produce a few edible dishes, though they had only reached their current state. Upon examining the recipe through the system, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Ancient recipe, an unexpected creation of an ancient sage, abandoned for unknown reasons, ultimately lost in the void, becoming a forgotten relic. Verified, this recipe did not originate from this world, but was intentionally discarded by a certain ancient sage. The events that followed remain a mystery, but it ended up in this world and was acquired by VLT. As he grasped the recipe, an imperceptible ripple quietly spread, as if some distant presence cast a fleeting gaze upon this place. Chapter 39, The Fifth Trial Task, Blood Refinement Ruins. The trial commences. Although the ancient recipe felt somewhat peculiar in his hands, Suyu could not quite articulate why. He carefully stored it away and, after inquiring about a few details, departed, with VLT arranging accommodations for him. Instead of hastily retiring for the night, Suyu took out the basic knife technique scroll he had just received. Knowledge-based items that had been verified could be utilized directly through the train system without the need for study. The moment he activated it, a deafening roar filled his mind, and darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, a sharp blade of light rushed toward him, and he could even feel the chill of the blade. In the next instant, the world shattered, and he returned to reality with a plethora of instinctive understandings of knife techniques, as if he had practiced them countless times before. Basic knife technique scroll used successfully. Survivor comprehends the skill basic knife technique LV1. Skill level cap is LV20. Basic knife technique LV1. Passive, skill effect, 2 attack power for knife-type weapons. Slightly enhances knife weapon usage techniques. Note: due to the survivor's comprehension of the skill panel has been unlocked early. It can be viewed in the personal information section of the train system. The attack power of the shirkling blade is 30 points. And the 2 bonus from the basic knife technique is barely a fraction, but this should not be overlooked as it is a percentage increase, and merely at level 1. As the skill levels up, its true potential will be revealed. However, the effects carried by the equipment do not provide additional bonuses, meaning that the accompanying soul damage remains unchanged and only correlates with the amount of soul energy extracted by the shirkling. Next, Suyu retrieved the deep crimson eye, which glimmered with a red light in his palm. He contemplated whether to use his innate ability to embed this gemstone into the shirkling blade, as his talent for fusion could likely be applied here. Yet, he hesitated, for the description of the deep crimson eye indicated its connection to the abyss. And even if the embedding yielded positive effects, there was also the risk of negative consequences. Additionally, it possessed the ability to sense the aura of the abyss, especially when associated with the blood moon from decades past, which sent a shiver down his spine. Ultimately, he decided to store it away. Even if he chose to embed it, he would resolve to do so after leaving this platform for added safety. Moreover, the map of Xiaowang Mountain provided by VLT only covered the outer regions. She informed him that Xiaowang Mountain was vast, and that its interior had undergone unknown changes following the blood moon's fall decades ago, often causing individuals to lose their way and struggle to access the true depths. After a night of rest, adjusting his mental state to its peak, Suyu mounted a swift steed and set off towards Xiaowang Mountain, instinctively aware that there must be clues about system tasks awaiting him there. As he approached the base of Xiaowang Mountain, he immediately sensed something amiss. Before him loomed a massive stone inscribed with warning messages, detailing the general range and height of Xiaowang Mountain. However, what puzzled Suyu was not this information, but rather that the stone appeared to be carved from a fragmented base, adorned with simple patterns and featuring a circular indentation at its center. Most crucially, Suyu had brought the deep crimson eye with him, rather than storing it away. At this moment, the gemstone felt warm in his palm, its vibrant hue intensifying, prompting the train system to awaken. Ding. Trial task updating. Please check. 1. Eliminate the Imperial General, Ghana. Reward, 100 trial points. 2. Eliminate the rebel leader, Vanilla. Reward, 100 trial points. 3. Acquire the lost legendary weapon, Flame Dual Blades. Reward, 50 trial points. 4. Locate the statue of the hero from a century ago. Reward, 50 trial points. 5. Enter the Blood Refinement Ruins, First Ring. Reward, 50 trial points. So, this was the case. The 5th task, previously inaccessible, activated as he reached Xiaowang Mountain. Upon reviewing the new tasks, Suyu was mildly astonished to find that the fifth task was not a one-time endeavor, but rather a multi-ring quest, with the first ring offering a reward of 50 trial points. Subsequent rings likely promised even greater rewards. More importantly, this was the first mention of the Blood Refinement Ruins, which resonated deeply with the platform world designated by the system as the Blood Refinement World. The two were undoubtedly intricately connected. Venturing alone into Xiaowang Mountain, armed with the outer map, Suyu needed only to traverse a forest to reach the interior. The Blood Refinement Ruins were presumably located within, though this journey often led one astray. However, Suyu soon discovered that the deep crimson eye possessed a guiding quality, indicating the right direction. He speculated that perhaps this was linked to the Blood Refinement Ruins. With the assistance of the map and the deep crimson eye, Suyu quickly approached the inner edge. The paths on either side of the forest narrowed significantly, and the ground was strewn with loose stones. After passing through a narrow passage, the canopy above suddenly parted, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in. Suyu hastened out of the forest, and the sight before him made him instantly realize he had arrived at the right place. Before him lay a stone plaza ensnared by blood-red vines, dotted with 8 crumbling stone pillars, and at its center stood a colossal stone column, its surface etched with twisted runes, with 2 elongated notches resembling handleless weapons. As Suyu stepped forward, the scene before him transformed entirely, plunging the surroundings into darkness. When clarity returned, it felt as though he had been transported to another realm. The sky above blazed crimson, a blood moon hanging high, and the stone plaza remained intact, the 8 crumbling stone pillars now transformed into human-like statues, each arm seamlessly merging into a stone blade. Upon the central runic stone pillar, 2 blade-like forms resembling flames were perfectly embedded within the crevices. Panladar. Suyu's heart swiftly recognized the statue before him. The legendary figure from a century ago, the blade-binding general. A system notification chimed. You have entered the Blood Refinement Ruins. Task: enter the Blood Refinement Ruins. First ring has been completed, earning you 50 trial points. Another notification followed. You have automatically activated the second ring task trial of the Blood Refinement Ruins. Completion rewards 100 trial points. A further prompt declared. The current space has been sealed. Departure is impossible until the trial is completed. A final alert resonated. The trial commences. Chapter 40. Abyssal Spirit Worm Puppet. As the system notification concluded, the 8 statues of Panladar in the plaza abruptly stirred to life. The previously rigid stone bodies emitted a series of crisp clicks, dark red glimmers seeping through the stone seams, akin to awakened specters, slowly encroaching upon Suyu. He cautiously retreated a few steps, retrieving a portion of Verdi's luminous cuisine from his storage space, and, with eyes shut, forced it down his throat. A notification appeared. You have consumed Verdi's luminous cuisine. Temporary constitution attribute 10, lasting 30 minutes. The taste was indescribable, a medley of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. He doubted he would wish to consume it again soon. Opening his eyes, he gripped the Soul Eater blade, its black-red blade glinting under the crimson canopy. His gaze swiftly scanned the statues. Each stood nearly 3 meters tall, with stone blades stretching 1.5 meters. Although the edges lacked sharpness, they emanated a uniquely oppressive aura that suggested the potential for harm beyond mere physical injury. Fortunately, the statues moved at a sluggish pace, even slower than an ordinary person. Suyu tested their striking force, only to be jolted by the reverberation, the power exceeding 30 points. This indicated that their strength was comparable to his own, and due to their size, their destructive capacity was even greater. Thus, a direct confrontation seemed out of the question. The 8 Panladar statues advanced in a semicircular formation. With each lift and fall of their stone-bladed arms, the ground trembled slightly, and dark red luminescence flowed along the blades, leaving fleeting crimson streaks upon the earth. Suyu dared not underestimate them. He lightly stepped on the ground, skillfully maneuvering to the side of one statue. Sensing his movement, the statue clumsily turned, sweeping its stone blade toward him. Anticipating this, Suyu crouched low, the blade grazing the ground as he executed a precise strike against the statue's ankle joint. Clang! The sound of metal meeting stone reverberated, stone shards scattering as a shallow mark appeared on the statue's ankle, its movement momentarily stalling. The hardness surpassed his expectations. A mere attack could only breach its defenses. Quickly assessing the situation, Suyu utilized the statue's pause to retreat into the gap between 2 statues. Even if he exerted all his strength against one statue, it would take him dozens of minutes to bring it down entirely. A waste of energy given the presence of 8 statues. He could not afford to treat each one this way. as the two statues lunged toward him. Suyu rolled sideways, the two stone blades clashing with a loud clang, dark red luminescence erupting as both statues staggered back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, a glint of determination flickered in Suyu's eyes. The warmth he had previously absorbed from the Soul Eater blade surged within him, the black-red blade emanating a faint gray glow. This time, instead of targeting the statue's body, he leapt onto its weapon, channeling the soul energy through the blade, and struck fiercely downward towards its massive head. Thud! The blade embedded itself directly into the stone cranium, stone debris mingling with dark red luminescence raining down. Yet, this was not the end. The statue momentarily froze as if experiencing a system failure. Suyu's heart soared at this sight. His intention behind targeting the statue's head was to ascertain whether its movements were driven by some form of soul energy manipulation. The Soul Eater blade's effect imbued it with soul damage, currently at 10 points, a genuine method capable of harming a soul. Evidently, his physical strikes alone could not completely incapacitate the statue. However, if it were indeed animated by soul energy, he might have a chance. To validate his hypothesis, Suyu leaped behind another statue, bringing the Soul Eater blade down upon it. This time, he exerted only a fraction of his strength. Though the blade shattered some stone fragments, the statue remained rooted in place, as if entranced. It truly worked. Suyu's eyes brightened. This would simplify matters greatly. However, before he could revel in his success, a massive stone blade swept perilously close to his head, the blood moon above erupting with blinding crimson light. The previously immobilized Panladar statues suddenly sprang back to life. In disbelief at this breach of fair play, Suyu swiftly activated the now-cooled skill of the Lightfoot boots, his speed dramatically increasing. He ducked down, leaping to the ground and rolling to slide 2 meters away, narrowly avoiding the descending stone blade. Boom! The stone blade crashed into the spot where he had just stood, creating a shallow pit in the ground, dark red fragments scattering. Before he could regain his footing, he caught sight of the 2 recently revived statues pivoting, their stone blades slicing through the air with a heavy gust, converging on him from both sides. This time, their movements were noticeably swifter. The dark red luminescence oozing from the stone seems intensifying, evidently enhanced by the blood moon's radiant glow. Damn it, there's external assistance. Suyu cursed inwardly, refusing to halt his movements as he deftly dodged with the speed boost from the Lightfoot boots. The skill's duration was a mere 10 seconds. He had to find a breakthrough before it expired. First, he had to eliminate one. With 8 statues attacking simultaneously, now bolstered, he would inevitably be overwhelmed if he continued to evade. With steely resolve, Suyu ceased his retreat, pivoting sharply toward the slower-moving statue on the left. He calculated the trajectory of the statue's stone blade, and, just as it was about to strike the ground, he crouched low. The Soul Eater blade gliding along the inner edge of the stone blade, its black-red surface shimmering with a faint gray glow. At that moment, another stone blade swept toward him. Anticipating this, Suyu utilized the final moments of his speed from the Lightfoot boots, launching himself into the air to evade the horizontal sweep while simultaneously directing his blade toward the statue's neck. Thud! The Soul Eater blade pierced through the stone seam, the accompanying soul damage surging forth. The statue's movements froze once more, the dark red luminescence receding like a receding tide, even revealing fine cracks at its neck. Seizing the moment, Suyu exerted force through his wrist, twisting the blade within the stone seam. Snap! The statue's head plummeted to the ground, the stone body collapsing heavily and shattering into countless fragments. In the instant of its collapse, a blue ethereal soul emerged, manifesting as a bewildered man clad in the attire of a woodcutter. Suyu instantly realized this must be a lost soul from those who had previously ventured into Shawang Mountain. The apparition lingered for but a heartbeat before dissipating into a stream of soul energy absorbed by the Soul Eater blade. The Shirling Jiren held by Suyu trembled slightly, the black and red patterns becoming more pronounced as a stronger soul aura emanated from the hilt. The notification read, "Defeated abyssal parasite puppets. Shirling Jiren has absorbed 5 points of soul energy." Chapter 41. The Fallen have arrived. Puppets. Upon hearing the notification, Suyu was startled. If his conjecture was correct, each of these statues likely housed a soul puppet controlled by the so-called abyssal parasite. It was precisely because of this that the statues could move. However, these souls appeared more fragile than others, as even the Shirling Jiren could only extract 5 points of soul energy. After dispatching the statue, the speed enhancement from his Qinglingji Shu had cooled down. Yet, he now understood how to confront these statues. With a determined gaze, he gripped the Shirling Jiren to further augment its power and turned towards the next statue. Although his speed had diminished, With his increasingly adept swordsmanship, Su Yue focused on the joints and neck connections of the statues. As the blade pierced the stone crevice, the soul damage erupted, causing the statue to momentarily stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yue twisted the blade and struck with precision. In a brief moment, 3 more statues collapsed with a thunderous crash, each disintegration releasing a fleeting soul apparition, be it a lumberjack or a hunter, swiftly absorbed by the Shiling Jiren. Defeated abyssal parasite puppets. Shiling Jiren has absorbed 5 points of soul energy. The system notifications rang out consecutively, and the black and red patterns of the Shiling Jiren grew increasingly vibrant, the blade emanating a haunting aura of soul pressure. However, the remaining 4 statues seemed to sense their companion's destruction and suddenly halted, the dark red glow from their crevices flickering wildly, and a blood-colored shield forming around them. Something was amiss. Just as Su Yue approached, the 4 statues abruptly ceased their movements, raising their gaze towards the blood moon above. The crimson light surged, and the stone blades of the statues coalesced into half-meter-long blood-infused sword energy, all aimed at Su Yue's position. Su Yue quickly dodged to the side, but was still grazed by the stone blade of the statue on his right, resulting in a sharp pain on his shoulder. The attack was repelled by his Ni Jihuanjia, yet a searing sensation remained. Then, the blood-colored sword energy, seemingly sentient, pierced through the defense of the Shiling Jiren and struck him fiercely. This was not a physical attack. In that moment, Su Yue felt an eerie energy invade his body, plunging him into a shadowy abyss. Notification: you have been struck by abyssal energy, health at 80. For notifications echoed, and his health plummeted by 320 points. After consuming Wei des luminous cuisine, his constitution had temporarily increased by 10 to 35 points, supplemented by the 300-point boost from the blue-quality equipment Jiliu Yao Dai, bringing his health to 650 points. Yet, this strike had nearly halved his health. Su Yue attempted to retreat and reassess, but the statue swung its blade again, forcing him to barely block with his sword. The violent impact reverberated through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the Shiling Jiren, while debris from the stone sliced across his chest, though he sustained no serious injuries. The passive effect of the Ni Jihuanjia, Blood Guardian, activated, granting him 20 defense while his health was above 4,160. As long as the attacks were not of the abyssal energy type, Su Yue could endure. However, his diminished health adversely affected his strength and speed. Yet, upon closer observation, he noted that the 4 statues appeared weakened after unleashing that attack, and even the blood moon dimmed significantly. It seemed unlikely that they would unleash such an attack again soon. Now, it was time for him to retaliate. Su Yue immediately activated the active effect of his Jiliu Yao Dai. Jiliu, active, restores 600 health over 10 seconds, 12-hour cooldown. His health surged, and he felt his strength returning to its peak. Though he possessed health restoration potions, their effect was too slow compared to the efficacy of Jiliu in battle. He needed a swift resolution, lest his adversaries unleash another abyssal energy attack. Moments later, as his health fully restored, a cold glint sparked in Su Yue's eyes. The Shiling Jiren buzzed in his right hand as he pressed his left hand against the ground. He propelled himself like a released arrow, evading the stone blade of the statue as his own blade sliced down along the stone arm. Crack! Cracks erupted at the statue's joint, but Su Yue did not linger. He pivoted sharply towards the statue's head. The Shiling Jiren rose high and then swung down with force. Bang! Stone shards flew as the statue's head was cleaved 2/3 deep, the residual blood energy within it suddenly stalling. Su Yue drew his blade and plunged it straight down into the statue's skull. The head shattered instantaneously, and the body collapsed with a resounding crash. Defeated abyssal parasite puppets. Shiling Jiren has absorbed 5 points of soul energy. Using the fallen body of the statue as leverage, Su Yue leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight toward another nearby statue, gripping the Shiling Jiren tightly, channeling his power into the blade as he aimed for the exposed neck. When his initial strike failed to land, Su Yue persisted, replicating his previous attacks until, with a tremendous noise, the head of this statue also tumbled to the ground. Defeated abyssal parasite puppets. Shiling Jiren has absorbed 5 points of soul energy. The Shiling Jiren had now absorbed the energies of 6 abyssal parasite puppets, totaling 50 points of soul energy, with the soul damage bonus rising to 25 points. The remaining 2 statues, now devoid of the blood moon's enhancement, could barely withstand Su Yue's onslaught. Before long, with the last statue vanquished, the blood energy dissipated entirely, and the blood moon faded. At this moment, the bonus from the Shiling Jiren had reached 30 points of damage. The scene reverted to its original state. The so-called Pon Laderer statue was nothing more than 8 broken pedestals. Ding. Task Trial of the Blood-Forged Ruins, second phase, has been completed. Gained 100 trial points. Current trial points, 170. Notification. You have automatically activated the third phase Task Whale of the Fallen. Task Reward, 200 trial points. Notification. You may choose to abandon this task and leave the trial scene. If abandoned, the task will be permanently closed and will not trigger again. Upon seeing the task notification, Suyu's expression sharpened. This sequence of tasks could be relinquished, but not reactivated. Having come this far, Suyu could not possibly give up. Let it commence. Notification. The Fallen have arrived. Chapter 42. Soul, Self-Destruction. He activated his talent once more. The stone bricks beneath him suddenly cracked with web-like fissures. Dark red light, seeping through accompanied by an unidentifiable sizzling sound. In the next moment, gigantic red insects resembling cocoons burst forth from the ground. Each insect is enveloped by a semi-transparent spectral shadow, writhing and howling as if they are prisoners forcibly confined within their corporeal forms. In stark contrast to its body size, the creature's eyes are minuscule, resembling 2 black beans. There is no doubt that this creature is the abyssal spirit worm, and the soul encased within it serves as a puppet under its control. The moment it laid eyes on Suyu, it lunged at him like a predator spotting its prey. The Shiling GZH blade in Suyu's grasp is no mere trinket. In an instant, he aimed the blade at the creature. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, the colossal red worm emitted a piercing shriek, and the semi-transparent spectral shadow that enveloped it broke free from its constraints, rapidly expanding. Suyu instinctively raised the Shiling GZH blade to shield himself. With a resounding crash, the Azure Soul energy detonated in the air. A notification echoed. You have sustained soul explosion damage from the abyssal spirit worm puppet, losing 20 health points and experiencing minor soul damage. Another notification followed. If the soul suffers severe damage in a short period, the survivor will endure negative status effects. As the blast's remnants faded, Suyu felt his knuckles turn pale from gripping the Shiling GZH blade. The abyssal spirit worm did not engage him directly. Instead, it commanded the spectral entities to approach him and self-destruct. The loss of health points was inconsequential to him, but the self-detonation inflicted soul damage, which was far more concerning. Such harm resembled the soul damage dealt by his Shiling GZH blade. A reduction in health was secondary, but excessive soul damage could lead to weakness, dizziness, or even death. This kind of assault was something even Suyu dared not withstand. Moreover, the abyssal spirit worm was not alone. Multiple puppets were present, and the recent explosion was merely the beginning. Increasing numbers of abyssal spirit worms emerged from the ground, and this time, Suyu dared not confront them head-on, swiftly retreating. However, this was merely a temporary measure. The growing horde of abyssal spirit worms encroached upon him in the confined space, and soon he would be surrounded. At that juncture, the self-detonation of numerous spectral puppets would be insurmountable. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, Suyu steeled himself and charged back into the fray wielding the Shiling GZH blade. With another explosion, he felt the impact on his soul once more. Yet this time, Suyu bore the pain, swiftly slashing at the abyssal spirit worm's main body. With a swift motion, the Shiling GZH blade cleaved through the creature's frail defenses, splitting it in two and reducing it to 2 crimson masses. However, Suyu furrowed his brow. The creature felt as if it were devoid of a soul, for the Shiling GZH blade absorbed not a trace of soul energy. But there was no time for contemplation, as other abyssal spirit worms lunged towards him. While retreating, he sought an opportunity, and as he reached a certain spot, the ground beneath him trembled. Aware that the abyssal spirit worm emerged from the earth, Suyu wasted no time, and, as it poked its head out, he swiftly brought down his blade. The massive head of the worm was severed before it could fully emerge, and the soul behind it, now uncontrollable, fell into a state of confusion rather than detonating immediately. Suyu hesitated for a brief moment, but in the next instant, he unhesitatingly struck down the spectral entity. He could not afford to leave any potential threats. At last, the Shiling GZH blade chimed with a notification. You have slain the abyssal spirit worm puppet, and the blade has absorbed 5 soul energy points. Suyu's eyes sparkled with realization. As long as he could eliminate the controlling abyssal spirit worm, he could prevent the puppets from self-destructing. He finally devised a strategy against the continuously emerging abyssal spirit worms. However, this method only applied to the newly appeared creatures. Any others that he approached closely would still detonate without hesitation. Observing the remnants of the slain worm that did not vanish immediately, Suyu felt a surge of inspiration. Though these creatures hailed from the abyss, they were still flesh and blood. Based on his previous encounters with slain monsters, or other survivors. He could utilize his innate ability of Wanwu Rongzhu to decompose them. He had refrained from doing so when he defeated Jerwin and Aunizidin due to the presence of onlookers, fearing complications in explanation. However, now that he was in the midst of a trial, such concerns dissipated. With a swift motion, he approached the bisected abyssal spirit worm, activating Wanwu Rongzhu. His mental energy waned slightly, only to surge once more. Fusion successful. He gained mental energy 1 and acquired abyssal filth. Without a vessel, it dissipates automatically. Upon hearing this notification, Suyu felt as if the multitude of abyssal spirit worms before him had become endearing. Ever since he had slain the unknown creatures in that apocalyptic town and acquired a plethora of power attributes, he had not encountered such fortune again. Yet this time, the abyssal spirit worms presented him with a delightful surprise. He pondered why the Shurling GZH blade could not devour the souls of the abyssal spirit worms. The fundamental reason was that upon decomposition, the remnants yielded only a mass of mental energy and abyssal filth, devoid of any true soul. Note: if distinguishing between mental energy and soul energy proves challenging, one may consider mental energy akin to mana, which can be replenished, whereas soul energy is intrinsic and difficult to restore. Recognizing this, Suyu immediately took action. With a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself towards another abyssal spirit worm, swiftly cleaving it in two, subsequently employing Wanwu Rongzhu to absorb the resulting mental energy. Yet, at the last moment, the creature's soul puppet also detonated. Suyu again sustained minor soul damage. This approach was ineffective. The damage from soul-based attacks could not be mitigated by mental energy augmentation. Furrowing his brow, he acknowledged that while his mental energy had increased, the puppet's self-detonation inflicted soul damage. Unless he could enhance his soul strength. He recalled the train system mentioning that soul-based damage correlated with soul strength. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind, the bewildered expression of the soul puppet that had not detonated after he had slain the abyssal spirit worm. If he decomposed this soul puppet, might it not elevate his soul strength or yield related items? It was worth a try? After enduring 3 explosions, Suyu finally caught another abyssal spirit worm emerging from the depths. Seizing the opportunity before it could react, he swiftly severed its head. Chapter 43. Surge of Mental Energy. New skill. You have triggered a Lord Battle. With the abyssal spirit worm's control severed, the soul puppet was now ensnared in confusion. This time, Suyu refrained from using the Shurling GZH blade to slay the puppet, as doing so would deprive him of the scant soul energy it possessed. Instead, he directly employed Wanwu Rongzhu to decompose the soul puppet. However, the consumption of mental energy surged dramatically, surpassing previous levels by several folds. Indeed, this was a living soul. Despite being a puppet, it instinctively resisted. Although Wanwu Rongzhu imposes no restrictions on targets, it demands a corresponding expenditure of mental energy from him. Factors such as the target's size, the energy contained within, and the consciousness of resistance all impact the mental energy required. If a soul truly possesses consciousness, unless it is exceedingly weak, once it harnesses its innate abilities, it is likely that its spiritual energy will be depleted at the onset. Fortunately, even with the escalating consumption, Suyu can still endure. The next step is to ascertain what this soul puppet can decompose. Fusion successful. Acquired, pure soul fragment. Acquired, chaotic consciousness. Cannot be preserved. Automatically dissipates. Pure soul fragment. A shard containing pure soul energy. Upon absorption, it can enhance soul strength and may also be regarded as a general equivalent. After swiftly reviewing the information, Suyu observed the shard in his hand, roughly the size of a fingernail, and sensed a stirring within the spirit blade, as if it possessed an immense allure. How to absorb it? Suyu was uncertain about the proper method of usage, yet at this moment, any means of enhancing his soul strength was acceptable. He resorted to the simplest and most direct approach, tossing it into his mouth, chewing it into pieces, and swallowing it. A wave of chilling energy surged to the crown of his head, followed by a tingling sensation that spread through his nerves to his limbs and bones. As if countless specks of light exploded within his mind, the weakness he had felt from the soul puppet's self-detonation began to dissipate. Notice, you have absorbed the pure soul fragment. Soul damage has been partially repaired. Suyu raised his hand to touch his forehead, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he turned to observe the slightly shifting ground nearby. Although abyssal spirit worms lurked in the vicinity, this pure soul fragment could mend the damage to his soul. Thus, the slaughter commenced. He eliminated the abyssal spirit worms, fusing all things into spirit. Then, he consumed spiritual energy to decompose the abyssal spirit worm puppets, acquiring pure soul fragments to restore his soul damage. Through this cycle, Suyu swiftly repaired the damage to his soul, and soon, he finally received a different notification. Notice, you have absorbed the pure soul fragment. Soul strength has received a slight enhancement. Note, survivor's level is too low. Specific soul strength is currently inaccessible. With the enhancement of his soul strength, the damage he sustained from the puppet self-detonation was also significantly reduced. As their strengths balanced each other, the number of abyssal spirit worms rapidly diminished. Initially, Suyu had been wary of the soul's self-detonation damage, but now equipped with a strategy, he found the slaughter much easier than the previous encounter with the stone statue. Before long, as he continued his killing spree and utilized his innate abilities, his spiritual energy surged from a mere 17 points upon entering this world to an astonishing 60 points, an impressive increase of over 40 points. If attributed to the stat points gained from leveling up, even the top survivor would require 7 or 8 levels to achieve such a feat. Notice, current spiritual attribute has reached a critical threshold. Further enhancement requires breaking through the attribute barrier. Unlike the physical attributes, the spiritual attribute does not have bodily limitations, but has established an enhancement threshold. Until this threshold is surpassed, the spiritual attribute will remain permanently capped at 60 points. Suyu speculated that other attributes likely possess similar thresholds. However, only his spiritual attribute had reached this level, triggering the notification. As for how to break through this attribute barrier, he had no inkling, but his intuition suggested that such matters were beyond the grasp of a low-level survivor. The elevation of his spiritual attribute to 60 points brought about a remarkable enhancement in Suyu's spiritual power, causing even the decomposition speed of the soul puppets to quicken, while their consumption decreased significantly. Notice, your spiritual attribute has surpassed 60 points, successfully unlocking exclusive rewards. Please select one ability from the following 3 options to activate. 1. Mental Shock. Active can condense one's spiritual power into an invisible shockwave, launching a surprise attack on a designated target. In its base state, it can induce spiritual turbulence, causing enemies to be incapacitated in a state of dizziness or confusion for 0.52 seconds, with a 30 effectiveness boost against incorporeal soul entities. Continuous use within a short time will exacerbate spiritual consumption. 2. Mental Barrier. Active consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to generate a tangible barrier of spiritual power, capable of resisting damage from spiritual attacks, with barrier strength correlating to the spiritual attribute. 3. Mental Perception. Active can sense a spiritual field centered around oneself, with the radius increasing in accordance with the spiritual attribute, enabling precise detection of life forces and energy fluctuations within the area, even in environments obscured by darkness or mist. The target's location can be clearly pinpointed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suyu quickly made his choice. All 3 abilities were active skills. Mental Shock primarily focused on control, while Mental Barrier served as a defensive skill, albeit with the notable limitation of only defending against spiritual attacks. Mental Perception was an auxiliary scouting skill. Had the first option not existed, Suyu might have opted for this one. However, at this moment, Mental Shock was the most suitable for him, compensating for his current lack of control and ranged attack capabilities. He selected Mental Shock. Soon, Suyu felt his spiritual power become invigorated, as if he could unleash an attack with a mere thought. Confronted by the advancing abyssal spirit worms, Suyu unleashed a Mental Shock. Instantly, the body of the abyssal spirit worm plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, Suyu's eyes sparkled with intent as the spirit blade pierced through. The soul puppet left behind did not self-detonate due to the sudden death of the abyssal spirit worm. All things fused. The abyssal spirit worm and the soul puppet transformed into spiritual and soul energy, which Suyu absorbed. Though his spiritual attribute had reached its threshold and could not increase further, it was just enough to replenish the consumption from using his skills. Now, he no longer needed to seek out the recently emerged abyssal spirit worms. He could simply launch a few mental shocks from a distance and then strike with his blade. After absorbing a considerable amount of pure soul fragments, Suyu felt as if his soul had been immersed in warm water, even his perception becoming clearer, as if he had undergone a subtle elevation. Notice, you have absorbed pure soul fragments. Soul strength has received a minor enhancement. Due to the excessive absorption of soul energy within a short period, you are temporarily unable to enhance soul strength through this method. Temporarily unable to increase it? Suyu was not surprised. Although it had not reached a clear threshold like his spiritual power, there was indeed an upper limit to the soul's absorption of energy. He promptly redirected his efforts, feeding the subsequent soul energy entirely to the spirit blade until it vibrated with a hum. and the damage enhancement was fully maximized to 50 points before he ceased his actions. As for the newly acquired pure soul fragments, he stored them in his storage space. They could serve his needs or be used to augment the spirit blade at any time, proving useful in the future. During this time, Suyu also attempted to decompose the abyssal spirit worms using the fusion of all things, hoping to extract a stable storage item for spiritual energy, akin to the soul fragment. However, he only obtained a mass of ethereal energy that dissipated in the air within seconds. It seemed that he lacked a specialized carrying item. Reluctantly, he abandoned that approach, using the temporary spiritual energy obtained from decomposing the spirit worms as an emergency power bank. As he lifted his gaze again, although numerous abyssal spirit worms remained, the quantity emerging from the underground crevices was dwindling. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before all were eliminated. Yet, at this moment, he felt increasingly vigilant, reminiscent of the previous level's stone statue, which had nearly taken his life at the last moment. It was possible that the abyssal spirit worms possessed similar means. Suyu's concerns were soon validated. As he dispatched the final abyssal spirit worm, the train system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Your relentless slaughter has provoked the abyssal parasite queen, triggering the Lord Battle. Chapter 44. Confronting the abyssal parasite queen. As the alert echoed, the space before Suyu shattered instantly, transforming from the previous square into a scene reminiscent of a dilapidated temple, replete with the marks of time. Dimly lit and shrouded in thick fog, exuding an eerie and enigmatic aura. In the area where the stone pillars intersect at the temple's apex, a complex and menacing blood-red nest of insects was revealed, composed of countless dismembered, serpentine, and twisted tissues, resembling a massive entanglement of tendrils and tubular organs. With a thunderous roar, a pair of flame-like forelimbs emerged from the nest, followed by a head adorned with antennae, its crimson eyes radiating an aura of malevolence. With a sudden lunge, this creature tore through the nest and leapt down fiercely. Upon landing, the entire dilapidated temple trembled under its weight, debris cascading to the ground. Clad in dark red armor, with black fur sprouting from its chest and shoulders, its enormous segmented tail swayed ominously. The abyssal parasite queen. In stark contrast to the ordinary abyssal parasite, this entity resembled an entirely different species. The overwhelming pressure it exerted made Suyu's heart feel as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Alert! You are under the Lord's pressure from the abyssal parasite queen. Your maximum health has decreased by 20. Alert! You have experienced a mental disruption from the abyssal parasite queen. The judgment is concluded, and you have suffered no damage. Alert! The Lord battle has commenced. You cannot escape. Realizing the implications of this notification, Suyu understood that the moment the abyssal parasite queen emerged, he had already sustained dual forms of damage. The Lord's pressure skill had directly reduced his maximum health by 1/5. As for the mental disruption, Suyu's exaggerated mental attribute stood at a formidable 60 points. Furthermore, with the resistance bonus from Zalta's Ember Pendant, it was nearly impossible for the abyssal parasite queen to harm him in this regard. Regrettably, he could not view specific information about this creature. If only the system could provide him with visibility of its health bar and skill notifications. Alert! Insufficient permissions to view directly. Suyu mused that the creature was indeed formidable, yet it was unworthy of such power. The queen's crimson gaze remained fixed on Suyu, emitting a low, raspy hiss filled with contempt and scrutiny of its prey. Suddenly, the black fur on its shoulders erupted as if animated, each strand resembling sharp black needles glinting dangerously in the dim light. Without warning, the queen moved, sweeping its colossal tail with a sharp whoosh, the shell segments clashing with a crisp sound. As it passed, the air whistled ominously, and Suyu could distinctly feel the terrifying gust of abyssal power and brute force rushing toward him. He dared not hesitate, evading the strike by rolling swiftly to the side. However, the sweeping tail struck a stone pillar behind him with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments that scattered in all directions. Suyu's pupils constricted. Such power clearly exceeded his own capabilities. Engaging head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he resolved to try another approach. Gripping the blade of the Spirit Eater, gleaming with a chilling light, he lunged toward the queen's advancing tail, delivering a decisive strike. Clang! The sound echoed like metal striking metal throughout the ruined temple. Suyu withdrew the blade of the Spirit Eater, tracing a dark red line through the air. The blow inflicted minor damage, yet a red glow illuminated the queen's tail, and the small wound rapidly healed, appearing as though it had never existed. The abyssal parasite queen possessed formidable strength and defenses, not to mention regenerative abilities. It was truly a paragon of a lord monster. with no other recourse. Suyu felt his battle spirit ignite. What did it matter if it were a lord? Today he would challenge it. Physical attacks were futile, but he still wielded mental shock and soul damage. He refused to believe the abyssal parasite queen could withstand them all. With the blade of the spirit eater firmly in hand, Suyu pressed forward, the black-red blade enveloped in immense power as he struck at the queen's chest. The abyssal parasite queen would not allow him to succeed easily. Just as it attempted to evade, Suyu's speed proved superior. His mental force surged like a tide, unleashing an invisible shockwave imbued with colossal psychic power toward the abyssal parasite queen. Mental shock. The queen's form faltered momentarily. In the next instant, swoosh. The long blade buried itself into the queen's chest for a mere 5 centimeters before being halted by the chitinous armor, unable to penetrate further. The abyssal parasite queen emitted a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a soul's lament. The abyssal parasite was akin to a mere avatar of the queen, devoid of a soul. Merely a fragment of the queen's psychic energy. However, the abyssal parasite queen herself possessed a soul. The blade of the spirit eaters accompanying 50 points of soul damage, though seemingly modest, inflicted direct harm upon her essence. The queen abruptly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with dark crimson flames, fixated intently on Suyu. She dismissed the blade of the spirit eater embedded in her body, her claws lunging menacingly toward him. Suyu inhaled deeply, yanking back the blade of the spirit eater while arching his body backward to evade the queen's claw, which reeked of blood. The soul damage was effective. That was enough. Channeling power through his legs, he surged forward once more toward the queen, directing another strike with the blade of the spirit eater. The blade radiated a red-black luminescence, even hinting at an eerie purple hue. This was the unique aura emitted when the blade of the spirit eater overflowed with soul energy. It was a blade destined to slay souls. Thud. This time, the blade penetrated deeper, reaching approximately 10 centimeters. The queen's scream intensified, the black fur on her shoulders thrashing wildly as though yearning to escape its corporeal confines. Her dark red armor shimmered brilliantly as the wound began to heal yet again. But Suyu understood this was merely a physical restoration. The abyssal parasite queen's soul damage would not recover without absorbing a substantial amount of soul energy. It would be impossible to restore in the short term. Boom, boom, boom. The abyssal parasite queen, driven to madness, unleashed a barrage upon the ground where Suyu stood. Her lordly might and speed formidable. Suyu's speed, enhanced by the Lightfoot boots, exceeded 20 points under normal circumstances. Yet, despite her massive size, the queen's speed surpassed 30 points, forcing Suyu to rely on mental shock to evade during critical moments. Engaging directly proved too taxing, prompting Suyu to strike after every control maneuver, and this incessant assault only served to agitate the abyssal parasite queen further. The crumbling temple deteriorated further under her onslaught, debris scattering everywhere. As the cascading shockwave subsided, the queen stood amidst the rubble, her blood-red eyes flashing with intense rage. She had discerned that this human's psychic strength was formidable, rendering her proud psychic abilities ineffective. She could only rely on her brute strength. More critically, each of his attacks bore soul-inflicting damage, severing her essence with every strike. She must exact a price from this human. Roar. The mother bug emitted a roar that reverberated throughout the dilapidated temple. A fissure suddenly appeared at its chest, from which a copious amount of viscous dark red liquid surged forth. This liquid converged before it, writhing and swiftly solidifying into a terrifying shadow resembling its own form. A clone? Upon witnessing this, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking. Was this creature so cunning? The prompt indicated that the life force of the deep abyss parasite mother had descended to 50, activating its lord-level skill. Chapter 45 Slay. Upon hearing the notification, Suyu understood that this entity was utilizing the lord skill of the deep abyss parasite mother, which required its health to diminish to a certain level before activation. The shadow formed from the dark red liquid quickly solidified, identical in shape to the deep abyss parasite mother, yet emanating a semi-transparent energy quality. Its oppressive aura slightly less formidable than that of the original. Dealing with one parasite mother was already exceedingly challenging, and now it had transformed into a 2-on-1 situation. The clone emitted a sharp hiss, moving in concert with the original, both darting towards Suyu from the left and right, leaving behind dark red afterimages and slicing through the air with fierce winds. Suyu, already at a disadvantage in speed, found himself ensnared in perilous circumstances. Mental shock. Without hesitation, Suyu unleashed 2 consecutive mental shocks. Though the consumption was substantial, it granted him precious moments to act. In that brief pause, Suyu surged forward. With the two clones of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother ahead and the original behind, so you could only target the nearest one. His spirit-eating blade aiming for the freshly formed clone's head. He struck true, as the effect of the mental shock wore off. The claws of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother struck swiftly, too fast for Su Yu to evade entirely. He could only brace himself with his left arm's armor, absorbing part of the impact. A jolt of pain radiated from his left arm, feeling his health significantly wane. Yet he harnessed the force to propel his body like a cannonball, widening the distance. Witnessing this, the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother felt utterly frustrated. This human, clearly outmatched, persistently employed control tactics to bind it tightly, while occasionally launching sneak attacks before retreating, avoiding prolonged conflict. Through these exchanges and the rigors of battle, Su Yu sensed his understanding of swordsmanship rapidly advancing, and at a certain moment, a system notification confirmed his suspicions. Notification: Basic swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV2. Sword weapon attack power 4/2, slightly enhancing sword weapon techniques. Su Yu's relentless use of mental shock within a short span had significantly drained his mental energy, and he soon found himself forced to pause, relying on his swordsmanship to maneuver. However, this resulted in several encounters with the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother's attacks, and his health had subtly dwindled to around 50. Nevertheless, the defense provided by his reverse phantom armor remained intact, preventing the Parasite Mother's assaults from swiftly dispatching him. As the cooldown for mental shock neared its end, the red-black glow of his spirit-eating blade surged, the purple halo brightening abruptly, embodying his most potent strength, precisely piercing into the body of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother's clone. Then the blade whirled violently within. Die! The clone emitted a piercing wail, its body twisting and flickering violently. Within mere seconds, it crumbled into nothingness. The demise of the clone simultaneously inflicted a backlash on the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother, causing its massive form to stagger and fall. Yet, from its being arose an even more terrifying aura. The mother bug stood once more, its crimson eyes now devoid of life, filled only with desolation, darkness, and cruelty. Notification: The life force of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother has dropped to 20, entering a frenzied state, activating lordly power, increasing attack power by 20, speed by 20, reducing defense by 20, and diminishing sanity by 20. The massive iron tail swept towards Su Yu with lightning speed, prompting him to instinctively raise his weapon in defense. Ack! Su Yu felt a sweet sensation in his throat as his body was uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing against a broken stone pillar and collapsing to the ground. His health plummeted sharply to 40, triggering the effect of the reverse phantom armor, further enhancing his defense. Blood Guardian. Passive when health is at 2,140. Defense is increased by 30. However, this additional defense still felt insufficient against the enhanced attacks of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother. Mental shock. As the mother charged towards him, Su Yu quickly cast another mental shock. He was aware of the Mother's heightened attack and speed, but also its simultaneous decline in defense. Desperate. With the Mother's life force reduced to 20, Su Yu resolved to act decisively, unleashing mental shock just as the creature broke free from its control. He felt his mental energy drain away like water, and even his 60 points of mental energy could not withstand such escalating consumption. The spirit-eating blade penetrated the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother's body with greater ease than before. Yet this prompted the creature to break free from control, unleashing a roar, a mix of a shriek and a violent, furious howl infused with the power of mental shock. Even with Su Yu's mental fortitude, he felt a slight dizziness, sensing danger and swiftly retreating. The Mother's figure materialized before him, its claws already striking out, and this time, the consecutive uses of mental shock had only momentarily stalled it for less than a fraction of a second. Soul drink. Facing this outcome, Su Yu shouted vehemently, shedding all restraint. Although uncertain of the Mother's remaining life force, whether below 10, he recognized that due to the decline in health, stamina, and speed, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Soul drink. Active when stored soul energy reaches 100 points. All soul energy can be expended, and the next attack will inflict real damage equal to the target's maximum life force of 100 points. This was the sole active effect of the spirit-eating blade. Percentage-based true damage. The black-red spirit-eating blade exuded a mist, and a phantom head surged forth from the blade. With a swift slash, everything around appeared to freeze. The spirit-eating blade cleaved through the forelimbs of the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother, then through its blood-red, chitinous chest, even momentarily revealing a fiery red crystal within. Shattering beneath the blade, with its chest rent asunder, the Deep Abyss Parasite Mother remained frozen in place. Su Yu was uncertain if it had perished, But he would not squander such an opportunity. With another upward slash, he struck the now-ruined body, pulling the long blade back and cleaving the mother in two. The fiery blaze in its crimson pupils finally extinguished. The deep abyss parasite mother has been slain. Chapter 46. Reward Acquisition. Return to the Old City. Night Raid. Combined. Upon slaying the deep abyss parasite mother, the spirit-eating blade has absorbed 10 points of soul energy. After utilizing soul drink, the soul energy of the spirit-eating blade was entirely depleted. Regrettably, a single soul entity could only absorb 10 points of soul energy. Otherwise, the soul of the deep abyss parasite mother would undoubtedly yield more. Nevertheless, Suyu still possessed previously accumulated pure soul fragments that could swiftly replenish his energy if necessary. Notification: you have slain the deep abyss parasite mother, Lord, receiving 1 Lord-level treasure chest. The task Wailing of the Fallen, third ring, has been completed, granting 200 trial points, with the current total being 370. The task Immortal Battle Soul, final ring, cannot be activated at present due to the lack of the crucial item, the Liahuashuangren. The spatial blockade has been lifted. Before him, the abyssal spirit insect mother and the entire dilapidated temple vanished in a flash of white light, replaced by a treasure chest. Suyu had initially contemplated fusing the corpse, but that was no longer feasible. He first retrieved the life restoration potion he had purchased earlier on the train, which could gradually restore 30 health points. Subsequently, Suyu opened the Lord's chest, a reward duly verified by the train system. He received Lord's Will, White Growth Type Lord Equipment, Abyssal Insect Tribe's Call, Blue, Crimson Armor, Blue, Soul Box, Small, X1, and Evolutionary Score, Blue. A total of 5 items emerged, and Suyu picked up the Lord's Will, a small ring in black and red. Lord's Will, White Growth Type Lord Equipment. Attributes: None. Effect 1. Lord's Will, passive when your health is at 10, your combat power remains at its peak, unaffected by severe injuries or negative states from health reduction. Effect 2. Lord's Dominion. Active, you can enhance the quality of other Lord-type equipment by consuming them. Evaluation: even on the brink of destruction, the Lord's gaze must not falter. Note: Lord-type equipment exists independently and does not occupy an equipment slot, but each survivor may equip only one. A glimmer of delight appeared in Suyu's eyes as he slid it onto his right pinky. This piece of equipment arrived at a most opportune moment. Had he possessed the Lord's Will earlier, facing the abyssal spirit insect mother would not have been such a strenuous endeavor. Although this Lord equipment lacked attribute bonuses, its effects far surpassed those of similarly rated gear. Moreover, it had growth potential, making it an exceedingly precious item. Next, Suyu picked up the second item, a black whistle. Abyssal Insect Tribe's Call, Blue. Effect: a consumable item that, when blown, summons an abyssal spirit insect mother for 60 minutes. Base attributes equal to that of the survivor, with a single attribute not exceeding 60 points. Evaluation: fear not its terrifying appearance. Perhaps it is merely another version of you from a different dimension, crawling forth in a more authentic guise. Thus, it is, shall we resurrect, old friend? Suyu tossed it into the pendant's storage space, fully aware of its formidable strength. The crimson armor was a set of dark red armor, strikingly similar to the insect armor worn by the abyssal spirit insect mother, leading Suyu to suspect it was indeed stripped from its form. Crimson armor, Blue. Attributes: defense 40, effect 1 dark erosion, passive 4 non-abyssal biological derivatives. Health diminishes by 1 per second. For abyssal biological derivatives, health recovery speed is 100. Effect 2, Fury Ignition, active attack power 15, speed 15, defense 15, intelligence 15. Evaluation: an armor that chooses its wearer. Either the bloodline is pure or the life is resilient. After reviewing this equipment, Suyu was left speechless. Was this not merely a weakened version of the abyssal spirit insect mother's skills? This item was utterly useless to him, considering the prerequisite of being an abyssal creature. And the reduction of intelligence from the active effect was particularly detrimental. He cast it into the storage space, planning to either use it later or fuse it. 2 items remained, a palm-sized ancient wooden box and a scroll. Suyu retrieved both. Soul Box, Small. Opening it yields 110 soul gold. Soul gold serves as a general equivalent, useful for skill enhancements, etc. Evolutionary Score, Blue. Can elevate a green quality piece of equipment to blue quality, with abilities receiving adaptive enhancement. Note: Lord-level equipment is not within this enhancement range. Upon reading the descriptions, Suyu opened the Soul Box, Small, and obtained Soul Gold X6. His luck was quite average, and he harbored no discontent. While the value of this item was difficult to ascertain, he surmised it was more significant than the gold in the train system. He then directly utilized the evolutionary score, as he happened to possess a green-quality piece of equipment, the Qinglingji Xie. This pair of shoes had straightforward attributes, simply enhancing speed. Suyu found his current speed inadequate against formidable bosses. After using it, the Qinglingji Xie beneath his feet soon emanated a brilliant blue light. Before long, he received a notification that the upgrade was complete. The appearance of the Qinglingji Xie remained unchanged, yet he distinctly felt an increase in his speed. Qinglingji Xie, blue, attributes, speed 20, 10, effect gale, active grants an additional speed of 20 for 1 minute, cooldown 12 hours. Evaluation where me. For even the wind is destined to linger behind me. The effect remains simple, yet the blue quality effectively doubled both attributes and effects, even having the cooldown time. Having managed the equipment, Suyu prepared to depart. Although he had completed the third ring task, the system indicated there was still a final ring, suggesting the trial point rewards within would not be meager. However, he first needed to locate the Liehua Shuangren to activate the task. With one last glance at the central pillar of the square, Suyu departed slowly. The deep crimson eye was retrieved once more. It had seemed devoid of spirit upon entering this trial ground, yet now it radiated a red glow. Without this artifact, he could easily have lost his way in the vast mountains, but now, his only task was to distance himself. In the old city, Wainia stood atop the city walls, gazing at the dark mass of the army on the horizon. Even with prior preparations, his mood weighed heavily at this moment. Ghana had received news faster than anticipated. Despite his efforts to erase traces, the city was rife with Ghana's spies, and one could not hide fire beneath paper. Ghana's response was as Lin and had predicted. He marched with utmost speed, determined not to allow Wainia to grow any stronger. War was imminent. Wainia, do not fret too much, my army is invincible. Even if Ghana himself were to come, he could never conquer this old city, declared Kuei Xian, thumping his chest with fervor. Yet in reality, there had been considerable skirmishes with Ghana prior, but the scale and number of troops this time surpassed all previous encounters. Wainia steadied his mind, his gaze turning resolute and icy. Indeed, as war approaches, the old geezers within the city must not be allowed to remain. Those who sow discord among my troops shall be slain. Upon hearing this, Kuei was instantly elated. Excellent. I have long found those fellows displeasing. I shall personally lead a team to take them down. Within the old city, aside from the army and ordinary civilians, there existed a stubborn noble faction. On ordinary days, Wainia maintained a facade of cooperation with them. But now, this unstable factor must be eliminated. By the way, have there been any updates from Soren Linen? Wainia suddenly recalled the promise made by the other party, but since their entry into the Shiwang Mountain had nearly reached a day, he wondered if they would return before tomorrow. Kuei furrowed his brow, pondering the man. Even he could not help but feel a surge of battle intent. Their previous confrontation had turned out to be mere theatrics. How terrifying must be his true strength. He has always yearned for a thrilling battle, of course, on the condition that he is not subjected to humiliation. There has been no news yet, but our people have already been stationed near Zaiwangzishan, ready to relay information as soon as the enemy appears. Let us wait a little longer. Even if Jinnah marches swiftly, he cannot attack the city immediately upon arrival. He will surely need to rest, allowing us to prepare and strike first, showcasing the might of our founding army. Wainia displayed a fierce expression, for he was not only eloquent, but also possessed a modicum of military knowledge. After several hours, Suyu finally emerged from the interior of Zaiwangzishan. Despite his deep crimson eyes, he veered off course several times along the way. Otherwise, he could have been even swifter. It was now nearing dusk. Upon his exit, Suyu noticed that someone was already waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. He recognized this person as Jieka, a retainer of Wainia. The moment Jieka laid eyes on him, a look of joy crossed his face as he approached. Mr. Lin. Suyu nodded and directly inquired, has there been any movement from Jinnah? Apart from the threat posed by Jinnah, Suyu could not conceive of any other reason for Wainia to send someone to wait for him. The young Jieka was slightly taken aback by this question, then nodded gravely. Indeed, Jinnah has personally led 50,000 troops to the outskirts of the city, with more supplies to follow. Suyu had previously familiarized himself with the strengths of both Jinnah's and Wainia's armies. Jinnah's forces were well-equipped and formidable in actual combat. Conversely, Wainia's founding army relied heavily on their fierce morale, having invested considerable resources, yet their training period was still too brief compared to Jinnah's troops. According to Suyu's current knowledge, their number should be around 230,000. Had Jinnah not intended to consolidate this force under his command, he would have launched an assault long ago, never allowing Wainia the opportunity to grow stronger. The Aurora Empire was not a monolith. Generals like Jinnah were plentiful, and this region was firmly under his control. Su Yu's gaze swept over the distant old city, as if he could already envision the scene of Jinnah's army closing in. He felt no panic. What he required now was a suitable opportunity to lead the way. Yes, Mr. Lin, please follow me. In the old city's governing palace, the atmosphere was tense. Wainia was engaged in strategic discussions with several generals over a sand table, his brow furrowed. Kuei had just dealt with the nobles within the city and entered with a blood-stained aura, declaring, "All cleaned up." These parasites even attempted to inform the enemy before their demise. As his words fell, he caught sight of Su Yu entering with Jekka. Su Yu had rushed over immediately upon receiving the news, eschewing any dramatic last-minute rescue. Mr. Lin, Wainia's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "You have finally returned." It must be said that Su Yu had left a profound impression on Wainia, his martial prowess eclipsing that of everyone present. In the brief absence of just a single day, upon his return, Wainia instinctively felt that even a complete army would struggle to restrain this individual. Su Yu strode directly to the sand table, surveying the enemy and friendly positions. "What is the situation?" "We are preparing to launch a grand welcoming ceremony tonight." Taking advantage of Jinnah's army being fatigued from their march, Kuei interjected. Su Yu stroked his chin. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed an opportunity. Yet based on his understanding of Jinnah, that man, though greedy and brutal, would undoubtedly be well prepared for such a situation. Recalling an item he obtained during his trials, Su Yu felt a surge of confidence. "Then I shall advance the plan. We shall act tonight instead of waiting until tomorrow, ensuring Jinnah does not see the sun rise." The moment Su Yu's words fell, the entire governing palace was engulfed in silence. Among those present were many proud individuals, including Wainia, who merely suggested a nighttime raid to inflict some losses on Jinnah, deeming it a great victory. Yet this man boldly proclaimed the intent to eliminate Jinnah and his 50,000 troops outright. Were they merely statues? Even Kuei appeared momentarily stunned. Was this man serious? Ultimately, Wainia cleared his throat and confirmed, "Mr. Lin, are you certain? Is this not somewhat reckless? You need not breach the enemy camp." So you calmly interrupted. "I merely require your cooperation to incite chaos within Jinnah's forces, allowing me to reap the benefits of war. I will intervene at the opportune moment." Wainia's expression wavered with uncertainty. He could not fathom what strategy this individual possessed. Yet the notion of not having to assault the camp was indeed enticing, as it would spare the founding army from significant losses. However, Su Yu intended to provide no further explanations, casting his gaze towards the darkening sky outside. "Time is of the essence. We must act now." Wainia exchanged a glance with Kuei, and suddenly drew his sword, thrusting it into the center of the sand table. "Relay the orders. The entire army is to prepare according to Mr. Linen's plan." Night fell. Jinnah sat within a hastily constructed tent, clutching a wine cup as the flickering lights danced around him. He squinted at the map marking the old city, a cold smile of victory gracing his lips. Outside the tent, the sound of soft footsteps approached, stopping at the entrance as a soldier reported in hushed tones. "General, all sentries are keeping watch as per your instructions." "Good. That little rascal Wainia will undoubtedly attempt a night raid tonight. We must annihilate them completely." Yes. Jinnah had evidently earned his position as a general through more than mere brute force. Had he been in Wainia's position, he would not have missed such an opportunity. And indeed, his expectations were confirmed as a flaming arrow shattered the night's tranquility. The founding army had arrived. The show was about to begin. Chapter 47. The reappearance of the Abyssal Insect Clan Report. "General, the rebellious forces have attacked. Remain calm." Report. "General, the rebels have us surrounded. Let them surround us. Their meager forces are of no concern." Report. "General, the rebels are firing arrows but not attacking." "What?" "Relay my orders to taunt the enemy. I have set an ambush within the camp, ensuring they will return empty-handed." Report. "General, the rebels have suddenly retreated." "What? You fool Wainia, cannot you wage a battle? How could you squander such a fine opportunity?" Jinnah seethed in frustration. But suddenly, everyone heard a chilling sound of a flute, echoing as if from the depths of hell. Even Jinnah felt a shiver run down his spine, an intense unease rising within him, prompting him to dash out of the tent. By the flickering light, he beheld a vast, ominous chasm appearing in the air, resembling the insides of some grotesque creature, filled with interwoven veins and flesh. Following this, numerous glistening red meatballs, slick with slime, rolled out as if dumplings being served. Upon hitting the ground, these meatballs burst open, and from within emerged countless fist-sized, crimson insects armed with sharp mandibles. The moment these creatures appeared, they charged madly towards the nearest soldiers, their razor-sharp mandibles easily piercing through leather armor, and screams instantly filled the camp. Jinnah's face paled. Impossible. These creatures were thought to be extinct. General. Look. The aide suddenly pointed at the fallen soldiers, his voice trembling. To their horror, the corpses of the soldiers rapidly shriveled, and their backs split open, allowing even more new monsters to crawl out. All troops, heed my command. Do not approach. Employ fire to isolate them. Jinnah ordered swiftly, his expression grim. Yet within him, a chilling dread took hold. He had once read about these beings in the royal archives of Aurora, and they were not of this world. Initially, he believed that this was merely a fabricated tale. Yet little did he expect that one day he would truly witness the arrival of such a creature, the abyssal insectoid. This was the designation bestowed upon them by the royal tomes. At first, Ghana's orders had a modicum of effect, with the bonfires temporarily keeping the swarm at bay. However, it was not long before a deep chasm in the sky erupted with a plume of crimson mist, revealing a pair of enormous foreclaws adorned with fiery patterns. Following this was a head bearing antennae and razor-sharp fangs, grinning maliciously at Ghana and his soldiers. With a tremendous leap, the ground quaked beneath its weight, extinguishing the surrounding fires with a single sweep of its tail. The intertwining of scarlet exoskeletons and dark fur painted a picture of unending evil and darkness. Its crimson gaze radiated a predatory aura, moving with astonishing speed. A pair of claws effortlessly crushed the skulls of nearby soldiers. It emitted an unidentifiable roar, as if reveling in its slaughter. At that moment, countless arrows rained down upon it, yet they were all repelled by its crimson armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks, unable to penetrate its defenses. In contrast, the creature merely shifted slightly, annihilating large swathes of soldiers. What a monstrous beast! Run! Finally, under the specter of deathly fear, chaos ensued on a grand scale. Yet, there were numerous other insects, moving with remarkable agility, capable of infiltrating the crevices of armor. More terrifyingly, soldiers who were bitten soon began to convulse, as if something writhed beneath their skin. This was akin to a feast of slaughter. Before this legion of abyssal insectoids, humanity possessed no capacity for resistance. The moment the abyssal host mother emerged, Ghana had already fled the scene, and it would prove that he was right, within mere moments. The area had transformed into a paradise for the abyssal insectoids. His remaining ambushes lost all utility in an instant. Damn it! How could this creature appear here? Ghana immediately commanded all soldiers to retreat and regroup with him. Simultaneously, he retrieved a long iron box, and upon opening it, he felt a surge of heat emanating from within. It contained a blade the length of an arm, devoid of a handle, Flame S left blade. This was one of the legendary weapons of General Pandalar from the Aurelia Empire. In Ghana's eyes, it was the sole weapon capable of combating the abyssal insectoids. General, it's dire. The rebels have blocked our escape. Upon hearing this, Ghana's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Follow me to battle. He sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to flow onto the Flame S left blade, which ignited into a towering inferno with a resounding whoosh. Grasping it tightly, his blood served as nourishment. And with a single swing, the approaching abyssal insectoids were instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers around him were ignited with hope. Glory to the general. A cold smirk graced Ghana's lips. What did it matter if they were creatures of the abyss? With Flame S left blade in hand, the abyssal insectoids could do him no harm. In the distance, Suyu observed this scene with intrigue, not anticipating that the Flame S left blade possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Then let the abyssal host mother take action herself. These abyssal insectoids are merely the byproducts of my summoning, devoid of basic intelligence and driven solely by bloodlust. As the abyssal host mother reemerged, Suyu felt a peculiar sensation, as if he could manipulate her to a certain extent, even perceiving the world through her perspective. With Ghana leading the charge, wielding Flame S left blade, numerous encroaching abyssal insectoids were incinerated into charred remains. The soldiers, witnessing this, regained their courage, raising their spears and following in his wake, attempting to carve a path through the swarm. However, at that moment, the abyssal host mother, under Suyu's control, merely narrowed her crimson eyes, her long tail sweeping through the crowd, sending several soldiers flying with a sickening crack of shattered bones accompanied by their agonized screams. Clutching Flame S left blade, Ghana roared as he charged toward the host mother, aiming directly for her chest. Yet, her armored shell deflected his strike, and as flames erupted, her tendrils ensnared Ghana's arm, sharp barbs piercing his flesh. General, the soldiers cried out, rushing in only to be impaled by the host mother's tail. Ghana, Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, drew a dagger to slash at the host mother's tendril, blood dripping down its length, eliciting a piercing shriek from the creature as she flung him violently to the ground. Ghana crashed onto the rocky surface, blood spewing from his mouth, and the flames of Flame's left blade dimmed considerably. This ordeal made him realize that even with a divine weapon in hand, he was no match for this monstrosity. Acknowledging this fact, Ghana turned and fled, issuing a grim order for all soldiers to impede the terrifying creature. Their lives mattered not. He must survive. Yet, Ghana remained oblivious to the shadows stealthily trailing him through the night. The chaos of the battlefield escalated. Although Ghana's forces were numerous, they were utterly helpless against an invulnerable creature from the abyss. Ghana's commands only served to erode their morale further. Having fled himself, how could he expect them to fight to the death? No one was willing to embrace death. They cast aside their weapons and dashed toward the camp's exit. Meanwhile, Vanilla and Kuei, observing the blazing inferno erupting from Ghana's camp, realized that something significant had transpired within. However, recalling their agreement with Suyu, they held their ground, awaiting the enemy to walk into their trap. Indeed, shortly thereafter, numerous soldiers bolted from the camp, and Vanilla and Kuei captured them with little effort. Learning that Ghana's camp had descended into chaos and mutiny due to the emergence of a terrifying creature, they exchanged glances, unable to conceal their shock. On the other side of the battlefield, Ghana's hand, gripping Flame's left blade, trembled slightly, his face a mask of disbelief. With his elite guards, he fled the battlefield at the utmost speed, believing he had narrowly escaped. Just as he thought he had eluded death, a tall figure emerged from the darkness, brandishing a familiar black-red weapon, approaching with an unhurried stride. Suyu regarded the disheveled Ghana, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "My dear general, it seems I must escort you." Chapter 48, Slaying Ghana. Linen, you treacherous fiend, how dare you harbor thoughts of regicide? Ghana's eyes widened in fury, as though he wished to consume Suyu alive. Everything he had suffered was due to this man. Had Suyu not slain Ing, causing his plans to falter, he would not have had to personally lead a campaign, and he would not have encountered the terrifying creatures from the abyss, suffering such losses and humiliation. Regicide? Suyu slowly rotated the black-red blade in his hand, the blade's dark sheen reflecting Ghana's grotesque visage. Do you even have the right to utter such words? With that, Suyu suddenly sidestepped to the right, and in the next instant, a flash of the blade cut through the air. Without looking back, Suyu's weapon swept behind him, warm blood spraying onto the inverse phantom armor. A figure clad in black crumpled to the ground, a gaping wound at the neck oozing blood. This was one of Ghana's hidden guards, who had intended to ambush Suyu but failed to even graze his cloak. The man's reflexes were akin to having eyes in the back of his head, utterly astonishing. What Ghana remained unaware of was that Suyu's mental prowess had reached its utmost limit. This level of assassination was as trivial as switching on a light in a restroom. It appeared that the esteemed general could hardly wait to set forth. Suyu slowly turned, his gaze as frigid as one cast upon a lifeless corpse. A chill ascended within Ghana, compelling him to forcibly maintain his composure. Linen, do not forget, it was I who rescued you from the death row. Without me, you would have long since become a soul beneath the blade. I have bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Upon hearing these words, Suyu could not suppress a faint smile. When did you, Ghana, become so naive? Furthermore, were you not the one who sought to take my life? General, I did not. For reasons unknown, Ghana, under the scrutiny of Suyu's gaze, felt an overwhelming panic, as if he harbored no secrets left to conceal. Suyu ceased his banter. Initially, he intended to inquire about the Liehua Shuangren, but knowing Ghana's nature, he was certain that the truth would remain elusive. Thus, he resolved to procure it himself. The Shilingjiren craved the taste of blood. Protect the general. The remaining guards, numbering in the dozens, soon experienced the essence of despair in the face of Suyu. A mere glance from him bore the weight of an immense psychological assault, rendering their bodies immobile, awaiting their inevitable demise. Suyu's figure darted through the air like a specter, the black-red aura of the Shilingjiren carving through the crowd, leaving behind shadows of death. The guards stood frozen, devoid of the strength to resist, merely watching as the blade approached their necks, blood erupting like a fountain, as dozens of corpses fell simultaneously. Too late to even utter a scream. Ghana's pupils constricted in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. An overwhelming weakness washing over him due to the use of the Liehua Zhuoren. He had believed that his loyal guards could buy him some time. Yet in Suyu's presence, these meticulously trained subordinates crumbled like tissue paper. Abandoning any semblance of general's dignity, he turned to flee, but the moment he took a step, An icy chill pierced through his back. Die for me. Ghana spun around, countering with the Liehua run, which unleashed a torrent of flames. However, it merely struck air, for Suyu's form had already vanished. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Ghana found Suyu inexplicably positioned at his side. The Shilingjiren poised against his throat, its dark sheen reflecting his pallid complexion. You have 3 sentences. Suyu's voice was soft yet struck Ghana's heart like a hammer. Ghana's throat constricted. The instinct for survival drove him to plead desperately. I surrender. I surrender. 2 sentences remaining. Unmoved, Suyu merely wished to ascertain whether he could extract any further value from Ghana. Cold sweat trickled down Ghana's temple. Soaking his collar as he offered, I will give you all my wealth. Gold, jewels, lands, whatever you desire, just spare my life. The final sentence. The blade pressed closer, its icy touch sending shivers through Ghana's entire being. Clinging desperately to his last thread of hope, his mind raced. Yet no matter how he strained to comprehend Suyu's true desires, he could not fathom them. Ultimately, he slumped, his voice laden with despair. I do not know. I truly do not know what you want. I do not know. I truly do not. The blade descended abruptly. The keen edge of the Shilingjiren slicing through Ghana's neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, blood gushing forth from the severed flesh, staining the ground in a grotesque display. Following this, a resounding thud echoed as his head thumped heavily against the earth, his eyes wide open, seemingly frozen in the terror of the moment, while his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Beep. Task Eliminate General Ghana of the Empire has been completed. Awarded 100 trial points. Current trial points, 470. Notification. You have completed stage 1 of the platform task. You may choose to leave immediately. Do you confirm your departure? Upon hearing the notification, Suyu promptly declined. He had several matters yet to attend to and could not leave at this juncture. He retrieved the Liehua Zhuoren from Ghana's lifeless form. Liehua Zhuoren, one of the Liehua Shuangren, currently suffering from severe depletion of soul energy. Suyu's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure as he stored it away. With a flick of the blade, Ghana's head was severed from his body, and Suyu grasped it by the hair. The bloodied head dripped thick, dark crimson in the dim light. Chapter 49, The Executioner. Liehua Shuangren. The final ring unveiled. Combined, after witnessing the complete disappearance of the abyssal wormhole and numerous insectoids within an hour, Suyu finally made his way towards the direction where Winia was located. At this moment, Winia and Kuei were exuberantly reorganizing Ghana's remnants. The founding army originally consisted of just over 20,000 men, and should they fully integrate these surrendered soldiers, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that instant, a figure emerged from the depths of Ghana's encampment, silhouetted against the light, wielding a fearsome black-red long blade still stained with fresh blood, while in the other hand, he carried a head twisted in horror, frozen in fear. Here lies Ghana's head. Winia, are you satisfied with my gift? Before the other could recover from his shock, Suyu had already tossed the severed head towards him. Winia instinctively caught the bloody head, its icy, slippery texture registering not at all, leaving him standing there, stunned, feeling as if everything was a surreal illusion. Ghana Spar, a general of the Aurora Empire, commanding tens of thousands of elite soldiers, had been so easily slain within the camp, and his head presented as a trophy? He glanced instinctively at Kuei, only to find the usually composed leader of the founding army equally dumbfounded. They recognized Ghana's visage, which made the bloodied face before them all the more undeniable. Mr. Linen truly trusts people. After a lengthy pause, Winia finally managed to articulate a sentence. Astonished that the other had indeed delivered Ghana's head as a gift. With thoughts of the forthcoming power vacuum flooding his mind, Winia felt a rush of exhilaration. The development of the founding army, in the eyes of true power players, was nothing more than petty skirmishes, a collection of rabble, a small city, a newly formed army of tens of thousands still lacking proper equipment. Such a minor rebellion could be effortlessly quelled should the Empire choose to deploy its forces. Yet, it was precisely under such circumstances that Ghana, a general of the Empire, lost his head on the very first night of deployment. The implications for the morale and practical significance of the founding army were immeasurable. Notification: due to your slaying of Ghana Spar, reputation within Winia's faction has increased by 2,000. Current faction reputation, 2,000. As your reputation has exceeded the total value of items in the current faction's reputation store, rewards will be automatically converted. Notification: you have attained the title Executioner. Executioner, blue title. Effect: when worn, executing a target grants an effect that ignores 20 defense and inflicts a layer of fear. Evaluation: death is a science, and beheading is the most exquisite art. Note: only one title may be equipped at a time. Upon receiving the notification, Su Yu raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. The reputation store contained valuable items, and he had nearly exhausted his options last time. This conversion had directly resulted in a title. Moreover, this title would enhance his combat prowess, a blue-quality title that should prove quite advantageous at present. Very well, continue to consolidate these disordered forces. I trust you will be able to add further strength. Su Yu nodded at Winia, who was still awaiting another notification. The act of slaying Ghana was part of his grand design, yet collaborating with Winia essentially meant sharing the fruits of victory with him. In principle, such actions might yield trial points according to the system's judgment. However, thus far, no auditory cues to that effect had manifested. Su Yu, finding himself helpless in this regard, realized that the allocation of trial points was ultimately at the discretion of the system. Having completed his tasks here, he requested a swift steed from Wei Naya to return to the old city. Subsequently, he paid little heed to Wei Naya's intentions regarding the head of Ghana, presuming that the latter could extract the maximum value from it. Upon returning to his former residence in the manor, Su Yu retrieved the flame-left blade, obtained from Ghana. From the prior notifications he had encountered, it was evident that the blade was significantly lacking in soul energy, indicating that it was not merely a lifeless object. The most likely possibility was that it housed a soul or possessed a special effect on souls, akin to his Soul Eater blade, although its damage remained a mystery. Considering his desire to complete the set of flame twin blades, Su Yu resolved to make an attempt. He produced the pure soul fragment acquired during the trials. The moment it appeared, the flame-left blade trembled, seemingly eager to break free from his grasp. Without hesitation, Su Yu placed the pure soul fragment upon the blade. Instantly, flames ignited upon the flame-left blade, with the pure soul fragment vanishing at a visibly rapid pace, dissipating into nothingness within seconds. The blade continued to quiver slightly, as if silently expressing a yearning emotion. Observing this, Su Yu extracted several more fragments for the weapon to consume. After the flame-left blade had devoured the fifth pure soul fragment, its surface transformed dramatically, the crimson blade emanating a radiant aura. Upon touching it, Su Yu was presented with entirely new information. Flame-left blade, purple, incomplete. Attributes: attack power, 30, effect 1, bond, passive, incomplete. The wielder can sense the flame-right blade. Effect 2, blood ignite. Active sacrifices a portion of the wielder's life force, converting blood into searing flames that adhere to the blade, inflicting additional fire elemental damage upon attack. Effect 3, unlocked, requires flame-right blade. Evaluation: my master, where art thou? A look of delight illuminated Su Yu's eyes. Although only a portion of the effects had been unlocked, the ability to sense the flame-right blade indicated that he merely needed to seek it out. He concentrated intently, and soon a vision unfolded in his mind. A room adorned with exquisite decor. In the corner of the chamber stood a rack of weapons, among which lay a long blade that appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. However, as he scrutinized the somewhat familiar shape of the blade, an expression of intrigue crossed his face. The flame twin blades lacked a hilt, yet this one possessed one, seemingly affixed by intent. No wonder it had gone unnoticed for so long. Its appearance had undergone considerable alteration. Who would suspect that a commonplace long blade could originally be the flame-right blade? Moreover, through his perception, Su Yu discerned that this location appeared to be in the old city, not far from his own position. Determined not to prolong the wait, he resolved to set forth immediately. To facilitate his journey, he sought out Wei Erdi to explain the situation. She promptly instructed Jekka to accompany him. Guided by the potent sensation of the left blade, the two swiftly arrived at an aged estate, only to discover the presence of patrolling guards outside. Jekka, too, displayed surprise, having not anticipated that they would find themselves here. Following Jekka's explanation, Su Yu learned that this was none other than Wei Naya's ancestral home. Wei Naya's parents had long since passed, leaving only an elderly steward residing within. Faced with this scenario, Su Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that the source of the flame-left blade's resonance lay here. Mr. Lin In, please hold on. I shall report to the leader, Jekka stated. And Su Yu saw no reason to object. Although he could have forcefully entered, there was no necessity, and the fact that this was Wei Naya's ancestral home provided an explanation for the flame-right blade's presence. Wei Naya was soon apprised of the situation, and after delegating subsequent tasks to Kuei, he hurried to the scene. Upon seeing Su Yu waiting politely rather than barging in, Wei Naya's expression reflected mild astonishment. In his recollection, this individual was not known for his amiable demeanor. Mr. Lin In, my apologies for the wait, Wei Naya greeted with a radiant smile. The guards at the entrance parted to allow passage, revealing a stooped elder. Delete, I apologize for the intrusion, Wei Naya bowed slightly, showing respect for the elder's esteemed position. As he recalled that even his father had been raised by this man, deadliest, childless, and without kin, had, in a sense, regarded Wei Naya as family. The elder's deep-set wrinkles belied a sharp mind. He had already gleaned the situation from the guards. The group entered the somewhat aged residence. "Mr. Lin in, please," Wei Naya offered. After receiving the message from Jekka, Wei Naya was in a state of disbelief. Had the flame-right blade, missing for decades, truly been in his own home? How had he remained unaware? Although reluctant to accept, he felt that Lin in would not deceive him. And a sense of curiosity welled within him. What kind of power did the weapon of his ancestor Pandalar possess? With the guidance of the flame-left blade, Suyu approached a room on the right side. Wei Naya recalled that it had once been his father's study, where he had often been confined. Observing Suyu as he approached the weapon rack in the corner, he picked up a long blade. A peculiar expression crossed Wei Naya's face. "Mr. Lin in, I believe you are mistaken. This blade was crafted at my father's behest, and is not the legendary flame twin blades." "That is correct." Hearing Wei Naya's words, and sensing the connection to the flame-left blade only solidified Suyu's conviction that this was indeed the object of his quest. Yet, a final step remained. The Soul Eater blade appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he struck. Clang! The hilt shattered, along with a portion of the disguised blade. Suyu positioned the remaining fragment alongside the flame-left blade. Boom! Crimson flames erupted, engulfing both blades in a fiery embrace. Witnessing this, Wei Naya's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, it was as if a towering giant materialized before him, embodying fire and blade, confronting unfathomable darkness, sacrificing itself to strike the heavens. The visage of the giant bore an uncanny resemblance to his ancestor, Pandalar. As the flames subsided, Wei Naya found his mind flooded with indistinct fragments, elusive as if veiled in mist. Before Suyu, new notifications appeared. Ding! The task acquire the lost legendary weapon, Flame Twin Blades, has been completed. You have gained 50 trial points. Current trial points, 520. Flame Twin Blades, purple. Attributes, attack power, 30, effect 1, bond. Passive, the flame left blade and flame right blade can sense each other and perform identical attacks, inflicting double damage. Effect 2, blood ignite. Active, sacrifices a portion of the wielder's life force, converting blood into searing flames that adhere to the blade, inflicting additional fire elemental damage upon attack. Effect 3, shattered blade embers. Active, releases all soul energy, unleashing a surge of mixed fire and soul damage. Following this, the effect enters a lengthy cooldown until energy is restored. Review. My master, where art thou? Do you still remember our pact? This is a weapon of true and complete purple quality, with effects of formidable strength. Its attacking power, the double damage from the dual blades, is twice that of his Shirling Jiren. However, this handleless dual blade cannot be wielded by an ordinary individual unless one, like the previous Panladier, directly melds it with their own arm, for only then can its utmost power be unleashed. Vanilla, would you mind if I take it? Suyue turned to glance at Vanilla, who appeared lost in his own world, slightly bewildered. Upon hearing Suyue's words, Vanilla snapped back to reality, momentarily setting aside the information swirling in his mind, and replied, "Of course, I do not mind." In truth, he did care, but faced with Suyue, the ruthless individual who had recently beheaded a Gana, he could only feign indifference. Suyue was well aware of this, yet felt compelled to exhibit some courtesy. Watching Suyue's departing figure, Vanilla turned to the stooped old butler, his gaze heavy. "Delight, my father is still alive, is he not?" In the early morning, Suyue recalled that this was the third day since he arrived at this platform. Although there was no time limit, his instincts warned him not to linger too long. He had accomplished all he needed to, and today, after completing the final task, he would most likely choose to leave this platform. He had no intention of killing Vanilla. After this battle, the founding military's power would surely swell. Even if they ultimately failed, it should sustain them for a considerable time. At that point, Suyue anticipated that the trial points awarded by the system would exceed 100. However, the system had not yet provided him with a clear indication, so it could only be considered an endeavor. After organizing his belongings, Suyue set forth once more towards Xiaowang. With the navigation function of the deep crimson eyes, he quickly returned to the original trial square. It remained unchanged, with a stone square tightly entwined by blood-red vines, at the center of which stood a massive stone pillar, its surface etched with twisted runes, two elongated gaps in the center resembling a handleless weapon. Suyue swiftly approached the stone pillar and drew the Lia Huashuangren. In an instant, without any further action from him, the Lia Huashuangren took flight. aligning perfectly with the gaps in the pillar's runes. The crimson flames ignited, enveloping the entire stone pillar, and the dilapidated square trembled violently. Suyue stepped back a few paces, and with a thunderous roar, the area around the pillar sank into the ground, while the runes on the pillar glowed brilliantly in the aftermath of the flames. The outer stone shell peeled away, revealing a towering stone statue within. The Liehua Shuangren was firmly embedded in the statue's arms. Chapter 50. The Battle of the Ultimate Trial. Ding. Task: Find the hero statue from a century ago has been completed, earning 50 trial points. Current trial points, 570. The hero statue from a century ago. Pan La. This is a complete statue. Or rather, it is the only remaining statue of Pan La in the Ao Luala Empire. It has been sealed within a runic pillar. Even Suyue did not anticipate that he would ultimately abandon this task, coming to Xiao Wang Jishan merely to activate the final phase of the quest. Notice, task: The Indomitable Battle Soul, final phase, has been activated. Task reward, 500 trial points. Notice, the difficulty of this task far exceeds the current level of the survivor. You may choose to abandon this task. If abandoned, it will be permanently closed and will not trigger again in the future. 500 trial points. Behind this immense reward lies a warning from the system. Suyue hesitated for merely a second before declining. He had chosen the ultimate trial platform precisely to enhance himself, and he still possessed an important trump card. Abandoning this task would leave him unsatisfied. At the moment he made his choice, the world shifted. Above the square, the winds and clouds roiled violently, and the once clear sky was torn asunder by an unseen force. A massive, blood-red moon, seemingly soaked in countless blood, materialized out of thin air, hovering above the statue. It was the blood moon that Suyue had encountered during his previous trial. The light of the blood moon cast down, precisely enveloping the hero statue below. The surface of the statue, marked by a century of wear, appeared as if it were flowing with blood vessels under the eerie illumination. In the next moment, the blood moon abruptly contracted and morphed, transforming before Suyue's astonished gaze into a bird composed entirely of thick, blood-like light. It emitted a silent yet haunting call, descending with an overwhelming sense of oppression, crashing into the statue's forehead. Buzz! The statue trembled violently, its stone surface shifting and writhing as though it were flesh. And where the blood bird struck, a fissure spread open, and blinding red soul fire erupted skyward. Notice, the indomitable battle soul has been revived. An ancient and desolate aura surged forth like a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the entirety of Xia Wang Jishan, filling the air with the mingled scent of blood and fire. Thud! A heavy, slow sound, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart, emanated from within the statue. Thud! Thud! The sound grew louder and more urgent, as if a dormant heart, long silent for a century, was awakening, yearning for the nourishment of blood. The eyes of the statue ignited with two blazing red lights, resembling the opened eyes of hell, cold, fierce, yet burning with an indomitable will to battle. Locking fiercely onto the only living being present, Suyue. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Suyue like a collapsing mountain, nearly crushing him into the ground. This was not comparable to the likes of Ghana. This was the true essence of a powerful being, forged through the baptism of blood and fire. Emanating the aura of slaughter from a battlefield a century past, the statue's arms slowly rose, and the Liehua Shuangren embedded within erupted with unprecedented roars. Crimson flames soaring into the sky, dyeing half the heavens a foreboding scarlet. In that moment, the statue underwent a dramatic transformation, its stone form instantly morphing into flesh. Yet the power contained within remained undiminished, and the agility of its fleshly body surpassed that of before. No longer a mere statue, but the true Pan La, the legendary hero of the Ao Luala Empire from a century ago, the master of blades. A hoarse, fragmented voice, imbued with immense pride and obsession, resonated deep within Suyue's soul, echoing endlessly, "Come forth to battle. The battle soul has awakened. This is an unavoidable struggle spanning a century." That call to battle thundered within the depths of Suyue's soul, carrying an undeniable authority and a battle intent that transcended a century, nearly shattering his very spirit. Is this the true might of a powerful being? It surpassed anything Suyue could currently comprehend. Yet, far from fear, a fervent and almost frenzied heat ignited within his eyes. Had he not chosen the ultimate trial in pursuit of the utmost breakthrough at the brink of life and death? Then let us fight. Suyue roared, and the Shirling Jiren sensed its master's resolve, emitting an excited hum. The black-red blade shimmered with the resonance of souls, having fully replenished its energy during their previous encounter, now poised to unleash maximum damage. In an instant, Suyue vanished from his original position, his speed reaching its zenith, darting like a specter toward Pan La Deer's flank. The Shirling Jiren buzzed excitedly, the black-red blade slicing through the air, the title of Executioner, bestowed, aiming directly for the neck of the figure now transformed into flesh. Concurrently, a mental shockwave surged forth. Aimed to strike fiercely at the foe, he yearned to personally experience the battle spirit from a century ago, to comprehend just how formidable the general of the bound blade, rated by the system as far exceeding his own prowess, truly was. Confronted by Su Yu's lightning-fast assault, Pan Ladar remained motionless for less than 0.001 seconds. Not even fully turning around, he seemingly nonchalantly raised his right arm, whereupon the fiery right blade embedded within surged forth with astonishing speed, precisely intercepting the path of the blade of the food spirit. A thunderous explosion erupted, far surpassing Su Yu's expectations. At the moment of contact, what Su Yu felt was not a recoil, but rather the overwhelming force of a mountain and an ocean crashing down upon him. His offensive, his strength, appeared laughably feeble and fragile in the face of such an absolute disparity. This was undoubtedly a power that had reached the current limit, at least 60 points. His grip was instantly torn apart, and the blade of the food spirit nearly slipped from his grasp. He was as if struck head-on by a speeding train, propelled backward without any means of resistance. He crashed through 3 crumbling stone pillars before finally halting his retreat, sending up a cloud of dust, coughing up blood uncontrollably. His right arm hung limply, searing pain coursing through him. The reverse illusion armor could only shield against superficial attacks. Yet this immense force had penetrated through his armor and into his very being. After just this single clash, his arm bones had already fractured. This blow had caused his health to plummet by nearly 1/3. While Pan Ladar did not inflict numerous debuffs upon his arrival, like the abyssal spirit bug queen, his innate strength was terrifying. He was an unparalleled powerhouse, a level of strength that Su Yu could scarcely comprehend. As the system had indicated, it exceeded his understanding by a vast margin. There could be no more reservations. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu swiftly retrieved from his storage space a bowl of luminous soup, bubbling with a blue glow, known as Wei-er-ts luminous cuisine. He had thought he would not need to consume it for some time, but it appeared that he had no choice now. He shut his eyes and recklessly gulped it down. Wei-er-ts luminous cuisine, green, effect, increases constitution by 10 for 30 minutes after consumption. Evaluation: this is a luminous dish made from ingredients deemed delicious, prepared using ancient cooking methods. Following this, a silver badge was drawn forth by Su Yu, the Royal Oath Badge. Chapter 51, A Timeless Duel. The Remnants of the Broken Blade. Without hesitation, he activated its effects. This was the true trump card that enabled him to challenge his foe. Royal Seal. Active consumes a small amount of mental energy to invoke the name of Alice Valoria Etherland, imposing a layer of royal authority on designated non-king units within a 100-meter radius, reducing all base attributes by 20, lasting until the end of the battle. Usage count, 33. Feeling a surge of mental energy coursing into the badge before him, the next moment, it was as if a portal through time and space had opened, gathering countless specks of light to form a colossal ethereal figure hovering in midair. Golden hair crowned with silver, clad in black and white armor. With a long sword held at a diagonal, her face bore an expression of regal coldness. In the name of Alice Valoria Etherland, I hereby establish the domain of royal authority, the chains of mortality royal seal. A clear and commanding female voice resonated as if emanating from the void, creating a peculiar resonance through the silver badge in Su Yu's hand. The immense apparition of Alice forcefully brought her long sword down. This was not a tangible attack, but rather a proclamation of rules. A palpable field expanded abruptly around Su Yu, swiftly enveloping the newly transformed Pan Ladar. Within this realm, countless shimmering silver runes flickered like a myriad of minute chains, wrapping around Pan Ladar's newly formed flesh and blood. This was the embodiment of royal authority, not a brute force binding, but a means of diminishing the power within the opponent through royal decree. The blazing red flames surrounding Pan Ladar suddenly faltered as if doused by an unseen torrent of water. Although they continued to burn, they had visibly dimmed. The overwhelming ferocity that surrounded him was abruptly restrained and weakened. Notice, enemy unit, Pan Ladar's battle spirit, affected by the royal seal, all base attributes reduced by 20, lasting until the end of the battle. Feeling the vast chasm between them forcibly narrowed, Su Yu gritted his teeth against the pain, forcibly realigning his dislocated right arm. Exhaling a heavy, bloody breath as his gaze sharpened once more. At this moment, he finally qualified to engage in battle with him. Gripping the blade of the food spirit tightly, he turned his attention to Pan Ladar, who was now seething with rage due to the inexplicable suppression of his power. The battle was only just beginning. Su Yu's toes barely touched the ground before he leaped into the air, both hands clutching the blade of the food spirit high above his head, plunging downward. Simultaneously, a surge of mental energy coalesced in his mind, directed at Pan Ladar. Mental shock. With an astounding 60 points of mental energy, even if Pan Ladar had previously been nearly immune, under the influence of the Royal Gluttony Badge, he would undoubtedly be affected. This time, Pan Ladar did not evade as casually as before. Instead, due to the weakening of his mental faculties, he became momentarily rigid. And this rigidity proved to be a fatal flaw. A fierce glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes as he accelerated his dive, channeling all his strength and momentum through the blade of the food spirit, its edge shimmering with an eerie light as it descended upon Pan Ladar's neck with ferocity. A roar of anguish and fury erupted from Pan Ladar. Despite his attributes being diminished, his battle instincts remained terrifyingly acute. In the final moment before the blade met flesh, he suddenly tilted his head and turned his body, while his fiery left blade, ablaze with blood flames, instinctively rose to parry. The sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out. The blade of the food spirit ultimately failed to achieve decapitation, but it struck brutally at the junction of Pan Ladar's shoulder and neck. Ignoring 20 points of defense due to the executioner title, the blade cleaved through his resilient flesh and armor, exposing bone beneath, and hot blood gushed forth in an instant. Accompanying this was the overflow of spiritual damage dealt by the blade of the food spirit. This was a torment that severed the soul, and for Pan Ladar, the spirit controlling the body, such an injury was, to some extent, more severe than a physical wound. However, the fear effect conferred by the executioner appeared to have no effect on Pan Ladar, and his counterattack was swift in coming. With a resounding crash, the blazing dual blades had already met the blade of the food spirit, and Su Yu was sent flying backward at a speed faster than before, receiving a direct kick to the chest. Even though Pan Ladar's power had been weakened, and Su Yu's constitution temporarily heightened, the terrifying force still left him momentarily blinded, his ribs emitting a disconcerting crack as he crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, each breath brought excruciating pain akin to his chest being torn apart, blood spilling continuously from his mouth and nose. Yet, Su Yu grinned, his bloodied teeth appearing somewhat sinister in the dim light. At least this time, he had wounded his opponent. In their direct confrontation, he had truly pierced through the defenses of his adversary, inflicting substantial damage. Pan Ladar reached up to touch the wound at his shoulder and neck, gazing at the hot, viscous blood in his palm. In his eyes, which burned with crimson soul flames, a flicker of clarity replaced the previously cold and violent demeanor. "You are impressive," a raspy and fragmented voice echoed through the air. As Pan Ladar, the war general of an empire from a century ago, faced humanity before him for the first time. "You are not so bad yourself," Su Yu said, a smile spreading across his face, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Their gazes clashed once more, each revealing a fierce intent to kill. In the next instant, both figures vanished simultaneously. The sound of a violent collision erupted again, as black-red blades of light intertwined with crimson flames of blood, annihilating everything in their wake. This time, it was not a one-sided crushing or a tentative engagement, but a true and brutal battle of equals. The clang of their weapons rang out like a torrential storm, relentless and unyielding. The two silhouettes darted across the shattered square at a speed too swift for the naked eye to follow, colliding, separating, and colliding again. Su Yu's health visibly diminished, yet with each passing moment, the defensive capabilities of his reversed illusionary armor increased. With the will of the Lord ring in his possession, as long as his life force remained above 10, his combat prowess would be maintained at its peak. In contrast, Pan Ladar, despite his waning breath and numerous wounds, exhibited an intensifying battle fervor in his eyes, as if the long-lost thrill of combat had awakened the ferocity within him. A glimmer of blood red appeared in Pan Ladar's gaze as he suddenly stepped back, crossing his twin blades before him, a tremendous aura swirling around him like a vortex. The blood flames surrounding him ceased their wild spread, compressing instead into a thin, concentrated layer upon the blade's surface, emanating a chilling aura of impending destruction. Its might seemed poised to shatter the constraints of the seal of King Alice. Su Yu's pupils constricted, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping him. Embers of the Broken Blade. Chapter 52, A Desperate Drink of Souls. Embers of the Broken Blade is the third effect of the twin blades of fiery fury, capable of unleashing all its energy in an instant, inflicting dual damage of soul and flame. Suyu had already experienced Panladar's fire-based damage firsthand. Elemental resistance was essential for defense, yet his elemental resistance had not been enhanced, remaining at an ordinary level. Thus, despite the protective properties of the reversed illusionary armor, his health was rapidly declining. Should Panladar's attack land, the ensuing force would likely obliterate the remainder of his life force. Realizing this, Suyu concentrated his formidable 60 points of mental power with unprecedented intensity, transforming it into an invisible mental hammer, striking fiercely at Panladar once more. Mental shock, however. This impact seemed to vanish into the abyss, as Panladar appeared utterly absorbed in the gathering of that peculiar energy, caught in an uninterruptible state. The slightest touch of mental force was instantaneously repelled and obliterated, failing to leave any mark, while his aura surged uncontrollably, like a volcano brimming with power, awaiting a cataclysmic eruption. Uninterruptible. This strike, Suyu could not evade. He must endure. Consequently, he chose to engage in battle. Suyu leapt forward, refusing to succumb to despair. Only through active confrontation could he grasp a sliver of hope. The blade of the Soul Eater sliced through the air as Suyu propelled himself toward Panladar. Without a visible action from Panladar, a scorching aura radiated from him, surging in all directions. This was blood ignited as fire, even more domineering than before. Suyu struck downward with the blade of the Soul Eater, unleashing a powerful force that cleaved a path through the flames, with Panladar at the end. With the Lightfoot boots shimmering, Suyu's speed surged instantly, darting through the open passage like a specter, hurtling toward his target. Gale. This was the enhanced skill of the Lightfoot boots, granting a 20 increase in speed for 1 minute. Simultaneously, the blade of the Soul Eater emitted an unprecedented, ravenous hum. After a day of cooldown, its core skill, Drink of Souls, was primed and ready. Although the system provided no notification, Suyu was certain that Panladar's life force far exceeded the critical threshold of 10. This strike would not slay him. Yet at this moment, he had no other choice. The minuscule distance, under the influence of Gale, was traversed in an instant. Suyu's figure flickered, appearing inexplicably on Panladar's shoulder. With both hands gripping the blade of the Soul Eater, he channeled all his power into a singular point. The blade's tip directed downward, thrusting fiercely at Panladar's crown. This strike sought not to cleave, but to achieve ultimate penetration. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, confronting the overwhelming pressure, the intense tension and suffocating sense of oppression ignited a wild fire in Suyu's eyes. The blade's tip pierced precisely into the skull, yet it penetrated less than a centimeter before being halted by an incredibly resilient force, refusing to advance any further. However, Suyu's objective had been achieved. The physical damage was never the crux of the matter. In that moment of penetration, the black-red blade of the Soul Eater exhaled a phantom visage from its blade. The effect of Drink of Souls triggered. This was the true killing move. Damage that disregarded defenses. A pained groan escaped Panladar, who had remained steadfast like a mountain. For the first time mingled with anguish and fury. His previously stable and surging aura faltered abruptly, akin to a balloon pierced by a needle, experiencing a momentary collapse. A flicker of disbelief clouded his eyes. Suyu had gambled correctly. Panladar's soul was indeed intricately linked to the blood moon power fused into his third eye, and this direct attack upon his crown yielded remarkable results. Yet, this sudden and severe injury also incited Panladar's wrath, or rather, awakened the violent will within him. Birthed from the blood moon, a tremendous and indescribable heat, originating from the depths of his soul, erupted violently from within Panladar's head, as if a red-hot iron had exploded within his brain. This heat surged along the point of contact with the blade of the Soul Eater, driving back fiercely. Suyu felt an excruciating pain shoot through his hands, as though his grip on the blade was seared, flesh-charred. A chaotic, bloodthirsty will violently surged toward his mind through the blade. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a colossal and sinister blood moon rising slowly within his consciousness, threatening to devour his very soul. The next instant, an irresistible force erupted, violently casting his body, along with the blade of the Soul Eater, away. Almost simultaneously, the energy of the twin blades of fiery fury upon Panladar's arms erupted, causing the blades to disintegrate entirely. The horrific backlash even tore apart his arms, blood and flesh scattering. In their place, a column of black golden flames, compressed to the utmost limit and exuding a sense of destruction, surged upward. The surrounding air warped instantly, as if space itself bore minute cracks. Embers of the Broken Blade. This was its true form, a sacrifice of weaponry and even parts of the body, liberating soul energy to exchange for a fleeting moment of catastrophic eruption beyond limits. And the core target of this destructive torrent was none other than Suyu, who had just been flung away, suspended in midair with no means to brace himself. The shadow of death had never felt as palpable as it did in that moment. Suyu found himself airborne, utterly devoid of escape. In his pupils, the rapidly enlarging, black golden beam of destruction filled his entire field of vision. The searing pain from the extreme heat scorched his skin, while his soul felt a terrifying tremor, as if it were about to be utterly torn asunder and obliterated. There was no escape. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself. A thunderous roar erupted. The unprecedented horrific explosion erupted completely within the mountain of Shawang. A dreadful shockwave spread in a circular manner, ruthlessly flattening the ancient square, while the distant rocks and trees were shredded and consumed as if they were made of paper. The turbulent energy rampaged for several seconds before it began to subside. At the center of the explosion, a vast charred pit was starkly visible, with the edges of the rocks melted into a glass-like liquid due to the intense heat. On one side of the pit, Panladar knelt on one knee, his arms severed at the joints, blood gushing forth. The legendary twin blades of flame had shattered, barely managing to reassemble due to their inherent properties, but they now lay at Panladar's feet like scrap metal. His aura had withered to its lowest point, evidently drained of most of his power, blood, and soul energy by that singular strike. On the opposite side of the pit, amidst the swirling dust and the acrid scent of charred remains, a figure stood, propped up by a black long knife covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. It was Suyu. Chapter 53, The Remnants Unextinguished. The flame still burns. The embers finally extinguish. At this moment, his appearance could hardly be described as tragic. He resembled a mere shell that had struggled to emerge from the sea of infernal flames. The once formidable, inverse phantom armor was now in tatters, the right side barely maintaining its basic form, while the left side had almost completely crumbled away, exposing a charred, grotesque torso beneath. His left arm was entirely missing below the shoulder, the severed end blackened and charred, with even the bones reduced to nothingness. The scalp was cracked and blackened, his hair long since burned away, and his visage was nearly unrecognizable, save for the two flickering ghostly lights still burning in the depths of his sunken eye sockets. The remaining right arm clutched the spirit eater blade, embedded in the scorched earth, its blade riddled with cracks, humming faintly, yet it became his sole support against collapse. Beneath the charred ribcage, his internal organs moved weakly, life flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet he still lived. Miraculously, he had wrested a thread of life from the devastating embers of the broken blade. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a previously unremarkable belt at Suyu's waist emanating a faint glow. After sensing the last vestiges of life energy within him, Suyu smiled. His survival was not merely a stroke of luck. The soul damage inflicted by embers of the broken blade had gravely injured him, but it could not extinguish his life. For he had previously absorbed a substantial amount of pure soul fragments, which had slightly enhanced his soul strength. Therefore, according to the system's judgment, he was wounded but not annihilated. Furthermore, the Oath of the King, in his storage space, had entered a state of cooldown. Its passive effect, Oath Guardian, had activated at the most crucial moment. Oath Guardian, passive no need to wear actively, automatically activates when placed in personal space. When life points drop to 20 or below, a shield with a maximum life point of 30 is automatically generated. The shield lasts until it absorbs damage up to its limit or is actively deactivated. Cooldown. One day, it was this invaluable shield that afforded him the time to activate the surge effect of the torrent belt, as torrents of life energy surged in, forcefully restoring his plummeting life force. Despite the shield shattering and his life points plummeting again amidst the residual burning damage from Panladar's embers of the broken blade, and his left arm vaporizing in the terrifying heat, that brief moment and the torrent's frenetic restoration ultimately allowed him to halt his descent into the abyss. At this moment, though he was as battered as a candle in the wind, he had not been extinguished. When the last vestige of life energy from the torrent belt surged into his body, Suyu understood that this battle was far from over, for his life points remained firmly at 12. The effect of Lord's will ensured that as long as his life points exceeded 10, he would retain his combat prowess. Even if his body was on the brink of collapse, the gaze of the Lord would not waver. What if he lost an arm? He still had the strength to fight. Suyu abruptly raised his head, the charred and carbonized muscles of his face contorting into a nearly feral grin. The last remnants of power erupted from his remaining right arm as he defiantly pulled the nearly shattered Spirit Eater blade from the ground. The moment the blade left the earth, his broken body swayed, yet he did not fall. The cracked, black-red blade seemed to sense its master's indomitable fighting spirit and emitted a clearer hum. The Zarda's remnant pendant, which he had taken care to protect, remained undamaged. From it, he retrieved a pure soul fragment, consuming one part by chewing and swallowing, while giving another part to the spirit eater blade. As he felt the wounds to his soul gradually healing, Su Yu's gaze became as sharp as a tempered blade, fixated on the gravely injured Panladar in the distance. At this moment, Panladar was in a similarly dire state. The agonizing pain from his severed arms and the backlash of energy forced him to kneel, his breath feeble and waning. The dimly glowing twin blades of flame, reformed yet lifeless, lay at his feet like scrap metal. More critically, a dark and crimson light was wildly intertwining and clashing within the fissure opened by Su Yu on his forehead. As though sensing the chilling, resolute intent to kill, Panladar abruptly lifted his head. His expression twisted, alternating between a grotesque malevolence and agonizing struggle. The distorted voice of the ant, filled with despair, suddenly morphed into a pained groan. "Get out of my body!" His face contorted in excruciating torment, and the burning crimson eyes flashed wildly with alternating darkness and red light, as if two souls were fighting to the death within his skull. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the madness and filth brought by the blood moon, briefly regaining clarity. That gaze locked onto Su Yu, who was approaching, devoid of the previous violent killing intent, now infused with endless pain, a hint of pleading, and the final dignity of a hero. Outsider. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet carried an undeniable resolve. "Kill me. Now. As you wish." A glint of cold light flashed in Su Yu's eyes as he darted forward. Without a grandiose display of power, only the utmost speed and strength coalescing into precision and cold ruthlessness. The blade flashed in an instant. The soft sound of the blade severing bone was nearly imperceptible. Panladar's head, still bearing the expression of struggle and pleading, had quietly detached from his neck, the hot blood yet to spurt forth. The headless torso stiffened and then fell heavily backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. The blood that had enveloped him let out a brief, unwilling shriek before abruptly dissipating. The twin blades of flame that fell at his feet emitted a muted lament and fell into complete silence. Notification: you have slain Panladar's battle spirit, blood moon corrupted state. Special state: the spirit eater blade cannot seize soul energy. Notification: task indomitable battle spirit, final link, has been completed. You have gained 500 trial points. Current trial points, 1070. At the moment the system's alert echoed, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The head that rolled to the ground, with its expression frozen in time, and the headless body that lay beside it, were enveloped in a gentle, pure, golden light. These luminous particles, as though guided by an unseen force, swiftly converged and intertwined, conjuring a somewhat ethereal figure before Su Yu, devoid of any distortion or anguish. It was Panladar. His visage regained the resolute dignity and authority of his former life. His eyes clear and radiant, exuding a profound aura of gravitas, yet his form remained transparent, clearly a remnant of his final spirit. He gazed at Su Yu, his expression complex, filled with relief, admiration, and a trace of hidden regret. Chapter 54. The Gift of the Heroic Spirit. Rating acquired. The outsider thanks you. His voice, no longer hoarse and fragmented, resonated with a steady, grand timbre, akin to the ancient tolling of a bell, echoing deep within Su Yu's mind. Thank you for granting me liberation, severing the shackles of the blood moon, allowing me to reclaim this fleeting moment of clarity before my total obliteration. Su Yu's gaze flickered as he remained silent, sensing that this lingering soul bore no malice and had little time left. I was but a remnant of a soul, destined to fade into silence. However, decades ago, the blood moon descended, its tainted power forcibly reviving my spirit, turning me into a weapon of slaughter. Nearly culminating in a catastrophe, I expended my final will to seal myself here, awaiting an end or an opportunity. Recalling the tale recounted by Vanilla, it appeared that this entity was indeed a key participant in the upheaval of decades past. Panladar's gaze seemed to penetrate all barriers, resting upon Su Yu. I can sense the aura of the deep red eye upon you, a crystallization formed from the blood of a fallen dark god, a beacon from the abyss, and the key to a curse. It is this force that guided you here, shattering the desperate equilibrium. A stir of realization coursed through Su Yu. The peculiar gem obtained from Vanilla held such a profound origin. However, he remembered from the system's introduction that it was not merely the blood of a dark god, but rather known as the Abyssal Slayer. Pameladar's spectral form continued. Time is of the essence. As a token of gratitude for your role in ending this calamity, and in recognition of your triumph over me, I offer you 2 gifts. Su Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of benefits. He wished this had been stated earlier. Pamladar raised his ethereal arm, pointing towards the silent twin blades of blazing fire at his feet. The first gift is this pair of old companions. They bore a fragment of my soul into existence, yet also succumbed to oblivion because of me. I observe that your weapon possesses its own spirit and may have sustained damage in this battle. You may allow it to consume these twin blades to restore itself. Then, his expression grew somewhat grave. The second gift concerns the deep red eye. If embedded in an ordinary weapon, its inherent dark gods would erode everything. However, it may be worth attempting to merge it with your soul-devouring blade, for their essences both lean towards plunder and consumption, potentially yielding unexpected resonance. My final soul's blood might aid you in this endeavor. As his words faded, Pamladar's spectral presence began to wane, and a glimmering blood essence coalesced from the void. Notification: you have acquired the blazing twin blades, purple soulless state. Certified. Notification: you have obtained the special item heroic spirit's blood. Certified. Pamladar cast a distant glance, yet ultimately refrained from inquiring about the current state of the Alula Empire. His gaze was laden with complexities of emotion, which dissolved into a long sigh. May my death bring a momentary peace to this land. With this final prayer, the hero of a century past vanished, his remaining form dissipating into pure, radiant motes of light, ultimately merging with the cosmos. Meanwhile, the original body gradually transformed into a fallen, headless statue. The winds of Mount Xiaowang continued to wail, yet they seemed to soften considerably. Su Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and collected the 2 items left by Pamladar. It was time for him to depart. Although the will of the Lord sustained his combat prowess, much of his equipment had been severely damaged, and he had lost an arm. It remained uncertain whether the active healing pod could restore him given the extent of his injuries. Notification: Train G317112 is approaching the station. The system's alert concluded, and shortly thereafter, a wormhole-like spatial passage opened before Su Yu, with a train coming to a steady halt, its doors automatically swinging open. Su Yu cast a last glance around the ravaged trial ground, his expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. Notification: you have unverified items in your inventory. Would you like to spend 2,370 copper coins for verification? Su Yu was taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently packed some food and a small pouch of silver coins obtained from the old city. Spending nearly that amount to carry the silver coins was unnecessary, so he discarded them and chose to verify the remaining food, which would enhance his rations, sparing him from consuming canned goods. Ding. You have successfully left the platform. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. You have earned a total of 1,070 trial points in this world. Unknown error correction in progress. Correction complete. Your actions in this world have significantly impacted the subsequent development of the main storyline, granting you an additional 500 trial points. Upon hearing this notification, Su Yu's brow relaxed. He had not squandered his time. It appeared that after merging with Gana's forces, Vania had undergone considerable transformation, which was far more beneficial than directly eliminating her. He surmised that his rating would not be low. Indeed, it was not long before he heard the next notification. In the blood trial world, you have earned a total of 1,570 trial points, rating S. Note: S is the highest rating. Detected that the survivor entered this world using a trial invitation, and it was an extreme trial difficulty. Exclusive rewards for survivors are now available. Detected survivors condition: access to exchange options granted. Notification: rewards are now available for redemption. You may choose from the following options. 1. Exclusive occupational inheritance. Exchange price: 500 trial points. Remaining 1. 2. Alchemical knowledge. Requires mental attribute of 60 points. Exchange price: 400 trial points. Remaining 1. 3. Forging knowledge. Requires strength attribute of 60 points. Exchange price: 400 trial points. Remaining 1. 4. Exclusive purple quality equipment chest. Can specify basic attributes and effect characteristics. Exchange price: 300 trial points. Remaining 1. 5. Skill corridor. Special carriage. Can be used to enhance survivor skills. Exchange price: 200 trial points. Remaining 1. 6. Artifact workshop. Special carriage. Can be used to forge and repair survivor equipment, etc. Exchange price: 200 trial points. Remaining 1. 7. Advanced repair privileges, including severed limbs, shattered organs, skeletal reshaping, etc. Exchange price: 100 trial points. Remaining 1. 8. Platform designation privileges. Can specify the next station of the train. Exchange price, 100 trial points. Remaining 1-9. Random blue quality chest may yield potions, materials, blueprints, etc. Exchange price, 30 trial points. Remaining 5-10. Gold coin 1. Exchange price, 10 trial points. Remaining 99. Note: all the above privileges are single use. They expire after use. Chapter 55. Reward Redemption. The Arbiter. Unlock the locomotive. Upon witnessing the bountiful rewards enumerated by the train system, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Even with his fortitude, he could not help but experience a momentary pause in his breath. The S rating, coupled with the extreme difficulty of the trial and its substantial impact on the main narrative of the world, promised rewards far exceeding expectations. However, even with a staggering sum of 1570 trial points at his disposal, he could not redeem all the items, necessitating the most precise and advantageous choices. His first decision was to exchange for the advanced repair privilege without hesitation. The loss of his left arm and the severe injuries to his body constituted his most critical vulnerabilities, directly affecting his combat and survival capabilities. While the repair pod might suffice to mend his bodily injuries, the amputation was likely irreparable. The notification chimed. Consumed 100 trial points. Exchanged for advanced repair privilege. Trial point balance, 1470. Note: the advanced repair privilege must be used within an active repair pod. Having completed the exchange, Su Yu's gaze soon fixed upon the most expensive option, exclusive career inheritance. This costly option, distinctly marked as exclusive, led Su Yu to surmise that it was likely tailored by the system to align perfectly with his developmental trajectory based on his performance. Its value far surpassed that of the other options and was essential for him to acquire. The notification chimed again. Consumed 500 trial points. Exchanged for exclusive career inheritance. Trial point balance, 970. Note: this inheritance requires a completely quiet environment to proceed. Next, he considered two knowledge exchange options. As knowledge itself is a form of inheritance, one for alchemy and the other for forging. Su Yu's mental attributes had just reached 60 points, though his strength attributes had not yet achieved the requisite level. As for forging, he could directly utilize his innate talent with available materials, making it far more suitable than any theoretical studies in forging. He held a favorable view of alchemy. The healing potions he had previously purchased from the system were likely products of this field, which would have a significant market for both personal use and sale in the future. Thus, selecting alchemy was the most fitting choice at this juncture. The notification chimed. Consumed 400 trial points, exchanged for alchemy knowledge. Trial point balance, 570. An ancient tome with a black cover appeared before Su Yu. Its cover adorned with a leafless tree, merely a trunk and branches. Though curiosity piqued him, he chose to stow it away for later examination, as now was not the time for study. Following this, he examined the fifth and sixth options. Exchange for technique corridor, 200 points, and exchange for forging workshop, 200 points. These two special compartments seemed to have been specifically added by the train system in consideration of his circumstances, proving indispensable to him. One technique corridor could enhance his acquired swordsmanship skills, while the other could be utilized to repair his equipment, potentially even earning him a profit from other survivors. After exchanging for both compartments, Su Yu found himself with 170 trial points remaining. Initially, he had contemplated redeeming a purple equipment chest, but compared to other options, he ultimately decided against it, acknowledging that equipment would eventually become obsolete. He then opted to acquire another platform designation privilege and, finally, exchanged 70 trial points for 7 gold coins. While he might have hesitated over a designated blue chest, as it was random, he deemed the direct acquisition of gold to be the most prudent choice. With that, all trial points were expended. The notification sounded, detected that the survivor has successfully passed the extreme trial, meeting the core standards for the special combat contract. You are now summoned as adjudicator. A judgment contract will be established. Upon the contract's activation, you will gain corresponding privileges as adjudicator. Do you consent? Hearing this sudden prompt from the train system, Su Yu paused briefly, recalling this starry contract, previously established by AI Li Si. These two contracts appeared to belong to the same category, both initiated by the train system. He attempted to review the privileges and obligations of adjudicator. Note: you do not have the authority to view this. Su Yu understood that the system was deliberately withholding information until he agreed. After a moment of contemplation, he assented. Given that AI Li Si had gained substantial privileges, including a vehicle named the Eternal Sun from the train system following her contract, he felt the system was unlikely to deliberately ensnare him. A light, ethereal scroll materialized in Su Yu's hand. The instant his fingers brushed against it, before he could discern the contents, he sensed a slight movement in his soul, as a wisp of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips, leaving a trace upon the scroll. The scroll emanated a soft glow, seamlessly merging into Su Yu's being. In an instant, he felt something new within him, a form of privilege, perhaps. Note: you have become adjudicator of the train. You have obtained Edict of Exemption, allows 1 exemption from task failure penalties. Judgment Lantern, special, judgment mark, bound to your soul. The Judgment Lantern, forged from darkened metal, bore intricate patterns resembling thorns and chains, with a lampshade crafted from translucent dark gold crystals, revealing a pale wick within. The compartment he had occupied was formerly sealed off from the driver's section. Now, that door lay quietly ajar, revealing a space markedly different from the rear compartments. The area beyond was far more expansive than Su Yu had anticipated, resembling a spacious operational platform rather than a cramped driver's cabin. He hung the Judgment Lantern upon a hook on the wall, but refrained from igniting it. There were no doors on either side of the front, and before him stood a robust, transparent glass barrier. Absent was the screen of the Sentinel Eye, rendering the view shrouded in darkness. Note: you have activated the train's engine and gained partial control privileges. Your current location is the Origin Land, the Crimson Wasteland. Would you like to stop? Warning: this area is marked as moderately dangerous and unknown. Detection of anomalous energy fluctuations strongly advises against stopping here. Su Yu had not anticipated that activating the train's engine would grant him the ability to stop outside the platform. However, the system's warning was clear. Halting in this region would likely result in dire consequences, possibly unleashing a horde of monsters the moment he stopped. In the future, he might consider stopping in lower-risk areas, or once his strength had sufficiently increased. Closing the door to the engine, Su Yu returned to the compartment. Note: your total time spent at the trial platform is 3 days. The platform progress has been adjusted to the 6th platform. The train's 6th platform session has concluded. Upon hearing this notification, Su Yu felt relieved. The trial world indeed could not be lingered in for too long, had he delayed his return for several days. The world's progress would have advanced significantly, and the difficulty of the platforms would no doubt have escalated. As the progress on the 3 platforms advances, significant changes must have occurred among the survivors, yet now is not the time for observation. The immediate priority is to restore his own body. Su Yu swiftly arrived at the 3rd carriage, where the train's medical module and active restoration chamber were situated. Upon opening the chamber door and drawing upon his previous experience, he promptly removed his gear and reclined within. Detected user G317112, train conductor Su Yu, possesses advanced repair privileges. Shall body restoration commence immediately? With the electronic voice echoing within the restoration chamber, Su Yu affirmed his choice. Notice: advanced body restoration will soon initiate. A powerful warmth enveloped him instantaneously, and an intense itch surged at the fracture of his left shoulder, as bones, nerves, and muscles began regenerating at an unprecedented pace. In mere moments, a flawless new left arm was fully restored, and all internal injuries were entirely eradicated. Even his hair regrew, leaving him feeling in a state of unparalleled vitality. Notice: restoration complete. Your health and injuries, including severed limbs, have been fully restored. Notice: current advanced repair privileges have been revoked. As the restoration chamber opened, Su Yu flexed his newly formed arm with a sigh of relief, feeling no discomfort. His greatest fear had been that the restored arm would feel incongruous, necessitating considerable time for adjustment, yet everything appeared satisfactory. The train had introduced 2 special carriages, Technique Corridor and Forging Workshop. Su Yu first approached the Forging Workshop, which resembled a quaint workshop, featuring a forging platform at its center and a smelting furnace nearby, though the flames were currently extinguished. Upon examination, he discovered that the furnace could indeed be used for forging, but it required the train's fuel. The forging platform was considerably more intelligent. Simply placing his equipment upon it prompted the system to automatically provide options. Current equipment: Reverse Mirage Armor, Blue, Damage Level 37. Repair cost: 2,000 copper coins. Current equipment: Spirit Devouring Blade, Deep Blue, Damage Level 79. Forging station cannot repair, please forge and repair manually. Current equipment: Agile Boots, Blue, Damage Level 42. Repair cost: 1,200 copper coins. Current equipment: Raging Current Belt, Blue, Damage Level 16. Repair cost: 600 copper coins. After placing 4 pieces of equipment on the platform, it became evident that, apart from the Spirit Devouring Blade, which was nearly completely shattered, the others could be repaired directly using the train's copper coins. The cost appeared to correlate with the equipment's size, quality, and level of damage. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yu removed his finger ring and placed it on the platform. Current equipment: Lord's will, white growing Lord equipment. No damage, no repair necessary. Suyu felt a stir within. Although the ring was of merely white quality, it seemed to remain unscathed, perhaps due to its status as a special Lord's equipment. Replacing the ring upon his finger, he expended 3,800 copper coins to repair the other pieces of equipment. While the spirit-devouring blade could not be directly repaired, it could be restored through forging, utilizing the adjacent furnace. Nonetheless, Suyu had no intention of doing so. Instead, he retrieved another weapon, the blazing twin blades. A gift from Panradar, the blade in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a faint metallic hum. Sensing the spirit-devouring blade's yearning, Suyu positioned it alongside the two soulless blazing twin blades. He then produced a pure soul fragment from his spatial inventory and placed it atop the spirit-devouring blade to allow it to absorb. He had obtained over 100 of these fragments during his encounter with the abyssal parasite mother, and despite using some, a considerable quantity remained. Had the spirit-devouring blade not intercepted Panradar's remnants of the broken blade, he would likely not have returned. Suyu had already come to regard the spirit-devouring blade as his companion. Sensing the blade slowly absorbing energy, Suyu retrieved a gem radiating a crimson light, the Deep Crimson Eye. Deep Crimson Eye, special effect, a special gem type, suitable for equipment inlay. The effects of inlaying are unknown, but the quality remains constant. Different compatibility may yield varying benefits or drawbacks. Evaluation: this gem, formed from the blood of abyssal slayers mixed with special substances, harbors a ferocious killing power and is a treasure capable of sensing the essence of the abyss. Suyu vividly recalled Panradar's final words, indicating that this gem could merge with the spirit-devouring blade, provided its negative effects could be eliminated. The method was another gift bestowed by Panradar. Elysian Soul Blood, special effect, contains the indomitable will and pure soul essence of a great spirit hero, serving as a forging material to significantly enhance equipment spirituality, with a high probability of purifying, suppressing, or merging the negative effects of abyssal energy. Evaluation: a gift from a hero, it symbolizes recognition of the strong. Utilizing it may yield miraculous results. Nothing could be more suitable for the Deep Crimson Eye than this. Suyu poured a small portion of this blood onto the Deep Crimson Eye gem, with a sizzling sound, akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil. A violent reaction erupted instantly. Two entirely different streams of blood light intertwined, clashed, and eroded one another. The Deep Crimson Eye trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek as if something within it were being forcibly purified and stripped away. The blood light dimmed at a visible rate, becoming more subdued. Ultimately, the Deep Crimson Eye transformed into a dark crimson hue, resting quietly upon the forging platform, resembling a smooth eyeball. Gently lifting it, Suyu noticed the information within had indeed altered. Dark Crimson Eye, purple, effect, a gem type, suitable for equipment inlay. Upon inlaying, it can bestow attribute enhancements based on the equipment's compatibility. Evaluation: the spirits will purges the malice of the abyss. Is it destruction? Is it rebirth? Note: white and green quality equipment cannot be inlaid. Blue quality equipment can accommodate one gem at most, while purple quality equipment can accommodate two. However, inlaying gems of differing properties may cause energy conflicts, leading to equipment damage. Note: once a gem is inlaid, it cannot be removed. If forcibly removed, the gem will shatter. Chapter 57, Area Fusion. Ancient Kitchenware. Glancing at the spirit-devouring blade, surrounded by a fervent red light, Suyu estimated it would require several more hours to fully recover. He promptly stored the Dark Crimson Eye away. The negative effects of the Dark Crimson Eye had dissipated. He merely needed to await the spirit-devouring blade's restoration before inlaying it, which would undoubtedly yield new enhancements. Seizing this time, Suyu approached the train's operating system, deftly accessing the interface. In the Friends section, numerous survivors he had previously befriended had sent him messages. Now, 3 days later, there were already 99. After a brief scan, he noted requests for exchanges of train advancement materials, inquiries regarding equipment upgrades, and several messages wondering why he had not replied. Towards the end, some even speculated whether he had become trapped on a platform, since Friends are purged from the train system upon a survivor's death. Their concerns merely reflected their suspicions of his predicament. The news from Fei Yue has reached him. This woman remains fixated on the talent upgrade card in his possession. However, due to Suyu's lack of response, no further developments have ensued. From a message left by a survivor friend named Nico, Suyu discovered that the regional channel underwent a merger the day after his departure, following the conclusion of the 5th platform. The channel, which previously housed only a few hundred individuals, has now transformed into a colossal region boasting nearly 100,000 participants, seemingly formed by the amalgamation of 500 smaller areas. Although Suyu is uncertain whether there are other SSS-level talent holders like himself, it is evident that there are at least several hundred S-level and above talent holders. Suyu instantly recognized the immense market potential within this merger. Previously, he could count on one hand the survivors who could muster a few hundred copper coins, but now, with the regional consolidation, he is finally able to spread his wings. Of course, this hinges on his ability to maintain a leading position, otherwise, he would merely be toiling for others. Suyu did not hastily switch to the chat section, as he recalled that after a train concludes a platform, the train trading mall refreshes with scarce resources, some of which are limited purchases while others are unique. He was unsure if the valuable items had already been claimed by others, so he promptly clicked to check. The first few items were still train fuel, which he bypassed. Life Recovery Potion, 200 copper coins, daily purchase limit. 1. Gradually restores 30 health points when consumed. Suyu had purchased this item previously and used it while at Zaiwangshan. Despite its slow recovery rate, it proved effective. However, compared to the previous price of 100 copper coins, the cost has now doubled. Without hesitation, Suyu acquired it, as this type of item is always in demand. He then swiftly disregarded various gacha and lottery items, noticing new train weapons and modules, as well as an array of rare blueprints. He spent 3,000 copper coins to acquire a piece of Train Basic Armor. Train Basic Armor, a defensive module for the train, covering its surface and enhancing physical defense by 30 points. This constitutes a moderate enhancement. Aside from this defense module, Suyu had already acquired most of the other modules available for sale. Without better options, he deemed it unnecessary to make any exchanges. Continuing to browse, he ultimately spotted a card shimmering with a golden glow at the bottom of the trading mall. Ancient Kitchenware Card, 1 soul gold. Unique, upon use. Grants a complete set of ancient kitchenware. Upon seeing this, Suyu felt an indescribable sensation, as though it had been prepared specifically for him. Incidentally, he recalled having received an ancient recipe from Wiredy previously. The name seemed too closely related to dismiss. Furthermore, the redemption price was neither copper coins nor gold and silver coins, but rather soul gold. Suyu had recently acquired 6 soul gold from a soul box after defeating the abyssal spirit bug mother. Most other survivors, even upon seeing this item, would likely refrain from purchasing it, and those who might be interested might not even know what soul gold is. With these coincidences accumulating, he had a faint sense of being guided. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to acquire it. If there was indeed a hidden agenda, he would gladly embrace it. He possessed 1 soul gold, and even if it ultimately proved fruitless, that was inconsequential. However, if this item concealed any secrets, he could potentially reap significant rewards. With the card in hand, Suyu immediately used it. In the next moment, a blinding golden light erupted before him. As the radiance dissipated, a set of ancient kitchenware, exuding a warm luster and featuring an archaic design, materialized before him. This complete set included a peculiar curved double-handled stew pot, a bee-spine cutting board, and several knives with gleaming edges. Each item bore intricate, indecipherable ancient inscriptions, subtly emanating a serene and profound aura. Ancient kitchenware. Effect: cooking food with this will yield superior taste, and delicious dishes will come with special effects, though occasional minor mishaps may occur. Evaluation: this is the proud creation of a certain ancient sage and may bring you delightful surprises. Suyu gazed at the displayed above, astonished that the quality of this item was marked as unknown, rendering it unviewable. Such a status could either indicate extreme uniqueness or an exceptionally high quality. He leaned towards the former, as an item of too high quality would not typically be offered in the train mall. Moreover, the evaluation shared a resemblance to the ancient recipe he had previously obtained, both attributed to the same ancient sage. He resolved to test its effects later and stored it away for further examination when time permitted. Upon opening the chat section, his gaze immediately fell upon the number of participants. 8673-110-0000, a bustling chat room with 100,000 individuals, currently still hosting over 80,000. Consequently, the system implemented a speaking restriction, allowing each individual to speak freely only once per day, with subsequent comments requiring 10 copper coins each. Alternatively, one could opt to spend 100 copper coins on a golden trumpet for a brief pinned message. Even so, an overwhelming flow of information continued to surge rapidly. At this juncture, Suyu's acquisition of the sole ancient kitchenware card had sparked a wave of discussion. Counterterrorism youth, wow? Quickly checked the ancient kitchenware card at the bottom of the trading mall. It was just there, and now it's gone. Ping ding meow. Is this for real? Golden trumpet. Gourmet. Sob sob sob. It's true. I just saw it. I was watching since it went live yesterday, but despite having 2 gold coins, I need this soul gold I've never even heard of. My dream of revitalizing Chinese culinary arts has been thwarted. Who is this great individual? Can I take a look? Just a touch. A line of golden text appeared at the top of the chat section. Phantom, didn't they say that item was a system bait? No one can redeem it at this stage. In Chapter 58, Mutual Aid Society. Train upgrades. Traversing the night. Suyu gleaned some information from the chat room. The ancient kitchenware had apparently appeared in the train mall the day after he received the ancient recipe. This somewhat validated his suspicions. However, this brief episode was soon overshadowed by another event gaining momentum. Golden trumpet. Jingzhe. I have obtained a special item that can establish a private train chat room. I have united several outstanding survivors to create the Mutual Aid Society. Golden trumpet. Jingzhe. Our Mutual Aid Society provides resource exchange and information sharing for members, most of whom have unlocked advanced resource options like fine iron. Transactions within the Mutual Aid Society are free of fees, and members can collaborate on the same platform to prioritize access to scarce resources and intelligence. Golden trumpet. Jingzhe. Interested individuals may private message me. Let us assist each other and thrive together. 3 consecutive golden announcements pinned at the top of the channel immediately ignited fervent discussions. Small transparent. No fees? Is that for real? Li Xingquan. Mutual Aid Society. Absolutely true. I have already joined. As far as I know, the esteemed Jingzhe is one of the few level 8 train conductors. Non-lucky player. Level 8 big shot? I want to check it out. Fortunate player. Count me in. After a brief silence, the channel erupted like a powder keg, with information flooding the screen instantaneously. Luminescence, level 8? I'm only at LV4 right now. Newbie seeking assistance. Jingzhe, please take me along. I possess a unique talent for resource gathering, enabling me to consistently acquire fundamental resources each day. The sentiment expressed by the user Bu Hui Fei de Xiaohong Mao regarding the substantial savings on transaction fees is indeed noteworthy. The inquiry posed by Yiquan Chao ran about whether the esteemed team requires additional damage output, particularly with a B-grade talent in flame enhancement. Reflects the competitive spirit of the community. However, Maying aptly critiques the notion of a mutual aid group, suggesting it merely serves as a means for factionalism and the formation of cliques. Hong Mao Kuang reinforces this perspective, remarking that ultimately, many find themselves laboring for others. Observing the unfolding dialogue in the chat room with a sense of detachment, Suyu gradually discerns the prevailing dynamics among the survivors. In the 3 days of his absence, several individuals have managed to elevate their trains to LV8, surpassing his current level. This is understandable, as for some, 3 days is a significant duration. With a dearth of useful information, Suyu shifts his focus to the trading section. The influx of players and the expansion of stations have led to a burgeoning array of tradable goods, including occasional auction items. Upon examination, most items slated for auction are of blue quality, with prices commencing in the thousands of copper coins, even reaching tens of thousands. However, upon reviewing their attributes and effects, Suyu deems them rather mediocre. Not wishing to squander time here, he expeditiously acquires the most basic wood and steel for over 1,000 copper coins. As these are his primary objectives, unlike the earlier days when the scarcity of foundational materials required extensive collection efforts, now the survivors are readily parting with such resources. What remains truly scarce are the higher-grade materials, particularly the ores essential for upgrading the train. For instance, a single ore is currently fetching several thousand copper coins, and the upgrade from LV7 to LV8 for the Wu Tai ore has even prompted bounties exceeding 10,000 copper coins, yet remains elusive. Consequently, many survivors unable to upgrade are hoarding vast quantities of basic resources, which they can only sell at prices approaching the system's buyback rates. The priority is to upgrade. Suyu converts all the newly acquired wood and steel into 500 refined iron and 500 dense wood using his talent, then retrieves a piece of Wu Tai ore from the train storage unit. With a decisive motion, he initiates the upgrade. In a flash of white light, all resources vanish, and the train seemingly halts momentarily. Before Suyu's astonished gaze, the train expands in all dimensions, length, width, and height, with the newly added carriages synchronously transforming. The overall space significantly enlarges, and even the train's walls appear to gain a more textured quality. Although the system does not specify the train's precise defensive capabilities, Suyu distinctly senses a substantial enhancement in its defense following this upgrade. The system announces the completion of the upgrade, granting him 3 free attribute points, extending the train's docking time by 1 hour, and unlocking upgrade modules. The options presented are as follows. 1. Automated machine tool, requires an empty carriage. 2. External mechanical arm. 3. Passage through the night veil, rare. Suyu swiftly dismisses the first option, as any manufacturable item can be directly created using his talent. The second option, the external mechanical arm, offers the ability to gather or eliminate items near the train, providing a practical solution should he encounter hazardous entities again. However, upon reviewing the effects of the third option, he decisively opts for passage through the night veil. This skill module offers both active and passive capabilities. When the train is in motion, activation grants a 5-minute period of complete invisibility, evading conventional detection and biological perception. When stationary, the train maintains invisibility until voluntarily deactivated or disrupted by external forces. Notably, this train skill is a first for Suyu, and its utility promises to be immense in both this origin realm and future station interactions. Upon finalizing his selection, the train emits a system announcement. The notification indicates that the number of survivors at level 5 and above has reached 10,000, ensuring the next station will be a multiplayer confrontation station, with each of such stations guaranteed to yield at least one core item necessary for train upgrades. Suyu realizes that the upcoming station will be anything but tranquil. Previously, he had visited a multiplayer station dubbed Mi Chung Bao, which, despite lacking a confrontation label, harbored an alarmingly high mortality rate. Now, the system explicitly announces the next station as a multiplayer confrontation venue, emphasizing the core item generation for upgrades. Suyu surmises that many will likely perish at this station. The train system seems intent on regulating the number of survivors, employing a survival of the fittest paradigm to sift through the population, hastening the selection process through various means. Chapter 59, Upgrade Conditions. Second Identity. Journey to the Realm of Judgment. Setting aside concerns about the impending multiplayer station, Suyu inspects the upgraded train. Train Master. Suyu Train. G317112 level. LV8. Upgrade requirements. 1000 refined iron, 1000 dense wood, 1 star silver ore, 1 train intelligence core, carriages, 7 speed, 100 kilometers H, 20 kilometers H with power fuel, modules, 6 perception module, Sentinel Eye, weapon module, external jet turret. Medical module, active repair chamber, power module, thunder engine, defense module, basic armor. Skill module, passage through the night veil, fuel, 70,100, power fuel, efficiency, 100. Suyu's attention is drawn to the train intelligence core, a material he has not encountered before. Aside from this unknown core, he can fulfill all other requirements. As he contemplates this, he swiftly navigates to the chat section of the train system, ready to pose his inquiry. However, a pale blue system prompt interrupts his intent. As adjudicator, you possess the authority to simultaneously establish and utilize 2 independent identities. Would you like to set this up now? The privileges of adjudicator are extensive. Some he has yet to explore, while others remain beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, the prospect of dual identities presents convenience. He promptly creates a second identity, entering Lin N as the nickname, confirming his choice. This name, familiar from his trials in the world, feels suitable for his purpose. The interface refreshes instantly, and even the friends list reverts to emptiness, replaced by a toggle button allowing him to switch between the identities of Lin Chi Shi and Lin N. Lin N, offering a bounty of 1,000 copper coins for useful information regarding the train intelligence core. For physical transactions, please contact privately. Suyu, wishing not to squander time, directly expended 100 copper coins to purchase a golden trumpet for communication. Kong Juan. Oh, a new face, exuding an aura of greatness. AI Chi 2C Mian Bao. Intelligent core of the train? I have not heard of it. Must be a mistake. Shui Pao Pao. Mistake indeed. After waiting for a while, even with a bounty of 1,000 copper coins, no one responded. However, he remained unperturbed. The number of level 8 survivors was likely limited, and those knowledgeable about the intelligent core of the train were even fewer. Once the golden trumpet he had pinned disappeared, he continued to refresh the chat. A few minutes later, he noticed someone named Feng Wang had added him as a friend, with a note indicating relevant information. Suyu promptly accepted, and the other party quickly sent a message. Feng Wang. The intelligent core of the train is the essential upgrade material for progressing from level 8 to level 9. Given your inquiry, you must be approaching this threshold. Feng Wang. As far as I know, this item can only be obtained through normal means after the 10th platform at the earliest. Currently, including Jing Zhe, Lei, Fei Yu, and Zhu Yang Xianzun, none of the level 8 survivors have ever acquired it. Feng Wang. However, Tomorrow's multiplayer combat platform is sure to yield some. Suyu pondered. Feng Wang, possessing such information, was likely also a level 8 survivor, well-versed in the affairs of other high-level survivors. Realizing this, Suyu promptly initiated a transaction of 1,000 copper coins. This amount was negligible for him, as he still had 20,000 copper coins and 7 gold coins remaining. After receiving the payment, Feng Wang sent another message. Feng Wang, brother, I am the initiator of a mutual aid society. Would you be interested in joining us? As a level 8 survivor, you can enjoy numerous benefits. Suyu chuckled softly, realizing this was the true intent of the other party. Lin, I am accustomed to being alone and currently have no plans to join an organization. Joining was out of the question. Such so-called mutual aid societies imposed various restrictions, and given the train system's law of the jungle, their existence could not be sustained for long. Feng Wang understood. Everyone has their aspirations. However, tomorrow's platform is quite significant, a rare multiplayer combat platform, which can be extremely perilous if one is alone. Should you reconsider? Feel free to find me. Lin, certainly. Subsequently, Suyu gleaned additional information about other survivors from Feng Wang. Currently, at least 6 or 7 level 8 survivors were known, yet none had advanced further. Suyu surmised that this situation was likely related to the upcoming platform. If all these individuals were gathered at the same place, a colossal conflict would inevitably arise over the necessary upgrades. It appeared that enhancing his strength was imperative. Suyu murmured to himself, while he was uncertain of the means employed by other survivors. As long as his power was sufficiently robust, he would possess ample confidence. He closed the chat with Feng Wang and switched back to his identity as a blacksmith, continuing to procure substantial quantities of steel and timber. Subsequently smelting them into fine iron and dents would place in the train's storage unit, preparing in advance for the requirements of the next level. After completing these tasks, Suyu hesitated for a moment, then reopened the large door of the train's front, retrieving an ancient-looking judgment lantern from the wall hook. The lantern, crafted from an unknown metal and dark golden crystal, had its wick completely enveloped. It required no oil, for this lantern burned with spiritual energy. As a thread of spiritual energy flowed into the judgment lantern, it ignited spontaneously, emanating a mysterious aura. Suyu hung it back on the hook on the train's front wall. Instantly, the entire train seemed to be enveloped in mist, becoming faintly obscured. Prompt. You are en route to the land of judgment. The mist spread along the train's exterior, the previously clear outline gradually shrouded in an unusual halo, as the massive front window transitioned from pitch black to a subtle shimmer of flowing light. After a dozen minutes, Suyu discovered that the train had arrived in another world, where stars flickered in and out, as if sailing through an infinite expanse of sky. Prompt. You have arrived at the land of judgment. This area is completely secure and accessible only to judgers. Your current judgment mark level is LV1. You may stay for a maximum of 12 hours. Chapter 60, Exclusive Career Inheritance. Wan Xiang. Finally, he had arrived at the land of judgment. The train door had automatically opened. Suyu stepped off the train, finding that beneath his feet was not solid ground, but a layer of starlit mist, each step causing the mist to ripple gently, cradling his footprints. Prompt. You are currently in the Star Track Plaza of the Land of Judgment. Prompt. The Nightwalk has been automatically activated. Your train has entered stealth mode. Looking back, he saw that the train had vanished, yet he could still distinctly sense its presence. Ding. The Judger has arrived at the Land of Judgment for the first time. Guidance is provided. Current Judgment Mark LV1. You may enter the Judgment Temple, the virtual realm. Detection indicates that the Judger possesses exclusive career inheritance. It is recommended to prioritize visiting the virtual realm. Note. The virtual realm is an absolutely quiet environment. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Suyu's eyes brightened. He immediately chose to proceed to the virtual realm, pondering where the absolutely quiet environment might be. Had he initially declined to become a judger, this inheritance might not even have been applicable. The moment he decided to head to the virtual realm, the stardust mist beneath his feet suddenly surged violently, the starry sky before him twisting and folding. A brief wave of dizziness washing over him. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding starry illusions had completely dissipated, replaced by an endless expanse of pure white space. Prompt. You are currently in the exclusive training room of the virtual realm in the Land of Judgment. A training room? Suyu felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty. This seemingly boundless space was merely a training room within the so-called virtual realm. Prompt. The virtual realm training room allows for heart meditation, requires mastery of meditation techniques. Virtual combat requires judgment mark LV10 or above, and career inheritance. Judger Would you like to initiate exclusive career inheritance now? Warning: this process is irreversible. Once started, it cannot be halted. Initiate. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu spoke firmly. Feeling a distinctive energy, both unfamiliar yet strangely soothing, surging within him, he understood that the inheritance had commenced. As this energy peaked within him, Suyu's eyes lost focus, and his consciousness detached from his body. The pure white scenery before him ebbed away like a tide, revealing an infinite universe. Countless fine specks of light danced around him, forming an ever-expanding river of starlight. On this river of starlight emerged numerous hazy figures. They were not solid entities, but rather remnants of consciousness left behind. These figures varied in posture, spanning vast ages, and even their races differed. Within this resplendent river of stars, one figure gradually became clearer. He did not approach from afar. Rather, the surrounding points of starlight gathered spontaneously to outline his silhouette. Dressed in a dark long robe, his face remained indistinct, but his eyes were extraordinarily vivid, devoid of pupils, only two swirling, cold starry vortices. He treaded upon the starry river, advancing step by step towards Suyu, with each footfall sending ripples of starlight cascading outward. Ultimately, he stood before the consciousness of Suyu, a profound sense of reverence and pressure arising instinctively from the essence of life itself. Yet, Suyu forcibly steadied his mind and met his gaze. An ethereal, ancient, and dignified voice resonated deeply within Suyu's consciousness. Each syllable imbued with a peculiar power. All things are in motion, all phenomena are subject to change. Only the primordial remains unchanged, the one eternal existence. Life, death, existence, nothingness, the fleeting moment, and eternity, all that is seen shall ultimately converge into unity. The final heir has arrived at my summons. Will you become the destination of all things, or the source of all phenomena? The figure in the black robe raised a hand and lightly touched Suyu's brow. He felt a surge of immense power flooding in, vast expanses of space dissolving before him. With a deep breath, Suyu's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, the preceding experiences seeming like a dream. However, with the alert of the system, Suyu understood that this was reality. Notice: the exclusive occupational inheritance has concluded, and you have acquired the profession Wanxiang. As the notification faded, Suyu suddenly sensed an uncontrollable surge of energy within him. The unique energy that had once flowed through him now roared like molten lava, accompanied by his blood rushing wildly. Each area it passed causing faint cracking sounds in his bones, while muscle fibers were relentlessly torn and reconfigured under the onslaught of energy. Gritting his teeth, Suyu endured the discomfort of his body being transformed, feeling a special power awakening within him. After a quarter of an hour, the tumultuous energy within him gradually subsided, transforming into a gentle warmth that nourished his newly altered body. Notice: your base attributes have permanently increased to 10, effective only for base attributes of 60 or below. Notice: since you have acquired the profession Wanxiang, your occupational skills are now unlocked. Wanxiang, Skill 1, Wanxiang Weaponry LV Max. Active: you may bind a melee weapon as Wanxiang Weaponry. After binding, the weapon becomes a growth-type weapon and derives adaptive capabilities based on its characteristics. The effect of this skill will undergo permanent changes after use. Skill 2, Wanxiang Energy LV1. Active: upon activation, it consumes 1 point of Wanxiang energy per second, which can be attached to Wanxiang Weaponry, each melee attack inflicting an additional 10 points of true damage. Initial Wanxiang Energy spiritual attribute is 10. This energy is attribute-less and under your absolute control. Recovery speed is 1 point per minute. The recovery speed of Wanxiang Energy is influenced by mental recovery speed. P.S. It can be understood as mana. Skill 3, Wanxiang Physique LV Max. Passive: your body can only accommodate Wanxiang Energy, exhibiting a natural repulsion towards other types of energy, while granting you a 30 reduction in all types of energy damage. Skill 4. Unlocked by exceeding the threshold of 60 points in all 4 base attributes. P.S. This is the initial data. Future enhancements will occur, and effects will be fully revealed, with foreshadowing noted throughout. Chapter 61. The Judgment Temple. Seats: 7 judgments. Suyu felt the power within him. The permanent boost of all attributes to 10 made him feel significantly stronger in every regard. Even his senses heightened remarkably. Once he acclimated to his enhanced physique, his combat prowess would ascend to another level. A thought crossed his mind, and the initial information regarding the 3 skills of the Wanxiang profession vividly appeared in his consciousness. Wanxiang Weaponry allows binding to a growth-type weapon, and the first one that sprang to Suyu's mind was the Shilingji Ren, for nothing else could be more fitting. Utilizing Wanxiang energy in conjunction with Wanxiang weaponry would undoubtedly yield results far surpassing mere addition. Moreover, Su Yue discerned that the so-called Wanxiang energy need not be exclusively attached to a weapon. Perhaps he could discover other applications in the future. While Wanxiang provided attributes and skills, it also constrained his ability to master other types of energy, thus offering a relative 30 damage mitigation. Su Yue felt that this profession had vast potential yet to be explored. He did not linger excessively in the virtual realm. The inheritance had concluded, and both the heart meditation and the virtual combat in the training room were currently inaccessible. He recalled another location in the Judgment Domain that he could visit. Departing the virtual realm, he headed towards the Judgment Temple. As Su Yue focused his thoughts, the boundless expanse of pristine white began to recede like a tide, blurring into oblivion. Soon, an infinite array of starlight emerged in his vision, dazzling points of light converging swiftly, rising high to form intricately engraved white jade pillars. While the dome above coalesced into a profound dark canopy adorned with golden ribbons of light. In an instant, he found himself standing within a grand hall, vast and solemn, with a massive crystal emitting radiance suspended on a high platform before him. Notice, you are currently located in the Judgment Temple of the Judgment Domain. Oh, it seems we have a newcomer. A raspy voice tinged with amusement emanated from the left. Su Yue turned to see an old man in a silver-gray robe leaning against a stone pillar, idly toying with a small earthen jar the size of his palm. The jar's mouth was crooked, smeared with dried brown mud, and within it were 3 white finger bones of varying lengths. The old man's eyes darted about, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. For no apparent reason, Su Yue felt a wave of malevolence wash over him, instantly heightening his vigilance. Yet the old man seemed oblivious to Su Yue's wariness, or perhaps he simply did not care. He lightly tapped the earthen jar against the stone pillar, causing the bones inside to jostle and release wisps of faint smoke. Do not be alarmed. This is the Judgment Temple. If it comes to blows, this old bone of mine won't withstand it. I can offer you guidance, and in return, you could provide this old man with a token of your labor, fair trade. Su Yue did not respond, his gaze sweeping across the vast temple, noting that they were the only 2 present. No need to trouble myself. Su Yue smiled slightly, politely declining. He walked towards the crystal on the high platform. The old man watched with great interest, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon reaching the high platform and gazing at the crystal, which stood nearly the same height as him, Su Yue instinctively extended his hand to touch it. As his fingertips made contact with the surface of the crystal, a warm sensation radiated through his palm. In the next moment, the interior of the crystal suddenly erupted with resplendent colors, a myriad of tiny luminous particles swirling within as if awakened stars, weaving together in an increasingly brilliant display, illuminating the entire Judgment Temple in a dreamlike splendor. Su Yue could distinctly feel his breath connecting through his fingertips with the crystal, as if something was being drawn from within him, re-imprinting itself deep within the crystal. Moments later, the colorful glow abruptly contracted, and a dark red beam shot from the top of the crystal, soaring into the sky and striking the profound dark canopy with a muted thrum. Simultaneously, a white jade pillar on the right trembled violently, its engravings igniting with a golden gleam, debris and stardust cascading from its apex. As a seat formed from concentrated starlight slowly ascended, resembling a condensed river of stars. As the seat took shape, a pale phantom, identical in appearance to Su Yue and woven from starlight, gradually materialized, sitting steadily upon the seat, its expression and demeanor mirroring Su Yue's with uncanny precision, appearing both ethereal and tangible. Before Su Yue could comprehend the purpose of this ethereal figure, the remaining 12 white jade pillars simultaneously resonated, and identical celestial seats ascended one after another. These 13 seats formed a circular arrangement around the elevated platform and the colossal crystal. As Su Yue's gaze swept across, he noticed that, apart from the ethereal figure on his own seat, which had just manifested, 10 of the other 12 seats were occupied by faint apparitions, their outlines indistinct yet each exuding a unique aura. When his eyes fell upon the ethereal figure seated on the 4th seat to his left, he was momentarily taken aback. This figure, clad in a short robe and slightly hunched, bore an unmistakable resemblance to the old man leaning against the pillar below. Heh, it seems you have a keen eye, the old man's voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of jest. Don't stare too much. That is my seat. The 4th judgment. As for you, little fellow, take a good look behind you. That is the 7th seat of judgment, which will be yours in the future. Turning around, Su Yue indeed saw that on the backrest of the celestial seat behind him, a faint golden numeral 7 was emerging. As he watched, The characters slowly faded into the luminous aura. At that moment, the ethereal figure belonging to the old man slightly tilted its head, as if exchanging glances with the old man below, before returning to its still posture. The dark red light columns gradually dimmed, and the radiance on the surface of the crystal softened. Yet Suyu could distinctly sense an intangible connection forming between himself and the seat, as if he could comfortably settle upon that celestial throne the very next moment if he so desired. Prompt. You have received the recognition of the Judgment Temple. Your seat is Judgment Seat 7. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, Suyu stepped back and gazed at the old man in the short robe, who was chuckling at him. However, the combination of his yellowed teeth and the white finger bones he held in a ceramic jar exuded an inexplicable eeriness. What shall I call you, young one? The old man inquired. Lin, Suyu replied. The old man twirled the whiskers at the corner of his mouth. Haha, just call me Kuei-ku. Since we are both judges, allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. With a grin, Kuei-ku retrieved a white finger bone from the ceramic jar, wiped it on his sleeve, and extended it towards Suyu. Suyu's gaze fell upon the finger bone, devoid of disgust or curiosity, only pure scrutiny. He would not simply trust the old man's words, especially in an unfamiliar realm. Yet, an inexplicable, subtle impulse urging him to accept surged within him. Observing this, Kuei-ku's smile appeared even more expectant. Just as the finger bone was about to reach Suyu, the waning energy within him surged throughout his body, causing the fleeting impulse to vanish in an instant. Do not take it. Simultaneously, a clear and cheerful voice resonated from behind one of the celestial thrones, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. Chapter 62, Pseudo-Crime Object. The Starry Sky Clan, AI Law. The Train and the Judge. Combined, a striking young girl with vibrant red hair, tied in a high ponytail adorned with shimmering stardust, approached. Her sharply tailored dark red armor accentuated her fair complexion, and a star-shaped pendant embedded with fragments of diamonds sparkled as she walked. She confidently strode up to Suyu, playfully patting his shoulder, yet her bright eyes remained warily fixed on Kuei-ku. Old Kuei-ku is the master of tricks. The last batch of newcomers was tricked into signing a heap of contracts with that cursed bone. If it weren't for the boss intervening later, they would have ended up laboring in the mines to repay debts. Suyu had initially no intention of accepting the bone, as its aura indeed felt peculiar. However, the words from the red-haired girl caught him by surprise. The Judgment Realm is undoubtedly safe. At the very least, life is certainly secure. While he was unaware of Kuei-ku's true strength, he was certain he could not overpower him, and the old man would not dare resort to violence here. Yet, safety of life does not equate to safety of property. From the girl's words, Suyu astutely discerned that this Kuei-ku would likely exploit loopholes in the rules. Furthermore, since transactions could indeed take place here, if he were to sign some form of inequitable contract, the consequences could be dire. Kuei-ku's expression darkened, his hand clutching the ceramic jar tightening. AI Law, you little girl, stop tarnishing my reputation. I am merely safeguarding his property. Safeguarding? AI Law raised an eyebrow, reaching into her star pendant to produce a sparkling bead. Quickly return the star bead you are supposed to safeguard for me. Upon hearing this, Kuei-ku's gaze flickered, and he stealthily shrank his hand, clutching the jar behind him. What star bead? The old man doesn't recall. Ignoring AI Law, Kuei-ku turned to Suyu with an awkward grin. Lin, do not listen to her nonsense. If you do not want this, then who said I didn't want it? Suyu interrupted, directly grasping the finger bone before both of them. The previous sensation from the myriad form source made him feel as though he could counteract this object. Warning, you are affected by abyssal corruption. The myriad form's physique mitigates the soul strength determination past. Prompt, you have obtained the Sin Abyss Fingerbone pseudo. Sin Abyss Fingerbone pseudo. Effect 1 guilt. Passive, a special item that cannot be discarded or traded. Only gifted, and ownership will transfer only when the recipient voluntarily accepts it. The holder will constantly be subjected to the whispers of the abyss. Effect 2 Delusion. Active passive, it can guide you to treasures. Each successful activation increases the item's revival degree, and when the revival degree reaches 100, will occur, current revival degree 0. Evaluation, a derivative of original sin, a curse, or a key. Kuei-ku's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the finger bone in Suyu's hand, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Why, you truly want it? AI Law was also astonished, her bright eyes filled with confusion. She tugged at Suyu's sleeve, whispering urgently, Hey, are you out of your mind? This is a trap from old Kuei-ku. Suyu's fingertips brushed against the cold, rough surface of the finger bone, the whispers of the abyss echoing like a swarm of gnats in his ears. However, After the mitigation from the myriad forms physique and the sole determination, such a degree of corruption could no longer affect him. He raised his gaze to Kuei-ku, a faint smile gracing his lips. If it is a good thing, why should I refuse it? A good thing? Kuei-ku appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes, before his eyes flickered, as if recollecting something. He stepped closer and said, "Of course, this is a treasured item that I have collected. But Lin, since you have accepted it, shouldn't you heed an old man's advice?" "What advice?" Suyu retorted. Kuei-ku cleared his throat, struggling to adopt a kindly demeanor. Pulling out several crumpled pieces of parchment from seemingly nowhere. "It's nothing much. It's just that this good thing needs nourishment. Nourishment can reduce the corruption you suffer. And all you need to do is sign a small contract, and I can supply you with this nourishment regularly. How does that sound?" Suyu regarded Kuei-ku, suspecting that the nourishment he referred to was likely the soil within the ceramic jar. Signing a contract was out of the question. Who knew how many tricks were hidden within? "There is no need for a contract," Suyu stated, his fingers still gently stroking the finger bone. His tone flat and devoid of emotion. "This level of corruption, I can still endure." Kuei-ku's expression of kindness fractured in an instant, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. He glared at Suyu, his brows knitting together. "Do you know what you are saying? This is not an ordinary bone. Even if it is a pseudo-crime object, the whispers of the abyss will invade your mind day and night. In less than 3 days, your spirit will be thoroughly corrupted." He took 2 steps forward, his voice lowered to a whisper tinged with a hint of exasperation. "The old man is genuinely trying to help you. Yet you are clearly courting disaster." AI La, standing beside him, nodded vigorously, her bright eyes filled with agreement. "Indeed, indeed. Although old man Kuei-ku can be a bit troublesome, his words ring true." As she spoke, she seemed to have a sudden thought. Scrutinizing Suyu with a newfound curiosity. "You haven't come across anything related to the abyss before, have you? Or perhaps your train's level is already quite high." Upon hearing this, Kuei-ku also reacted, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes as he fixated on Suyu. "Right. I almost forgot to ask. What is your train's level? To withstand the corruption of the pseudo-crime object so nonchalantly, you must be at least level 20, no? The level of the train, to some extent, reflects one's personal strength. To remain unaffected by the pollution of ordinary pseudo-crime objects typically requires a level of at least 20. However, the two were evidently unaware of Suyu's unique physique and the enhanced strength of his soul. Suyu lifted his gaze towards them, a subtle smile gracing his lips, but he did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he countered, "Is level 20 sufficient to resist the corruption of this pseudo-crime object?" Kuei-ku chuckled dismissively, a hint of pride in his tone. "Naturally. Back in my day, ahem, in any case. Newcomers below level 20 who encounter such things are simply asking for trouble. If you truly are at level 20, that would make sense. Then I suppose I should thank you for this welcome gift," Suyu said, lightly shaking the knuckle of his fingers, a playful smile on his face. Without revealing his actual train level, which the two took as tacit acceptance, Kuei-ku, observing his nonchalant demeanor, felt a twitch of irritation. His earlier scheming had come to naught, but he did not emerge empty-handed. For some reason, Kuei-ku possessed several pseudo-crime objects. Yet these items could not be traded or discarded voluntarily. Those capable of using them were unable to withstand the pollution. And now he felt a slight alleviation of his burdens. "Humph, no need to thank me. Consider yourself fortunate," Kuei-ku muttered, though his tone had softened somewhat. "But I must remind you, keep a close watch on the revival degree of the pseudo-crime object." Suyu paused, raising his gaze to meet him. Kuei-ku cleared his throat, his voice growing somber. "The higher the revival degree of the pseudo-crime object, the heavier the pollution. You absolutely must not allow it to reach complete revival. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Should you ever have a change of heart, remember to seek me out. I always have a contract ready for you. Since AI Law is here, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed without waiting for Suyu's response, cradling the clay jar in his arms. AI Law rolled her eyes in the direction where Kuei-ku had vanished before turning back, her face radiating a brilliant smile as she looked at Suyu. "Don't mind that old trickster. My name is AI Law, from the 9th Seat of Judgment, hailing from the Shinkong Sea tribe." As she spoke, she shook the star disc pendant hanging around her neck, which suddenly emitted a soft glow. Revealing a swirling star map, the boss sensed a new seat activated near the temple, and since I was nearby collecting star essence, I thought I'd come take a look. "You must be the newly appointed 7th seat, right?" Suyu nodded, but before he could speak, AI Law pressed a bead into his hand. "Here, this is a Si Xing Zhu for you, a little gift for newcomers. Notification, you have obtained Si Xing Zhu, purple. Si Xing Zhu, purple. Effect, star essence. Passive increases the holder's mental recovery speed by 20, slightly enhancing resistance to mental pollution, curses, illusions, and other negative effects. Evaluation, a unique product of the C tribe, exceedingly rare, can also be used as an inlay. Upon reading this introduction, Suyu understood why Old Man Kuei could pretended to be oblivious earlier. This Xing Zhu not only boosts mental recovery speed, but also offers some resistance against pollution, making it an ideal treasure for Kuei Ku, who was burdened with a plethora of pseudo-crime objects. Thank you, Suyu said, gripping the bead tightly. Feeling the once faint whispers of the abyss in his ears indeed fade slightly. AI Law waved her hand nonchalantly. No need for thanks. This is just what the boss instructed. The boss? Hearing this term several times piqued Suyu's curiosity. Yes, the boss is the first seat of judgment and the strongest adjudicator. For all newcomers, the boss always provides a little benefit. But he is quite busy and usually only shows up during the Star Judgment Assembly, AI Law responded. Star Judgment Assembly? Suyu caught on to this new term. Yes. AILA's eyes lit up, eager to explain. It is where all adjudicators gather officially. It could be considered our external title. The Star Judgment Assembly allows for information exchange, resource trading, and numerous other benefits. You will receive an invitation in advance. Speaking of trading, Suyu suddenly thought of something. Could he directly exchange materials needed for upgrading his train through AI Law? For instance, the train's intelligent core. Just as Suyu was about to voice this thought, an overwhelming force descended, abruptly stifling his words. Warning, your current train level is below LV10. You cannot trade for train upgrade core resources. This rule is in place to protect the rights of lower-tier survivors. Please elevate your train level as soon as possible. Suyu sighed. The bug he had just discovered was swiftly patched, but this notification seemed to imply that once his train level surpassed 10, the restriction would no longer apply. Having finally encountered a high-tier train conductor, and with AI Law sent by the boss, he felt this was a unique opportunity to gain insights. Thus, Suyu continued to inquire about the origins of trains and adjudicators from AI Law firstly. In the train survival world, the train system filters survivors through various means. The worlds below level 10 are essentially shattered realms or merely fragments of a world, with some even being entirely virtual worlds generated by the train system. Next, regarding the trains, in AI Law's perspective, they are also referred to as Xingwei trains, capable of traversing the void of the cosmos, reaching one world after another. Suyu recalled that AI Li Si had signed a Xingwei contract, which allowed her train to navigate the void directly. Their starting points differed. If Suyu's train were to reach the level of a Xingwei train, it would typically require reaching around LV30. Lastly, concerning the train system itself, AI Law was also uncertain. Only the boss, the first seat of judgment, seemed to possess some insider knowledge, which appeared to involve certain essences. Additionally, it is worth noting that AI Law, hailing from the Shinkong Sea tribe, was not selected by the train system, but became an adjudicator based on an ancient star contract within her clan. Throughout history, the ninth seat of judgment has always been a member of the Sea tribe. Adjudicators directly sign contracts with the train system, and depending on the level of their judgment mark, they can obtain varying permissions, albeit with corresponding obligations, namely judgment tasks. Judgment tasks are typically issued directly by the train system, occurring normally once every 23 platforms. Completing these tasks also grants rewards, primarily the elevation of the judgment mark level. Suyu understood that in this realm of judgment, there are no completely free handouts. AI Law's ability to provide him with information and even gift him the Xing Zhu was largely due to her boss's arrangements. And perhaps he was merely a casual investment from the first seat of judgment towards newcomers. As their conversation drew to a close, Suyu stowed the Xing Zhu in his storage space, rising to nod at AI Law. Thank you. This information is immensely helpful to me. The Xing Zhu is equally appreciated. AI Law shrugged with a demeanor that suggested the matter was trivial. If you wish to thank me, just keep an eye out for any news regarding Xingqianglei. Xingqianglei? Suyu furrowed his brow, as he was unfamiliar with it. Suddenly, a hint of melancholy crept into AI La's tone, as though she had recalled something distressing. This is an object that can only be conceived after a world has undergone destruction and rebirth. However, as far as I know, this starry sky has not seen it for a very long time, so it is best to remain observant without actively searching for it. Suyu nodded, committing this matter to memory. After bidding farewell to AI Law, he prepared to depart. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, a portal shimmering with starlight quietly opened behind him. He turned and stepped inside, the vision of the Judgment Temple rippling behind him like water, fading into obscurity. Upon witnessing this, AI Law paused momentarily before her gaze shifted to a stone pillar. Old Man Queek, Everyone has left. Stop eavesdropping. Chapter 63. The Ascendant Spirit Blade. The core of all things. From behind the pillar, the old man Queek, who had seemingly departed, emerged once more, unchanged in appearance. Even the number of finger bones in the clay pot he held had transformed from 2 to 3, as if the bone taken by Suyu had not originated from him at all. Oh dear, Ai-La, you caught me off guard. He chuckled. Ai-La covered her forehead, her tone laced with exasperation. Old man Queek, why are you eavesdropping like the young ones? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the Judgment Temple? Queek shrugged indifferently. What do I care? More importantly, I am curious. Has Judgment Seat 7 not appeared for over 1,000 years? Upon hearing this, Ai-La fell into contemplation. Queek smiled and fiddled with his clay pot. Then, under Ai-La's alarmed gaze, he pulled out a complete white bone hand from the earth. Initially, I did not believe what fate had said, but that lad truly managed to withstand the corruption of the false sin object. Ai-La, do you think he could endure the true original sin object if I were to give it to him? At the moment Queek revealed the white bone hand, Ai-La had already retreated far away, fearful of being tainted by something ominous. However, upon hearing Queek's words, she reluctantly poked her head out, her expression grave as she cautioned, the master instructed us not to interfere with his growth. Every judgment bearer has their own path. Queek ruffled his nearly bald head, begrudgingly putting the white bone hand back. I was just joking, my old friend. I truly cannot bear to part with you. Regarding the events following the Judgment Temple, Suyu was entirely oblivious. At this moment, he had already returned to the origin land aboard a train. Suyu re-entered the refining workshop carriage, and after his journey to the Judgment Land, his weapons and equipment had been fully restored. Particularly, the Spirit Blade had completely absorbed the Flame Twin Blades, and its black-red blade had regained its form, no longer exuding a sense of fragmentation. Suyu had an inkling that it felt even stronger than before. Yet, there was still potential for further enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Suyu focused his mind inward, activating the class skill, Wanxiang Bingwu. Wanxiang Bingwu LV Max, active. Bind a melee weapon as Wanxiang Bingwu. Once bound, this weapon will become a growing weapon and develop adaptive abilities according to its characteristics. The effect of this skill will undergo permanent changes after use. Prompt. Do you wish to bind the Spirit Blade as your exclusive Wanxiang Bingwu? Binding is irreversible. Yes. Suyu confirmed in his heart without hesitation. The Wanxiang energy surged through his body like a tide, ultimately converging in the palm of his hand, flowing into the blade. In an instant, the Spirit Blade emitted a low, resonant hum, its black-red blade shimmering with layers of dark purple light. And even the blade's edge flickered with streams of energy, as if it were a living entity. Before long, the radiance began to contract, merging entirely into the blade. Prompt. The current Wanxiang Bingwu has been successfully bound, and its effects have undergone corresponding changes. The adaptive characteristic ability is awakening. Sensing the significant transformation of the Spirit Blade, Suyu took out a dark red gem resembling an eyeball. Dark red eye of the orb, purple. Effect. A gem that can be used for equipment embedding. Once embedded, it will confer attribute enhancements based on the equipment's compatibility. Evaluation. The will of the heroic spirit washes away the malice of the abyss. Is it destruction? Is it rebirth? All things melt. Suyu directly activated his talent. Bypassing steps such as drilling holes, embedding the dark red eye of the orb directly into the Spirit Blade. His mental energy swiftly waned, and amidst a flash of white light, the two seamlessly fused into one. Suyu noted that their merged state was unexpectedly stable. It seemed that it could be removed, provided that his talent was employed. Otherwise, using conventional methods would inevitably result in the dark red eye shattering, just as the system had indicated. Having completed all of this, Suyu grasped the revitalized Spirit Blade, his eyes alight with astonishment. Spirit Blade, extreme purple, bound, attributes, attack power 50, increased by 20. Effect 1 seal soul, active upon slaying a target with this weapon. You may choose to seal the target's soul within this weapon for its ascension. Current progress, 0. Note. This soul must originate from a life you personally slay. Weak souls cannot be used for ascension, and excessively strong souls may break the seal. Enhancing weapon durability can increase the sealing capacity. Effect 2, Spirit Consumption, passive, 1. Slaying a target with this weapon will immediately restore 110 points of Wanxiang energy. 2. Damage dealt will affect the soul, dealing an additional 50 points of soul-type damage with each attack. Effect 3, Soul Drinking, active adaptive awakening in progress, completed. 1. Durability. 150. Dark red eye of the orb has increased by 50. Note. Durability is a hidden attribute representing the equipment's strength rather than usage count. Ordinary equipment does not need to be displayed. Embedding 1 dark red eye of the orb, purple weapon durability 50, damage tier 1. Embedding 2 empty. Evaluation, spirit consumption. Soul sealing, forging the blade. As Suyu felt the transformation of the newly enhanced spirit blade. Having absorbed the flame twin blades and being bound as Wanxiang Bingwu for the first time, the weapon's quality had undeniably changed, and it possessed the potential for further growth. The alteration in attack power was merely one aspect. The passive effect of the spirit had solidified its capability to deal 50 points of soul-type damage once fully charged with soul energy, along with an additional means to restore Wanxiang energy. With the activation of Wanxiang energy resulting in continuous consumption, this restoration method could extend the duration of use to a certain extent. The embedded dark red eye of the orb notably enhanced the spirit blade's much-needed durability, increasing the upper limit of its effect 1, Seal Soul. Meanwhile, the core effect, Soul Drinking, was still in the process of awakening, and Suyu held great anticipation. At this pace, it seemed likely to be completed by the following day. Suddenly, Suyu recalled that as a Wanxiang profession, the skill, Wanxiang Bingwu, would undergo permanent changes after use. With a thought, he immediately began to investigate. Wanxiang Jiha LV Max, active, evolved from Wanxiang Bingwu skill. Status, bound to Shiling Jiren skill effect 1. You have initially acquired the ability to fine-tune the weapon's form, allowing for a brief extension of blade length and modification of weight distribution to adapt to various combat scenarios. This ability will enhance as the weapon matures. Skill effect 2. You can restore the durability of Wanxiang Bingwu by devouring a melee weapon of the same or a higher quality, and randomly gain one effect from the devoured weapon. This effect can only be utilized once. Note, the time consumed for devouring will depend on the weapon's quality and caliber. During the devouring process, the weapon cannot be used. Note, the effects of the devoured melee weapon may change slightly due to the state of Wanxiang Bingwu itself. P.S. I am at a loss for a name. Is there a more fitting alternative to Wanxiang Jiha? I welcome suggestions. And if I receive any in the next couple of days, I will make a change. Chapter 64, Technique Corridor. Skill level increased. After reading the introduction, Suyu immediately understood that the skill of Wanxiang Bingwu had transformed into Wanxiang Jiha, enabling him to fine-tune the weapon's form. In certain melee situations, this capability would undoubtedly catch unaware opponents off guard. The second effect, which allows for the restoration of durability through the consumption of other weapons, is also a form of insurance, as not every weapon is like the fiery dual blades gifted by Panladier, which can be absorbed or even upgraded. More importantly, after being devoured, the Shiling Ji rune of Wanxiang Bingwu can also gain an effect from the devoured weapon, although it can only be used once, if employed wisely. It provides a powerful skill advantage. Suyu carefully stored the Shiling Ji rune and picked up the inverted illusory armor from the forge. He still possessed a Shirshing Pearl, which he had refrained from embedding into the Shiling Ji rune alongside the dark red eye of the void due to their differing characteristics, which could provoke conflict. He intended to set it into the inverted illusory armor instead. All things melded. In a burst of white light, a perfectly integrated jewel appeared at the chest of the inverted illusory armor. Inverted illusory armor, blue, attributes, defense power 20, effects, embedding 1 Shirshing Pearl, purple mental recovery speed 16, resistance to mental pollution, curses, illusions, and other negative effects 8. Tip, forcibly embedding a purple gem into blue quality equipment results in an effect of 20. Evaluation, gazing at the glaring prompt, Suyu felt a pang of helplessness. However, apart from the Shiling Jiren, the equipment he could embed was also of blue quality, leaving him to wait for the acquisition of other gear to reforge. After donning the equipment once more, Suyu felt that his state had reached its zenith, yet the enhancement was not yet complete. The next carriage is the Technique Corridor. This special carriage, obtained through extreme trials, has a singular effect to enhance skills. Currently, Suyu has 2 skills available for enhancement: Wanxiang Ningliang LV1 and Basic Swordsmanship LV2. Both of these are growth-type skills. The former is a crucial foundational ability for his current profession, while the latter pertains to his offensive techniques. Upon stepping into the Technique Corridor, Suyu felt the air around him slightly stagnate, enveloped in a uniform, chilling silver-gray glow. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the carriage were paved with an unknown dark silver metal, exuding a frigid touch. The most striking feature in sight was a circular area surrounded by 3 diamond-shaped crystal pillars, each about a person's height. Suyu approached the central zone, and a system prompt sounded. Tip, please select the skill you wish to enhance. Currently available: Wanxiang Ningliang LV1, Basic Swordsmanship LV2. Enhance Wanxiang Ningliang. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yue chose to prioritize enhancing Wanxiang Ningliang, as it was his core capability. Tip: your current train level is LV8, and the maximum enhancement level is LV10, requiring 45,000 copper coins. Do you confirm? Confirm. With the 7 gold coins previously acquired, converting them to copper coins left him with over 90,000. Both skills should be upgradable to their current limits. After Su Yue confirmed, the 3 crystal pillars suddenly illuminated with red, yellow, and blue hues, exuding an indescribable force. He felt a sudden darkness envelop him, his mind momentarily dazed, and the scene before him blurred and twisted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a galaxy, a scene strikingly similar to when he received the Wanxiang inheritance, yet this time, no other consciousness projections appeared. The next moment, as if struck by a heavy blow to the forehead, Su Yue regained his senses and found himself standing still, the prior vision feeling like a mere illusion from memory. Tip: Wanxiang Ningliang has been enhanced to LV10, current train level limit. Tip: Wanxiang Ningliang has reached LV10. Please select a LV10 ability. 1 energy interruption. When Wanxiang Ningliang inflicts damage, there is a 10 chance to interrupt the target's skill. 2 energy enhancement. Increases the true damage caused by Wanxiang Ningliang by 10. 3 energy deceleration. When Wanxiang Ningliang inflicts damage, there is a 10 chance to reduce the target's movement and attack speed by 15 for 3 seconds. Note: the above probabilities will fluctuate based on the disparity in strength between you and the target. After pondering briefly, Su Yue selected 1 energy interruption. This was undoubtedly a commendable control ability, as its priority outweighed the marginal increases in damage or deceleration. Wanxiang Ningliang LV10, active upon activation. Consumes 1 point of Wanxiang Ningliang per second. Wanxiang Ningliang can be attached to Wanxiang Bingwu, each melee attack inflicting an additional 100 points of true damage. Increased by 90 points. Initial Wanxiang Ningliang mental attribute 10. This energy is attribute-less, under your absolute control. Recovery speed 116 points per minute. Wanxiang Ningliang recovery speed is influenced by mental recovery speed, currently enhanced by the Shirshing Pearl by 16, LV10 ability, energy interruption. P.S. Minor textual adjustments have been made. The impact is negligible. From LV1 to LV10, the damage of Wanxiang Ningliang has undergone a qualitative transformation. Each attack now accompanied by an additional 100 points of true damage. When combined with the spiritual damage and physical damage from Shiling Jiren, a single strike inflicts damage exceeding 200 points. Other survivors, unless equipped with substantial life-enhancing gear, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Su Yue's output. Proceeding to enhance basic swordsmanship. Tip: your current train level is LV8, and the maximum enhancement level is LV10, requiring 44,000 copper coins. Do you confirm? Confirm. Another wave of dizziness swept over him, and when Su Yue opened his eyes once more, he found himself seemingly within an absolute realm composed of countless intersecting sword lights. There was no sky, no earth, only a dense, cold, and sharp trajectory of blades. These sword lights sliced, hacked, flicked, and thrust, each embodying the purest, most fundamental combat will. They were not chaotic, but moved in accordance with a unique rhythm, colliding. Time passed unknowingly, and as Su Yue regained his senses, the scene before him shattered, yet the memories and insights felt as though they had imprinted muscle memory, forged through countless trials, directly into his soul. Tip: basic swordsmanship has been enhanced to LV10, current train level limit. The basic swordsmanship has been elevated to level 10. Please select a level 10 ability. 1 blade edge, additional 5 attack power for bladed weapons. 2 swift blade. When using bladed weapons, attack speed increases by 5. 3 parry. You find it easier to parry the target's attacks. Upon a successful parry, attack speed increases by 5 and physical attack power by 5 for 10 seconds. Stacking up to 2 layers. Note: the above effects will integrate into your combat instincts and will be enhanced as your skills mature. Chapter 65. The Star Judging Society. The artisan emerges. Parry. No doubt, it must be this one. For Su Yue, a mere increase in attack or attack speed pales in comparison to the benefits of parry. Parry not only grants him a bonus upon a successful defense, but, more importantly, embodies the art of swordsmanship. When facing a formidable individual, parrying becomes a divine skill. Basic swordsmanship LV10, passive, skill effect, 20 attack power for bladed weapons, initially enhancing the technique of wielding bladed weapons. The attack power of the Blade of Spirit is 50 points, which can reach 60 points after enhancement. As the enhancements concluded, Su Yue glanced at his remaining funds. which had been entirely spent, leaving him with merely 700 copper coins. Indeed, it was difficult to refrain from spending. Suyu traversed through the technique corridor to the fishing compartment. To be honest, after 3 days without casting a line, his hands were itching. He retrieved the moth lure fishing rod from his storage space. Days had passed, yet there remained but a single moth lure upon it. The moth lure fishing rod generates 1 moth lure daily, but it cannot accumulate if not utilized. Skillfully, he cast the rod and awaited patiently. Before long, a disturbance stirred beneath the water. The fishing rod abruptly plunged. Suyu hastily pulled it up, yet this time it caught him off guard. Below the surface, a massive shadow flickered past, and the once enchanting moth lure was devoured entirely, leaving only an empty hook behind. With a calm demeanor, Suyu stood up and retrieved a piece of tentacle from the mutated deep-sea squid he had previously caught, attaching it to the moth lure fishing rod. He cast the line once more. However, moments later, Suyu gazed at the now empty hook, his brow furrowing slightly. He attached another plump, elastic piece of squid tentacle, exerted force with his arm, and the fishing line sliced through the air, accurately landing in the water. Minutes passed, and Suyu reeled in the line, yet again. Only the hook remained. He repeated his previous actions. Time ticked by, and a hint of numbness crept across Suyu's face. Suddenly, the fishing rod bent violently, emitting a creaking sound under immense strain, the force more ferocious than any prior encounter, almost dragging the rod away entirely. Suyu's eyes sharpened, his muscles tensed, and he gripped the fishing rod firmly. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, that overwhelming force vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Steadying himself, Suyu quickly reeled in the line. The hook surfaced once more, still devoid of any catch, and even the hook itself appeared corroded, its surface pitted and dull, losing its metallic luster. Silently observing the damaged hook and the scant remaining pieces of squid tentacle, Suyu quietly departed the fishing compartment. Today was not favorable. He would return another day. Upon returning to the carriage housing the train's operating system, Suyu was about to switch back to the identity of an artisan when a friend request notification appeared. Recognizing the sender's note, he accepted it directly, having forgotten that he had left his contact information at the Divine Judgment Temple. Era, you must not add the old man Queek as a friend. He possesses genuine artifacts, and once tainted by them, it becomes exceedingly difficult to escape. Artifacts? Suyu pondered the message, recalling the information he had seen regarding the false sin artifact, which was likely the original sin. Even without Era's warning, he had no desire to engage with it, at least for the time being. While he could resist a certain degree of contamination, facing a true original sin artifact would most likely lead to trouble. Lin-Un understood. Notification: Era invites you to join the private chat room, Star Judging Society. Notification: you have joined the Star Judging Society chat room. Almost instantaneously, messages began to flood the screen. Era, Seat 9 welcome newcomer. Seat 7. MOMO, Seat 6. Neo Shan Shan, Seat 12. Stop lurking and come greet the new member. Neo Shan Shan, Seat 12 welcome newcomer. I'm so touched that there's finally a new member. MOMO, Seat 6 welcome newcomer. Shall we add each other as friends? Lin-In, Seat 7 thank you everyone. Era, Seat 9 don't add her. She is a lunatic. Stay away from her. MOMO, Seat 6 Era. Are you asking for a beating again? Come and face me in the Star Ruins, or I'll block your door at the Star Sky Priest clan. Era, Seat 9, MOMO, Seat 6 come on, newcomer, let us be friends. I'll show you a good time. Lin-In, Seat 7 thank you, but not for now. Lin-In politely declined the offers. Instinctively sensing that Era's warnings were genuine, this 6th seat of judgment was likely a wild card. In some respects, she posed a greater threat than the old man Queek. Queek, Seat 4 Lin-In my boy, I have some delightful little trinkets. Would you be interested in a few? Upon reading this message, Suyu surmised that these so-called trinkets were indeed original sin artifacts. Just as he was about to refuse, another message appeared on the screen. By long, Queek, don't scare off our newcomer. And MOMO, don't bully Era. Additionally, Era, please keep an eye on the situation in Chaoxing. Era, Seat 9 okay. Boss, you're finally back. By long, Lin-In welcome. With you, the Star Judging Society now has 11 members. The others should be offline now. Our organization is loose, with no obligations. As fellow judges, we gather to share information, so feel free to engage. Did Era deliver the little gift I sent you? By long is the first seat of the Star Judging Society, and also the boss Era mentioned. Lin-In, Seat 7 I have received it. Thank you, boss. A flurry of new friend requests pinged in the background, and upon glancing, Suyu noticed they were from a few members of the Star Judging Society. Hesitating between the requests from MOMO and Queek, he ultimately chose to ignore them. For now, it was best to avoid entanglements. Lin N, Seat 7 recently. I've been swamped with friend requests, and the system has limited my ability to accept more. I apologize. If there are matters to discuss, please do so within the group. Succinctly leaving a note in the group, regardless of whether others believed him. He promptly closed the chat interface. Then, Suyu switched Lin N's alias back to Artisan. Jean La Ba. Artisan. Equipment crafted for a fee. Materials must be provided. Highest quality can yield blue-tier items, limited to 3 slots. No sooner had the message been sent than a series of notification sounds echoed. Impulsive brother. Wow. A missing person sighting. Not playing lure. Welcome back, esteemed one. N.I.Ko. Welcome back, esteemed one. Grass is grass. Fifth person. I am not the Dragon King. Mealy. Can you really craft blue-tier items? Chapter 66. The Art of Forging and Shaping One's Persona. Upon seeing several familiar IDs, Suyu could not help but smile, realizing that at least some individuals from the initial area had not forgotten him. The notifications in his friend list chimed incessantly, as most were from previous survivors with whom he had engaged in trade. They were polite, and he reciprocated their courtesy. After someone in the chat room shared insights, Suyu's reputation as a forger quickly gained recognition among some, and he even spotted a familiar name among the incoming friend requests, Feng Wang. Feng Wang was one of the few level 8 survivors currently in existence, likely not impoverished. The note attached to his request indicated he needed a weapon crafted. And for someone of Feng Wang's standing, it was certain he sought no lesser quality than blue-tier equipment. A subtle smile appeared on Suyu's lips. Although he had not caught any fish today, he had indeed attracted other species. Feng Wang was acquainted with many survivors, and Suyu aimed to establish his name prominently while fostering a scarcity phenomenon. This way, should he find himself in need of funds in the future, he could quickly profit from this network of survivors. Furthermore, if Lin Un's identity were to confront a formidable foe, he could seamlessly blend in as a forger, even crafting a tailored set of equipment, leaving behind subtle flaws known only to him. When the moment of confrontation arrived, the adversary might very well find themselves questioning their own existence. The premise was simple. He needed to first create a persona among the survivors. If this persona was well established, even in the event of larger regional mergers, there would still be those willing to advocate for him, just as they had today. Forger, what type of weapon do you wish to craft? Feng Wang, how about a long knife of blue quality? Forger, certainly, materials to be supplied by you. With a fee of 5,000 coins. The market price for blue-tier weapons ranges from 2,000 to over 10,000 copper coins. Feng Wang, what? 5,000 coins? Are you joking? And I have to supply my own materials? Forger, of course. However, you can customize the weapon's focus and traits. If you are unsatisfied, no fee will be charged. Suyu had yet to mention that if one were dissatisfied, the materials would not be returned. Regardless, he had nothing to lose. Feng Wang, let me think it over. Suyu had opened 3 slots for orders, opting not to sell directly as he wished to screen potential clients. Soon, he selected 2 other active IDs, both requesting only green-tier equipment, one a piece of clothing, the other a weapon. The price for green-tier gear typically ranged from several hundred to over 1,000 copper coins, so Suyu symbolically charged each 500 copper coins. Their materials were quite basic, consisting of a damaged sword, a broken armor piece, and a hodgepodge of other materials, all of which Suyu accepted without hesitation. After all, he possessed the talent for universal fusion. During his first attempt at fusion, producing white-tier equipment was inconsequential. He could always return the materials and continue the process. Under Suyu's skilled manipulation, the 2 pieces of green-tier equipment were swiftly completed. Upon reviewing their attributes, although they were barely adequate, they could rival items priced around 1,000 copper coins in the market. The 2 recipients were filled with joy, realizing that even after deducting the cost of the original materials, they could still turn a profit from selling the equipment. Unbeknownst to them, this was a genuine no-cost venture for Suyu, expending merely a modicum of mental energy. The 2 individuals, understanding the value, began to promote Suyu's services, which was precisely why he had chosen them. Previously, he had refrained from this business due to the severe poverty of survivors. Many could not even gather enough materials to proceed with crafting. Additionally, Suyu's mental energy was a crucial factor. He dared only to undertake this endeavor with his mental attribute reaching 60 points. Even then, with sufficient materials, he could manage only purple-tier equipment. However, crafting purple-tier gear required core materials of at least purple quality, which Suyu currently lacked. While observing the continuously refreshing friend list, Suyu soon identified another potential target, Zhu Yongxianzun. This individual was also one of the level 8 survivors previously mentioned by Feng Wang. Zhu Xianzun, can you craft blue equipment? Forger, indeed. Zhu Xianzun, I require a full set. Forger, no problem. If it is a 3-piece set, the fee is 20,000 copper coins, with materials to be supplied by you. Zhu Xianzun, I have neither money nor materials, but should you invest in me today, I shall repay you in the future. Suyu paused momentarily. Taken aback, did this individual truly perceive him as a naive benefactor? An 8-level survivor audaciously attempting to extort him online? Forger, certainly. We can formalize a contract. I will invest 20,000 today, and you shall repay me 30,000 tomorrow. Should you fail to repay, all your train assets, including but not limited to equipment, resources, and carriage privileges, will be automatically frozen by the system and forcibly transferred to me to settle the debt. The contract will be notarized by the train system and take effect immediately. Forger, will you sign? Zhu Xianzun, wait a moment. This sounds eerily familiar. Are you trying to lend me money? At exorbitant interest rates? Forger, incorrect. This is a venture investment. Surely, tomorrow at the platform, you will demonstrate your prowess. Are you reconsidering? Suyu replied with a slow, deliberate keystroke, a hint of cold amusement at the corner of his mouth. Was he truly attempting to swindle him? The last individual who tried that had long since vanished. Even if the other party agreed, Suyu was indifferent. At worst, he would invest some materials to craft a set for them. As long as it was blue-tier equipment, without emphasizing effects or attributes, it was manageable. Zhu Xianzun, you're quite cunning. Fine, I won't stoop to your level. I'm leaving now. Suyu paid this little mind, but at that moment, a new private message arrived, striking a notably different tone. Feng Wang, 5,000 it is. I will send you the materials, including a hard-won blue-quality platinum steel alloy. But let me be clear. I require a long knife focusing on armor piercing and sharpness. If I am dissatisfied, do not blame me for tarnishing your reputation. Forger, no problem. Feng Wang, great. How long until it's ready? Forger, once materials are in hand, I will deliver within 3 hours. Feng Wang, excellent. I await your news. In truth, it would not take that long. He simply wished to ensure that the transaction felt substantial to the other party. With the agreement secured, Suyu received the myriad materials sent by Feng Wang. Under the influence of an unseen force, they were broken down, fused, and shaped. Half an hour later, a long knife shimmered with a cold radiance, its blade adorned with intricate energy patterns, taking form. Chapter 67, The Study of Alchemy. The Awakening of the Soul-Drinking Effect. The 7th platform opens. Layer Jiahejin Dao. Blue. Attributes, attack power, 36. Effect 1, sharpness. Passive ignores 15 of the target's defense when attacking. Effect 2, armor-piercing strike. Active upon activation, the next attack will completely tear through the target's defenses, additionally ignoring 30 defense. Inflicting bleeding damage equivalent to 10 of the attack damage per second for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 6 hours. Evaluation, forged from platinum steel alloy. The blade gleams like a cold star, designed specifically for piercing armor. 1 strike to shatter defenses. Suyu did not hasten to deliver the weapons to Feng Wang, as the time had not yet arrived. Seizing this moment of leisure, Suyu retrieved another item exchanged through the trials. It was a tome bound in black, adorned on the cover with a tree that bore only a trunk and branches, devoid of leaves. The knowledge of alchemy. Suyu had already attained the requisite threshold of 60 points in mental attributes. His fingertips glided over the cold, ebony cover, feeling the subtle texture of the withered tree pattern, as if it had been imprinted from genuine bark. Taking a deep breath, he gradually infused his mental energy into the pages, causing the previously sealed cover to open with a soft sound. The yellowed pages bore no writing, only wisps of pale green light swirling across the surface. In the next moment, it felt as though his head had been struck heavily, and a torrent of knowledge was forcibly implanted into his mind. A wealth of foundational knowledge regarding the properties of medicinal herbs, the extraction of medicinal potency, and the fusion of essences became indelibly etched in Suyu's consciousness. Notification: your alchemy level has reached LV1. Note: this level can only be upgraded through increased proficiency and the acquisition of knowledge. Notification: you have obtained the Life Recovery Potion recipe and the Mental Recovery Potion recipe. Life Recovery Potion recipe. Materials: 2 petals of Shengzua, 1 sap of Kakunshu, 1 pure spring water, or other materials rich in life essence. Effect: gradually restores 30 health points upon consumption. Maximum effect achieved only with a constitution of 60 points or below. Refinement requirement: alchemy level LV1, mental recovery potion recipe. Details omitted. These materials were not difficult to procure, as they were available for sale in the trading area. Suyu spent over 100 copper coins to gather 10 sets of materials for both the life recovery and mental recovery potions, and proceeded to perform the simplest extraction and operations based on the newly acquired alchemical knowledge. Soon, a fresh life recovery potion appeared in his hands, looking vibrant and green, and seemingly satisfactory. However, upon inspection, his expression darkened. Life recovery potion, inferior. Green gradually restores 10 health points upon consumption, but may cause gastrointestinal discomfort. P.S. Apologies for previously omitting the quality detail. It has been added here. Everything melts together. Grasping the life recovery potion, Suyu could no longer contain himself. If that was the case, he would not hesitate to resort to subterfuge. With the theoretical knowledge of alchemy at his disposal, he deftly began to decompose the inferior potion. In no time, all impurities were separated from the potion, changing its color to a faint, pale green, as if faded. Yet, Suyu knew this was the potion's true form. Life recovery potion, standard, green gradually restores 30 health points upon consumption. Note, the effects of using the same potion in quick succession will diminish. Seeing the normal potion effect, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He utilized his innate talent to merge the remaining materials, expending some mental energy, yet avoiding any failures. Furthermore, he experienced an unexpected delight while crafting the mental recovery potion. Mental recovery potion, exquisite. Green gradually restores 50 points of mental energy, surpassing the standard potion by an additional 20 points. Moreover, upon creating this potion, his alchemy level ascended to LV2. He obtained a total of 10 life recovery potions, standard, 9 mental recovery potions, standard, and 1 mental recovery potion, exquisite. All were of the same green grade, yet their varying qualities produced differing effects. Suyu promptly consumed a standard mental recovery potion. It had no distinct flavor, and his expended mental energy gradually replenished. It is worth noting that both potions had attribute restrictions. Their maximum effectiveness was achievable only when his attributes were within 60 points. Should his attributes surpass this threshold in the future, the subsequent recovery effects would correspondingly diminish. To a certain extent, Suyu realized he could potentially amass wealth through this method, but unless he engaged in large-scale production, significant profits would be elusive. However, mass production would be excessively time-consuming and ultimately unworthy of the effort. For the time being, Suyu had no intention of introducing these potions into the market. They would suffice for his personal use. He glanced at the original alchemical tome, realizing that no new knowledge could be gleaned from it, and surmised that he would need to further enhance his mental energy or alchemy level. Noticing the time, Suyu sent the attribute information of the Liangjia alloy blade to Feng Wang. The response arrived swiftly. Feng Wang. A fine blade. Worth the price. The money is on its way. Notification. Received a transfer of 5,000 copper coins from Feng Wang. Feng Wang, brother. Would you like to learn about the Mutual Aid Society? This proposition from Feng Wang was the second time Suyu encountered such an offer, and as before, he declined, maintaining that the identity of a craftsman must remain neutral. After some back and forth, Suyu exited the train's operating system. He had initially intended to study the ancient recipes and culinary tools he had obtained, but all his delectable ingredients had been used for fishing, leaving him with no suitable ingredients. Thus, he set them aside for the next opportunity. Fortunately, he had packed numerous delicacies from the old town in the blood refinement world, even spending money to have them authenticated by the system, ensuring he would not go hungry. After satisfying his hunger, Suyu reviewed his personal information. Wanxiang had enhanced all his basic attributes, except for mental energy. He recalled that after leveling up, he had 3 free attribute points remaining. Considering the need to breach the threshold of 4 attributes to unlock the 4th skill of Wanxiang, he, as before, allocated them to his constitution. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Wanxiang. Title, Beheader. Strength, 45. Constitution, 353. Speed, 23. Equipped with an additional 20 points of constant movement speed. Mental energy, 60. Wanxiang energy, 600. Skills, basic swordsmanship LV10. Wanxiang energy LV10. Wanxiang core LV max. Wanxiang constitution LV max. Alchemy LV2. Talent, universal fusion SSS-Grade. Unique. Feeling the enhancement of his physical strength, Suyu contentedly closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. When Suyu awoke again, it was to the sound of the system's notification. Notification, the adaptive characteristic ability of Wanxiang weaponry has been fully awakened. Please check it at your convenience. After a night's time, the effects of the Shirling's blade had finally awakened. Eagerly, Suyu picked up the Shirling's for inspection. Shirling's, deep purple, bound, Attributes: attack power 50, effect 1, sealing spirit, effect 2, shirling, effect 3, soul drink. Active: consumes 10 current Wanxiang energy to unleash a strike against a target. Ignoring defenses, inflicting an additional 150 of the target's maximum health points as true damage. If the skill successfully slays the target, it can be reused without cost within 30 seconds. This duration can be refreshed, but not stacked. Cooldown: 12 hours. Note: cannot be used if Wanxiang energy within the body is less than 1. The Noxian Decapitator, with a durability of 150,150, is adorned with a dark red-eyed gem, purple, and an empty slot for further enhancement. The inscription reads, "Devour the souls of the fallen, forging the blade with their essence." Upon witnessing this novel effect, even Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. The soul-drinking ability not only retained the previous percentage of true damage, but also significantly raised the execution threshold. More alarmingly, if utilized correctly, this skill could function almost as if it had no cooldown, unless the opponent possessed an invincibility skill or item. Such equipment, even if available, is unlikely to surface at this stage. Furthermore, for other survivors, employing this ability would be a waste, as its damage would be roughly equivalent to a regular strike. This skill truly shines when used against tanky bosses, yielding the greatest benefits. As time was of the essence, Su Yu swiftly organized his current gear, knowing that the 7th platform would likely witness a bloodbath. The train's announcement came in advance, proclaiming, "Attention, the train is about to depart for the 7th platform. A multiplayer combat arena. Survivors entering this realm must prepare adequately, as failure to meet the stipulated time will prevent return to the train." A prompt followed. "As the Arbiter, you have the right to enter this platform early and gain partial information. Will you proceed immediately?" Certainly. Regardless of the choice, he would ultimately need to go. And seizing the opportunity to gain an advantage was a decision Su Yu would not forego. The G317112 train began its journey, instructing passengers to secure themselves and heed safety warnings. A gentle reminder indicated that today's platform weather would be stormy. Through the Sentinel's eye screen, Su Yu observed a sudden emergence of a white void ahead, and the train swiftly traversed into it. Alert! Arriving at the target platform, Stormy Sea, in 10 minutes. With the mention of thunderstorms and stormy seas, Su Yu deduced that this 7th platform would likely be a nautical world, though its direction remained uncertain. He rapidly accessed the train's trading system, procuring supplies that might be useful on the ocean, leveraging the space provided by his Zarda's Ember pendant. Consequently, he could carry a substantial variety of items. His novice backpack was filled with ample quantities of wood and steel, perfect for storing foundational materials due to its capacity for unrestricted stacking of similar items. However, it did have its drawbacks, as it could become cumbersome in battle. After spending over 3,000 copper coins on supplies, the train gradually came to a halt, marking the end of the 10-minute countdown. Arrival, Stormy Sea. This platform is a multiplayer arena. Based on the survivor train's level, a 10-hour stay is required before departure. The timer will commence upon arrival. Alert! Language system has been calibrated. As the train doors opened, the roar of thunder filled the air. Stepping out, the darkness swiftly dissipated. Su Yu gazed around, feeling the briny, damp sea breeze mixed with raindrops hit his face. He found himself on the deck of a single-masted sailing ship. "You have received the captain's credential, Bird of Prey helm. You are now the captain of the Bird of Prey. Ship name, Bird of Prey. Level 1. Requires 10 ship coins to upgrade. Maximum level is 3. Type, single-masted exploration sloop. Durability, 200. Dimensions, length, 145 meters, width 42 meters, depth 28 meters. Displacement 40 tons, unloaded. Draft 1, 65 meters, unloaded. Capacity 0, 15 standard units. Maximum speed, 20 knots, affected by wind conditions and load. Personnel capacity, 14 people. Weapons, locked, requires 1 ship coin to unlock. Skill 1, locked, requires level 2 to unlock. Skill 2, locked, requires level 3 to unlock. Ship coins, 5 coins. Warning, if durability reaches 0, the ship will sink. Please avoid rocks, whirlpools, and hostile unit attacks. Current load will directly affect draft and sailing performance. You can consume ship coins at the console to repair, enhance, and upgrade the ship. Ship coins can be acquired by capturing other vessels. Upon reading the notification, Su Yu hastily approached the control console at the center of the aft deck. It was a wooden structure about half his height, topped with a brass steering wheel, with simple directional markings engraved on its surface. A shallow groove in the center seemed designed for placing an object. A conspicuous box was mounted on the side of the console, which Suyu opened to find 5 black coins resting quietly within, accompanied by an aged nautical map beneath them. The moment he grasped the coins, Suyu realized they were the ship coins mentioned in the system notification. They were not metallic. Rather, they resembled polished dark wood or fossilized material, cold and heavy to the touch, with a surface devoid of patterns, only possessing a smooth sheen polished by time and ocean waves. As he examined one, he felt a peculiar texture, as if holding a small fragment of the deep sea. Your current ship level is 1. You may choose from the following options. Option 1. Unlock the basic weaponstone cannon, consuming 1 ship coin, maximum 10. Option 2. Increase durability by 50 points, consuming 1 ship coin, maximum 6. Option 3. Increase speed by 5 knots, consuming 1 ship coin, maximum 4. After deliberation, Suyu decided to exchange his 5 ship coins for 1 stone cannon and an increase in speed to 20 knots. While other survivors might opt for durability or reserve some ship coins for repairs, Suyu saw no need for that. He retrieved the substantial quantities of wood and steel from his novice backpack. With a flash of white light, the previously acquired wood and steel transformed into higher-grade dense wood and refined iron. But this was not the end. Suyu approached the ship's edge, placing his hand upon the wooden planks, channeling a significant amount of mental energy into the vessel. Under the influence of his alloy fusion talent, the materials seemed to dissolve like ink in water, rapidly absorbed by the body of the bird of prey. The ship creaked ominously, as if undergoing a transformative rebirth. Minutes later, the transformation was complete, and as the white light faded, a newly revitalized warship stood before him. The hull's lines were now more streamlined. The original wood color deepened, and it was cloaked in a layer of cold, hard sheen reminiscent of black iron, as if adorned with an impenetrable armor. Fusion successful. The bird of prey has received structural enhancement. Chapter 69. The storm sets sail. Ship name. Fei Niao Hao level. Level 1. Upgrade requires 10 ship coins. Maximum level is level 3. Ship type. Enhanced single-masted exploration sailboat durability. 1,800 dimensions. Total length 145 meters. Beam 42 meters. Depth 28 meters. Displacement 55 tons. Unladen. 15. Draft depth 18 meters. Unladen 0. 15. Capacity 0. 15 standard units. Maximum speed 40 knots, affected by wind conditions and load. Crew. 14 individuals. Weapon. Stone Cannon X1, located at the bow. Ammunition. 20. Skill 1. Locked. Unlock requires level 2. Skill 2. Locked. Unlock requires level 3. Ship coins. 0. Suyu did not fundamentally alter this vessel. Rather, he replaced its originally fragile wooden structure with a robust timber, and due to the unique properties of the dense wood, the ship did not gain excessive weight. Extracting a bottle of mental recovery potion, common, from the spatial storage, he consumed it, gradually replenishing the substantial mental energy he had expended. Feeling the transformation of the Fei Niao Hao into a sturdy and resilient warship beneath his feet, a satisfied smile graced his lips. At this moment, Fei Niao Hao had evolved from a rudimentary initial sailboat into a formidable steel beast of the sea, displaying its nascent fangs. Alert! All survivors have arrived at the Storm Sea. Commencing Phase 1 of the mission, Speed Sailing. Alert! Your ship can navigate automatically according to the nautical chart, but must reach the Storm Lighthouse within 6 hours, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Failure penalty, erasure. The top 10 survivors to reach the Storm Lighthouse will receive corresponding reputation rewards, which can be exchanged for rewards at the end of this platform. First place, 100 reputation. Second place, 60 reputation. Third place, 40 reputation. Fourth to 10th place, 20 reputation. Set sail. As the system's prompt faded, Suyu firmly grasped the helm of the Fei Niao Hao, which served as his captain's credential. The nautical chart beside him was unfurled, and his mental awareness seamlessly connected with the ship's wheel. With a mere thought, the mainsail of the Fei Niao Hao adjusted itself to the optimal angle. The destination was the Storm Lighthouse, and they surged forward at full speed. The vessel emitted a low, resonant rumble, akin to a colossal beast awakening, cleaving through the towering waves towards the guiding light. Although the sky crackled with thunder and lightning, the rain was merely light, allowing for normal navigation. However, due to the weather, fog had begun to envelop the ocean, drastically reducing visibility. Suyu calculated that, given the current speed of the Fei Niao Hao, it would take approximately 2 hours to reach the Storm Lighthouse, provided no obstacles arose along the way. Yet, after sailing at full speed for about half an hour, the surrounding fog thickened, and the waves grew tumultuous, causing the ship to jolt violently. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze sharpened, on the edge of the fog to the right. The sea currents became chaotically disturbed, forming a massive whirlpool that nearly blended with the inky waters. At the very center of the whirlpool, a faint golden glow ebbed and flowed with the currents. A treasure chest? Su Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly steadied the helm. Ensuring the Fei Niao Hao maintained a safe distance from the whirlpool's edge, he swiftly retrieved a bundle of coarse hemp rope and several pieces of iron from his storage. Fusion. A brilliant white light emanated from his palm, enveloping the materials. Under his guidance, they swiftly morphed and combined, forming a hook with 3 sharp barbs in the blink of an eye. Fusion successful. Acquired simple grappling hook. Though merely an ordinary white item, it was sufficient for snagging a treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu focused on the rhythm of the golden glow, and with a swift motion, hurled the grappling hook towards the center of the whirlpool. Whoosh! The hook sliced through the turbulent waters with a piercing sound, precisely latching onto the handle of the golden treasure chest. With a powerful pull, Su Yu yanked the rope back. Splash! A small treasure chest emitting a soft golden glow was forcibly extracted from the heart of the whirlpool, landing heavily on the deck. The massive whirlpool seemed to lose its core support, gradually calming and ultimately disappearing from the ocean's surface. Su Yu unlatched the treasure chest, finding it heavy. The chest bore no lock, only a simple clasp. Gently lifting the lid, he discovered 3 coins glimmering with a dark sheen, nestled within, along with a sealed glass vial containing a rolled-up piece of paper. Upon extracting the paper, he noticed it appeared to be a fragment torn from a complete sheet. However, Su Yu furrowed his brow, for the text was incomprehensible to him. It should be noted that he had already synchronized with the language system of this world through the train system, rendering any misunderstanding unlikely. Ding. Detecting special item conflict correction in progress. Interference ineffective. Force correction. Correction completed. You have 1 minute to read. Hearing this series of system prompts, Su Yu realized that the paper before him was anything but ordinary, and he immediately scrutinized it again. Welcome to the XX survival game. Stains 1. Survival is the only rule. Plunder is the fastest means. Trust is a luxury, and death is a frequent visitor. 2. The ocean is perilous, with storms, fog, reefs, and whirlpools lurking at any moment. 3. Supply crates and shipwrecks may float on the sea, but they are also home to sea monsters and mutated creatures. 4. Please strengthen your vessel as much as possible. 5. XXXXXXX. Stains. XXXXXXX. Stains. Before long, the minute elapsed, and the paper in Su Yu's hand dissolved into mist under some mysterious force. He recalled the train regulations he had seen upon initially traversing into the survival world. Train Regulation 5. Upon encountering other survivors using different means of transportation, eliminate them immediately. Eliminate immediately. Eliminate immediately. From this regulation, it was evident that there were indeed survivors utilizing other modes of transport. Su Yu had not encountered them until now, and thus had not paid it much heed. However, upon seeing this paper, he speculated that this platform world likely contained such individuals, and perhaps in considerable numbers. As Su Yu pondered, the train's notification sound reverberated in his mind once again. Announcement. Due to special circumstances, all survivors' stay time in this platform world has been forcibly extended by 1 hour. Current required stay time, 11 hours. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, amidst a rocky outcrop shrouded in thick fog, a uniquely shaped black, 2-masted sailboat resembling a shark lay quietly anchored. Inside the captain's cabin, a scarred man frowned in contemplation over the nautical chart. Suddenly, a cold and hostile system alert echoed in the minds of him and all local survivors within this stormy sea domain. Alert. Intruders detected. Chapter 70. Global Confrontation Mode. Shark How? Mission issued. Purge the tide. Content. A group of foreign intruders aboard ships has entered our waters. They are disruptors of rules and order. Please eliminate as many of these uninvited guests as possible. Target. Yixiangren. Special mark. Reward. Each successful kill of an Yixiangren grants a certain amount of prestige, which can be exchanged for rare blueprints, special equipment, and formidable bloodlines at the system. Reminder. Their ships may possess unique abilities, but they are oblivious to the perils of these waters. Utilize your knowledge of the storms, reefs, sea monsters, and the enigmatic powers they cannot comprehend. Suddenly, the burly man raised his head, his murky eyes flashing with astonishment, which swiftly morphed into a savage ecstasy. He burst from the captain's cabin, bellowing, "Did you all hear that? Crew, the fat sheep has arrived. Take up your weapons, hoist the sails. Let us show those Yixiangren what we are made of." In a distant, rudimentary village constructed from the bones of colossal sea beasts, a priest adorned with body paint and wielding a bone staff slowly emerged from his tent. gazing up at the tempestuous sky, filled with lightning and thunder. His gaze was ancient and piercing as he whispered, "The sea god of the Yixiangren, having been blasphemed, roars in fury. Warriors, prepare for the hunt." Across the vast ocean, countless local survivors received this message, some filled with excitement, others with dread, and still others lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the situation in the stormy sea had shifted dramatically in an instant. Su Yu and his fellow trained survivors were no longer merely competitors. They had become the coveted prey and achievements in the eyes of all indigenous forces in this realm. A notification announced, "Hostile faction mission has been issued. Survivor locations have been marked." The first phase task remains unchanged, and the second phase all-out combat mode has been activated early. Another reminder followed, to enhance survival rates and cooperative combat capabilities. The train system will open the faction channel communication feature in advance. A further prompt declared, "Temporary faction channel has been activated." Another followed, "The Hunt Prestige leaderboard has been simultaneously activated. Take note. This leaderboard is visible to all factions. Successfully killing a local faction survivor will earn you 110 points of prestige based on their strength." Another message read, "Sinking and capturing an enemy ship will yield corresponding ship coins, which can be exchanged for supplies and upgrades to strengthen your ship." The rules for acquiring ship coins were as follows. 1. Sinking another ship will yield 3,520 ship coins based on the target ship's level. 1, 2, 3. 2. Capturing another ship through a ship duel will grant captain's credentials and allow you to deconstruct the captured ship, earning 51,050 ship coins. Note, ship duels can only occur during boarding, and ships are immune to range damage until the duel concludes. Third parties cannot intervene. Almost instantaneously after the notification, a torrent of chaotic information flooded Su Yu's mind. A translucent interface unfurled within his consciousness, with numerous messages scrolling before his eyes. Faction channel, Tianwake. Population, 2,727. Launchio. What's going on? Why has the second phase been activated early? What is this local faction? What do these markings mean? Ronghu, who knows? By the way, why does our faction only have 27 members? Feng Wang. Has everyone upgraded their trains to level 8? Shou Wang Jiyan. Just upgraded this morning. Lei. Old Feng. You don't mean to suggest that all level 8 survivors have gathered at this platform, do you? Meiying. What terrible luck. I was hoping to lay low for a while. Feng Wang. Meiying has been exposed. Haha. I knew you were level 8. Zhuyang Xianzun. I have a plan. You all gift me your ships, and I will take you on as crew. It's a win-win situation. Lei. Hatue. How have you not been killed yet? Bai Gu. Enough chatter, help. I just encountered a red parrot ship, and the crew is singing some strange songs. I feel a bit disoriented and weak. Attached, see map location. Ronghu. That is too far. Good luck to you, buddy. Jingzhe. Everyone, converge towards my course. Let us stick together. These natives know the waters and can pinpoint our locations. Don't let them take us out one by one. Attached, see map location. Zhuyang Xianzun. Huh? This is perfect. I've been worried about my prestige. Su Yu chose not to respond, but he opened the locations sent by Bai Gu and Jingzhe. Their routes did not intersect with his, and they were significantly farther from the storm lighthouse. He pressed on at full speed, unwavering in his objective. Su Yu felt no ripples of emotion within. He understood that the journey ahead would undoubtedly be turbulent. He summoned the ship's operational interface and unhesitatingly expended one of the 3 ship coins he had just obtained. Expend 1 ship coin, acquire stone cannon X1. In a flash of light, a brand new stone cannon materialized on the deck of the Feniao, including the one at the bow. He now possessed 2 stone cannons. However, they required manual loading. 2 stone cannons were already the maximum he could manage, as adding more would compromise the ship's balance and speed, and his loading speed might not suffice. Shortly after completing his deployment, the unexpected occurred. Without warning, the left side of the sea erupted, and a massive sea beast resembling a shark, measuring nearly 10 meters in length with skin akin to dark gray rocks, leaped out. Its tooth-filled maw clamping down fiercely on the side of the Feniao. Crack! The ship trembled violently, yet due to Su Yu's prior reinforcement with fine iron and dense wood, its defensive capabilities had increased significantly, sustaining minimal damage. Warning, Feniao has been attacked by petrified giant shark. Durability at 78. Current durability, 922-1000. The sea beast, having landed a strike, immediately submerged, leaving only a cloud of murky bubbles. Su Yu's expression hardened as he prepared to maneuver the stone cannon to target the underwater shadow, when a force suddenly tore apart the thick mist ahead like a curtain. A menacing ship emerged, blocking his path. This vessel was entirely black, adorned with a colossal, gaping shark head at the prow, from which a gleaming metal ram protruded, exuding an aura of impact. It was larger than the Fani-Ao, a double-masted sailing ship. With 7 or 8 figures standing on deck, their skin darkened, eyes fierce, and adorned with various shark teeth and bones, gazing at him with ill intent. At the forefront was a robust man with a scarred face and short hair, who stood at the bow, arms crossed. His voice booming and laced with mockery as it carried through the moist sea air. "Hey, Yixiangren, your scent has awakened my treasure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Buck of the shark ship. Your vessel is quite impressive, but it will soon be my spoils. Crew, let us give our guest from afar a proper lesson." Chapter 71, Ship Duel, commence. Before Buck's words had fully settled, several planks on the side of the shark ship were violently flung open, revealing several rugged small ballistae. The bowstrings tightened, and in the next moment, massive bolts, thicker than a man's arm and tipped with oil canisters, tore through the mist, hurtling towards the Fani-Ao. "Evade." Suyu's pupils constricted as he deftly maneuvered the ship's helm, steering sharply to the right under his mental command. A towering column of water erupted just a few meters to his left, while searing flames raged violently across the surface, creating a thick veil of smoke that enveloped the ship, despite not being directly struck. Almost simultaneously, the shark vessel launched several long spears, half of which embedded themselves into his ship, seemingly imbued with some peculiar energy. The warning echoed, indicating that the Fei-Niao was suffering from the corrupting influence, diminishing its durability. Behind the Fei-Niao, the formidable dorsal fin of the petrified giant shark suddenly breached the surface, targeting the damaged hull once more. Another warning signaled the Fei-Niao was under attack, with its durability now at 82. After its strike, the petrified shark submerged once again. With a cold expression, Suyu prepared 2 stone cannons, the resounding roar accompanying the heavy cannonballs as they soared toward the towering mast of the shark vessel. However, Buck appeared to have anticipated this, as a diminutive crew member at his side raised his hand, emitting a sharp, discordant chant. A visible pale blue energy coalesced into a semi-transparent, contorting barrier before the shark vessel. The cannonballs collided with the barrier, creating violent ripples and a deep thud as the energy shield shattered, though much of the kinetic force was mitigated. The remaining power merely grazed the main mast, tearing off a few tattered sails without causing significant damage. Merely a stone cannon. "This ocean is our dominion." Buck laughed maniacally from his ship. From the initial skirmish, Suyu discerned that although the stone cannons possessed some might, their slow firing rate and lengthy reloading time made them nearly impossible to hit their target when the opponent was prepared and equipped with special abilities. Continuing in this manner would lead to a gradual depletion of his durability. In an instant, Suyu made a decisive choice. He plunged his mental energy into the ship's body, directly disassembling the spear carrying corrupting energy that had pierced his vessel, dissipating a mass of tainted energy into the air. He glanced at the remaining durability of his ship, noting it stood at 796 points. "Ha ha ha. Foreign devil, have you run out of options?" Buck mocked. As the shark vessel's crossbow rapidly reloaded, the petrified shark closing in to within 10 meters of the Fei-Niao's stern, its fangs bared. "If you seek death, so be it." A glint of cold light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Instead of evading the underwater giant shark and the impending long-range fire, he stored both stone cannons into his spatial inventory, causing the ship's draft to rise abruptly. Suyu commanded the helm with all power engaged. "Full speed ahead. Ram it. Target the side." The Fei-Niao's engine roared to life, unleashing astonishing speed as the ship executed a nearly right-angle turn, a savage maneuver. It surged forward, directly into the path of the reloaded crossbow bolts and the leaping giant shark, charging toward the shark vessel with reckless abandon. This sudden and fervent action left Buck and his crew momentarily stunned. Such behavior could only be attributed to either folly or madness. "Attack!" Buck bellowed, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The first volley of crossbows was unleashed, with several flaming bolts and spears hurtling toward them. To maintain maximum velocity, Suyu did not steer the ship to evade. With a swift motion, he summoned the blade of the Spirit Eater into his hand. As he leapt onto the deck, he intercepted and severed the bolts aimed at the sails and mast. However, other bolts and spears struck the hull, producing a dull thud. Warning: the Fei-Niao is under attack. Durability 120. Current durability 676, 1000. Corrupting energy influence persists. Following this, the petrified giant shark erupted from the depths, its formidable jaws once again sinking into the side of the Fei-Niao. Warning: the Fei-Niao is under attack by the petrified giant shark. Durability 85. Current durability, 586, 1000. The ship rocked violently as Suyu acted swiftly, investing the last 2 ship coins into repairs, while simultaneously utilizing his talent to disassemble the energy and flames affixed to the vessel. Consumed 2 ship coins, activating emergency repairs, durability 200. The Fei Niao, battered yet relentless, surged forward like a frenzied sea beast, charging toward the shark vessel. Trying to close in? Just as I wish. Buck, seeing this, not only refrained from ordering his ship to evade, but instead grinned maliciously, subtly adjusting the helm to align the shark vessel's ram directly at the Fei Niao. My 8 brothers on board fear not a single foreigner. Giant shark, crush him. Buck, emboldened by numbers, displayed no fear. As the 2 ships were poised to collide violently, an enigmatic force surged forth from the body of Suyu's Fei Niao. An invisible energy field expanded instantaneously, enveloping both vessels and the surrounding sea. The bolts still in flight, and the giant shark attempting to strike were abruptly halted, as if they had crashed into an unseen wall. What the devil is this? Buck's smile froze, his comprehension shattered by the scene before him. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the 2 ships collided in the most savage manner. The ram of the shark vessel drove forcefully into the hull of the Fei Niao, locking them together. The ship, under Suyu's control, shook violently, the mast creaking ominously, durability plummeting, yet it did not sink. Boarding successful. The ship duel is initiated. The rules of the duel are now in effect. With duel protection activated, until the duel concludes, both ships are immune to all ranged attack damage, and third-party interference is prohibited. The ship duel has commenced. Please capture the opponent's captain's credentials or defeat the opposing captain to claim victory. Almost simultaneously with the impact, Suyu's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, propelled by the force of the collision, landing agilely upon the deck of the shark vessel. Meanwhile, Buck received the prompt for the ship duel. Such a rule is quite bothersome, he thought. Drawing a gleaming, serrated, curved blade, he pointed it at Suyu and shouted, "Eliminate him." On the deck, including Buck, a total of 9 fierce-looking crew members armed with various fishing forks, curved blades, and chain hammers emitted wild cries as they charged from all directions, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They were not merely survivors. They were natives recruited by Buck in the stormy seas, akin to subordinate roles. Universal energy. Without further ado, Suyu activated his universal class skill, instantly reducing his universal energy by 1 point, decreasing at the rate of 1 point per second. This energy flowed throughout his body, fully under his control, as the originally black-red blade of the Spirit Eater began to emanate a sinister, bloodthirsty aura under the influence of the attribute-less universal energy. With a mental attribute of 60 and a total of 600 points of universal energy, he could sustain this for 10 minutes, thus necessitating a swift resolution. The first to charge at him was a burly man wielding a chain hammer, his face a mass of flesh. As the spiked iron ball hurtled towards Suyu's face with tremendous force. "Let us start with you." Suyu's eyes chilled as he deftly sidestepped the heavy, yet somewhat clumsy strike. Under the auspices of the myriad energies, he felt his combat reflexes remarkably heightened. In that fleeting moment when the burly man faltered after a failed attack, Suyu forcefully stomped on the deck and swiftly charged towards him. The Shilingji Ren in his hand traced a chilling arc, precisely gliding across the adversary's throat. The effect of the tidal executioner was triggered, bypassing 20 points of defense while inflicting a layer of fear. With a mastery of basic swordsmanship at level 10, combined with the sharpness of the Shilingji Ren and the soul-rending damage it dealt, augmented by the true damage from the myriad energies, the outcome was inevitable. With a soft thud, encountering almost no resistance, the sinister grin on the burly man's face abruptly froze, replaced by an incredulous terror as a thin line of blood appeared at his neck, followed by a gushing torrent. The chain hammer in his grasp clattered to the deck as his massive form collapsed with a resounding crash. The damage dealt by that singular strike was approximately 200 points, but due to the nature of a beheading, it constituted a fatal wound, resulting in the immediate death of this ordinary crew member. Note: real-world data is not absolute and may vary based on actual circumstances. Notification: Shirling effect has been triggered. You have regained 3 points of myriad energy. The first passive derivative effect of Shirling allowed for the restoration of 110 points of myriad energy upon slaying a target with a weapon used as myriad arms. The fall of the chain hammer wielder did not instill fear in the remaining crew. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. To the left, a steel fishing spear and a curved blade simultaneously surged towards Suyu's ribs and back, executing a remarkably coordinated assault. Yet, to Suyu, this speed appeared painfully slow. In an instant, His body twisted, and the Shiling Jiren conjured a flurry of blade blossoms before him. Clang, clang, as he deftly deflected both weapons. The blade effortlessly grazed the wrist of the spear wielder. A scream erupted, but before it could unfold, Su Yu's blade swiftly countered, piercing through the heart of the other assailant wielding the curved blade. The man with the severed wrist staggered back, clutching his gushing wound, only to be met with Su Yu's follow-up strike that decapitated him. In the blink of an eye, 3 crew members had already succumbed to death. The remaining 5, including Buck, were momentarily stunned, their bloodlust and excitement instantly replaced by horror. If the chain hammer wielder had initially perished due to his own clumsiness, then the subsequent swift demise of the 2 attackers could not be attributed to mere fortune. What manner of monster is this? Moreover, that blade seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through their leather armor and defenses, a mere touch resulting in death. Damn it! Surround him. Do not fear, Buck bellowed, a mixture of surprise and fury coursing through him. Yet instinctively, he took a half-step back, pushing 2 crew members forward. Su Yu would not grant them the opportunity to regroup. He charged once more into the fray. The glimmer of his blade reignited, like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. With each flicker of the Shiling Jiren, blood erupted, accompanied by the chilling wails of the fallen. The simplest techniques of slashing, hacking, lifting, and stabbing transformed in his hands into an art of lethal efficiency. In the blink of an eye, 3 more crew members lay lifeless in pools of blood. The deck was now stained crimson, leaving only Buck and the last crew member armed with a dagger. That man, witnessing the relentless approach of Su Yu, glanced at the still warm body of his comrade beneath him, and finally succumbed to utter despair. A monster! He is a monster! He screamed, abandoning his curved blade and scrambling toward the sea in a desperate bid for escape. Su Yu did not even glance at him. With a flick of his wrist, the Shiling Jiren flew from his grasp like a bolt of lightning. Thud! It pierced through the man's back, emerging from his chest, silencing his scream as he collapsed against the ship's railing, convulsing twice before falling still. The Shiling Jiren emitted a hum and, tethered by the myriad energy, returned to Su Yu's hand. This represented a method of utilizing myriad energy, allowing for short-range control. Now, on the blood-soaked deck, only Captain Buck remained, dumbfounded and pale, leaning against the main mast, with no further retreat possible. His crew had been slaughtered within a minute by this seemingly unassuming foreigner, as if they were mere vegetables. Su Yu shook the droplets of blood from his blade and approached Buck step by step, his gaze unsettlingly calm. Wait, I surrender. Buck cried out, desperately seeking mercy. Yet Su Yu offered him no chance. The Shiling Jiren sliced downwards with a shriek that tore through the air. Buck hurriedly raised his serrated bone knife to block. Clang! The jarring sound of metal striking metal resonated. Buck felt an overwhelming force surging through the blade, shattering his grip and causing blood to flow from his hands as the serrated knife nearly slipped from his grasp. The sheer weight of this power forced him to one knee, his eyes filled with horror. How could this man possess such strength? With a deft twist of his wrist, Su Yu's second strike swept horizontally. Buck could scarcely mount an effective defense, tumbling backward in a desperate roll to evade. Slicing. Though he avoided the fatal blow, the blade still carved a deep wound into his chest, exposing bone, as blood instantly soaked his garments. As a survivor from another world, he too received system notifications, and at that moment, the cold data in his mind shattered any lingering hope. Notification: you have received physical damage. Health reduced by 47 points, defense calculated. Notification: you have received soul/damage, health reduced by 50 points. Notification: you have received unknown energy true damage, health reduced by 100 points. A single basic attack had nearly halved his already meager health, gritting his teeth against the pain. A flicker of madness crossed Buck's eyes as he bellowed toward the sea. Beast, tear him apart. With a roar, the sea behind him erupted violently as the fearsome petrified giant shark, having awaited this moment beneath the waves, surged forth, its massive form crashing through the surface. Unleashing a torrent of spray, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth aimed directly at Su Yu. This sudden invocation revealed a sinister anticipation on Buck's face. It was his last trump card, a special summoning talent he had acquired. However, Su Yu's reaction was astonishingly swift. He did not even turn around, his combat instincts locking onto the giant shark's trajectory in an instant. You've waited long enough. Previously, when this petrified giant shark attacked the ship, he had been unable to respond, but now that the target had changed, Su Yu would not hold back. Just as the shark's jaws were about to close, Su Yu suddenly turned. Die. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as the Shiling Jiren transformed into a barely perceptible flash of black-red lightning, slashing upwards. Thud. The blade sliced up from the corner of the shark's mouth, carving a gaping wound nearly a meter long, dark crimson blood gushing forth like a waterfall, instantly staining the deck and surrounding waters. Roar! The giant shark emitted a deafening cry of agony, its massive form writhing in pain. Yet the commotion ceased abruptly the next moment, as Suyu's Shirling Jiren pierced through the giant shark's enormous eye, penetrating its skull. The entire sequence, from the shark emerging from the water to its swift demise, transpired in mere seconds. This left Buck, who had been poised to launch a sneak attack, with a frozen grimace that transformed into boundless horror and fear before it could fully manifest. His greatest reliance has vanished just like that. However, Su did not even spare a glance at the now lifeless giant shark. In the instant he drew his blade, his gaze was already fixed upon Buck. Buck, caught in the grip of Su's piercing stare, felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively attempting to retreat while raising the serrated bone knife in his hand. Yet, Su's movements were swifter still. A mental shockwave surged forth, an intangible force crossing the distance between them and crashing violently into Buck's mind. Alert! You have been struck by a mental shock, entering a brief state of dizziness. Buck felt his head thrum as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness enveloped him, and all thought and action froze instantaneously, his body swaying uncontrollably as he stood rooted in place. This dizziness lasted less than a second. Yet, that fleeting moment was sufficient to decide life or death. Su's figure darted across the deck like a specter, the Shing Jurung carving a cold, lethal arc in the air. With a swish, the blade's light flickered and vanished. In the moment Buck regained clarity, the reflection of Su sheathing his sword appeared in his eyes, alongside a world that suddenly spun and inverted. He felt himself lift, only to behold his own headless body, blood gushing from the neck, slowly collapsing to the ground. After slaying Buck, the Anshang Lang was drawn back into Su's body, and he realized that despite the battle, his internal Wishing Lang had scarcely diminished. Most of it had been replenished by the effects of the Shring. Sensing the pulsation of the Shring run in his hand, Su chose not to resist this time. The souls of both Buck and the petrified giant shark were transformed into a stream of soul energy, sealed within the Shrilingjarun. Sealing soul. Upon slaying a target with this weapon, you may choose to seal the target's soul within it for the weapon's advancement. Current progress, 2. The souls had only increased by 2 points, a long way from the next upgrade for the Shrilingjarun. Alert. You have successfully slain the captain of the shark, Buck, and achieved victory in the ship capture duel, earning a total of 18 points in hunting prestige. Alert. The rules of ship capture have now expired. As the alert concluded, Su's gaze turned towards the spot where Buck's body had collapsed, an inexplicable sensation guiding him. It was a faint resonance between the captain's credentials. He took a few steps to kneel beside Buck's headless corpse. Ignoring the blood splattered around and the chaos of the scene, his fingers deftly probed through the blood-soaked fabric of Buck's clothing. His fingertips grazed a cold, hard object, roughly the size of a palm, which he extracted. Alert. You have acquired the captain's credentials of the shark. Unlike his flying bird's helm, this was a metal token, ancient in design, with a simplified shark head etched at its apex. The surface still bore the warmth and blood of Buck, feeling slightly heavy, emanating a faint energy pulse. Su did not immediately attend to this credential. Instead, he swiftly scavenged the ship, acquiring gunpowder barrel X1, rum X6, ship coins X2, and the sharp teeth of an unknown sea beast X5, blue. The rest were trivial items of little worth, though the sea beast's teeth could serve as materials for equipment. Su speculated that the truly valuable items might reside within the opponent's storage space, which he could not access. He collected several weapons and gear used by others, adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, and stored them in his inventory. Standing upright, he surveyed the deck scattered with corpses and the remains of the petrified giant shark. With the power of Wanwu Rongju, Su's mental energy enveloped the scene. And under the influence of his innate ability, everything was decomposed, purified, and transformed into the purest energy and materials. Forging successful. Acquired, pure soul fragments X8. Talent shards X10. Essence of the petrified giant shark X1. Essence of the petrified giant shark. Green consuming it grants 1 strength, 2 constitution. Effective for attributes below 60 points. Repeated use is ineffective. Human flesh, unless possessing special qualities, holds far less value than powerful anomalies. However, Buck surprised him. What had begun as a mere test yielded unexpected results, indicating that survivors in this world possess innate talents as well. He had previously obtained talent shards while forging other survivors. He speculated that the number of shards gained varied according to one's innate talent. While he anticipated that the petrified giant shark could convert into attribute points, he could not determine whether they would translate into strength, constitution, or otherwise. He had previously acquired a blood essence metamorphosis in Stone Quarry Town of the same quality, granting 5 strength. The fact that this petrified giant shark, evidently stronger than that creature, only provided a total of 3 attribute points led Sue to suspect that the creature from Stone Quarry Town was exceptionally unique. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Both strength and constitution were vital to him. Thus, without hesitation, he consumed the essence. A surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, as if his muscles were being reshaped and fortified by an unseen force. Alert. Consumed essence of the petrified giant shark. Gaining 1 strength, 2 constitution, current strength, 46 points, constitution, 40 points. Feeling the increase in his constitution and strength, Sue turned his gaze to the 2-masted ship beneath his feet and withdrew the shark token that served as the captain's credential, decomposing it. Following the rules post-victory in the ship capture duel, he could convert the entire ship into corresponding ship coins. The massive vessel emitted a groan as it was enveloped in a surge of energy. Its wooden structure, metallic ram, sails, and rigging began to decompose, reverting to ship coins. Alert. Decomposed shark, level 2 ship, earning 10 ship coins. Additionally, decomposed ship facilities including ballista and giant shark ram, earning 7 ship coins. Current ship coins, 19. Startled by the notification, Sue realized that according to the rules, a standard level 2 ship would yield only 10 ship coins. He had not expected such an unexpected gain. The ability to earn extra ship coins from decomposing corresponding ship facilities had not been mentioned in the train system alerts. Having completed all these tasks, only floating debris and lingering blood remained upon the sea. Sue did not linger, vanishing from sight as he returned to his flying bird. The 10 ship coins he had just acquired were directly invested into the helm of his flying bird. Upgrade. 10 ship coins can upgrade to a level 2 ship. With a hum, the entire flying bird seemed to be infused with new life, emitting a deep rumble as its previously dwindling durability rapidly restored. The hull visibly elongated and widened. Behind the main mast, a slightly shorter but equally sturdy second mast swiftly grew from the deck, taking shape and automatically hoisting a new sail. The ship's sides became more elevated, and the structure of the cabin was more pronounced. The entire vessel retained its graceful lines, but appeared significantly more majestic and stable. Upgrade successful. Ship name, Fei Niao Hao level. Level 2, 50 ship coins required for upgrade. Maximum level is 3. Ship type, reinforced double-masted exploration sailboat durability. 1500, 500, dimensions. Overall length 22 meters, beam 5. 8 meters, depth 3. 5 meters displacement, 85 tons, unloaded. 30, draft depth, 2. 3 meters, unloaded, 0, 5. Capacity, 530 standard units, 15. Maximum speed, 45 knots, 5 knots, significantly enhanced weight and seaworthiness. Reduced wind influence, crew capacity, 18 persons, weapons, 2 stone cannons, skill 1. Heart of protection, unlocked, skill 2. Unlocked upon reaching level 3 ship coins. 9 coins, heart of protection, active skill. Constructs an absolute defensive barrier around the ship for 3 seconds, during which all damage is negated. Cooldown of 12 hours. Can consume 20 ship coins to bypass the cooldown. This is quite satisfactory. A glimmer of contentment flickered in Su Yu's eyes. Although the duration is brief, the absolute defensive barrier provided by Heart of Protection undoubtedly serves as a formidable trump card. With the ship upgraded to level 2, new options have emerged. Your current ship level is level 2. You may choose. Option 1. Unlock basic weapon stone cannon. Cost 1 ship coin, limit 8. Option 2. Increase durability limit by 50 points. Cost 1 ship coin, limit 6. Option 3. Increase speed by 5 knots. Cost 1 ship coin, limit 0. Option 4. Unlock figurehead soul of the gale. Cost 5 ship coins, limit 1. Option 5. Unlock ship equipment wings of the Fei Niao. Cost 5 ship coins, limit 1. Option 6. Summon crew member bone, nest guardian albatross. Cost 3 ship coins, limit 10. Soul of the gale. Figurehead carved from the skull of an ancient albatross leader, it grants the ship the ability of wind speech, with a maximum speed of 10 knots, and allows navigation through storms. Wings of the Fei Niao. Ship equipment upon activation, the ship extends transparent wings, granting a glide effect for 10 seconds, allowing the ship to briefly leave the water and ignore whirlpools, reefs, and nearby surface attacks. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Can consume 10 ship coins to bypass the cooldown. Bone albatross. Crew summon occupies one crew slot, utterly obedient to the captain of Fei Niao Hao, and able to share vision, receiving an additional boost from the captain's base attributes of 10. After glancing at the newly available options post-upgrade, Su Yu, with 9 ship coins remaining, decisively opted for the figurehead Soul of the Gale and 1 bone nest Guardian Albatross. As the ship coins were expended, a mystical glow converged at the bow of Fei Niao Hao, and a figurehead, intricately carved from the skull of an ancient albatross leader, silently emerged. It radiated a faint storm energy, causing the entire vessel to seem as though it melded with the wind, instantly enhancing the ship's speed by 1 knot and rendering it more stable. Subsequently, atop the main mast, a bone albatross, nearly 3 meters in wingspan, composed of pale bones and gray energy, quietly appeared. It silently flapped its bony wings, its eye sockets glowing with ghostly blue flames, and settled upon the mast, awaiting its master's command. Bone albatross, crew summon, strength, 2046, constitution, 254, speed, 4023, death energy, 30,060, skill 1, ethereal vision, passive vision can penetrate conventional sea fog, rain screens, and low-tier illusions within a certain range. Skill 2, undead constitution, passive will not be completely destroyed until the death energy is exhausted. Skill 3, bone bomb, active consumes 10 points of death energy to form a bone bomb from shattered bones and hurl it at a target, causing strength attribute 2 area dark attribute damage, and briefly reducing the target's defense by 10. Cooldown 5 seconds. Note: death energy cannot be replenished temporarily. Su Yu immediately recognized that the outstanding reconnaissance capabilities of the bone albatross perfectly compensated for the vulnerability of being marked. From now on, in this fog-covered maritime domain, other survivors could no longer ambush him with ease. Vision shared. Su Yu's mental energy slowly immersed itself in the consciousness link of the bone albatross. In an instant, his perception surged to unprecedented heights, expanding. An extraordinary experience enveloped him. He felt as if he possessed 2 bodies, one firmly standing on the deck of Fei Niao Hao, feeling the caress of the sea breeze, while the other hovered 100 meters above, surveying the entire maritime expanse. In this vision, the thick fog dissipated, ocean currents transformed into energy ripples, and distant scenes became clear, cold and gray, yet immensely practical. Go, patrol the surroundings, and remain vigilant against any approaching vessels or creatures. Su Yu issued a lucid command through the mental link. The bone albatross atop the mast emitted a silent shriek, its bony wings unfurling as it soared into the sky, like a ghostly sentinel in the void. With this elevated perspective, Su Yu felt a sense of security. Continue navigating to Feng Bao Deng. The first phase objective remains unchanged. The destination is still Feng Bao Deng. However, the maximum speed has now reached 55 knots. Announcement: the hunting reputation leaderboard has been updated. Hunting reputation leaderboard. First place, Lin En, Tian Waiku Camp. Reputation, 18 second place. Hai Wu Wei La, Feng Bao High Camp. Reputation, 10 third place. Chi Hong, Feng Bao High Camp. Reputation, 8 fourth place. Chen Mo Jia, Feng Bao High Camp. Reputation, 7 fifth place. Zhuyang Xianzun, Tian Waiku Camp. Reputation, 4. Su Yu glanced at the camp chat channel. The current number of participants had decreased from 27 to 25, indicating that 2 individuals had been eliminated. What puzzled him slightly was that only 2 members from his camp had perished, yet 3 from the opposing camp were listed. This situation caused Su Yu to furrow his brow, leading him to a bold hypothesis. The so-called hunting reputation does not merely consider camp affiliations, but rather the act of hunting itself. The system encourages both slaughter and plunder. Killing enemies yields reputation, and so too does killing one's own. This point is not explicitly stated in the system prompts, but likely constitutes the original rules of this maritime domain. This is not merely a pure camp conflict, but rather a bloodthirsty elimination akin to raising a poisonous insect. All survivors may become adversaries, regardless of who they are. Camp channel, Feng Bao Hai. Chen Mo Jia. Buck's name just disappeared from my list. Who is in the southeastern sea area? Wasn't he just howling in the channel about wanting to tear apart a foreigner? Langya. Have you seen the top of the hunting leaderboard? It has been claimed by a foreigner. Jiao Taiyi. Hiss, that shark has fallen? It was taken down by this foreigner named Lin En. No wonder the reputation is so high. Chen Mo Jia. A few people come with me to the southeastern sea area to hunt him. Chi Hong. Count me in, bring me along. Chen Mo Jia. Chi Hong. You are out of the question. We all know how you earned your reputation. There are no foreigners in your vicinity. Chi Hong. You slander me. This was merely an accident. Chun Emoja. Does Princess Hai Wu Wei La have any interest in hunting together? Chapter 74. The Maw of the Sea Beast. Explosion. Hai Wu Wei La remarked. No, I have already found a new prey. Yu Ling Chuanjiang added. Count me as one of the silent ones. But let me remind you all, some individuals will disregard their allegiance for the sake of reputation. Shi Ying retorted, Old ghost, are you tired of living? Are you deliberately provoking me? As Su Yu shared the aerial perspective of the skeletal albatross, he discerned a ship gradually emerging alongside his course after a brief journey. This vessel, comparable in size to the earlier one belonging to Baku, was approached by Su Yu, who maneuvered the skeletal albatross closer. In the shadow of a cluster of reefs, a slender, streamlined brigantine with partially furled sails lay anchored, resembling a colossal swift in the sea, poised to ambush its quarry. At the bow, a uniquely designed brass cannon was mounted, its barrel forged from a dark, scaly metal. With the muzzle shaped like the gaping throat of a fearsome sea creature, faint green energy flickering deep within its chamber. The ship's draft was shallow on either side, evidently designed to reduce weight for enhanced speed. Through the eyes of the skeletal albatross, Su Yu noticed a short-haired youth standing on the deck, a dagger sheathed at his waist. He appeared to be a solitary figure. Su Yu sensed that this individual possessed far greater combat prowess than Baku. Redirecting his course, Su Yu calmly adjusted the bow of the flying bird towards the ship, charging directly at it. If the opponent intended to ambush, he would surprise them instead. The roles of hunter and prey had been inverted in his mind. At this moment, on the deck of the Storm Sea Survivor-S vessel, the young man fixated on the rapidly approaching dot on his system map. Humph, that oblivious foreigner moves swiftly, he thought, his eyes glimmering with greed and cruelty. His ship had sacrificed many unnecessary features to pursue speed, yet he had retained a powerful long-range cannon at the bow. With a special marker from the system, he could track the enemy's movements through fog, even pre-aiming in advance. As soon as the target entered range, he would fire. Suddenly, a flicker caught the youth's eye as a private message appeared on his system screen. Silent One, I heard from Old Ghost that you happen to be in the Southeast Sea region. Yu, what is it? Speak quickly. I have a fish almost in the net. Silent One, immediately abandon your target and retreat. That special marker near you is likely the one ranked first on the hunting list. Baku probably met his end at his hands, and you are no match. Yu Lin, what of it? The Maw of the Sea Beast is meant for such individuals. And I am no worthless Baku. Silent One, don't be foolish. His ship must be peculiar. This is not a negotiation, but a warning. Once I regroup, we will. Yu snorted derisively and abruptly closed the private message. His gaze returned to the rapidly approaching dot on the system map, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The top-ranked hunting list? Perfect. Slaying you would bring me considerable fame. He took a deep breath. Firmly grasping the special cannon at the bow, which he had named the Maw of the Sea Beast, a weapon acquired through a previous system task. It was not only lightweight, but also possessed unique capabilities. Paired with specialized ammunition for tremendous damage, any regular ship struck by it would be severely crippled, though it was costly in terms of ship currency. Come, foreigner, experience the taste of the Maw of the Sea Beast. Utilizing the system's marker, Yu began to predictively aim at the ship concealed within the mist. All of this unfolded under the watchful gaze of a pair of deathly eyes from above. Yu held his breath, fingers tightly gripping the trigger of the Maw of the Sea Beast, entirely focused on the swiftly approaching dot on the system map, waiting for it to enter his range. However, the anticipated scenario did not materialize. The dot representing the foreigner abruptly halted at the edge of the mist before entering his preset ambush zone, remaining motionless. What is happening? Yu's brows furrowed, an intense unease blossoming within him. Could it be that he has discovered me? Impossible. The fog and the reefs. While he pondered, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly resonated from high above. He swiftly looked up to see a gigantic skeletal albatross, its wingspan astonishing, silently hovering directly above him. Within its hollow eye sockets burned a ghostly blue flame, coldly gazing down at him. Beneath the skeletal albatross's sharp talons, a bomb forged from death energy and shattered bones plummeted, trailing a gray-black wake, akin to a spear cast by the Grim Reaper, aimed precisely at the meticulously arranged maw of the sea beast. No. Yu's pupils constricted, letting out a furious roar. He had never anticipated an attack from above, specifically targeting him. The skeletal bomb struck the gaping maw of the sea beast, entering the cannon's barrel. Yu swallowed hard, and in the next moment, panic surged through him as he fled frantically. Boom! The maw of the sea beast erupted violently. A deafening explosion reverberating. Chaotic energy ravaged the ship, transforming the once pristine hull as if it had been corroded, enveloping it in a layer of green mist. significantly diminishing its durability. This was the special ability of the Maw of the Sea Beast, and it dealt double damage to ships. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Guyu, who had barely managed to escape, violently against the deck. The entire vessel shook violently, and after being tainted by that unique green energy, the mast creaked ominously before it soon snapped and fell. High above, the skeletal albatross, having completed its bombing run, silently flapped its bony wings, ascending once more, coldly observing all below. Meanwhile, at the edge of the distant fog, the flying bird surged forth at full speed. Guyu struggled to rise from the deck, the echoes of the explosion still ringing in his ears, half of his body torn from the recent blast. His ship had sustained considerable damage from that strike. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a vial of red potion from his spatial storage and gulped it down. Just then, the fog ahead swirled and then parted. A massive double-masted exploration ship charged forth, its bow adorned with a gigantic skeletal albatross skull. Without even glancing at the map, Guyu recognized that this was the prey he had been waiting for. Yet now, they had become the hunters. At this moment, it dawned on him that the recent explosion had indeed been caused by the foreigner aboard this very ship, who had long since discovered his presence. With his ship's durability drastically diminished, and even its power system affected, escape was utterly impossible. The opposing vessel approached swiftly, crashing into his own. The two ships collided completely, and Guyu heard a cold voice from across the way. Ship duel commence. Chapter 75. Guyu, the Feast of Slaughter. Guyu reminisced about the spirited vigor he possessed upon his arrival in this world, feeling as though he were truly a child of destiny. However, as time passed, he gradually recognized that no matter how hard he endeavored, he could never catch up with the select few who were genuinely formidable. This world operated under the law of the jungle, where the weak possessed nothing and the strong wielded absolute power. Survival? No. It was merely a means of nurturing a parasitic existence. He was but a failed competitor, cowering in the shadows, struggling to survive. The truly powerful had long departed this realm, venturing into broader horizons, while he had clung to the hope of seizing another chance. Yet, the harsh reality was clear. The fate of a survivor was singular, either to be strong or to perish. Today, as foreigner, would become tomorrow's mightier predator. This stormy sea was merely a peripheral fragment of an endless hunting ground. A profound sense of despair and enlightenment flickered in Guyu's eyes as he observed the dark-haired youth approaching from the opposite deck, whose gaze was calm, as if merely there to claim a prize long destined for him. The imposing presence of that individual reminded Guyu of the small group of survivors he had first encountered, unreasonably powerful, yet excessively cautious. Such individuals were destined for greatness. A glance at the last message he had sent in the chat box made Guyu smile suddenly, a smile imbued with relief and a hint of self-deprecation. He indeed had overestimated his capabilities. Foreigner, grant me this journey. He drew the dagger at his waist. In that moment, despite his grievous injuries, his eyes remained sharp, as if he had returned to the audacious self of his beginnings. A cold gleam of the blade swept past, appearing in his eyes like the scythe of death. In an instant, the icy light severed Guyu's throat effortlessly, silencing all sounds and extinguishing all remnants of thought. Even his soul became sustenance. Fumpa progress. 3. Prompt. You have successfully slain Captain Guyu of the Chuanyu ship, achieving victory in the ship capture duel, earning 9 points of hunting prestige, totaling 27 points. Prompt. Ship capture rules have become invalid. The vessel had suffered considerable damage from the encroaching special energy and would soon sink. Even if Suyue chose to ignore it, he glanced at the Haishou Jiho, now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, hoping it could still yield some ship currency. Before that, however, a white light enveloped Guyu's body in Suyue's palm. Fusion successful. Acquired, talent fragment 8. It was not over yet. After a moment's hesitation, Suyue employed his talent against the bizarre energy eroding the ship. Fusion successful. Acquired ship erosion seed. Ship erosion seed. A special one-time consumable, highly unstable. Prone to explosion upon impact, causing significant damage to the vessel and generating a mist of energy that continues to corrode the ship's durability. Upon reading the description, Suyue carefully stored it away in his space, recognizing it as a potential one-time weapon. Subsequently, he followed the sensation to retrieve Guyu's captain's token and immediately chose to decompose it. Prompt. Decomposing Chuanyu, level 2 ship, yields 10 ship currency. Additional decomposition of ship facilities yields 3 ship currency. Current ship currency, 14 coins. Upon returning to the Fein Yao, Suyue utilized the newly acquired ship currency to unlock the 5th ship equipment option, Fein Yao Jiying, which granted a 10-second gliding effect, allowing the ship to detach from the sea surface. As the ship currency was spent, several pairs of extremely slender, nearly transparent wing structures quietly emerged along the sides of the Feinyao. They conformed perfectly to the ship's curves, blending seamlessly into the hull, nearly undetectable without close observation. Hidden form. When deactivated, the wing structures lie flush against the ship, existing in a state of both physical and energy concealment, immune to conventional detection and damage. Quite satisfactory, Suyue thought, pleased with the design, as it would effectively prevent accidental damage during boarding battles or from ranged assaults. With 9 ship coins remaining, it would take considerable effort to upgrade the level 2 ship to level 3. So Suyue opted not to linger and exchanged for 3 skeletal albatrosses to maximize current combat power. The Feinyao's crew capacity also reached 58. Set sail. Meanwhile, the recently arrived Chinmos gazed blankly at the last message in the chat box. Guyu, brother, let me call you that one last time. My journey ends here. I know you stayed in the stormy sea for my sake, but please do not seek revenge for me. He is truly formidable. Leave this sea and go see the real world for me. Ayu. Chinmo's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. He could almost imagine the expression on Chinyu's face when sending that message. Surely he was smiling, bearing that familiar, feigned nonchalance, before resolutely facing death. Guyu's true name was Chinyu, and Chinmo's true name was Chinmo. They were brothers. Chinmo's ship had long reached level 3, yet he remained trapped in this stormy sea due to his younger brother. Fool. Chinmo muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse. For this brother, who was recklessly stubborn yet endearingly tenacious, he had willingly lingered in the mire of novices and failures in the stormy sea, repeatedly cleaning up the messes, hoping he could survive. But now, even that last flicker of hope had extinguished. Chinmo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a chilling silence remained, more profound and colder than before. Ayu, I will see the real world for you. But before that, I am your brother. Forgive me for not heeding your words, just as you have never listened to mine. No matter how strong he is, the one who killed my brother Chinmo must pay in blood. Chinmo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, locking onto a singular direction. There, the light of that foreigner was rapidly receding. That direction led to the storm lighthouse. So this was the aim of your group of foreigners. Hey Jiao, activate deep sea assault, advance at maximum speed. Suyue simultaneously shared the aerial perspective of the 4 skeletal albatrosses, the surrounding sea laid bare before his eyes. However, he found it strange that he had not encountered any other survivors of this world along his journey. Even when spotting 1 or 2 ships through the albatross's vision, they immediately fled in the opposite direction upon sensing his approach, granting him no opportunity. This instinctive aversion starkly contrasted with the reckless greed displayed by the likes of Bake and Guyu, who had previously initiated attacks. A flicker of doubt arose in Suyue's heart. Unusual occurrences often heralded hidden dangers. It seemed implausible that the other survivors would simply ignore him. More likely, they were preparing something. He directed the skeletal albatrosses to fly in different directions, seeking broader and higher perspectives. Now, he was merely half an hour's journey from the storm lighthouse. During this time, Suyue had also checked on his fellow survivors, whose numbers had dwindled from 27 to 15, and the hunting prestige leaderboard had been refreshed several times. Since Suyue had not encountered any other survivor ships, the top position was now held by someone named Haiwu Weila, a survivor from the Stormsea faction, while he had fallen to second place. As the vision of the skeletal albatrosses expanded further into the distance, Suyue finally made a discovery. In the waters behind him, several vessels clung to his course with relentless determination, clearly intent on pursuing him. From his vantage point ahead, a colossal and grotesque bone reef, rising abruptly from the inky depths of the ocean and piercing the sky, came into view. The storm lighthouse. There was no need for system notifications. This core location served as the beacon. In the waters not far from this bone reef, a line of ships was arrayed, seemingly waiting for their prey to arrive, with more vessels continuously joining the blockade. Suyu cast a sweeping glance over the blockade ahead and the pursuers behind, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. The survivors of the storm sea had orchestrated a deadly feast for him on this final leg of the journey. Chapter 76. Formulating a plan. The storm sea was shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder and rain raging fiercely. What had begun as a gentle drizzle had transformed into a torrential downpour, and the black waves loomed like mountains, crashing down with tremendous force. A ship, adorned with a colossal albatross skull at its prow, surged through the tumultuous waters with astonishing stability and speed. Standing on the deck of the Feinyao, with the soul of the gale at the bow, Suyu felt invincible against the storm. Camp Channel, Celestial Outsider. Population, 1527, Lin In. The enemy has fortified the waters in front of the Storm Lighthouse. Attached, chart location. The channel fell silent for a few moments as survivors absorbed this information. Reaching the Storm Lighthouse was the primary objective of the first phase, and being blocked by these local survivors meant that no one could pass through. Jingjia, Lin In, what is the scale of their defenses? And run. It seems these ruffians are aware of our destination and intend to trap us entirely. Suyu observed the responses in the channel with a calm gaze. He had previously made an appearance, and his reputation on the hunting leaderboard had garnered him a degree of notoriety. Given the actions of the Storm Sea faction, no one doubted his words. Lin In, there are at least 15 ships on the front line, and the number is increasing. One of them appears to be a level 3 vessel, though its capabilities remain unknown. Lay a level 3 ship? That poses quite a challenge. Our vessels have only just reached level 2. Jingjia, you must have thought of a plan when sharing this information, so do enlighten us. Suyu recognized that among these survivors were undoubtedly astute individuals, and those who had survived until now were not lacking in intelligence. This challenge was not solely a barrier for him, but for all survivors. If they did not reach the Storm Lighthouse before the designated time, they would face annihilation. Lin In, since they wish to trap us here, why can't we turn the tables and devour them instead? Jiang Xinzuan, it sounds simple, but you mentioned they have 15 ships, including a level 3 vessel. Not to mention the reinforcements arriving. Those at the top of the leaderboard are likely also level 3 ships. Are we supposed to charge in? Lei, ignore this fool. What is the plan, Lin In? Jiang Xinzuan, what is wrong with me voicing a counterpoint? Disagreeing is not a flaw. Stop blindly fawning. Mei, since he has proposed this, he must have a concrete plan. You're the foolish one here. Jiang Xinzuan, Lin In, the method is not difficult. We need a ship to maneuver behind them for a strike. By exploiting the inflexibility of their vessels during the turn, we can swiftly create an opening. As long as someone can coordinate a pincer attack, these ships will certainly be vulnerable. Feng Wang maneuvering behind. However, our ships have been marked, making stealth nearly impossible. Furthermore, those attempting to flank will be easily targeted, which is highly dangerous. Suyu smiled slightly at this point and continued typing. Lin In, this is the final stretch of the journey. We either face inevitable doom together or someone must dare to take a risk. I volunteer to be the one to flank, and I am confident in my ability. After sending this message, even with only a handful of participants remaining in the chat, the channel erupted. Was such self-sacrifice truly possible among survivors? Observing the situation unfold, Suyu continued. Lin In, you all understand the dangers faced by the flanker, so I need you to quickly coordinate a strike while I maneuver behind, taking advantage of their divided attention. Jingjia, if what you say is true, I have no objections. I guarantee this in the name of the Mutual Aid Association's president. Feng Wang, I'm on board. Lei agreed. Meiying, a gentleman's spirit. Jiang Xinzuan, I previously misjudged Brother Lin. I have no issues with this plan. Ronghu, count me in. And run, let us crush them. Huiwa, I'm entangled with the Sea Witch Weila and can't make it for now. Jiang Xinzuan, the Sea Witch Weila? That woman has bizarre abilities. If you're entangled, do not bring her near us. Lei, you all know I rarely agree with this fool. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the familiar names appearing in the chat. The top of the hunting leaderboard had its sights set on the Tikunji. He had learned of Huiwe's level from Feng Wang previously, but this was his first time seeing her speak in the chat. And it was not a cry for help. To be targeted by the top of the hunting leaderboard, yet appear to be handling it well, was no simple matter. The Tikunji's survival abilities were far stronger than they seemed, suggesting she possessed valuable assets. However, that was beside the point. He needed to commence his plan. Suyu's willingness to maneuver behind was not out of altruism. His objective was merely to attract fire from capable teammates, granting him precious time. With over a dozen ships in play, even Suyu did not envision confronting them head-on alone. However, if someone could draw some of the fire away, he could smoothly execute the ship capture duel, thereby shifting the role of the host of this hunting banquet. Moreover, Suyu had not forgotten the relentless pursuers behind. Once he flanked, their attacks would naturally redirect towards his reliable teammates. As the Fei Niao approached within a short distance of the Storm Lighthouse, Suyu smoothly halted, then proceeded to sail sideways at a measured pace. This maneuver was intended to await his capable allies, who had all but reached level 2, thereby enhancing their sailing speed, and they would soon converge. At that moment, within the Storm Sea faction, Lilang, signals from the southeast and southwest indicate the arrival of foreign intruders. They are consolidating, and the captains near us have been eliminated. Xiao Miao, humph, if Princess Weila were here, these foreigners would be gathering only to meet their demise. Yingling's shipwright, Silence. You think you can instruct how Princess Wayla should act? A few foreign intruders gathered together. What of it? We are nearly 20 ships strong. Chen Mo, Old Ghost, maintain formation. Do not allow them to break through. Maihei Jiao is en route at full speed. Chen Mo glanced at the marked points on the map, suddenly stopping before veering in another direction, causing him to furrow his brow. He promptly directed his Hei Jiao to turn as well. Unlike the other ships, his Hei Jiao activated the ship's skill deep sea ambush, allowing the entire vessel to submerge beneath the water, enhancing both its stealth and speed. However, his initial position was simply too distant, forcing him to rush from the very beginning, and there remained a considerable distance to cover. As Chinamo turned, he suddenly noticed a marked light point rapidly approaching his position, yet at that moment, his only desire was to catch up with Lin En and avenge his brother, disregarding all other survivors. However, a dramatic scene unfolded. A uniquely shaped vessel, resembling a massive flower petal entwined with vines, was careening across a stretch of ocean in a nearly reckless manner. This ship seemed to possess a peculiar short-range, unstable flickering ability, with each appearance causing it to sway violently and leaving behind a trail of strange pollen energy that could briefly disrupt the surrounding space. Just as the ship flickered out of sight and reappeared 100 meters away, a sudden, muffled roar erupted from beneath the surface of the ocean where it had just departed. Boom! The seawater surged upward like a fountain, exploding forth. A colossal, entirely black ship with menacing ramming horns appeared, bewildered. It was the Hei Jiao, which had activated its deep-sea assault state. It had been forcibly ejected from its stealth mode by the sudden, disruptive energy. Chapter 77. Charge. Activate Fei Niaoji. Qin Imo stood on the swaying deck of the Hei Jiao, his expression dark and brooding. He had never anticipated that, despite his intention to avoid ambushing this foreigner, the opponent would directly interrupt his stealth. What a reckless move. He cast a furious glance at the vessel attempting to flicker away again. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted, his anger swiftly replaced by astonishment. He beheld the sea stained crimson behind the pedal ship. 3 vessels, resembling enormous parrots and painted a vivid red, were weaving through the waves in pursuit of the fleeing flower-like ship. Following them, an even larger flagship was cutting through the waves. It resembled a burning red coral fortress, constructed from countless dark red coral bones, its sails made of a translucent red membrane. At the bow, there was a sea monster's skull, half exposed and surrounded by massive coral, with one hollow eye socket glaring out. Wherever the ship passed, the waters turned crimson. What took Qin Mo's breath away was the proud figure of a woman standing atop the ship's bow. She was adorned in a splendid crimson gown, her long blue-black hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze, a brilliantly colored red parrot perched among her tresses. Her visage was ethereal and pale, with eyes like red rubies fixated intently on the fleeing flower ship ahead. Princess Wayla. Qin Mo could scarcely believe his eyes. The princess had mobilized all her main forces and flagship to pursue that vessel. His gaze returned to the flower ship, which appeared on the brink of collapse, yet somehow managed to evade deadly strikes amidst the assault of the 3 parrot ships. This vessel and its foreign captain were undoubtedly peculiar. The Hei Jiao had exited its deep-sea assault state and could not activate it again for a short while, leaving him to begrudgingly accept his misfortune as he pursued the light point representing Lin En on the map. He had no intention of wasting time on a ship that even Princess Wei La found challenging to capture. Suyu, utilizing the vision of the skeletal albatross and the map coordinates provided by his companions, had observed several survivor ships gathering together. However, he did not plan to join them, as some survivors from the opposing faction were trailing behind him. The rest of his teammates arrived at the designated location as scheduled, serving as bait to draw the enemy's fire. Jingzhe, we have reached the designated location. A few more brothers will arrive shortly, excluding those who cannot come. I have a total of 11 ships here. How should we arrange ourselves? Lin En, a smile curved Suyu's lips. Lin En, excellent. I will draw their attention shortly, creating time for you. This is our moment to turn the tide. Before long, as the last few ships finally converged, he sensed the timing was right. Lin En, charge. After sending the final message, Suyu closed the channel, his gaze fixed upon the shadowy outlines of enemy ships emerging through the storm. The hunt had commenced, he murmured to himself, gently caressing the helm of the Fei Niao. No longer sailing at a slow pace, but cleaving through the dark waves at full speed. Alliance Channel, stormy seas, Xiao Mao, they're coming. Directly ahead, a large group of foreigners is gathering, charging at high speed towards us. Lai Lang, confirmed quantity, 11 ships. They actually dare to group together and charge at us. Wang Xing run. Let's show these foreigners our might. How many ships do we have on our side, old Hei? Hey CG, hee not many. Just a bit more than they have. And we have the ghost captain backing us up. A level 3 ship is no joke. Yingling Chuanzhong, humph. As expected, just hold the formation, and when they come within range, hit them hard. Xiao Mao understood. Let's show them what we've got. In an instant, the channel erupted with various shooting arrangements. However, after a brief discussion, a message filled with suspicion suddenly appeared in the channel. Lai Lang, wait. Something's not right. There's another one. A signal moving at extreme speed is not following the main force. It's approaching our defenses from a diagonal angle. Xiao Mao, what? Which madman dares to charge alone? Wang Xingren, that ship is so fast. What does it want? A suicide mission? Yingling Chuanzhong, Lai Lang. It's closest to you. Make sure to turn it into a sieve. Everyone else, crossfire coverage. Don't let them break through. Lai Lang, task guaranteed. Su Yu observed that the opposing fleet remained undeterred by his lone wolf approach. Thus he felt an increased sense of confidence. Through the vision of the skeletal albatross, he had already noted that among the 20 or so enemy ships, a gray-black vessel, significantly larger than the others, exuded a heavy aura of the undead, clearly possessing some mastery over death energy. For this reason, Su Yu decided to let the other survivors handle the trouble first. He specifically chose a diagonal position. Once he charged through, he would reach a narrow channel near the storm lighthouse, where other ships could not simultaneously besiege him. The enemy's range was further than Su Yu had anticipated. As he sailed halfway, several vessels positioned on the flank unleashed a barrage. Their projectiles imbued with various energies tearing through the rain, forming a deadly net of fire directed at the Fei Niao. Faced with an attack capable of instantly shredding an ordinary level 2 ship, Su Yu's expression remained unperturbed, and he did not turn the ship. Instead, he calculated the distance between them. Then, Fei Niao Ji activate.